Chapter 1. The Super Striker. Hey, Gerald, wake up! In a state of confusion, Chu Zhang could hear voices speaking in German around him, but oddly enough, he found that he understood them. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find himself surrounded by a group of fair-skinned, blue-eyed foreigners. Hadn't he just been playing football, knocked unconscious by a defender's powerful clearance that struck him squarely in the face? Yet, regardless of how dazed he felt, it was rather implausible for a group of foreigners to appear. Just then, a sharp pain pierced through his mind, causing him to faint once more. In his foggy state, he could hear their anxious voices. Why did he faint again right after waking up? Let's carry him to the sidelines. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, and Chu Zhang finally regained consciousness. This time, however, he did not immediately open his eyes instead. He lay still, processing the plethora of new information that filled his mind. It turned out that he had inexplicably traversed into the body of a young German named Bernd Gadley, who had also been knocked unconscious by a ball to the face during a match. He had effectively usurped another's existence. Through absorbing the memories of this body, he learned that Bernd Gadley was a decade younger than him, at only 17 years old. He was a substitute striker for the Nuremberg U17 team, participating in the Southern German U17 Regional League. Today marked the first round of the 2011-2012 U17 League, where Nuremberg was hosting Freiburg. By halftime, Nuremberg had established a 2-goal lead. Thus, in the 66th minute of the second half, Coach Halle substituted Bernd Gadley into the game to acclimatize him to the atmosphere of the new season. Unexpectedly, shortly after entering the field, Gadley was struck in the face by a clearance from an opposing defender, resulting in his immediate fainting, which allowed Chu Zhang to successfully inhabit his body. Having traversed into the 17-year-old Bernd Gadley from his own 27-year-old self, Chu Zhang had unwittingly experienced a form of rejuvenation, returning to a youthful age. Regrettably, it was merely a transition without rebirth. The timeline remained unchanged. Both were set on August 13, 2011. Thus, Chu Zhang could not exploit the advantages typical of protagonists in rebirth novels to amass wealth. Moreover, Chu Zhang was quite intrigued to discover that Bernd Gadley hailed from a small town called Dietfurt in Bavaria, which was colloquially referred to as Hua Country City by the Germans. In Dietfurt, both Chinese and German were recognized as official languages. Among its 6,000 residents, nearly everyone could speak some rudimentary Chinese, albeit with imperfect pronunciation. All road signs and markers in the town displayed both German and Chinese, and at the entrance stood a stone monument indicating that Dietfurt was 7,698 kilometers away from Tiananmen Square in Beijing, Hua Country. In the town, there are no Huagua people, yet everyone is adept at using chopsticks and celebrates the Spring Festival on the first day of the Lunar New Year, hosting a Huagua carnival. On that day, all residents of Dietfurt don traditional Huagua attire, prepare dumplings, perform dragon dances, and select a few individuals to impersonate emperors and empresses as they parade through the world while singing the Bavarian Huagua national anthem, proclaiming themselves as Huagua citizens of Bavaria. Chu Zhang was utterly astonished to discover that in Europe there exists a group of native Germans who hold Huagua culture in such high esteem. Bernd Gadley, born in Dietfurt, is likewise proficient with chopsticks and can speak a few simple phrases in Mandarin, which significantly alleviated Chu Zhang's feelings of strangeness and detachment from his foreign identity. Moreover, the thought that he had traversed into the body of a player for the U17 team of the German professional football club Nuremberg, with the potential to advance to the first team and compete in the Bundesliga, ignited a surge of passion within him as a football fan. The Bundesliga, one of the top 5 leagues in Europe, in the eyes of Huagua fans, it is a distant and sacred realm. Any Huagua player who can feature in one of the top 5 leagues is among the elite of the Huagua football scene. If he could truly ascend to the first team and play in the Bundesliga, it would be a dream come true. That moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Chu Zhang's mind. Ding, the football striker system has successfully bound to host Bernd Gadley. Ding, the system has awarded a beginner's reward of 10 special skill points, and the host can access the attribute interface to review. Ding, the host has gained the authority to unlock a designated skill. Ding, system task 1 has been issued. The host is advised to check. The host can open this system for inquiries and related operations through thought. Warning, the host must not disclose the existence of this system to the outside world or face annihilation. Chu Zhang was instantly elated. Just moments ago, he lamented merely having traversed without the benefit of a rebirth's golden finger, and now, the system's golden finger had arrived. A striker system, no less. This was precisely what he needed to cultivate him into a prolific goal scorer, something he greatly desired. Chu Zhang hurriedly focused his thoughts to open the system interface, where he first beheld his system attributes. Host, Bernd Gadley. Nationality, Germany. Date of birth, September 6th, 1993. Height, 186 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Level, 0. Experience, 0.1 million. Skill points, 10 special. Perfect skills, none. Since the system acknowledged him as Brent Gadley, he resolved to embrace this identity wholeheartedly. After reviewing his basic attributes, he learned through inquiries with the system that level experience is gained through training and matches, allowing the host to level up. With each advancement, a new skill would be randomly unlocked, accompanied by a reward of skill points, as depicted in the system interface. Gadley requires 10,000 experience points to ascend to the first level. From levels 1 to 10, each upgrade grants 10 skill points from 11 to 20. It bestows 20 skill points from 21 to 30, 50 points, and from 31 to 40. 100 points, and so forth. Skill points may be allocated to enhance specific skills, but each week permits only a single allocation, resetting at midnight on Monday. However, the 10 special skill points awarded as a novice bonus by the system are exempt from this limitation, allowing them to be allocated all at once to any skill Gadley desires. Upon opening the quest interface, Gadley discovered his first task. System Quest 1, Promotion to U19. Task details. The host is required to perform admirably and achieve promotion from the Nuremberg U17 youth team to the U19 youth team by December 31, 2011. Success reward, 10 skill points. Failure penalty, system termination. Upon perceiving the dire consequence of system termination upon failure, Gadley was taken aback. The system must not vanish. He aspired to leverage the system to evolve into an extraordinary striker capable of scoring effortlessly and commanding the field. Consequently, by consulting the system, Gadley hastily accessed the skill page and acquired the authorization to unlock a designated skill. Without a moment's hesitation, Gadley, who had always played as a forward both before and after his transition, chose to unlock shooting, the most vital skill for a striker. However, when Gadley beheld his shooting attribute, a mere 62 points, he suddenly comprehended why. Just a month shy of turning 18, he remained a substitute forward in the U17. Team.it is worth noting that the U17 category comprises numerous prodigious players aged 15 or 16. The designation does not strictly imply that all players are 17, but rather that they must not exceed that age, with younger players being perfectly acceptable, and if one possesses sufficient talent. Even a 1-year-old could participate in U17 matches. With a shooting skill of only 62 at 17 years old, Gadley's status as a substitute forward was precarious without the assistance of the striker system. He risked being cast aside by the end of the season. Chapter 2. I am unyielding. Given that the 10 skill points awarded by the system are classified as special skill points, they're not subjected to the weekly limitation, allowing Gadley to allocate all of them to his desired skill. Thus, without hesitation, Gadley assigned all 10 special skill points to shooting, elevating it to 72, with his skill points subsequently reduced to 0. As a result, Gadley's system attributes were updated to Host, Brent Gadley. Nationality, German. Date of birth, September 6th, 1993. Height, 186 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Level, 0. Experience, 10,000. Skill points, 0. Shooting, 72. Perfect skills, none, with a shooting skill elevated to 72. Even within the confines of the U17 youth team, one could deem this quite commendable, particularly in Germany. Next, it is imperative to engage in earnest training, partake in matches, and ascend the ranks, all while accruing skill points, unlocking new abilities, and enhancing one's proficiency, with aspirations of advancing to the U19 level. Uncertain of the experience gained from each training session or match, and with the system remaining silent, Gadurli found himself increasingly anxious. At that moment, he recalled the voice of the team doctor from his memory, addressing another individual. Chief, Gadurli remains unconscious. It's time to substitute. A jolt of realization surged through Gadurli. Could it be that I have not been unconscious for long? The coach has yet to make a substitution. Do I still have the opportunity to complete this match? Overjoyed, he promptly opened his eyes and declared to Dr. Bob and Coach Hollis, "I'm fine. I can continue playing." He then flipped over and sprang to his feet, demonstrating his vitality and assuring them that he was unscathed. Bob and Hollis were taken aback. Hollis questioned, "Are you truly okay?" Gadurli emphatically nodded. "I'm fine, I can play." Dr. Bob approached Gadurli and raised his hand, extending 3 fingers, inquiring, "Gadurli, look at me, how many fingers do you see?" Gadurli replied, 3. Bob then displayed various other numbers, and upon confirming Gadurli's correct responses, he turned to Hollis and stated, "He is indeed fine. He should be able to continue the match." Hollis nodded, leading Gadurli to the sidelines, signaling to the referee that Brent Gadurli, who had recently collapsed, was ready to re-enter the field. As Hollis requested the referee to allow their player back onto the pitch, Gederli took a moment to observe his surroundings that he stood on the training ground of the Nuremberg U17 team, with several other training fields for U19, U23, U15, and U11 teams scattered nearby. The U17 Youth League matches were essentially contests held on training grounds, with the audience primarily comprising the players' parents, friends, and companions no more than 100 in total. Genuine fans concerned with youth training likely numbered fewer than 10. Of course, whether any scouts from other teams were covertly observing remained unknown. Though the playing field was modest, the atmosphere was vibrant. The players on the field exhibited tenacity akin to that of the Bundesliga, while the spectators fervently cheered and applauded every commendable display from their supported teams or players. The quality of the pitch was notably superior, far exceeding the subpar fields Gederli had experienced in his home country. After all, this was the training ground of the professional Bundesliga team, Nuremberg, and Germany's youth training programs are renowned worldwide, ensuring that the natural conditions were far from inadequate. Even within the U17 Youth League, the caliber of play surpassed the amateur matches Gederli had participated in back home by an immeasurable margin. Gederli's heart raced with anticipation. This moment, Freiburg was on the offensive, having advanced into the 30-meter zone near Nuremberg's goal. The atmosphere was tense, prompting the referee to signal for Hollis to wait, delaying Gadli's entry onto the field. After a few passes, Freiburg was still unable to penetrate the penalty area. Ultimately, their attacking midfielder took a long-range shot from outside the box, but failed to find the target, sailing wide of the goal line. With the opponent's shot going out of bounds, Nuremberg's goalkeeper prepared to take the goal kick. It was only then that the referee gestured for Gadli to enter the match. With a mix of excitement and nervousness, Gadli stepped onto the pitch of the U17 Youth League in southern Germany. While European football generally emphasizes tactical discipline, its youth training system, akin to that of South American football, focuses on nurturing individual flair, allowing gifted players to fully express their unique talents. Consequently, both Nuremberg U17 and Freiburg U17 employed a 433 formation, engaging in an open contest characterized by rapid transitions between offense and defense. However, as both teams consisted of U17 players, with some as young as 14, numerous mistakes were evident on the field. The match was fiercely contested, yet goals were scarce. When Gadli entered the game, the score stood at 20, with Nuremberg U17 enjoying a 2-goal lead. However, shortly after his arrival, as a center forward, he had yet to touch the ball when a showboating teammate attempted a dribbling breakthrough in midfield, only to be dispossessed by an opponent. Freiburg seized the opportunity to launch a swift counterattack, culminating in a goal from their forward. Freiburg narrowed the score to 12, much to Gadli's dissatisfaction. He was acutely aware that the experience points he accrued in each match were based on whether he started or substituted, scored, assisted, and the winning bonus. The winning bonus was tied to the team's goal differential. Winning by 2 goals yielded a significantly higher reward than winning by 1. The shift from 20 to 21 felt like a theft of his potential winning bonus. Consequently, as the match resumed, Gadli began to make relentless runs, calling for the ball from his teammates, eager to score. Yet having previously been a substitute forward and recently having been knocked down by an opponent, his teammates were hesitant to pass to him, resulting in fewer opportunities. Furthermore, having just transitioned into the game, his coordination was lacking. He made 2 elementary errors when he finally received the ball, failing to shoot and instead losing possession to the opposing defenders. The inherent competitive pressure among youth players to impress their coach often leads to individualistic playing styles. Observing Gadli's consecutive blunders, his teammates became increasingly reluctant to pass to him, leaving him with little chance to touch the ball thereafter. Nevertheless, given the young age of the U17 players, most of whom had not yet fully developed physically, substitutions were frequent, with a total of 6 allowed. As time progressed, both coaches began to substitute players every few minutes, allowing the fatigued youngsters a moment of respite. Before long, the clock indicated the 85th minute. With less than 10 minutes remaining, including stoppage time, Gadli felt a surge of urgency, yet his teammates' refusal to pass left him feeling powerless. At that moment, Coach Hollis replaced Gadli's closest companion, Elmer, onto the field. Elmer, like Gadli, was also 17 years old and possessed limited talent. Gadli played as a substitute center forward, while Elmer took on the role of a substitute left winger, both hailing from Neumarkt County. Gadli was born in Ditford, a quaint town within the jurisdiction of Neumarkt County, whereas Elmer resided in the county seat. Chapter 3. The first goal. Sharing the same county, returning home together during breaks, and both lacking exceptional talent, they naturally became steadfast friends, navigating the ranks of their respective teams as substitutes. Moreover, the two players occupied distinct positions, one as a winger and the other as a striker, thus lacking substantial direct competition. Frequently, it is Elmer who breaks through on the flanks, delivering passes to Gadley for shots on goal. One accumulates assists while the other amasses goals, demonstrating a harmonious synergy and mutual support that has enabled them to ascend from U15 to U17. Without their intuitive collaboration and steadfast support for one another, both might have faced elimination in the U15 stage. However, upon reaching U17, they encounter heightened competitive pressure, and their capabilities appear somewhat inadequate. Despite their established rapport, Gadley's shooting proficiency of merely 62 makes it challenging for him to score, while Elmer struggles to register assists. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, U17 may well mark the pinnacle of their endeavors. Even with a stroke of luck, they might only linger in U19 for an additional 2 years. Aspiring to join the first team and secure a professional contract seems an elusive dream. Yet, in a remarkable turn of events, Gadley has seemingly been endowed with the essence of a footballing prodigy, heralding the emergence of a world-class striker. Throughout this ascent, Elmer, as Gadley's close friend, is bound to reap considerable benefits, particularly in terms of accumulating assist statistics. At this juncture, it is essential for Gadley, poised to become a budding striking sensation, to rely on Elmer's assistance. He requires Elmer to gain possession and provide him with the necessary passes. Gadley exchanged a knowing glance with his teammate Elmer as they took to the field, and Elmer responded with a subtle nod. The match commenced. After nearly 20 minutes of exertion on the pitch, Gadley had begun to acclimate to the game. He was now capable of receiving passes from his teammates without succumbing to the earlier blunders that had marred his performance. Yet, his teammates remained skeptical of his abilities. At this juncture, he could only rely on his close friend, Elmer. In the 87th minute, as Nuremberg launched an attack, Gadley found himself in a promising position within the penalty area, but alas, the ball was not in Elmer's possession. The teammate who held the ball overlooked Gadley's run, opting instead to maneuver laterally and attempt a shot from the edge of the penalty area. Unfortunately, under pressure from an opposing defender, he misfired, sending the ball soaring over the crossbar and squandering a valuable scoring opportunity. Even Coach Hollis gestured in discontent from the sidelines. The errant shooter, aware of his misjudgment, averted his gaze from Gadley, lowering his head as he retreated to defend. Next, it was Freiburg's turn to mount an offensive. However, their efforts were equally lackluster, as they lost possession before managing a shot, leading both teams to engage in a fierce struggle in the midfield. Finally, in the 90th minute, deep into stoppage time, Elmer received the ball on the left flank. He deftly evaded an approaching midfielder with a feint before charging down the wing. Though his shooting skills paled in comparison to Gadley's, Elmer's pace and dribbling were commendable, a fact that had earned him a place on the U17 team. This attack seemed fortuitous. Facing a Freiburg fullback attempting to intercept, Elmer skillfully altered his rhythm and executed a precise pass to break through the defender, angling toward the left side of the penalty area. Meanwhile, Gadley surged forward from approximately 20 meters away, poised to receive a pass from his friend and take a shot. With Freiburg's defense thinned following a counterattack, only 2 center-backs remained. One shadowed Gadley closely, while the other positioned himself to obstruct Elmer's advance, retreating as he awaited reinforcements. However, Elmer denied him the opportunity to obstruct his path, opting instead to bypass the defender and penetrate the penalty area for a strike. With a deft shift in rhythm and body movement, Elmer delivered a pass into the penalty area from just outside its left corner. The ball rolled past the center-back who was marking Gadley, who, despite attempting a desperate lunge to intercept, failed to make contact. Gadley then burst into the penalty area, receiving Elmer's pass just to the right of the penalty spot. Elmer had executed a superb delivery that circumvented the defenders and placed the ball perfectly for Gadley. Now, it was up to Gadley to find the back of the net. He faced not only the goalkeeper blocking his shot, but also a Freiburg fullback racing in from the side. Any hesitation on Gadley's part could result in a timely interception from the defender, or at the very least, a disruption of his shot. Fortunately, Gadley acted decisively. He gently controlled the ball, adjusted his stance, and unleashed a shot from approximately 13 meters out. Even with the goalkeeper and the approaching fullback in his line of sight, Gadley found himself unmarked at the moment of his strike. Had he still possessed a shooting skill rating of 62, it was likely he would have skewed the shot wide or struck it directly into the keeper's grasp. However, with his shooting skill now elevated to 72, he had reached a commendable level for the U17 category. With no one to disturb him, Gadley not only struck the ball within the confines of the goal frame, but also executed a rather cunning angle. Moreover, this shot from within the penalty area was a mere 13 meters from the goal, and the opposing goalkeeper, who was only at the U17 level, was a fraction slow to react. In the end, the diving goalkeeper was unable to reach the ball, helplessly watching as it sailed past his outstretched hands, gliding along the grass and into the far corner of the net, colliding with the side netting. Godry achieved his first goal in the U17 league after his arrival in Germany, aiding Nuremberg in extending their lead to 3-1. The applause and cheers from the Nuremberg fans resonated from the sidelines. The exhilaration of the moment was simply overwhelming. Consequently, the jubilant Godry leaped into the air, celebrating with clenched fists, and rushed towards Elmer, who had assisted him, as the two embraced fiercely. Elmer shouted into Godry's ear, "What a splendid goal, Godry!" Gadley responded with a hearty laugh, complimenting, "Your breakthrough and passing were exceptional." Subsequently, a couple of teammates approached to high-five Gadley in celebration, but soon, the crowd dwindled. As a substitute player, Gadley maintained a moderate relationship with his teammates, so even after scoring, not many joined him in his jubilation. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed, for he noticed Coach Hollis on the sidelines applauding him. The coach's recognition was paramount. It promised him more playing time in future matches, which he deemed a personal victory. As for his fellow teammates, they were all in competition for a spot on the U19 team. The camaraderie was secondary. He had no intention of pandering to anyone. Just having his friend Elmer alongside him was a blessing. Too many people would only complicate matters. Soon, Freiburg executed a kickoff from the center circle, continuing the match. However, Gadley's goal came in the 90th minute, leaving Freiburg with scant time to respond. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee's whistle signaled the conclusion of the match. Nuremberg U17 triumphed over Freiburg U17 with a score of 3-1, marking a victorious start to the new season. Gadley, who had transcended time, celebrated his inaugural goal, while his friend Elmer recorded an assist. It was indeed a promising beginning. Chapter 4. The Germans are not so straightforward as the referee's whistle echoed. Signaling the end of the match, Gadley's mind resonated with the system's announcement of experience rewards. Ding. The match concluded, and Nuremberg U17 emerged victorious with a score of 3-1 against Freiburg U17, netting a winning margin of 2 goals. The host, having come off the bench, scored 1 goal. Thus, the experience garnered by the host, Brent Gadley, amounted to substitute appearance 1,001 goal 2,000 victory bonus 1,000 net goal difference to 5,000. The host's current experience level rose to 0 level 50001, with 5,000 more required for an upgrade. Although Gadley felt a tinge of disappointment at not leveling up in a single match, he consoled himself with the fact that he had already amassed 5,000 points. Just another 5,000 to reach the next level was commendable. After the match, players with family members mingled on the sidelines, while Gadley and Elmer made their way to the locker room to shower and change. As they approached the sidelines, Coach Hollis patted both Gadley and Elmer on the shoulder, commending their commendable performance. In the locker room, Elmer whispered to Gadley, "The coach seems quite pleased with our performance today. Let's be more proactive in training and see if we can secure a starting position in the next match." Godry nodded in understanding. The match commenced at 10 o'clock in the morning. After completing the game, taking a shower, and changing clothes, he returned just in time to have lunch in the cafeteria. Not only the U17 players, but also those from U23, U19, U15, and U13 youth teams dined in the same bustling cafeteria, teeming with a multitude of people. It must be said that the nutritional meals provided at the Nuremberg training camp cafeteria are rather unpalatable. Back in his home country, despite earning a modest salary, Godry occasionally indulged in dining out and savoring sumptuous meals. Even though fast food and boxed meals are consumed regularly, they are still far superior in taste compared to the nutritional meals provided at the Nuremberg youth training camp cafeteria. While locals like Elmer remain oblivious, Gadley, accustomed to the exquisite flavors of Chinese cuisine, finds it quite challenging to swallow the German-style Western meals and nutritional offerings. However, according to Gadley's recollection, these meals have been meticulously crafted by the club's nutritionist to cater to the dietary needs of young athletes, ensuring they receive the energy essential for training, competition, and growth while avoiding the intake of fats and sugars deemed unsuitable for players. Although the food is difficult to digest, Gadley understands that to become a professional athlete and earn substantial rewards, sacrifices in such areas are inevitable. Transitioning from an ordinary fan to a U17 player in the Bundesliga is a cherished opportunity for Gadley, He is determined not to be eliminated due to physical shortcomings. Thus, despite the unpalatable nature of the meals, he resolutely forces himself to eat until satisfied. After lunch, the players return to their dormitories for a brief rest, as there was no afternoon training scheduled following a vigorous morning match. The U17 team was given the chance to attend a Bundesliga match where the first team would face Hannover 96 at home. Hollis procured tickets from the club, allowing all U17 players to attend and cheer for their senior teammates while observing and absorbing the atmosphere of the Bundesliga. Such opportunities are rare, as the club does not provide tickets for every home game to the youth teams. With multiple youth tiers beyond just U17, each consisting of dozens of players, they are fortunate to witness a match occasionally for free. Consequently, none of the U17 players requested a day off. They all accompanied Hollis to the stadium. Upon entering the Nuremberg home ground, the Grundig Stadium, Gadley was struck by the sight of nearly 48,000 seats, filled to capacity. This being the first home game of the new season, and following the first-round victory against Hertha Berlin, the large turnout was hardly surprising. Reflecting on the often sparse attendance at domestic matches, where many seats remain unfilled and those that are may be occupied by individuals with little understanding of the game, Gadley felt a deep envy. The football culture in Germany is truly remarkable. As the match commenced, each instance of the crowd erupting in cheers and applause for the home team's impressive plays resonated deeply within Gadley. Although the memories of this body include experiences of watching matches live, nothing compares to the thrill of being present in the stands. The sight of thousands rallying together to support their team is undeniably exhilarating. Gadley harbored an ever-deepening yearning to ascend to the first team, to relish the adoration of the home supporters during matches. Alas, for both the Nuremberg first team and the U17 squad, as well as the loyal fans in the stands, today proved to be an unfortunate occasion. The home team, Nuremberg, struggled to find their footing, while the visiting Hannover 96 struck first, securing a goal in the 16th minute, and then extending their lead to 2-0 with a penalty in the 27th minute. In less than half an hour, the home side found themselves at a 2-goal deficit. At halftime, the head coach made 2 substitutions, and it wasn't until the 56th minute that they managed to score, narrowing the gap to 1-2. The fans in the stands, witnessing a glimmer of hope, rallied their support with even greater fervor, inspiring Gadley to join in the spirited chants until his voice became hoarse. However, despite their fervent efforts, Nuremberg was unable to equalize, ultimately succumbing to a 1-2 defeat. For Gadley, witnessing the first team play live for the first time was not a pleasant experience, especially as the team he supported had lost. His teammates shared in the gloom as they returned to their dormitory, disheartened. Only Elmer quietly reassured Gadley, saying, "Do not be disheartened. The first team's poor performance may provide an opportunity for youth players to be promoted, giving us a chance to advance." Gadley stared in astonishment at Elmer, utterly taken aback by his friend's unexpected remarks. "Have you forsaken your allegiance to Nuremberg? How can you derive any sense of satisfaction from your own team's defeat?" He had always believed that Germans were characterized by their sternness and straightforwardness. This was perplexing. Such disingenuousness was certainly not in line with his expectations. Nevertheless, Gadley had to concede that Elmer's argument held substantial merit, leaving him with no grounds to dispute it. As a Chinese individual fortuitously inhabiting the persona of Bernd Gadley, he found himself devoid of any profound emotional ties or loyalty to Nuremberg. His sole ambition was to ascend to the upper echelons of league football. As Elmer pointed out, the lackluster performance of the first team might compel the head coach to seek alternatives, potentially promoting talent from the youth ranks, thus providing them with an opportunity for advancement. The failures of the first team inadvertently created openings for the youth players. While this perspective might seem somewhat unsavory, it was simply the reality of the situation. Given that Elmer, a German, harbored such thoughts, Gadley felt even less burdened by any moral dilemma. Of course, based on their current performances. Even if the U23 and U19 teams faced vacancies, he and Elmer would still not be called upon. They needed to continue striving to enhance their skills. Chapter 5. Off the ball movement. That night, lying in his dormitory bed, Gadley found himself unable to sleep for an extended period. His thoughts drifted homeward, yearning for both his native land and his residence in Dithford. In his homeland, he had parents and a younger sister, and he pondered the fate of the body he had fortuitously inhabited as Gadley. Was it lost to oblivion? Had it met with an untimely demise? Or had their souls somehow exchanged places, with Bernd Gadley continuing to exist within his own body as Chu Zhang? The truth remained elusive. Presently, he could not seek answers to these questions, as it might jeopardize the concealment of the system. He could only hope for the opportunity to return home one day to discover the truth. Ford, rich in Chinese cultural elements, also resonated with him, stirring a curiosity and a desire to revisit and immerse himself in the allure of a European Chinese town. The following day, the U17 youth team resumed training, engaging in a diverse array of drills, juggling, ball control, passing, coordinated movements, shooting practice, slow jogging, sprinting, curvilinear runs, pole weaving, and zigzag running, among others. Enriching their training regimen. Gadley's performance in other training sessions has been rather unremarkable. However, on this particular day of shooting practice, he shone exceptionally bright. With a shooting skill rating of 62, he managed to secure a place as a substitute in the U17 squad. While a remarkable score of 72 elevated him to a unique status within the U17 team, surpassing the original starting striker, Adolphus, by a considerable margin. Although Adolphus's attributes remain unseen, it is estimated that his shooting skill hovers around 65 or 66. During 10 sets of ground ball shooting drills, Gadley scored an impressive 7 goals. While the relatively weaker goalkeeper contributed to this tally, it was primarily due to Gadley's significant improvement in shooting technique. In contrast, Adolphus managed only 4 goals in the same 10 sets, indicating a notable disparity. To illustrate this with data, if the goalkeeper's saving ability is rated at 65 and Adolphus's shooting skill is also 65, their abilities would effectively cancel each other out, yielding a mere 50 chance of scoring. Thus, his 4 goals out of 10 attempts become more comprehensible. On the other hand, Gadley's shooting skill of 72 surpasses the goalkeeper's 65 by 7 points, elevating his scoring probability to 57, while the goalkeeper's success rate diminishes to 43. This interplay of increased chances and decreased resistance, combined with a dash of luck, renders Gadley's achievement of 7 goals in 10 attempts quite reasonable. This phenomenon highlights one reason why ordinary players are valued at only hundreds of thousands or millions, while elite stars command tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. It is not merely that their skills are exponentially superior to those of average players. Rather, it is the comparative advantages they hold against the same opponents that significantly exceed those of ordinary players. The higher the skill level, the greater the comparative advantage. For players of the caliber of Messi and Ronaldo, these cumulative advantages translate into a veritable cascade of goals. While shooting is not simply a mathematical exercise, factors such as shot power, distance, angle, reflexes, feints, curve techniques, psychological resilience, goalkeeper positioning, and even weather conditions all play a role. Football matches fundamentally boil down to a comprehensive comparison of offensive and defensive capabilities. The side with the greater advantage stands a higher chance of victory, and the more pronounced the comparative advantage, the exponentially greater the likelihood of winning. Nevertheless, from the perspective of U17 coach Hollis, who is unaware of the underlying dynamics, Gadley's shooting practice today appears to be an extraordinary display marked by an element of luck. However, should he maintain such a standard in the future, progressing to the U19 level would be well within his grasp. With such a level of shooting skills, one could even aspire to join the U23 youth team. However, football is not merely about shooting. It also encompasses off-the-ball movement, physical resilience, timing in taking shots, psychological fortitude, and teamwork. Some coaches even demand that forwards possess the ability to track back and reclaim possession. The modern game imposes comprehensive requirements on players. Whether in the U19 or U23 youth teams, or even in the first team, Gadley must consistently deliver convincing performances. Moreover, mere training is insufficient. One must also undergo the rigors of competitive matches. During his inaugural experience with a German professional club's youth training, Gadley felt he gained a wealth of knowledge. Upon completion of training, he acquired 1,000 training experience points, elevating his level experience to 60,001 at level 0. He soon realized that the training at Nuremberg U17 provided a daily experience gain of 1,000 points. Over the following days, Gadley gradually acclimated to the life of the Nuremberg U17 youth team and integrated well with the squad. He experienced a sudden enhancement of 10 points in his shooting, maintaining this improvement throughout training, which caught the attention of the coaching staff, who deemed him capable of competing for the starting center-forward position. A few days later, on the afternoon of August 18th, after another training session and an additional 1,000 training experience points, Gadley's level experience reached 11,000. automatically upgrading him to level 1 with 20,000 points. It appeared that the experience required to advance from level 1 to level 2 was 20,000 points. Upon reaching level 1, Gadley received a reward of 10 skill points for upgrading. However, these skill points are ordinary and unlike the previous special skill points, which could be allocated all at once. He could only add a fraction each week. In addition to the 10 skill points, with the system's upgrade, Gadley randomly unlocked a new skill. Fortuitously, the new skill he acquired was incredibly vital for forwards, off-the-ball movement. This refers to the ability to navigate opponents' gaps and seek offensive opportunities while not in possession of the ball. For a forward, the most crucial function of off-the-ball movement is to exploit the opponent's lapses in concentration, positioning oneself in unmarked spaces to receive a teammate's pass, thereby enabling an effortless shot on goal without defensive pressure. Previously, this ability had not captured the attention of the media or fans. However, after the emergence of Inzaghi, renowned as a master of off-the-ball movement, its significance became widely acknowledged. Inzaghi may not have been the fastest player, nor did he boast exceptional technical skills or physical strength. Yet as a forward, he consistently scored numerous goals, primarily due to his unparalleled ability to find space. His remarkable talent lay in his knack for positioning himself just behind the opposing defensive line, where a moment's inattention could lead to him successfully evading the offside trap and seizing a clear chance on goal from a teammate's through ball. Consequently, Inzaghi earned the moniker of the one who thrives on the offside line. Gadley envisioned a day when his shooting skills and off-the-ball movement would reach the pinnacle of 100, a sight too beautiful to fathom. Upon acquiring new skill points, he attempted to increase his shooting ability by clicking the plus sign behind it, only to find it unresponsive. However, when enhancing his off-the-ball movement, he successfully upgraded it from 55 to 56, after which he could no longer make any further adjustments, leaving him with a balance of 9 skill points. It appeared that each skill could indeed be enhanced by only 1 point per week, while newly unlocked skills could be immediately upgraded. After completing his enhancements, Gadley's system attributes were as follows. Host, Brent Gadley. Nationality, Germany. Date of birth, September 6, 1993. Height, 186 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Level, 1. Experience, 20,000. Skill points, 9. Shooting, 72. Off-the-ball movement, 56. Perfect skills, none. Chapter 6. Starting appearance on the day following his upgrade, August 19th, Gadley continued to showcase his consistent shooting skills during training. And in a 60-minute intra-squad match held that afternoon, he played as a center for the substitute team, achieving a remarkable brace. In contrast, the center from the starting team, Adolphus, failed to score even once. As the training match concluded, Elmer embraced Gadley's shoulders and remarked, "You were outstanding today, scoring twice. I noticed the coach's gaze upon you. There is a possibility you might start tomorrow." Deep within Gadley's essence lies the humility intrinsic to the Chinese spirit, prompting him to modestly declare, "Not at all. I still have much to improve." He continued, "This is merely a practice match. The level of defense exhibited by everyone is far from that of a formal competition." Elmer interjected, "Regardless of the lack of seriousness, you still managed to score 2 goals. If that does not warrant a starting position, should we then consider Adolphus, who failed to find the net, for a starting role? That is simply out of the question." Gadley chuckled. "It would certainly be ideal to start, but the decision is not ours to make. However, I did score a goal with your assist. If I were to start, perhaps you might as well." Elmer replied dreamily, "I wish that were the case, though I am uncertain if it will come to fruition soon." Amidst their daydreams, after the training session concluded, Hollis gathered the players to announce the roster and starting lineup for the following day's away match against Hoffenheim in the U17 League. As former substitutes, both Gadley and Elmer stood in the second row, straining to catch a glimpse of the coach, eagerly anticipating the mention of their names. Hollis began with the list of the starting 11, and naturally, those who were named would also secure a position on the matchday roster. As the names of the 2 wingers were called, and Elmer's name was not among them, he quietly expressed his disappointment to Gadley, saying, "It seems I am not included. It's all up to you now." Gadley nodded slightly, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at Hollis. At that moment, Hollis returned his glance and announced the final position and name on the starting roster, starting center, Brenton Gadley. Upon hearing his name, Gadley could not help but clench his fists, while Elmer, sitting nearby, nudged him, the implication unmistakable. As for the former starting center, Adolphus, he was understandably disheartened. However, there was little he could do, for his performance in the past few days of training, particularly during today's 60-minute intra-squad match, where he failed to score, paled in comparison to Gadley's 2 goals. In fact, after the training match concluded, his teammates, much like Elmer, had already acknowledged that Gadley was highly likely to start tomorrow's match. While the first team might still consider a player's reputation and influence, the youth team placed less emphasis on such factors. The principle was straightforward. Whoever excelled would take the field, fully committed to nurturing the most talented players. This encapsulated the essence of the youth team. Subsequently, Elmer, who had assisted Gadley in both the first round and today's intra-squad match, also made it onto the roster and would travel with the team for the away game. On the morning of August 20th, over 20 members of the Nuremberg U17 youth team, including players, coaches, and team doctors, boarded the club's provided bus and set off for Hoffenheim, located 200 kilometers away, in preparation for the second round away challenge against the Hoffenheim U17 team. Youth matches naturally lacked the luxury of the first team, which could afford to travel by plane. This was one of the reasons why the Youth League was divided into several regional competitions to prevent excessively long journeys for young players during away matches. Before 2008, aside from locals, hardly anyone was aware of the Hoffenheim club, oblivious to its history or location, which could not be found on the German map. Hoffenheim is but a village with a mere population of 3,000, even smaller than Gadley's hometown of Ditford. As such, Hoffenheim Football Club earned the playful moniker of Hoff Village Team. Yet, this humble village team, in the 2008 to 2009 season, made headlines by outperforming giants such as Bayern Munich, Bayer Leverkusen, Borussia Dortmund, and Schalke 04 during the first half of the season, ultimately claiming the top position in the league standings and securing the title of Bundesliga half-season champions. The Hoffenheim miracle astonished the world, becoming the hottest topic in global football that winter. Hoffenheim thus achieved overnight fame. Although they struggled in the latter half of the season and could not maintain their earlier success, Hoffenheim had firmly established themselves in the Bundesliga, consistently finishing in mid-table over the past 2 seasons, avoiding the plight of relegation often faced by promoted teams. Given that Gadley had long been familiar with the legendary Hoffenheim miracle, he was naturally filled with anticipation for this away journey. Upon arriving in Hoffenheim, it indeed lived up to its reputation. The village was remarkably small, easily visible in its entirety at a glance. The finest structure in the village is undoubtedly the office building and training base of the Hoffenheim club. Naturally, as a Bundesliga team, the modestly sized Hoffenheim Stadium, named after its owner and accommodating only 6,000 spectators, fails to meet the requirements for hosting Bundesliga matches. Instead, Hoffenheim's home games are held at the Rhein-Neckar Arena in the nearby city of Sinsheim, which boasts a capacity of 30,000. Since the first team does not utilize it, the facility is made available for the youth teams. Consequently, during the recent away match where Nuremberg's U17 faced Hoffenheim's U17, players like Gadley were fortunate enough to compete on the professional pitch of Hoffenheim Stadium rather than at the opposing team's U17 training ground. Moreover, the football culture within the village of Hoffenheim is exceptionally vibrant. On that particular day, there were no first-team matches or fixtures for other squads, thereby attracting over 1,000 local villagers to witness the U17 game. Before the match commenced, the Nuremberg players were filled with joy, believing it a remarkable opportunity for a U17 match to draw such an audience. The prospect of scoring in front of them and securing victory was exhilarating. However, once the match began, they quickly realized the reason behind the phenomenon of teams excelling at home yet faltering on the road. Beyond the discomfort stemming from unfamiliar surroundings, the influence of the spectators played a significant role. Sport, being an exhilarating endeavor, often ignites the desire for attention among athletes. Otherwise, one wouldn't frequently observe players disregarding collective strategies to showcase individual skills. The more the crowd cheers, the more invigorated the players become, enhancing their performance. Conversely, a chorus of jeers or ridicule directed at an individual, even if one recognizes the antagonistic intent behind it, can profoundly affect the athlete's state of mind. While one might endure such treatment a time or two, enduring it throughout the full 90 minutes of the match can be overwhelming. Thus, it is commonplace for most teams to exhibit considerably poorer performances in away games. In today's match, the Nuremberg U17 players encountered precisely this challenging away environment. Chapter 7. The grueling away fixture from the outset of the match, whenever a Nuremberg player gained possession of the ball. The Hoffenheim supporters in the stands unleashed a cacophony of boos. Any misstep was met with uproarious laughter. And should anyone unfortunate enough to send a shot soaring over the bar, the crowd would collectively applaud in mockery. Although the Hoffenheim fans numbered just over 1,000, the Nuremberg players were merely 16 or 17 years old. Even though it is well understood that this constitutes a psychological tactic employed by the opponents, many players remained profoundly affected, resulting in subpar performances. Coach Hollis continuously admonishes from the sidelines, yet to no avail. It is akin to the difference between uttering affirmations of "I can do it" while performing push-ups versus lamenting "I can't do it." The effects are undoubtedly disparate. In such an unfamiliar and unwelcoming away environment, even Gadley, whose mental age is 27, is significantly impacted, let alone his youthful teammates aged 16 or 17. However, Gadley possesses a considerably greater psychological maturity, and the crowd at Hoffenheim, numbering merely over 1,000, is not comparable to the tens of thousands found at the Gin Stadium. Consequently, after a half-hour acclimatization, the jeers and insults from Hoffenheim's home supporters ceased to exert a significant influence on him. Gradually, Gadley acclimated to the atmosphere of away games. However, alas, his teammates proved to be lacking in support. Currently, Gadley's shooting skills have garnered the trust of his teammates, who are willing to pass him the ball. However, under Hoffenheim's relentless pressure, Nuremberg finds itself largely confined to its own half. Despite this, they have been unable to keep the opposing team from scoring. Not only have his teammates failed to provide Gadley with assists, but they have also conceded 2 goals within half an hour, leading to a disarrayed defense. Gadley feels powerless. Even if he wished to retreat and embark on a solo run, his lack of proficiency in dribbling and long-distance attacks prevents him from doing so. He can only remain stationed in the forefront, searching for elusive counterattack opportunities. This positioning does, however, serve to distract Hoffenheim's defense, preventing them from overwhelming Nuremberg's goal with incessant assaults. Consequently, Hollis has not objected to Gadley maintaining his forward position without contributing to defensive efforts. Although Nuremberg has been under constant pressure, they occasionally manage to mount a counterattack. In the 38th minute, a teammate made a clever through ball following an interception. Alas, Gadley's shooting ability, rated at a mere 72, fell short. Although he received a well-placed pass and managed to take a shot from the edge of the penalty area, the influence of Hoffenheim's number 5 defender caused him to rush the attempt, resulting in a miss outside the goal frame. This was one of the scant threatening counterattacks Nuremberg could muster in the first half, yet it failed to find the target. At halftime, an irate Hollis made 4 substitutions, including bringing in Gadley's friend, Elmer, to play on the left wing. Together, they were afforded another opportunity to fight side by side. As they entered the field, they quietly discussed strategies for collaboration, hoping to help the team level the score or even turn the tide. However, before they could showcase their synergy, Hoffenheim scored again in the 49th minute, leaving Nuremberg trailing by 3 goals. Unlike basketball, where points are abundant, goals in football are scarce. And it is not uncommon for a match to conclude with a score of 0-0 after 90 minutes of play. Thus, winning by 3 goals in football is deemed a resounding victory, worthy of exuberant celebration. Conversely, for the losing side, conceding 3 goals is tantamount to a humiliating defeat, akin to losing one's shirt. Similarly, overcoming a 3-goal deficit during a match is exceedingly challenging. Otherwise, the famed Istanbul miracle would not be so renowned. In this particular match, all factors, timing, location, and morale, are against Nuremberg, and a 3-goal deficit can be considered insurmountable. The players on the field exhibit palpable frustration, their expressions reflecting despair as they long to escape Hoffenheim's grip. Even if he is reluctant to admit it, Gadley understands that the hope for victory has dwindled. Defeat is inevitable. Yet, this does not serve as a justification for him to abandon the contest. The spirit of perseverance, often touted in sports, does not need to be invoked here. This is merely an under-17 match, not elevated to that level of significance. For Gadley, the paramount objective remains to gain experience through scoring. He requires growth and expertise. Thus, when the match resumes, while his teammates, despondent, retreat into their own half, forming a defensive wall to thwart Hoffenheim's advances, they have seemingly given up on counterattacking. However, Gadley refuses to concede. He remains at the forefront, not merely as a passive observer, but actively running and seeking gaps in the opponent's defense, waiting for a potential counterattack opportunity. Elmer, having returned to assist in defense. Notices that Gadley has not retreated alongside him, but continues to persist in his forward movement, searching for openings. Recognizing Gadley's determination to pursue a counterattack, Elmer remains vigilant, ready to provide Gadley with a well-timed pass should the opportunity arise. As time progresses, the match approaches the 60-minute mark of the second half. Finally, in the 67th minute, Elmer seizes a golden opportunity. As a winger, even when he drops back to defend, he does not retreat all the way to the penalty area. This time, his positioning was somewhat closer to the midfield. Aside from Gadley, his stance was the most advanced near Hoffenheim's half. Following Hoffenheim's offensive play, after conceding a goal, a teammate launched a long kick toward the midfield, landing precisely near Gadley. Had Gadley been the sole player positioned up front at that moment, even if he managed to control the ball, it would have been futile, for his dribbling and breakthrough skills were insufficient to navigate past the two opposing center backs and score against the goalkeeper. However, not far from the halfway line, his ally Elmer became Gadley's ally. Upon witnessing his teammate's powerful clearance, Elmer, closest to the midfield line, immediately sprinted toward the vacant space on the left flank, all the while pointing forward and calling out to Gadley, "Gadley, over here." Gadley observed his friend's positioning and refrained from releasing the ball. Instead, he utilized his robust physique to occupy the landing spot, effectively blocking Hoffenheim's number 5 center back behind him. He leapt and directed the ball with his head towards the direction of Elmer's run. However, the header was not executed perfectly, veering slightly towards the flanks. After all, Gadley had yet to unlock his heading skill and had not allocated skill points to enhance this ability. His heading technique was merely a reflection of his physical attributes, likely possessing a modest rating in the 60s. Given the tussle with the opposing center back, merely winning the ball and directing it somewhat accurately was commendable. Nonetheless, the ball was ultimately secured by Elmer. Unfortunately, the interior was obstructed by another Hoffenheim center back who had rushed back to defend, and the opposing fullback was swiftly retreating, closing in on Elmer. The likelihood of him successfully cutting inside and threatening Hoffenheim's penalty area was diminishing. Chapter 8. The goal to restore dignity in truth. Elmer had no intention of attempting to cut inside. His advance was not motivated by a desire to score, but rather to assist his friend Gadley. By taking possession of the ball momentarily, Gadley could then make an unmarked run forward after competing for the aerial duel. As anticipated, while Elmer advanced down the flank, Gadley won the header and, upon landing, maneuvered around Hoffenheim's number 5 center back, surging into the penalty area. At this juncture, a 2-on-2 situation had materialized in the attacking third, with Elmer and Gadley pitted against Hoffenheim's 2 center backs. The formation of this scenario was primarily due to the rapid clearance executed by a teammate. Gadley did not waste time by controlling the ball, but rather directed it straight to Elmer. Consequently, even though Hoffenheim had been aggressively attacking, they could not catch up with the soaring ball. Of course, the opposing fullbacks and midfielders were also retreating, and any delay on the part of the two players could result in the defense catching up and thwarting this offensive move. Fortunately, the long-established synergy between the two enabled them to intuitively understand each other's movements and passing intentions. As Gadley aligned parallel to the defenders, on the verge of being offside, Elmer altered his rhythm to create space for a pass, sending the ball diagonally into the center. With the number 5 center back positioned between Gadley and Elmer, a direct pass would have been ill-advised. Instead, Elmer provided a generous lead. The ball rolled diagonally past the number 5 defender, 2 meters in front, and into the central area. Gadley surged forward from 3 to 4 meters away from the right side of the number 5 central defender, perfectly receiving the ball from Elmer and driving towards the penalty area. The number 5 central defender attempted to adjust his trajectory, angling towards Gadley, but it was already too late. Having received the ball, Gadley found himself in a one-on-one situation, while the Hoffenheim goalkeeper had also advanced into the penalty area, poised to thwart Gadley's approach. However, unlike Ronaldo, Gadley did not feel compelled to maneuver around the goalkeeper before shooting. Confronted with the advancing keeper, he made a slight adjustment upon receiving the ball and, from a distance of 7 or 8 meters outside the penalty area, opted for a delicate chip shot. In football, every goal carries an element of fortune, varying only in degree. Given Gadley's shooting prowess rated at 72, both chip shots and powerful strikes rely significantly on luck. On this occasion, fortune favored Gadley, as his chip was executed to perfection. The ball soared, just clearing the outstretched hand of the goalkeeper, tracing a graceful parabolic arc before finding the back of the Hoffenheim net. although Nuremberg had been under considerable pressure from Hoffenheim. Gadley did not betray Hollis's faith in making him a starter, ultimately netting a goal that narrowed the score to 1-3, slightly restoring some dignity. Nevertheless, Gadley refrained from exuberant celebration, mindful that his team still trailed by 2 goals. He yearned to continue scoring goals. Even if it could not aid his team in securing victory, he wished to garner some personal accolades. Unfortunately, the players of Hoffenheim, buoyed by the support of their home crowd, performed remarkably well. After conceding a goal to Gadley and Elmer's ambush, Hoffenheim fortified their defense, ensuring ample manpower in the back line to thwart any counterattacks from Gadley. Consequently, Gadley failed to find the net again. Ultimately, the away team, Nuremberg U17, succumbed to Hoffenheim U17 with a scoreline of 3-1. Although a 3-1 defeat in an away match is somewhat bearable, it would have been quite disheartening had Gadley not scored, as a 3-0 loss would have been rather unsightly. With the team defeated, Gadley naturally did not receive a victory bonus, instead earning only a sum of 4,000 experience points for starting the match, 2,000, plus his goal, 2,000. Away games are quite taxing, compounded by the sparse schedule of only 1 match per week. Thus, despite the loss, upon returning to the training base, Hollis granted the players a break to recuperate, resuming training on August 22nd. On the very day of resuming training, which fortuitously fell on a Monday, Gadley awoke and, instead of rising immediately, lay in bed to open the system interface and attempt to allocate skill points. To his delight, he succeeded. He expended 2 skill points, elevating his shooting skill to 73 and his off-the-ball movement to 57, leaving him with a balance of 7 skill points. The off-the-ball movement, due to its initially low attribute, did not exhibit noticeable changes. However, the increase in shooting skill from 72 to 73 was perceptible during training, catching the attention of Coach Hollis. After all, achieving a shooting skill exceeding 70 is typically sufficient for a substitute in lower-tier Bundesliga teams or a starting position in the 2. Bundesliga or 3. Liga. Each increment in such skill is notably challenging, akin to academic progression. Enhancing a score from 60 to 70 is relatively straightforward with effort. Yet, advancing from 70 to 80 becomes significantly more arduous, and the leap from 80 to 90 is exceedingly demanding. Beyond the threshold of 90, each incremental gain may require more effort than the total exertion needed to progress from 60 to 70. Although Gadley was not enhancing his abilities at the 90 level, the increase from 72 to 73 was nonetheless noticeable to Coach Hollis, who observed Gadley's improved shooting technique in training. With consecutive matches yielding goals and evident progress, Gadley gradually ascended to the position of starting center forward, donning the starter's vest during practice. The former starting center forward, Adolphus, found himself relegated to the substitutes bench. Elmer expressed mild astonishment at his friend Gadley's sudden improvement in shooting skills and privately inquired about any potential secrets. Gadley nonchalantly claimed ignorance, suggesting that perhaps he was a genius, only now beginning to reveal his talents. Such audacious words earned him a punch from Elmer. Nevertheless, when Elmer requested that Gadley impart his knowledge of shooting techniques, Gadley did not decline. The figure of 73 in shooting prowess was not merely a numerical change. It represented a genuine enhancement of Gadley's mental acuity and muscle memory, embedding within him several nuanced techniques for striking the ball. Even though Gadley was not a professional coach, he was capable of sharing some insights with his friend through practical shooting during training sessions. Despite Gadley's inability to articulate profound principles, Elmer, whose shooting skills were lamentably poor, stood by observing, and through imitation, he gleaned a wealth of new insights. At the age of 27, Gadley possesses a relatively mature psychological disposition. Faced with the rare opportunity to compete in Europe's elite leagues and potentially ascend to football stardom, he cherishes this chance immensely. His daily life reflects a level of discipline surpassing that of his peers, which in turn influences Elmer. After training each day, both players dedicate an additional 30 minutes to shooting practice, earning the increasing satisfaction of their coach, Hollis. Chapter 9. Bayern Munich. The U17 Bundesliga in Germany is divided into 3 regional competitions, each with a limited number of teams. The southern region comprises only 14 teams, resulting in fewer match rounds and occasional extended breaks. Following the conclusion of the 3rd round of the U17 League on August 27th, a 2-week hiatus is scheduled, with the 4th round not commencing until September 10th. Consequently, Hollis has announced a 3-day break post the 3rd round. allowing players wishing to return home to have their parents collect them, permitting immediate departure after the match. However, Gadley struggles with the prospect of facing his biological parents and family. Since arriving in this era, he has not initiated a single phone call home. On 2 occasions, his parents reached out, but he merely responded with vague affirmations before hanging up. Even with a few days off, Gadley finds no desire to return home. Thus, he and Elmer conspired to use the excuse of staying behind for additional practice, persuading Elmer to abandon his plans of returning home as well. Ultimately, the two resolved to remain at the training base during the holiday to continue their self-directed training. On August 27, 2011, the third round of the U17 League saw Nuremberg host a renowned team, Bayern Munich. Although not the first team, Bayern Munich's immense allure and financial prowess naturally attracted some of the finest U17 talents from across Germany. However, due to their exceptional skills, many 16- and 17-year-old players had been promoted to the U19 or U23 youth squads, resulting in a younger average age within the Bayern Munich U17 team. With many players around the tender age of 15. In senior teams, youth correlates with vigor and tenacity, yet, in the U17 squad, a lower age signifies diminished physical resilience and stamina. Thus, while the young players of Bayern Munich exhibit remarkable individual technique and teamwork, they find it challenging to withstand the physical confrontations emphasized by Nuremberg's tactical approach. Gadley, standing at an impressive height of 186 centimeters and weighing 80 kilograms, possesses considerable advantages within the penalty area of Bayern U17. In the 16th minute, he received a cross from his friend Elmer, who had similarly been granted a starting position in this match after a successful foray down the wing. With remarkable strength, Gadley outmaneuvered the opposing center-back and directed the ball into the opponent's net with a powerful header. This marked his inaugural goal from a header, bringing immense joy to Gadley, who celebrated exuberantly by patting his head and rushing towards Elmer. On the sidelines, Coach Hollis and a handful of Nuremberg fans applauded and cheered in appreciation. However, despite scoring, it was Bayern U17 that maintained control of the ball. Their overall technical prowess surpassed that of Nuremberg, allowing them to dominate possession for the majority of the match. Regrettably, despite their grip on the ball, they struggled to translate this possession into penetrative attacks within Nuremberg's penalty area. Upon entering the 30-meter zone of the goal, one encounters Nuremberg's defense, primarily reliant on physical prowess, making further advancement exceedingly challenging. Meanwhile, Nuremberg, grounded in their solid defense, occasionally seizes opportunities to counterattack. Although not every counter proves threatening, the frequency of these attempts occasionally yields success. In the 39th minute, Gadley, through clever positioning, drew the attention of the majority of Bayern's defenders, while a teammate delivered the ball to the right winger who made a decisive cut into the penalty area, executing a swift shot that found the net. Nuremberg took a commendable 2-0 lead against Bayern Munich. At halftime, Hollis was in high spirits, commending the team's performance in the first half. However, apart from Gadley, the youth players were indeed quite young, making them susceptible to external influences. The previous match against Hoffenheim had demonstrated this, as did the praise from Hollis in this encounter. The coach's commendation had stirred a sense of overexcitement among the players, leaving them still basking in the glow of his approval as the second half commenced. Consequently, Bayern Munich capitalized on this momentary lapse, delivering a wake-up call to the exuberant young players of Nuremberg. Despite their youth and limited physicality, Bayern's U17 players exhibited superior technical skills and teamwork compared to their Nuremberg counterparts. In the 52nd minute, Bayern Munich, through a series of intricate passes and movements in the attacking third, finally breached Nuremberg's defense, sending the ball into the net. Bayern U17 narrowed the deficit to 2-1, leaving Nuremberg U17 with only a slender lead. A one-goal advantage in football can be perilous, with the potential for a turnaround always looming. Thus, the players of Nuremberg U17 finally regained their focus, contracting their defense to withstand a wave of attacks from the buoyant Bayern U17. After over 10 minutes of relentless pressure, the physically exhausted Bayern U17 began to relent, leading both teams into a phase of stalemate. Subsequently, substitutions commenced, with players displaying evident fatigue being replaced. However, Gadley remained on the field. Having scored in both previous matches and netting a header in this one, Gadley had earned the trust of Hollis. Gadley proved himself worthy of Hollis's trust. In the 82nd minute, Nuremberg U17 earned a corner kick. Following the execution of the corner, Although Gadley did not manage to secure the initial touch, Bayern U17 failed to clear the ball from the penalty area. The ball fell into the box, leading to a chaotic scramble. Subsequently, the ball was inadvertently deflected by an unknown player, rolling directly in front of Gadley, positioned in the small box. As he observed the ball approaching, Gadley instinctively executed a diving shot before he could even signal his intentions, managing to strike it into the net just ahead of the opposing defender's clearance. The proximity of the action left Bayern Munich's goalkeeper with no time to react. As he could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed into the goal, Gadley delivered a stunning performance, scoring twice and propelling Nuremberg to a 3-1 lead against the illustrious Bayern Munich. Upon witnessing the ball slide past him into the net, Gadley momentarily stood in disbelief, as he had remarkably achieved a brace in a match against the renowned Bayern Munich. Although he is merely part of the U17 youth team, his performance has certainly been nothing short of astonishing. After a momentary pause, Gadley rose, only to be swiftly overwhelmed by his teammates in a jubilant pile-on celebration within the penalty area, even before he could dash out to revel in his achievement. Having scored in each of the last 3 matches, he now delivered a remarkable brace, which has endeared him to the majority of his teammates, thanks to his mature demeanor that facilitates harmonious interactions. Thus, it came to pass that after his double goal, he found himself joyfully toppled by his companions in a celebratory heap. Once the match resumed, neither side managed to find the net again. Ultimately, the final score stood at 3-1, with Brent Gadley's 2 goals propelling Nuremberg U17 to a triumphant victory over Bayern Munich U17 on home soil. Chapter 10. The arrival of U19. Following the conclusion of the match, Gadley was met with an exuberant embrace from Hollis, who expressed his satisfaction with Gadley's stellar performance. Over the course of 3 matches, Gadley had scored 4 goals, a feat that would leave even the most demanding coach pleased. While it was evident that Bayern U17 did not possess overwhelming strength, their renowned reputation made the victory all the more gratifying for everyone involved, including Gadley. Consequently, post-match festivities erupted as Gadley, along with Elmer, coaches, and teammates, celebrated with the audience who had come to support the player's return home. This match also contributed significantly to Gadley's experience tally, granting him a total of 8,000 points from 2,000 for starting, 4,000 for his 2 goals, and 1,000 for the win, with a net goal difference of 2. His level experience has now ascended to 1,8, nearing the threshold for another upgrade and the acquisition of skill points. In the subsequent 3 days, the team enjoyed a break, with many players being picked up by their families, leaving only a few, including Gadley and Elmer, to train independently at the training facility without any experience points. However, Gadley remained unperturbed, as he understood that while many skills are intangible, they can be enhanced through diligent practice, ultimately conserving valuable skill points. During this period, on August 29th, a Monday, Gadley utilized 2 skill points to elevate his shooting skill from 73 to 74 and his off-the-ball movement from 57 to 58, leaving him with a balance of 5 skill points. Upon the resumption of training on August 31st, Hollis was pleasantly surprised to observe a marked improvement in Gadley's shooting ability. After a few days of careful observation, Hollis resolved to monitor Gadley in 1 or 2 more matches. Should his shooting continue to demonstrate such steadiness, he would recommend him for the U19 youth team. After all, Gadley would turn 18 on September 6th, surpassing the age limit for U17. Initially, the plan was for him to complete the season and seek his own path, but it now seemed prudent to allow him the opportunity to try out for U19. Gadley, of course, was oblivious to the coach's intentions, but he was delighted that on August 31st and September 1st, just 2 days after the team resumed training, his experience reached level 1 with a total of 22,000, automatically upgrading him to level 2 with 30,000 experience points. This meant that the next upgrade would require 30,000 experience points. Unfortunately, Gadley's luck was not in his favor, as the skill randomly unlocked upon leveling up was the goalkeeper's skill, GK defensive positioning, with an initial attribute of 6. Consequently, there was no need to squander skill points on enhancements. Therefore, the 10 skill points he earned from the upgrade were all added to his balance, raising it to 15 points. In the following days, Gadley continued his methodical training, dedicating an additional half-hour each day to practice with Elmer after the regular training session. On September 5th, another Monday, Gadley spent 2 skill points to elevate his shooting and off-the-ball movement to 75 and 59, respectively, leaving him with 13 skill points remaining. September 6th marked Godri's 18th birthday, and during dinner, the cafeteria prepared a birthday cake for him. It was at this moment that Godri and his teammates, who had been on a strict nutritional regimen, were each allowed to indulge in 2 bites of cake. Indeed, just 2 bites, as the cake was modestly portioned to prevent the players from consuming excessive cream and sugar. Nevertheless, the joy of sharing cake in celebration of Godri's birthday brought happiness to everyone. On this day, all his teammates expressed their gratitude and bestowed birthday wishes upon him. Following the celebration of his 18th birthday, on September 10th, during the 4th round of the U17 League, Nuremberg faced off against Munich 1860 as visitors. Having just played against Bayern Munich in the previous round, they were now set to confront another Munich team, determined to engage in a fierce battle. In this match, both Godri and Elmer were once again in the starting lineup. However, the team's overall performance left much to be desired. Though not as dreadful as their match against Hoffenheim, they were far from impressive. After all, the young U17 players lacked the psychological resilience of the first team, resulting in greater fluctuations in performance during away games. In the 21st minute, the home team, Munich 1860, took the lead with a well-executed set piece from the front as their striker headed the ball into Nuremberg's goal. Following this, both teams engaged in an attacking duel. In the 38th minute, Elmer broke through on the flank and initiated an offensive play, delivering a pass to the attacking midfielder. Godri, finding space within the penalty area, received the midfielder's exquisite assist and, without taking a touch, struck the ball into the lower right corner of Munich 1860's goal. Gadli equalized for the team, bringing the score to 1-1. After 1 minute of stoppage time, the referee signaled the end of the first half, with both teams heading into the interval at a tie. Upon the commencement of the second half, in the 54th minute, Munich 1860 executed a team maneuver that penetrated Nuremberg's penalty area, where their attacking midfielder delivered a low shot from 12 meters in front of the goal, regaining a 2-1 lead. However, Nuremberg showcased a resilience in this away match that surpassed their previous encounter against Hoffenheim. Instead of being subdued by Munich 1860, they mounted a vigorous counterattack following the setback. Within this wave of offensive play, just 7 minutes after the opposing goal in the 61st minute, Nuremberg U17 earned a corner kick through a forward advance. Their center back, rising to contest the corner, successfully headed the ball into the net of Munich 1860, bravely leveling the score once more. Nevertheless, Munich 1860, playing on home turf, exhibited superior form and performance. In the 75th minute, their right winger skillfully maneuvered past 2 defenders and was brought down in the penalty area by a Nuremberg defender, resulting in a penalty kick. The attacking midfielder confidently converted the penalty, extending the lead to 3-2. Subsequently, neither side managed to score again, and the match concluded with a final score of 3-2. Although Gadli had 2 opportunities to shoot in the second half, one went wide of the goal, and the other, hindered by a defender, was feeble and easily collected by the goalkeeper. Naturally, after the match concluded with the team's defeat, Gadli did not receive a victory bonus. The experience he gained from this match amounted to a total of 2,000 for starting and 1 for scoring, resulting in 4,000, elevating his level experience to 12,000 out of 30,000. However, unbeknownst to Gadli, despite the team's loss on the road, his performance garnered the coach's approval. Hollis was preparing to surprise him. After a day of rest on September 11th, the U17 youth team resumed training on September 12th. It was a Monday, and upon waking, Gadli first spent 2 skill points to elevate his shooting and off-the-ball movement to 76 and 60, respectively, surpassing the passing mark, leaving him with 11 skill points. Shortly after training commenced, the players noticed an individual approaching from the U19 training field. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than U19 head coach Eric. The players perked up, wondering if Eric was there to scout for the U17 team. Consequently, everyone's attitude towards training shifted dramatically to one of diligence and seriousness, including Gadli and Elmer. Chapter 11. Promotion to the U19 youth team. As the U17 players observed quietly, U19 head coach Eric arrived at the edge of the U17 training field and conversed with Hollis for a while before settling down at the sideline. Watching the U17 players train, that afternoon, Hollis organized a 60-minute training match for the U17 teammates, with Eric observing from the sidelines. In an effort to showcase their skills and abilities to Eric, the players played rather selfishly during this match, with many opting to hold onto the ball rather than passing, resulting in a majority of possessions ending in turnovers. Gadley could only enhance his efforts in the attacking front to secure opportunities for possession. His relentless pressing ultimately yielded results. As in the 48th minute, he compelled a defensive player to commit a passing error, resulting in a misdirected ball. Gadley, quick to seize the opportunity, swiftly intercepted the ball and propelled it forward, effortlessly maneuvering past the defender who attempted to reclaim it from the side. What followed was a clear and unobstructed path. As it was a counterattack following a successful interception in the opponent's half, both the defenders and the goalkeeper were caught off guard, watching helplessly as Gadley advanced towards the edge of the penalty area. He then faced the goalkeeper, who had rushed out to within 4 or 5 meters, and struck a shot towards the far corner. The ball deftly evaded the goalkeeper's outstretched fingers, gliding along the far post and nestling into the net. This marked Gadley's sole goal in the training match. However, aside from this goal, he also made 2 other attempts, one narrowly missing the post and the other being saved by the goalkeeper, both of which posed significant threats. Consequently, after the match concluded, Eric remarked to Hollis, "The player you recommended, Brent Gadley, may lack finesse in dribbling and speed, yet his height, physique, and shooting ability are commendable. He possesses the makings of a center forward. If you bring him over, I shall take him under my wing." Hollis, elated, responded, "At last, we have another talent blossoming." Haha. He then called out to Gadley, who was on the field with Elmer, eagerly gesturing and shouting, "Gadley, come here." Gadlet was instantly elated, his heart racing with excitement. Momentarily unable to react, it was Elmer, with a voice brimming with joy, who gave him a gentle push and urged, "Hurry. It could be that you are called to report for U19. Gadley swiftly made his way over, casting a discreet glance at Erikov while addressing Hollis. "Chief, did you call for me?" Hollis patted him on the shoulder and gestured towards Erikov, stating, "This is Erikov, the head coach of the U19 team. As you may already be aware, now that you have turned 18, you have surpassed the age limit for U17, and your abilities have garnered Erikov's recognition. Therefore, you are to report to Erikov for the U19 youth team." Gadley suppressed the overwhelming joy within him, bowed to Hollis, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your mentorship, Chief." He then turned to Mr. Erickson and stated, "Mr. Erickson, it is Brent Gadley reporting to you." Gadley's courteous demeanor won the favor of both coaches, as Erickson greeted him with a smile and extended his hand, saying, "Welcome to the Nuremberg U19 youth team." Gadley extended his hand and shook hands with Eric. At that moment, an electronic sound echoed in his mind, notifying him of the completion of System Task 1 for promotion to the U19 category, granting him a reward of 10 skill points, thereby increasing his skill point balance to 21. Simultaneously, the system issued 5 additional tasks. System Task 2, sign a professional contract task description. The host is required to perform commendably and sign a professional player contract with the Nuremberg club by December 31st, 2011. Successful reward, 10 skill points. Failure penalty, system disappearance. System Task 3, advance to U23 youth team task description. The host is required to excel and promote from Nuremberg U19 to the U23 youth team by June 30th, 2012. Successful reward, 10 skill points. Failure penalty, system disappearance. System Task 4, U19 League Champion task description. The host must assist the Nuremberg U19 youth team in securing the championship of the 2011 to 2012 season of the German U19 Southern Regional League, with a requirement of participating in at least 5 matches for the achievement to be deemed valid. Successful reward, 10 skill points. Failure penalty, none. System Task 5, German Youth League Cup Champion task description. The host must aid the Nuremberg U19 youth team in clinching the championship of the 2011 to 2012 season of the German Youth League Cup, with a requirement of participating in at least 2 matches for the achievement to be deemed valid. Successful reward, 10 skill points. Failure penalty, none. System Task 6, selection for the German U19 national team task description. The host is required to perform commendably, striving for selection to the German U19 team before turning 19. Successful reward, 10 skill points. Failure penalty, none. The so-called U23 youth team is commonly referred to as the XX youth team. The Nuremberg U23 youth team is simply known as the Nuremberg youth team, indicating reference to the U23 squad, with only U19 and below specifically denoting age categories. This season, the Nuremberg youth team is competing in the German Southern Regional League, which includes a mix of professional teams, formidable amateur teams, and U23 teams from other Bundesliga clubs in the southern region, thus falling into the semi-professional league category. Above the youth team lies the first team. Essentially, once a player reaches the U19 level and attains the legal age of 18 to sign contracts and participate in professional matches, the club will typically offer a professional contract based on the player's performance and the coach's recommendation. At that juncture, they truly become professional players. Players who ascend to the U19 training camp of a Bundesliga team like Nuremberg can still participate in professional leagues with clubs in the second or third divisions, even if they do not progress to the U23 or first team. In summary, once one joins the U19 youth team of a Bundesliga club like Nuremberg, the majority can make a living from professional football. However, the probability of becoming a star is quite low, as most individuals merely linger in ordinary teams or lower-tier leagues. In truth, Gadli harbored aspirations of attracting the attention of scouts from prestigious clubs like Borussia Dortmund and Bayern Munich while competing in the U19 youth team, hoping to join those elite clubs. Among the football fanbase in China, Nuremberg's visibility is rather low, and in the eyes of most, it is perceived as an inconsequential club. Gadli was not a fan of Nuremberg, and prior to his unexpected journey, he had little knowledge of the team. It was only after he had traversed into this body that he discovered Nuremberg's location in southern Germany, sharing its Bavarian roots with Bayern Munich. To his astonishment, the system issued task 2. He must sign a professional contract with Nuremberg, or the system would cease to exist. He specifically inquired with the system for confirmation, which unequivocally stated that a contract with Nuremberg was the only acceptable option. Any agreement with another club would be deemed a failure of the task. With no alternative, Gadli was compelled to sign a professional contract with Nuremberg, dedicating several years to the club. Reflecting on the memories of the original owner of this body, who had been part of Nuremberg's youth training camp since the age of 11, perhaps signing his first professional contract with Nuremberg and contributing to the club's success by securing a couple of championships would serve as a fitting tribute to the nurturing he received from the club. Chapter 12. Table tennis. Under the envious gazes of his U17 teammates, Bernd Gadli followed Erikhoff to the U19 training ground, located over 100 meters away. After gathering the U19 players, Erikhoff pointed to Gadli and announced, "This is your new teammate, Bernd Gadli, who has just been promoted from U17. I hope you all assist him in integrating into the team swiftly." The players responded with varying degrees of enthusiasm, their demeanor towards Gadli rather indifferent. It was evident that they were all competitors, vying for spots in the U23 or even the senior team, making genuine camaraderie among the youth team quite rare. Nevertheless, exceptions existed. Just as Erikhoff finished speaking, a voice emerged from the back of the crowd. "Gadli, Hugu Tiying, I know you, and I appreciate Hugu culture." Gadli looked up and saw a slender young man standing at the edge of the second row, waving his hand to indicate that it was he who had been speaking just moments ago. Gadli smiled at him in gratitude, a genuine expression rather than mere politeness. Being a native of Hu country, he naturally felt a sense of affinity towards foreigners who appreciate Hu culture. The U17 training match was initially scheduled for the afternoon. After playing for several dozen minutes, Gadli felt somewhat fatigued. Consequently, Eric only took Gadli to the U19 training ground to introduce him to his teammates, refraining from allowing him to engage in high-intensity training, opting instead for a more casual practice session. Soon, the training concluded, and Gadeli's experience for the day was derived from the U17 session, not the U19. Following this, the players gradually returned to the locker room to shower and change, preparing to head to the dining hall for a meal before returning to their dormitory. Gadli intended to retrieve his belongings from the U17 locker room and transport certain items from the U17 dormitory to the U19 quarters. Although both the locker room and dormitory were in close proximity, the distinction between U17 and U19 remained significant. Gadli was required to reside with his U19 teammates. After showering and changing in the U17 locker room, he bid farewell to his U17 companions. While preparing to head back to the dormitory with Elmer to gather his personal effects, the player who had previously expressed his admiration for Chinese culture approached him. He tapped Gadli on the shoulder and said, "Gadli, allow me to introduce myself. I am August Michner, a right-winger for the U19 team, and I am here to assist you with your move." Gadli shook hands with Michner, briefly introduced his position, and then presented Elmer to him. With the assistance of Michner and Elmer, Gadli successfully relocated all his personal belongings to an empty bed in the U19 dormitory. Subsequently, the three of them proceeded to the cafeteria for dinner. During the meal, Michner exhibited a profound interest in Chinese culture, posing numerous inquiries about the city of Dartford in China and asking Gadley whether he practiced Chinese martial arts. In truth, Michener's fascination with Chinese culture stemmed from his admiration for martial arts films featuring icons such as Bruce Lee, Jet Li, and Jackie Chan. Gadley, though lacking in martial prowess, was remarkably well-versed in matters pertaining to Dartford. He also imparted a few rudimentary phrases of Mandarin, such as hello, thank you, and please sit, which greatly impressed both Michener and Elmer with his linguistic capabilities. Subsequently, Michener acquainted Gadley with various aspects of the U19 team, including the key players, primary substitutes, and those on the periphery of the squad. As the U19 Southern Regional League had progressed through 4 rounds, Nuremberg stood with a commendable record of 2 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, placing them 5th among 14 teams. Concerning Michener himself, he remained a substitute player without a professional contract, a situation shared by Gadley and Elmer. Although Elmer had recently garnered several assists through his collaboration with Gadley in matches and improved his shooting skills during extra training, earning commendation from Coach Hollis and securing a rotational starting position, he had yet to receive Hollis's endorsement for advancement to the U19 level. Gadley, having just ascended to the U19 team, naturally found himself in a substitute role, and his ability to adapt to this new level remained uncertain. While he had consistently scored in the U17 category, the U19 league posed a different challenge, as opponents' defensive positioning, physicality, speed, teamwork, and experience would all present significant hurdles. Aside from achieving a shooting skill level of 76, Gadley has yet to unlock other skills, which remain rather unimpressive, rendering his overall capabilities even lower. Consequently, despite advancing to the U19 team, Gadley must commence from the bench, much like Michela. The trio must contend with considerable competitive pressure. Thus, when Elmer mentioned that he and Gadley engage in additional practice every afternoon, Michela expressed a desire to join. With 1 center forward, 1 left winger, and 1 right midfielder, they would perfectly cover all positions, allowing for not only shooting practice, but also triangular passing and movement drills. After dinner, Elmer returned to the U17 dormitory, while Gadley accompanied Michela back to the U19 residence. The Nuremberg youth training camp, of course, cannot be solely a training ground. Such an environment would drive young athletes to the brink of madness. Therefore, the camp also features a library, entertainment room, and other facilities for evening reading and recreation. The entertainment room is equipped with billiards, table tennis, a television, and players are permitted to bring their gaming consoles to their dorms, except for those players whose homes are nearby in Nuremberg and can return in the evening, as well as those who have signed professional contracts and can afford to rent apartments. Players like Gadley, who reside in dormitories, rely on these recreational activities to pass the time at night. Previously, during his time in the U17 team, Gadley primarily spent his evenings in the library, perusing newspapers and magazines to familiarize himself with German culture and football news, and he had not spent much time in the entertainment room. This time, however, Michela was determined to persuade Gadley to join him in the entertainment room for some fun. After tidying his bed and becoming acquainted with a few of his dorm mates, Gadley was drawn into the entertainment room to play table tennis with Michela. With a fondness for Chinese culture, Michela had also developed an interest in table tennis, the sport in which the Chinese excel, and had previously inquired whether Gadley played. Upon discovering that Gadley was indeed familiar with the game, Michela eagerly insisted on a match in the entertainment room. According to him, his table tennis skills were quite high, having bested all contenders in the Nuremberg training camp, and he was seeking a worthy opponent from the Chinese community. Although Gadley is not Chinese, he hails from the Bavarian town of Dartford, known for its Chinese heritage, and he too possesses table tennis skills, which made Michela keen to challenge him. Moreover, he was brimming with confidence. When Michela had asked Gadley about his proficiency in table tennis, Gadley had candidly responded that he was somewhat acquainted with the sport, but did not boast a high level of expertise, and having not played for quite some time, he felt he might not be able to match Michela's prowess. Chapter 13. Gadley the deceiver. Michener, like the vast majority of foreigners, remains oblivious to the thought processes and manner of speech characteristic of the Chinese. Even when Chinese individuals possess exceptional skills in table tennis, they seldom boast of their prowess during initial conversations, opting instead for a display of humility by claiming their abilities are merely average, or that they have not played in a while and are somewhat out of practice. However, once the competition truly begins, foreigners soon realize that the Chinese are, in fact, deceivers. Despite their high level of skill, they refrain from speaking the truth. Michener is unaware that the soul residing within Gadley is that of a Chinese person, whose way of speaking and thinking aligns with Chinese customs. Consequently, when Gadley modestly asserts that he is not very skilled and might struggle against Michener, the latter takes this statement at face value, feeling an eager desire to defeat Gadley and showcase his own table tennis abilities. Coincidentally, Gadley himself has not played table tennis in quite some time. Indeed, his last match occurred over 6 months ago, even prior to his time travel. Gadley remarked that he had not played in a long while, and his slight awkwardness was not an exaggeration. In the realm of table tennis, apart from the dominance of China, the other regions with considerable talent are primarily concentrated in East Asia and Southeast Asia. Many players, who lack opportunities domestically, often switch nationalities to compete. However, Europe boasts a country with a notable table tennis culture, Germany. Germany has produced a world-class table tennis virtuoso, Timo Boll, who has triumphed over Wang Liqin and Kong Linghui to claim the World Cup men's singles title and has even reached the pinnacle of the world rankings, making him a pivotal figure in Europe's resistance against the supremacy of Chinese table tennis during those years. Under Boll's influence, the grassroots enthusiasm for table tennis in Germany surpasses that of other European nations, and indeed, many individuals possess the skills to play. When Gadley and Michener arrived in the recreation room, 2 of the 3 available table tennis tables were already occupied. Michener's outgoing personality, despite his status as a substitute, earned him a respectable reputation within the team. Not only did he have acquaintances in the U19 squad, but he was also well known across other levels. As they entered the recreation room, numerous individuals greeted Michener, who seized the opportunity to introduce Gadley to some new friends. Afterward, Michener went to the equipment room to retrieve a paddle and a few ping-pong balls. He returned and handed Gadley a paddle, eager to showcase his remarkable table tennis skills. Upon seeing Michener preparing to play with Gadley, someone jested, "Michener, are you going to bully the newcomers with table tennis again? If you love it so much, why not become a professional player? After all, your football skills leave much to be desired." Infuriated, Michener retorted, "Get lost. Gadley is my new chubby friend. We are engaging in friendly practice." However, it did not take long for Michener to reveal to Gadley why some claimed he used table tennis to intimidate newcomers. He proposed that merely playing was dull. Instead, they should add a small wager, a best-of-5 series, with each game to 11 points, where the loser would do the winner's laundry for a month. While the training uniforms are laundered daily by staff, players must wash their personal garments themselves. Although there are washing machines, players are still responsible for drying and organizing their clothes. Michener had previously engaged in such wagers with others, having won numerous times, which led to his current lack of opponents. He was not exaggerating when he claimed to be undefeated in the training camp. Gadley, aware of the high level of innate talent possessed by the Germans, understood the significance of the physical memory he had inherited. Furthermore, although he did not frequent the recreation room during his U17 years, he occasionally visited to watch television and knew that very few from the training camp were even familiar with the game of table tennis. Thus, Michener's assertion of being invincible in the training camp was significantly inflated. Although Gadley had not played for quite some time, his skills were quite exceptional during his academic years. And even after entering the workforce, he would occasionally engage in matches with his colleagues. Despite feeling somewhat out of practice, he believed that after a brief warm-up, defeating Michener would pose no challenge. With a smile, Gadley remarked, "All right, let us hope I do not suffer a humiliating defeat." Michener, brimming with confidence, replied, "Rest assured, I shall go easy on you. I have no intention of leaving you bald." Gadley smiled faintly and then commenced a spirited table tennis match with Michener. Once the contest truly began, Gadley quickly discerned that Michener possessed a rather modest skill level. He merely managed to receive serves, occasionally executing a defensive chop or a lazy stroke, compelling his opponent to dart back and forth in exasperation. However, such conventional tactics were only effective against the German players from the training camp and proved futile against Gadley, who was, in fact, a Chinese player. In the first game, Gadley appeared somewhat unpracticed and was defeated by Michener with a score of 11-7. Yet, the victorious Michener expressed little genuine surprise, exclaiming instead, "Gadley, you deceiver. With such high skill, how can you claim to have not played in ages and be out of practice? I must let you win." Nearby, a player at another table chuckled, "Michener, it seems you've finally encountered a worthy opponent. Gadley, give it your all. I believe in you. Show him who's boss and make him wash clothes for a month." Several players from the recreation area joined in the playful banter, rallying support for Gadley, with a few even abandoning their own games to spectate at their table. Gadley remarked to Michener, "My skills are rather modest. And it has indeed been quite some time since I last played. Did I not just lose the first round to you?" Michener scoffed and replied, "Feel free to weave your tales. I would be a fool to believe you. However, I have already secured one victory. I merely need to win 2 more. And your garments shall be entrusted to my care." Gadley chuckled. "Then let us proceed. The contest shall continue." One must say, Mykina's instincts were remarkably precise. In the second game, Gadley, having regained much of his previous prowess in table tennis, engaged in a fiercely competitive match with Mykina, ultimately triumphing with a narrow score of 11-9. Mykina became the target of playful jests from all the players in the recreation room, who remarked that it was finally his turn to do the laundry. Undeterred, Mykina pressed on. However, a more attuned Gadley in the third game no longer merely engaged in a back-and-forth exchange of serves. Instead, he began to execute powerful strokes and smashes. Such a level of play may not be deemed extraordinary in who country, but for Mykina, who was accustomed to reigning as the top player in an environment devoid of seasoned competitors, it proved to be an insurmountable challenge. He was easily defeated by Gadley with a score of 11-6 in the third game. Ultimately, in the fourth game, he suffered an even more disheartening defeat, with a score of 11-3, marking a veritable rout. In a remarkable display of resilience, Gadley orchestrated a stunning comeback from a game down, ultimately triumphing over Mykina with a score of 3-1. This victory not only allowed Mykina to experience the bitter taste of defeat in the realm of table tennis, but also garnered enthusiastic applause from those players who had previously found themselves on the losing end against Mykina. Their attitude towards Gadley has notably improved. During the return to the dormitory, Mykina, still unwilling to concede, remarked indignantly, "Gadley, you deceiver, you tricked me into playing table tennis with you, only to leave me doing your laundry." Gadley remarked, "It was not I who sought you out. Rather, you initiated this encounter. However, if you are truly unwilling, then let it be." Michener shrugged, responding, "Very well, one must accept the consequences of their wagers. After all, we have a washing machine. It is merely a matter of drying and gathering." Chapter 14. Entering the U19 League roster in accordance with the natural course of events. An 18-year-old player transitioning from U17 to U19 would undoubtedly feel compelled to share this joyous news with their family. Thus, although he remained somewhat uncertain about how to approach his parents regarding his new physique, upon returning to his dormitory, Gadley pondered for a considerable time before ultimately deciding to call his parents and inform them of his ascension to the U19 League. Gadley's parents are filled with joy, hoping that he will continue to strive in the U19 League and secure a professional contract at the earliest opportunity, truly embarking on the path of a professional athlete. When it comes to this matter, Gadley indeed feels a sense of urgency. The timeline imposed by the system is quite limited, necessitating a contract by the end of this year, leaving him with merely over 3 months. It is imperative for him to integrate into the team swiftly and seize opportunities for advancement in matches. Simultaneously, he must enhance his skills through diligent training. As some abilities remain untapped, Gadley has resolved to extend his daily practice by an additional hour. Fortunately, after triumphing over Mykina in table tennis, avenging some U19 players who had previously laundered Mykina's clothes, Gadley has garnered the goodwill of several players, easing his initiation into the U19 team. Since September 13, 2011, Gadley has commenced his training with the Nuremberg U19 youth team. U19 signifies not merely a change in nomenclature, but a comprehensive upgrade. The system experience gained from daily training has surged from 1,000 in U17 to 2,000. Naturally, the training content has also evolved. The intensity of training is greater than that of U17, with heightened expectations and strictness. During training matches, when Gadley plays as a center forward, the defensive players exhibit improved capabilities in marking, experience, positioning, tackling, physical confrontation, teamwork, running distance, and the goalkeeper's saving abilities, all elevated to a new level compared to U17. If it were merely an enhancement in the strength of individual opponents, Gadley might still manage to cope. However, with the entire team having ascended to a higher tier, and Gadley positioned among the substitutes, he faces considerable challenges against the starting lineup's defense. Fortunately, his impressive shooting skill of 76 still proves somewhat beneficial. After all, defenders cannot consistently focus on him, occasionally allowing openings. Once he seizes an opportunity to shoot, His 76 shooting skill can pose a significant threat and even result in a goal. In his second internal training match upon joining the U19 team, Gadley scored a goal, demonstrating that his shooting prowess remains commendable and stable even at the U19 level. In terms of penalty kicks, Gadley's shooting skill surpasses that of the U19's primary center forward, Saniyar Mori, in terms of scoring rate. However, the game encompasses more than just shooting. It involves dribbling, breaking through defenses, speed, physique, jumping ability, heading, balance, curve techniques, teamwork, psychological resilience, and a multitude of other competitive aspects. Gadley has currently only unlocked the skills of shooting and off-ball movement, with the latter being particularly underdeveloped. Consequently, his overall capability pales in comparison to Mori, resulting in a performance during the training match that fell short of Mori's. In fact, even the substitute center, Joseph, outshone him in this regard. Gadley can only start as a second substitute, gradually progressing and enhancing his skills to secure more playing time before he can displace Joseph and Mori. On September 18th, during the German Youth League Cup round of 18, the Nuremberg U19 faced off against the Hoffenheim U19. Newly promoted to the U19 level, Gadley was unable to even make it onto the matchday squad, let alone participate in the game. Although Nuremberg U19 triumphed over Hoffenheim U19 with a score of 2-1, advancing to the quarterfinals, the remaining matches, even if they culminate in a championship win, only consist of the round of 14, semifinals, and finals. Furthermore, the prerequisite for Gadley to receive the task reward for winning the Youth Cup is to participate in the tournament at least twice. The opportunities left for him to compete in the Youth Cup are dwindling, and he must hasten to enhance his abilities and seize the chance to play. On Monday, September 19th, Gadley invested 2 skill points, elevating his shooting skill from 76 to 77 and his off-the-ball movement from 60 to 61, leaving him with a balance of 19 skill points. 2 days later, on September 21st, after completing training and gaining 2,000 experience points, Gadley's experience level reached 2, with 31,000 out of 50,000 needed for the next level, automatically advancing him to level 3 with 10,000 out of 50,000. This time, fortune favored Gadley, as he randomly unlocked the skill of ball control during his upgrade, starting with an attribute of 62. Though this skill is not a direct offensive technique, its higher attribute proves immensely beneficial, enabling him to effectively control passes from teammates before executing the next move. Players with exceptional ball control, like Ronaldinho, can effortlessly receive long aerial passes from the backline, showcasing both artistry and practicality. Conversely, poor ball control, akin to domestic players who struggle to stop the ball within 4 or 5 meters, easily leads to turnovers, rendering them incapable of maintaining possession, let alone attempting a breakthrough or shot. Thus, while this skill may not hold the same weight as shooting, it is far from as inconsequential as a goalkeeper's positioning. Rather, it significantly aids in enhancing his prowess as a center forward. Consequently, Gadley wasted no time and allocated 1 skill point to elevate his initial ball control attribute from 62 to 63. His next opportunity to allocate points would not arise until the following Monday, after utilizing 1 skill point for ball control. The 10 skill points gained from the upgrade dwindled to 9, adding to his previous balance, bringing Gadley's total skill points to 28. It appears that he possesses a surplus of skill points, yet the weekly increment feels painfully slow, making the wait arduous. However, there is no alternative. The system is designed this way, presumably to prevent any suspicions arising from his rapid advancement. Therefore, he must continue to progress gradually. In truth, the prospect of improving even slightly each week is already quite formidable. Other players, upon reaching adulthood, struggle to improve even a fraction weekly, with some players solidifying their skills early on and finding it impossible to enhance further. The progress of Gadley has astonished many, including Hollis from the U17 team and Eric from the U19 team, both of whom believe he still possesses great potential for development. Incorporating the inherent humility and politeness characteristic of the Chinese, along with an hour of additional training each day with Elmer and Michener after regular sessions, left a profound impression on Eriksson regarding Gadley. Consequently, merely 1 match following his promotion to the U19 team, on the afternoon of September 24th, Eriksson announced that Gadley would replace the substitute striker Joseph in the squad for the upcoming 5th round of the U19 League against Saarbrücken U19. After the announcement of the match roster, Michener and several other players who had already formed a friendship with Gadley extended their congratulations to him. Gadley was also filled with anticipation for the match the following day. As long as he was granted the opportunity to participate, even without scoring or securing a victory, he could still reap the rewards of coming off the bench and gain invaluable experience to hasten his development. Chapter 15. Coming off the bench. Saarbrücken is a city located in the southwestern region of Germany, over 300 kilometers away from Nuremberg. The match was scheduled for noon at 1300 hours the next day, and Eriksson was wary of allowing the players to set off the following morning. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise during the journey, they might miss the game entirely. Furthermore, rushing to the match the next day would undoubtedly impair the players' performance. It was far better to travel the day before and enjoy a restful night. Consequently, after the squad for the following day was announced in the afternoon of September 24th, the players included in the lineup dined and then accompanied Eriksson on the club bus to Saarbrücken. In his debut for the U19 team, Gadley embarked on an arduous journey exceeding 300 kilometers for an away match, despite the distance and the fatigue that such travel inevitably incurs. The opposing Saarbrücken club is merely a team in the German 3rd Division, lacking a robust youth academy to attract top talent. Therefore, the U19 squad of Nuremberg remained optimistic regarding their prospects. However, it appears that the players from Nuremberg, perhaps overestimating their superiority due to their training in the Bundesliga, approached the match with a sense of complacency. Additionally, the toll of the long journey may have drained their energy. Even with the match taking place on the opponent's training ground, devoid of significant away support to exert pressure, Nuremberg found themselves trailing 1-2 at halftime in the match that commenced at 1:00 p.m. on September 25th. To exacerbate the situation, the sole goal scored by Nuremberg was an own goal from a Saarbrücken player, rather than a product of their own efforts. Although the individual skills of Nuremberg's U19 players surpassed those of their Saarbrücken counterparts, the team collectively failed to perform. Lacking the vigor expected from a club with a Bundesliga youth training background, Saarbrücken, buoyed by their home advantage, maintained relentless pressure on Nuremberg. Had it not been for the fortuitous own goal, Nuremberg might have faced a humiliating defeat. Consequently, during the halftime break, Nuremberg's head coach, Erich, erupted in fury, berating his players for their dreamlike performance in the first half. In a bid to instill a sense of urgency and discipline, he made the bold decision to utilize all 6 of his substitution opportunities, replacing a significant portion of the starting 11. The players who were substituted, as well as those fortunate enough to remain on the field, fell into a solemn silence, avoiding any display of defiance. The 6 substitutes, while equally cautious, harbored a different sentiment. They recognized this as a golden opportunity to showcase their talents. The dismal performance of the starters had paved the way for their chance to shine, and they were determined to seize it. Among them were the substitute striker, Brent Gadley, and the substitute right winger, August Michener, both of whom were brought on during the halftime break, a serendipitous opportunity. Gadley, in particular, had initially thought he might not see any playing time, or at best, would be introduced in the final minutes to get a taste of the U19 league atmosphere. However, with the coach's drastic changes due to the team's poor showing, Gadley was granted a full 45 minutes to make his mark. If he could capitalize on this opportunity with a stellar performance, he might not only displace Joseph, the backup striker, but also secure his position as the primary substitute. As the second half commenced after a 15-minute break, Saarbrücken, riding high on their momentum, continued their assault, eager to maintain their first-half dominance and crush Nuremberg's spirit. Yet, following Erich's tirade during halftime, the remaining 5 starters for Nuremberg were now acutely aware of the need to give their all. Their performance in the first half had already been superior to the other 6 players, and following the coach's scolding, they emerged with renewed vigor and determination in the second half. The 6 substitutes, including Gadley, were keenly aware of the rare opportunity presented to them and were intent on making the most of it. As a result, the combativeness exhibited by Nuremberg in the second half was a stark contrast to their lackluster display in the first. Nevertheless, fortune often plays a pivotal role in football. While Nuremberg had fortuitously benefited from an own goal in the first half, their luck ran out in the 53rd minute of the second half. Before they could mount a counteroffensive against Saarbrücken's goal, a mishap occurred during a cross from the flank, resulting in one of their own center-backs inadvertently heading the ball into their own net. Both teams had now contributed an own goal, leveling the playing field in that regard. Yet, the scoreline was now 3-1, leaving the visiting Nuremberg U19 team trailing by 2 goals, a significant disadvantage, especially in an away match. Many players felt the weight of impending defeat. However, Erik's earlier outburst during the halftime break had instilled a sense of urgency that left no room for complacency. Even knowing that the likelihood of defeat in this match is high, one must still exert every effort to compete, regardless of the outcome. It is essential to display a spirit of tenacity and determination, rather than adopting a demeanor of surrender, allowing the opponent to trample over us. Otherwise, should Erik consider our attitude towards the match to be lacking, leading to our exclusion from future opportunities, the consequences would be dire. The strength of the Nuremberg U19 team consistently surpasses that of their rivals. Under Erik's stern guidance, the players united in resolve, stabilizing their formation after a concerted effort. Although the spirited Saarbrücken relentlessly attacked, seeking to completely overwhelm Nuremberg for a decisive victory, the latter ultimately held their ground, occasionally countering with incisive strikes. However, with a lineup that mixed starters and substitutes, their coordination was suboptimal. While they could leverage their numerical superiority and aggressive tackling to thwart Saarbrücken's advances, their offensive plays often suffered from disjointed execution, leading to missed opportunities. For instance, in the 61st minute, Gadli identified a gap behind the opposing defense during a collective offensive maneuver and made a sudden run into the space. Despite possessing a modest off-the-ball movement attribute of only 61, which typically hinders his ability to execute intricate runs, he occasionally exceeded expectations, seizing an opportunity when the opponent faltered. This particular chance was indeed promising. Had his teammate, the attacking midfielder Fred, been able to deliver the ball in time, Gadli, positioned in an unmarked area within the opponent's penalty box, could have successfully timed his run to evade the offside trap and unleashed a threatening shot on goal, potentially scoring. Unfortunately, Fred, unfamiliar with Gadli's movements and lacking the synergy he shared with his friend Elmer, was unprepared for his run, failing to react swiftly. By the time he recognized Gadli's direction and intentions, it was too late. Gadli had already strayed offside, resulting in Nuremberg losing a golden opportunity for attack. Chapter 16. The first goal of U19 amidst the ongoing back and forth of offense and defense. Nuremberg finally executed an attack in the 61st minute that showcased the prowess of their Bundesliga youth training program. This play was not initiated by a shot from Gadli nor an assist from him, but his movement within the opponent's penalty area drew the attention of their defenders and goalkeeper, allowing the left winger, Golden, who surged in from the flank, to seize a chance to strike. Golden penetrated the penalty area, receiving a cutback pass from the left winger, Avid, near the baseline. With a powerful volley, he sent the ball curling into the far corner of the net. The opposing goalkeeper, diving towards the near post, was unable to recover in time and could only watch helplessly as the ball nestled into the net. Nuremberg had finally scored, narrowing the deficit to 2-3, now trailing by just a single goal. This goal instantly elevated the morale of all Nuremberg players. Naturally, the Saarbrücken players were equally unwilling to concede defeat. Initially, they held a 2-goal advantage, poised to press on for yet another strike, aiming for a resounding 4-1 victory over the visiting Nuremberg. However, to their dismay, Nuremberg managed to score, narrowing their lead to a mere single goal. This turn of events was unacceptable to them. They yearned to intensify their offensive efforts, reclaiming a 2-goal cushion with aspirations of a glorious 3-goal triumph. Consequently, upon the resumption of play, both teams engaged in an all-out attack, each eager to penetrate the opponent's defenses and net a goal. In this high-stakes environment, the tempo of offense and defense quickened, resulting in numerous errors and a lack of tight marking on individual players. Despite Gadli's off-the-ball movement rating of only 61, he still found occasional opportunities. In the 68th minute, Gadli received a pass from a teammate just outside the right corner of the opponent's penalty area, affording him a chance to shoot. Unfortunately, under pressure from the opposing defender, his attempt veered slightly off target, failing to find the confines of the goal frame. Although the shot did not result in a score, it posed a notable threat, prompting Erikhoff on the sidelines to give Gadli an encouraging thumbs up, urging him to persist. Gadli continued his vigorous pursuit, seeking potential opportunities for a shot. In the 73rd minute, Saarbrücken launched a threatening attack, with their winger delivering a cross from the byline. The center forward attempted a feigned header in the middle but miscalculated, sending the ball high and over the heads of the Nuremberg defenders. Subsequently, a midfielder from Saarbrücken, making a late run into the penalty area, executed a spectacular volley, aiming the descending ball toward the goal. At that moment, The Nuremberg goalkeeper had been lured into the center by the opposing striker's challenge and had yet to react toward the back post. Had the ball been within the frame of the goal, it would have likely resulted in a score. Unfortunately, the difficulty of a volley far exceeds that of a ground shot. Despite making contact, the attempt failed to find the target. The ball struck the outer side of the post with a resounding thud, ricocheting out of play, leaving all Nuremberg players in a state of shock, akin to a narrow escape from disaster. However, this near miss instilled a false sense of belief in the Saarbrücken players that a slightly more vigorous attack could yield a goal. Consequently, rather than consolidating their defense, they boldly pressed forward, launching a fervent offense. In the 77th minute, as Saarbrücken initiated another offensive surge, with even their center backs advancing into the midfield, their attack outside the penalty area was thwarted by a precise tackle from Nuremberg's attacking midfielder, Fred, who skillfully dispossessed the ball. The Saarbrücken player in possession fell to the ground, his teammates clamoring to the referee for a foul. Yet, the referee raised his hands, signaling for play to continue. This was a well-executed tackle, indeed. The ball, deftly intercepted by Fred, fell perfectly to the feet of right midfielder August Michner, who, disregarding the referee's stance, merely glanced at Gadley's position before decisively launching the ball into the opponent's half. Gadley remained steadfastly at the forefront, aligned with the opposing team's last defender. Michner's long kick lacked precision, failing to land near Gadley, but rather approaching the opposing center back. The trailing center back promptly surged towards the ball's trajectory, seizing a favorable position. Gadley was acutely aware that the likelihood of him securing the ball was exceedingly low, even if he were to gain possession. His inadequate ball control would render him incapable of maintaining it. Moreover, there were no nearby teammates available for support. Consequently, he chose not to pursue the ball's landing spot, but instead maneuvered past his opponent, positioning himself behind them in anticipation of a misjudgment. To his sheer fortune, the opposing player indeed failed to make contact, misjudging the ball completely. The sphere sailed over the head of the opposing center back, landing conveniently beside Gadley. Gadley brought the ball to a halt, albeit not perfectly. However, with no opponents nearby, he could make adjustments before charging towards the penalty area of Saarbrücken. The last central defender's blunder provided Gadley with a golden opportunity to break free. Despite the opposing player hitting the ground and another central defender desperately pursuing him in an attempt to thwart his advance, Gadley offered them no respite. As he approached the penalty area, he observed the Saarbrücken goalkeeper rushing out towards the edge of the box and decisively opted for a delicate lob. The ball soared, arching over the goalkeeper's outstretched hands, and, after tracing a graceful parabolic path, landed in the net behind the bewildered defenders. Michner assisted, and Gadley secured his inaugural official goal after joining the U19 youth team, equalizing the score for Nuremberg at 3-3. Although devoid of his own fans, Gadley was nonetheless exhilarated, rushing to the sidelines to embrace Coach Eric in a fervent celebration. Soon, they were encircled by equally elated Nuremberg players, reveling in the moment. The unexpected turn of events was astonishing. They had equalized after trailing 1-3, invigorating everyone's spirits. Conversely, the previously dominant Saarbrücken appeared momentarily dazed, with many players pondering, weren't we 2 goals ahead? How has it now become a draw? Once the match resumed, Nuremberg, buoyed by their equalizer, seized the initiative and launched a vigorous offensive against Saarbrücken. Meanwhile, the once leading Saarbrücken, who had been relentlessly attacking, found themselves in disarray, struggling to coordinate their efforts. The forwards sought to continue their offensive push to regain the lead, while defenders retreated to fortify the penalty area, apprehensive of another counterattack from Nuremberg. This disjointed formation significantly diminished Saarbrücken's midfield battling capabilities, allowing Nuremberg to firmly seize control of the midfield. With the enhanced strength of the Nuremberg training camp, it was only a matter of time before Saarbrücken's defense could no longer withstand the pressure. Chapter 17. The grand comeback under Nuremberg's relentless assault. In the 85th minute, Saarbrücken's defense was ultimately breached. After Gadley made a lateral run in the penalty area, drawing away an opposing center back, left winger Avid cut inside into the box. He received a brilliant pass from attacking midfielder Fred, evaded another defender with a deft touch, and unleashed a low shot from 11 meters in front of the goal. The ball flew like an arrow, skimming the grass toward the lower left corner of the opponent's net. Despite the goalkeeper's desperate attempt to save it, he was ultimately powerless, left to watch as the ball nestled into the net. In the 85th minute, Nuremberg scored again, with Avid netting the crucial goal that turned the tide. Remarkably, Nuremberg staged a spectacular comeback from a 1-3 deficit to seize a 4-3 lead. The away team, Nuremberg U19, had astonishingly reversed the score against the home team, Saarbrücken. Such a dramatic turnaround, scoring 3 goals to go from 1-3 to 4-3, is a rare occurrence in any level of competition. Consequently, players like Avid and Gadley were swept up in a frenzy of celebration. They brought Avid, who was jubilantly running, crashing to the ground, piling on top of him in a joyful heap. Even Eric, who had been utterly disheartened during halftime and had vented his frustration in the locker room, was now flushed with excitement, embracing team doctors and assistant coaches in exuberant celebration. This epic away comeback may well be enough for Nuremberg U19 to savor for an entire season. In stark contrast, the players of Saarbrücken were left in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding drama before their eyes. While they had previously felt exhilaration watching others achieve remarkable comebacks on television, experiencing such a reversal themselves was unbearable. To concede 3 goals after leading 3-1 is a devastating blow for any team. Thus, after Nuremberg's celebrations, the match resumed, and Saarbrücken launched a frantic offensive in a desperate attempt to equalize in the final minutes. However, football does not yield to mere desire for goals, and time was not on their side. Soon, the match entered injury time. Saarbrücken not only failed to score, but almost conceded another goal to Gadley in the 91st minute as he attempted a counterattack. Unfortunately for Gadley, his shooting accuracy was not yet flawless. This attempt from outside the box went wide under pressure from an opposing defender. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match, as Nuremberg, having trailed 1-3, completed a stunning comeback to win 4-3. Following the conclusion of the match, all Nuremberg U19 players were engulfed in euphoria, while the home team Saarbrücken players sat despondently on the ground, exuding an air of melancholy. Thus, there is no such thing as joyful football, only victorious football. Achieving victory equates to attaining joy. After the match, Gadley earned experience points for coming off the bench, scoring over 2,000 goals, receiving a victory bonus of 4,000, and gaining additional points for a goal difference of 1, resulting in a total of 8,000 experience. His level increased to 3, with an overall experience of 19,500 out of 50,000. Upon advancing to the U19 category, both training and match experience doubled. Upon returning to the training facility, a jubilant Eriksson granted the team a day off to relax, with training to resume the following day. On September 26th, a Monday, Gadley invested 3 skill points, raising his shooting ability from 77 to 78, ball control from 63 to 64, and off-the-ball movement from 61 to 62, leaving him with a balance of 25 skill points. His prowess had notably improved. At the rate of 1 point per week, Gadley's shooting skill of 78 could reach the maximum of 100 in just 22 weeks, which is less than half a year. By that time, whether joining the U23 youth team or the German U19 national team, you should have no issues. The following day, as the team resumed regular training, Eriksson noticed Gadley's progress and commended him. However, despite Gadley's enhanced capabilities, he still could not compare to the primary striker, Samuel Mori, and had yet to displace Mori from his starting position. Fortunately, the first substitute, Joseph, was indeed outperformed by Gadley. As the saying goes, a single talent can overshadow 100 flaws. Gadley's shooting ability of 78 was unrivaled in the U19 team, making him a valuable asset in critical moments. Essentially, as long as Gadley remains injury-free, he should have no trouble making the matchday squad for every game. As for whether he can come off the bench, it ultimately depends on Eriksson's arrangements. Indeed, after the training session on the afternoon of September 30th, Eriksson announced the squad list for the upcoming 6th round of the league, where Gadley, although not starting, successfully replaced Joseph and made it into the squad. On the morning of October 1st at 10 o'clock, Nuremberg U19 hosted their opponents for the 6th round of the league, FRTH U19. Riding the momentum of a remarkable comeback victory in the previous match, the home team, Nuremberg, took control of the game from the very beginning. In the 9th minute, Nuremberg tore through the opponent's defense with a flanking attack, resulting in a header goal by center forward Samuel Mori within the penalty area. While it was a delightful moment for the team to be in the lead, the fact that the scorer was the competing Mori left Gadley feeling somewhat disheartened, perhaps due to Eriksson's reprimand in the previous match. Coupled with Gadley's impressive performance that placed pressure on Mori, he displayed remarkable determination in this match. Besides the goal in the 9th minute, Mori seized a one-on-one opportunity in the 71st minute of the second half, striking fiercely to score again. Samuel Mori accomplished a brace in this match, helping Nuremberg to a 2-0 lead. Mori's outstanding form naturally limited Gadley's opportunities to play. It wasn't until the 84th minute that Eriksson substituted Gadley into the game. Unfortunately, Gadley was unable to score in the final minutes and instead witnessed FRTH pull back a goal, bringing the score to 2-1. Fortunately, despite only appearing for a few minutes without scoring, he still contributed to the team's victory, earning a substitute appearance reward of 2,000 plus a winning bonus of 2,000, totaling 4,000 experience points, elevating his level to 3-1 with 50,000 experience points. Subsequently, due to several players being selected for the U19 national team to compete in the 2011 to 2012 UEFA European U19 Championship, the league would take a 3-week break, resuming on October 23rd. Even the earliest German Youth League Cup wouldn't commence until October 16th. Therefore, following the victory against FRTH U19, Eriksson granted the team a 3-day break to allow the young players to rest adequately, returning to the training base on October 5th to resume training. Chapter 18. On-field conflicts. Although the team had a break, Gadley, much like before, did not return home. Instead, he enlisted the help of Elmer and Mykina to practice extra at the base. When his parents called to inquire, Gadley feigned a busy schedule, citing his recent promotion to U19 and his commitment to training hard to secure his position. Of course, his self-training lacked experience. On the second day of the break, October 3rd, which was a Monday, Gadley spent 3 skill points again, increasing his shooting skill from 78 to 79, ball control from 64 to 65, and off-the-ball movement from 62 to 63, leaving him with a balance of 22 skill points. Then, on October 5th, when the team resumed training, Eriksson was astonished to find that Gadley's shooting skill had evidently progressed. It wasn't that Eriksson possessed an extraordinary ability to perceive minor changes in attributes, rather, Gadley's pace of improvement was remarkably swift. When he brought Gadley to U19 on September 12th, Gadley's shooting skill was only 76. Now, merely 20 days later, Gadley had already improved by 3 points. As a professional youth training coach, he can effortlessly discern the increment of 3. Beyond his shooting prowess, Gadley's ball control and off-the-ball movement are also advancing rapidly. Consequently, Eriksson holds Gadley in high regard, believing that this young man, who just turned 18 and joined the U19 squad, may be on the cusp of truly unleashing his potential. With Eriksson observing Gadley more meticulously, each of his enhancements and progress becomes increasingly evident. Naturally, being the focal point of the coach's attention is immensely beneficial for Gadley, as it aids him in securing more opportunities to play. Another week has elapsed, and on Monday, October 10th, Gadley invested 3 skill points, elevating his shooting from 79 to 80, his ball control from 65 to 66, and his off-the-ball movement from 63 to 64, leaving him with a balance of 19 skill points. Gadley's shooting prowess has ascended to the remarkable threshold of 80. In truth, many globally renowned strikers boast shooting ratings hovering around 90. Even prolific goal machines like Messi and Ronaldo do not exceed a score of 95. The leading scorers of the top 5 leagues typically possess shooting skills in the vicinity of 85. Therefore, Gadley's score of 80 is more than sufficient to secure a starting position within a mid-tier Bundesliga team. However, his inadequate dribbling, speed, and off-the-ball movement hinder him from capitalizing on his shooting potential, preventing him from unleashing the full force of his 80 rating. Yet, during training, Erikov has discerned the uniqueness of his shooting abilities and has mentally resolved to nurture his talent with focused attention. On the afternoon of October 14th, following another training session, Gadley's experience reached level 3 with 51,500 points, automatically upgrading him to level 4 with 17 million points. Fortune smiled upon him, as the skill randomly unlocked with this upgrade was jumping, with an initial attribute of 67, surpassing the initial attributes of shooting, ball control, and off-the-ball movement. At a height of 186 centimeters, this skill proves to be quite practical, as a higher attribute will enhance his ability to contest aerial duels within the penalty area and execute header shots, significantly bolstering his offensive capabilities. After increasing his jumping attribute from 67 to 68, he found that the 10 skill points awarded for the upgrade had dwindled to 9, leaving him with a total of 28 skill points. The following day, on October 15th, In the squad announced by Erikoff for the upcoming away match against Essen in the German Youth League Cup, both Gadli and Mikina were prominently featured. Gadli has firmly established himself as the primary substitute for the center-forward position. On the morning of October 16, 2011, at precisely 10 o'clock a.m., the match between Essen U19 and Nuremberg U19 commenced, marking the beginning of the quarterfinals of the 2011-2012 German Youth League Cup. Perhaps due to the scathing reprimand received from Eriksson after their previous away game against Saarbrücken, the team quickly found their rhythm in this match. In the 15th minute, Nuremberg seized the initiative, executing a series of intricate passes and movements that culminated in a ball delivered to the left wing of the penalty area. The left winger, Avid, struck from 12 meters in front of the goal, scoring and putting the away team ahead 1-0 against the home side, Essen. Naturally, Essen was unwilling to lag behind. Upon the resumption of play, they launched a vigorous counterattack. After all, this was their training ground, their home turf, and there were indeed a few spectators cheering from the sidelines. Consequently, in the 36th minute, Essen finally found the net during a chaotic scramble following a corner kick, leveling the score at 1-1. For the remainder of the half, neither team was able to score again. After 1 minute of stoppage time, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half, with both teams heading into the break at a 1-1 stalemate. During halftime, both coaches made a series of substitutions, seeking to bolster their offensive strategies for the second half. After all, this was a decisive cup match, not a league game. A loss would eliminate any chance of advancing to the next round. Thus, both teams aimed to intensify their attacks and secure a victory over their opponents. However, Gadli remained on the bench, perhaps because Eriksson still deemed Gadli's overall capability inferior to that of Samuel Mori, believing that Mori's impact on the field was more substantial. As a result, the second half progressed, and despite efforts from both sides, the score remained unchanged until the end of the regular 90 minutes, leading to extra time with the score still tied at 1-1. Since the Youth Cup mandates a definitive outcome, the teams were allowed only a brief respite before entering extra time. Should the match remain unresolved after extra time, a penalty shootout would ensue. In the throes of extra time, both teams continued to exchange attacks and defenses, yet neither could breach the opponent's goal. It was not until the 109th minute of the second half of extra time that the midfielder, Fred, suddenly ignited in the forward area, as if aided by divine intervention. With a dazzling display of skill, he deftly maneuvered past two opposing defenders with a series of bicycle kicks and feints, penetrating the penalty area. The coach and players of Nuremberg were elated, while those from Essen were gripped by despair. As Fred prepared to unleash a shot on goal, a hasty defender from Essen, disregarding all caution, executed a reckless sliding tackle from the side. The attempt failed to make contact with the ball and instead resulted in Fred being brought down, clutching his foot in agony. Given that both teams comprised youth players, the tension had already escalated in extra time. At such a moment, the incident ignited tempers. The forward, Samuel Mori, who was closest to the skirmish, charged towards the offending player and, with a furious kick, struck him while shouting, "How do you play? Do you want to fight?" Mori's reaction provoked retaliation from the opposing defenders, one of whom rushed in and landed a punch squarely on Mori's face, sending him staggering back. The malicious tackle on Fred, coupled with the ensuing chaos, led to a significant conflict between the players. Kicks, punches, shoving, and insults erupted, plunging the scene into utter disarray. Chapter 19. Victory by penalty. Upon witnessing the turmoil on the field, both assistant referees rushed in alongside the main referee, and it took them over half a minute to separate the players and temporarily quell the situation. Fred was carried off on a stretcher for urgent medical attention. The Essen defender who had injured Fred received a red card and was expelled from the match. Mori and several other players who had instigated the altercation were issued yellow cards, which helped to restore some order. Consequently, due to the foul committed in the penalty area, Nuremberg U19 was awarded a penalty kick. With the recent tumultuous events, the match clock displayed the 110th minute of extra time, leaving just a little over 10 minutes, including stoppage time, before the conclusion of the game. Had the penalty been successfully converted at that moment, it would likely have led to a dramatic overtime victory for Nuremberg U19, propelling them into the semifinals. When Fred was brutally tackled and fell to the ground in agony, Coach Eriksson was visibly agitated and enraged, fervently leaping along the sidelines to admonish the opposing defender for his malicious foul. He even exchanged heated words with the rival coach until the fourth official intervened to quell the altercation. Amidst his concern for Fred's injury and his vehement condemnation of the opponent, Eriksson momentarily overlooked the possibility of substitutions. It was only after the referee had issued a series of red and yellow cards and awarded a penalty to Nuremberg U19 that Eriksson was jolted back to reality. Gadley stands out in the U19 youth team with his remarkable shooting skills, which, however, are somewhat limited by his other technical shortcomings, preventing him from fully unleashing his prowess during open play. Yet, when it comes to penalty kicks, he undoubtedly boasts the highest scoring rate. Although penalties test one's psychological fortitude, Gadley, being the seasoned soul at 28 years of age, has consistently exhibited a maturity in training matches that surpasses that of his peers. Consequently, Eriksson harbors no concerns regarding Gadley's mental resilience. Furthermore, this is merely a quarter-final match in the German Youth League Cup, neither the Bundesliga nor the UEFA Champions League, let alone the World Cup, with an audience barely exceeding 100. Thus, the psychological pressure is hardly significant. He firmly believes that Gadley will withstand the moment and fully capitalize on his shooting advantages. Hence, Eriksson promptly approached the head referee and the fourth official to request a substitution, bringing off Fred, who was already injured and carried off the field, and allowing Gadley to take his place. Moreover, Eriksson called out to Samuel Mori, who was poised to take the penalty. "Mori, let Gadley take this penalty." Upon hearing Eriksson's directive, Mori's expression shifted. As the team's primary penalty taker, he had been the one to execute penalties in previous matches, unless he was absent. Unexpectedly, Eriksson had chosen to substitute Gadley in his presence, usurping his right to take the penalty. However, he could not defy Eriksson. In the first team, players might resort to training strikes, transfers, media influence, or even direct conversations with club executives to pressure the head coach. Some core players can be so dominant that even the coach must tread lightly around them. Yet, in the youth team, until a player demonstrates unique and irreplaceable value, the head coach is akin to a deity. Disregarding the coach's instructions could lead to the player being ostracized, forever missing opportunities to play, let alone ascend to the U23 or first team. Thus, Mori could only bitterly toss the ball to the ground, internally cursing Brenton Gadley, hoping that Gadley would miss the penalty. Whether the team won or lost was of little consequence. What mattered most was that Gadley did not outshine him, ultimately jeopardizing his position as a starter. This scenario was dire news for Mori, yet an unexpected delight for Gadley, who had initially believed he would not have the chance to play at all during this match. Unexpectedly, Nuremberg was awarded a penalty during the second half of extra time. Moreover, Eriksson reclaimed the penalty-taking responsibility from Samuel Mori and designated himself to execute the shot. It was evident that Eriksson held high hopes for Gadley's shooting prowess. After receiving permission from the fourth official and the referee to enter the field, Gadley jogged into the Essen's penalty area, picked up the ball from the ground, placed it on the penalty spot, and took a few steps back in preparation to take the kick. At that moment, his friend August Michner, standing just outside the penalty area, called out to Gadley, "Gadley, give it your all." Gadley turned and nodded in gratitude to Mikina before redirecting his focus to the positioning of the opposing goalkeeper, preparing to take the penalty kick. This marked his first opportunity to execute a penalty in the match, and given the potential to decide the outcome during extra time, the significance of this moment was undeniable. A slight tension gripped Gadley's heart, yet at the age of 27, his mental maturity guided him on how to proceed. As the referee prepared to blow the whistle, he began observing the goalkeeper while taking deep breaths, employing the lengthy inhalations to alleviate the pressure building within him. At last, when the referee deemed both teams and the goalkeeper ready, he blew the whistle, and Gadley felt far more composed than when he had first entered the field. Taking another deep breath, he exhaled and commenced his run-up. Coaches, players, and the goalkeeper alike, both on and off the field, fixed their gazes upon Gadley, speculating whether he would succeed in this crucial penalty. During regular training and additional practice, Gadley had certainly honed his penalty-taking skills. After a few steps in his run-up, he positioned his left foot to the left and slightly behind the penalty mark, swinging his right foot to strike the ball. Although he had not activated any specific physical attributes or shooting skills, Gadley's natural athleticism was commendable. Otherwise, he would not have been playing as a forward. Consequently, the force behind his penalty kick was considerable. Moreover, with a shooting attribute rating of 80, Gadley's shot was successfully directed within the goal frame and at a favorable angle. While it may not have been a dead corner, the trajectory grazed the grass as it sped towards the bottom right corner of the goal, remaining within a meter of the post. Had it been a world-class goalkeeper like Casillas, Buffon, or Cech, they might have been able to save this penalty, which lacked a true dead angle. However, the goalkeeper of the Essen U19 youth team clearly did not possess such prowess. Although he guessed the correct direction, he was nonetheless a fraction too late and failed to make contact with the ball, which zipped past his outstretched hands and into the net. Chapter 20. The offensive core witnessing the ball evade the goalkeeper's fingers and successfully nestling in the net, Gadley stood at the penalty spot, fists clenched, releasing a triumphant roar to express his exhilaration. Shortly thereafter, his teammates surged into the penalty area, enveloping him in a celebratory embrace for what could potentially be the decisive goal in extra time. Notably, Senior Mori was absent from this jubilant scene. In the 110th minute of extra time, Gadley converted a penalty for Nuremberg U19, giving them a 2-1 lead over the home team, Essen U19. As the match resumed, Essen launched a vigorous counterattack, striving to equalize the score. However, time was not on their side, and fatigue had begun to take its toll on the players, leading to significant issues with precision in passing and positioning, resulting in numerous errors. Furthermore, Eric had exhausted his final substitution, which delayed the game momentarily. In the 122nd minute, following 2 minutes of stoppage time, the referee blew the final whistle, concluding the match. Thanks to Gadley's decisive penalty in the 110th minute, Nuremberg U19 triumphed 2-1 over Essen U19 in the quarterfinals, advancing to the semi-finals of the 2011-2012 German Youth League Cup. The experience gained from the cup mirrored that of the league. Thus, Gadley's post-match achievements included coming off the bench, scoring 1 goal, and earning a victory bonus, totaling 6,000 experience points, raising his level to 4 with 97,000 points. The match day fell on a Sunday, and upon returning to the training base, a jubilant Eric granted the U19 team a day off. The following day, October 17th, a Monday, Gadley allocated 4 skill points, enhancing his shooting from 80 to 81, ball control from 66 to 67, jumping from 68 to 69, and off-the-ball movement from 64 to 65, leaving him with a balance of 24 skill points. Gadley's shooting skills have been steadily improving. Eric, who has always been attentive to Gadley, is astonished by the rapid pace of his progress. He harbors a vague tactical notion in his mind, but lacks the resolve to act upon it. He decides to observe a little longer. Should Gadley truly meet his expectations, he intends to implement this idea. Although Gadley was unaware of what the coach was contemplating, he understood that as long as he seized every opportunity to play and showcased commendable performances, he would ultimately reap rewards. He cherished both training and matches, fully prepared to deliver an exceptional display in the forthcoming game. Consequently, during the 7th round of the league on October 23rd, the away match against Frankfurt U19 proved to be a daunting challenge, as the home team excelled, leaving Nuremberg with little capacity to resist. At halftime, Eriksson substituted Gadley in the hope that he could once again conjure the magic of scoring as a substitute. After entering the field, Gadley indeed exerted himself, continuously making incisive runs in an attempt to create shooting opportunities. However, this time, fortune did not favor him as it had before. On one hand, Frankfurt's offense was overwhelmingly powerful, forcing Nuremberg's formation into a defensive stance, leaving them unable to provide Gadley with ample passes. On the other hand, his shooting skills still lacked the requisite strength. Although his 81 rating surpassed that of his youth team companions, it had yet to reach a level of impeccable precision. This was especially evident when faced with interference, resulting in even greater inaccuracies. In the entirety of the second half, Gadley managed 3 attempts on goal. However, 2 of them veered wide of the target, while the one that struck within the goal frame was comfortably caught by the goalkeeper. Ultimately, Gadley and his entire team were unable to score, suffering a significant defeat against Eintracht Frankfurt U19 with a scoreline of 3-0. Nevertheless, Gadley did earn 2,000 experience points for his appearance as a substitute, slightly alleviating the disappointment of the heavy loss. The 3-goal defeat left Erikhoff equally displeased, leading to the cancellation of the following day's holiday, and the team resumed training, with no one daring to voice any complaints. On October 24th, a Monday, Gadley allocated 4 skill points, enhancing his shooting from 81 to 82, ball control from 67 to 68, jumping from 69 to 70, and off-the-ball movement from 65 to 66, leaving him with a remaining balance of 20 skill points. With his shooting now at 82, Godry's comparative advantage over goalkeepers became more pronounced, reflected in his training performance. During a 60-minute training match on October 26th, Godry even managed to score twice. Although the defensive intensity of the training match could not rival that of an official game, it demonstrated Godry's capabilities and rapid progression. Consequently, Arikov decided to test his hypothesis. On the morning of October 28th, Arikov organized a 45-minute training match for the U19 team, with Samuel Mori in the starting lineup and Godry on the bench. However, Arikov specifically instructed that all players in the substitute team must center their offensive efforts around Godry, granting him unrestricted shooting privileges. Whenever circumstances allowed, the ball was to be passed to Godry for a shot. He aimed to provide Godry with maximum opportunities to see what results he could yield. Arikov's directive filled Godry with immense joy, while simultaneously placing considerable pressure on Samuel Mori. Mori could only strive to excel in the training match, hoping to outshine Godry. Yet, contrary to his expectations, he did not receive the same level of support from the starting team. Although the starting lineup was inherently stronger than the substitutes, once all offensive opportunities were funneled toward Godry, whose shooting prowess had reached 82, he showcased astonishing results against the U19 team's goalkeepers and defense, leaving Arikov and all observers thoroughly impressed. Gadley has astonishingly progressed beyond his previous performance, achieving a remarkable hat trick within the 45 minutes of the training match. Remarkably, he accomplished this feat with just 6 shots, 4 of which were on target, resulting in 3 goals. Such a display has left everyone in utter astonishment. Although Gadley's 3 goals accounted for the entirety of the substitute team's score, which ultimately lost to the first team with a score of 3-5, his performance nonetheless captivated Arikov. Arikov resolved to grant Gadley an opportunity to start and to experiment with a strategy centered around him in the official match. Thus, following the afternoon training session, when Arikov announced the squad for the upcoming 8th round of the league, where Nuremberg would host Stuttgart, the name of Bernd Gadley appeared for the first time on the starting list of the U19 league. He replaced the principal striker, Samuel Mori, becoming the starting center forward for this match. While it may merely be a temporary adjustment for one game, for Gadley, it is indeed a momentous piece of news. For the other players, it is nothing short of shocking. It is worth noting that Gadley had only been promoted from the U17 youth team a little over a month ago. Yet, within this brief span, he has already earned a chance to start. The pace of his advancement is truly astonishing. Even more remarkable is Arikov's announcement that tomorrow's match will revolve around Gadley as the focal point of the attack, whenever possible. The team is encouraged to pass the ball to him for a shot, just as they did during this morning's training match. Such treatment has never been afforded to even Samuel Mori. Everyone senses that if Gadley can perform exceptionally well in this match and justify Arikov's faith in him, Samuel Mori's position as the starting center forward may be in jeopardy. Chapter 21. The first record as training concluded and the players were showering and changing in the locker room, Mikina inquired of Gadley, "Gadley, with your first start tomorrow, and on a Saturday no less, will your parents be available? You should inform them to come and witness your inaugural match as a starter in the U19. Gadley was taken aback. He had not even considered this matter. Upon hearing Michener's words, he too realized that, by conventional reasoning, such a joyful occasion ought to be shared with family to witness together. However, Gadley was reluctant. He was no longer the original Brent Gadley, and he was at a loss as to how to confront his family. Consequently, after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I think it is best to forego that. What if I were to falter in their presence? It would only bring embarrassment upon my parents." Michener uttered a sound of acknowledgement and shook his head, assuming that Gadley had a strained relationship with his family, and thus refrained from further persuasion. Gadley exhaled with relief. The following day, on October 29, 2011, at precisely noon, the whistle of the referee signaled the commencement of the 8th round match of the 2011-2012 season of the German U19 Youth League, featuring Nuremberg against Stuttgart, held at the training ground of Nuremberg's U19 team. Over 200 spectators gathered on the sidelines, predominantly comprising friends and family of the players. A handful of devoted fans concerned about Nuremberg's youth training development, along with several scouts from Bundesliga clubs. As the match commenced, those unfamiliar with Gadley noticed that the starting center forward for Nuremberg was not the usual number 9, Samuel Mori, but rather the number 32, Bernd Gadley. Some fans, having missed a few recent games, inquired, "Who is this number 32? I don't recall seeing him at the start of the season. How did he displace Mori to the bench? Is Mori injured?" Observing Mori seated on the substitutes bench, They concluded he did not appear to be injured. At this point, a more informed supporter chimed in. Gadley was promoted from the U17 team in mid-September. He has made 4 substitute appearances and scored 2 goals, performing commendably. Perhaps Eric is keen to assess his performance as a starter. While some fans found it perplexing that Gadley had supplanted Mori, others were indifferent, eager to witness Gadley's performance. The scouts, concealed among the fans, remained unfazed. Given that scouts from each club have limited resources, they are tasked with evaluating players across the 2nd and 3rd divisions, as well as regional leagues, and must also monitor prospects in various professional clubs' youth academies, with some even keeping tabs on players from foreign teams. Thus, these scouts were attending a Nuremberg U19 match for the first time this season and had yet to form an impression of Gadley. Before long, while the casual fans had yet to discern any significant difference, the scouts had already recognized that Gadley was indeed the offensive linchpin of Nuremberg's U19 squad. Whenever Gadley positioned himself near the penalty area, his teammates would endeavor to pass the ball to him, allowing him the opportunity to shoot. Only in the absence of a viable shooting opportunity would Gadley pass the ball back out. Merely 4 minutes into the match, Gadley seized a chance to shoot from a distance, though it veered narrowly past the post, ultimately going out of play. Despite not scoring, the threat posed by his attempt was palpable. Just 3 minutes later, in the 7th minute, during another Nuremberg offensive, the ball found its way to Gadley, who was facing away from the goal and closely guarded by 2 defenders. Even with his back to the goal, Gadley refrained from passing to a teammate. Instead, he skillfully maneuvered side to side before forcing a turn to take a shot, only for the ball to be deflected by an opposing defender and cleared from the penalty area. Within a mere 7 minutes, Gadley had already accumulated 2 opportunities to shoot. Although the ball did not find the net, the position of the attacking linchpin is undoubtedly secure. Is this treatment a revelation of their previously overlooked talent? Several scouts were invigorated by the prospect. Indeed, just a few minutes later, in the 11th minute, Nuremberg again advanced, delivering the ball to Gadley's feet. This time, perhaps due to a lapse in concentration from the Stuttgart defenders, or perhaps because Gadley had honed his off-the-ball movement to a remarkable degree, he found himself with an unmarked space within the penalty area. His teammate, right-winger Johannes, executed a perfectly timed pass, placing the ball right in front of Gadley. The Stuttgart defenders and goalkeeper were taken aback. The nearest defender, number 6, rushed in from the side, attempting to intercept Gadley's impending shot. The goalkeeper adjusted his position slightly, settling into what he deemed the most advantageous stance for a save, poised to react. However, Gadley feigned a shot, opting instead to control Johannes's pass, deftly redirecting the ball to the right, evading the outstretched foot of the approaching number 6 defender. Had he taken the shot directly without control, it is plausible that the defender could have thwarted it. Yet, with his exquisite touch, Gadley allowed the momentum of the rushing number 6 to carry him past, creating an opening. Seizing the moment before the other defenders could recover, Gadley unleashed a powerful strike toward the lower left corner of the goal. As he deftly maneuvered the ball to the right, the Stuttgart goalkeeper instinctively shifted to the right. To his astonishment, Gadley aimed for the opposite lower corner. The distance was too great for the goalkeeper to react in time, and he could only watch helplessly as the ball rolled toward the far post. He hoped Gadley's shot would veer off course, rolling out of bounds. Alas, his hopes were dashed as the ball nestled into the net, striking the inner side of the goal. In a mere 11 minutes, Gadley scored, putting Nuremberg U19 on the scoreboard first. His teammates rushed to him, enveloping him in celebration, while Eric also raised a fist in triumph from the sidelines. Gadurli's performance was indeed gratifying. The scouts watching were visibly captivated. However, merely observing 3 shots on goal does not fully reveal the extent of Gadurli's striking prowess. Scoring once from 3 attempts may not be sufficient to persuade them. Yet, the maturity and composure Gadurli displayed during this particular shot were remarkably rare, surpassing that of the average U19 player. While a typical U19 forward might hastily shoot without taking the time to control the ball, risking interference from the opposing number 6 defender, Gadurli exhibited a remarkable calmness, deftly controlling the ball just in time to evade the oncoming defender, thus gaining a more advantageous position for his shot. Moreover, his subtle touch misled the goalkeeper, prompting him to instinctively shift to the right. Gadurli then cleverly aimed for the opposite far corner, leaving the goalkeeper with no opportunity to make a save, as he could only watch the ball roll into the net. Every aspect of his play, from his positioning to his ability to maneuver the ball and the precise angle of his shot, demonstrated an extraordinary psychological resilience for such a young player. Much to the delight of the scouts, they were keenly focused on Gadurli, eager to witness his subsequent performances and to ascertain whether he truly warranted the role of offensive linchpin. Chapter 22. The backheel pass. Following those 3 shots and the resulting goal, Stuttgart solidified their tactical approach by designating Gadurli as the focal point of their offense. In the ensuing matches, Gadurli faced stringent marking from opponents. In fact, whenever the ball was at the feet of a Nuremberg player, someone would relentlessly pursue Gadurli, closely shadowing him. Aside from possessing an impressive shooting skill rated at 82 and a physique that is merely adequate for his youth team, Gadli's other abilities such as dribbling, ball control, breakthrough, and speed fail to align with his striking prowess. Following Stuttgart's intensified marking on him, Gadli found himself deprived of any significant opportunities. Nevertheless, his teammates remained steadfast in adhering to Erikov's directives, diligently feeding the ball to Gadli whenever the chance arose. After several unsuccessful attempts to receive the ball and turn for a shot, he astutely noted that Stuttgart's concentrated defense on him occasionally left gaps in their coverage of other Nuremberg players. With a psychological maturity surpassing his physical age by a decade, Gadli began to pay closer attention to his teammates' movements. He was not so naive as to insist on shooting every time, treating Erikov's mandate of unlimited shooting rights as an unassailable decree. Such an approach could not only squander scoring opportunities, but also breed resentment among teammates. Why did you not pass the ball when my shooting chance was evidently better? As a striker yet to unlock his dribbling and breakthrough skills, he relied on his teammates for passes and could not afford to adopt a solitary approach. Although the coach had not explicitly stated it, he resolved to adapt based on his observations. After all, assists and winning by a greater margin also yielded experience rewards, which was far superior to squandering opportunities on his own. Then, in the 38th minute, Gadli found himself positioned with his back to the goal on the right side of the penalty area, having successfully shielded the opposing defender while receiving a pass from a teammate. As Gadli swayed from side to side, feigning an opportunity to turn and shoot, he discreetly observed the movements of his teammates from the corner of his eye. He noticed that his companion, Fred, was sprinting in from outside the penalty area, poised to enter the box from the edge of the arc, with no defenders in proximity. Within the penalty area, the defenders were primarily focused on marking Gadli, as he had been the one consistently receiving the ball and taking shots, clearly the focal point of their offensive efforts. This time was no different. Their ingrained assumptions led them to believe that Gadli would once again force a turn and shoot. Consequently, 2 defenders were tightly contesting him, while another was ready to block any potential shots, and the goalkeeper remained fixated on Gadli, leaving the other defenders somewhat lax in their vigilance against the remaining players from Nuremberg. They were all prepared to witness Gadli either execute a turn and shoot or falter in his ball control. Exhibiting commendable physical prowess, Gadli leaned against the 2 Stuttgart defenders, retaining possession of the ball. As he caught sight of Fred making a timely run into the penalty area, he suddenly pivoted to the right and initiated a shooting motion. One defender was caught alongside him, but another immediately raised his foot in an attempt to intercept the ball. Simultaneously, a defender in the small box positioned himself to block any potential shot, while the goalkeeper widened his eyes, ready to react to Gadli's impending strike. However, unexpectedly, as Gadli completed his shooting motion, his right foot descended without making contact with the ball. Instead, he deftly nudged it with his heel towards the center of the penalty area, directing it near the penalty spot. There, Fred, the attacking midfielder for Nuremberg's U19 team, was just arriving, perfectly aligned with Gadli's subtle pass. All defenders from Stuttgart were momentarily bewildered, aghast. How could Gadli deviate from the expected play? Were you not the offensive linchpin? The consummate finisher? You executed the motion to take a shot, yet instead of shooting, you cleverly set up your teammate with a heel pass? The sheer unpredictability of such a maneuver was enough to confound anyone. Gadli's deft heel flick indeed left the Stuttgart defenders utterly unresponsive, as they stood by, eyes wide in disbelief, watching the ball roll toward the penalty spot, unchallenged and unobstructed on its path to the goal. On the sidelines, scouts who had initially harbored doubts about Gadli's capability to serve as the offensive linchpin were now taken aback. Their eyes widened in astonishment. Gadli's handling of the situation was remarkably unexpected and astutely clever. Typically, a young player receiving the ball in the penalty area, buoyed by the coach's insistent encouragement to shoot, would be preoccupied with scoring and making a grand impression. However, Gadley distinguished himself by exhibiting a level of intelligence and maturity rarely seen at his age. He cleverly utilized the attention of the defenders, disguising his intentions with a feigned shot before executing an astonishing heel flick that sent the ball into the open space in the center. Regardless of whether his teammates managed to convert this opportunity into a goal, the sheer brilliance of that pass revealed Gadley's extraordinary maturity and quick-wittedness, showcasing his exceptional football intelligence. Gadley has ascended to a new echelon in the minds of several scouts. In fact, Fred, positioned centrally, was taken aback by Gadley's unexpectedly deft backheel pass. He trotted into the penalty area, not in anticipation of a pass from Gadley, but rather to observe whether there might be an opportunity for a follow-up shot should Gadley's attempt at goal be thwarted by the goalkeeper, leaving the ball within reach. Should Gadley's strike ricochet off the frame of the goal and fall within the box, he would indeed have a chance to capitalize on it. However, to his astonishment, as he entered the penalty area, Gadley, who appeared poised to shoot, instead executed an unforeseen backheel flick, directing the ball right to his feet. Fortunately, Fred was merely trotting, not sprinting, which afforded him the agility to respond in time. With a stroke of fortune, Gadley executed the ball's trajectory with remarkable precision, both in speed and direction. Consequently, Fred, having swiftly anticipated Gadley's pass, struck the ball with his instep, sending it towards the far left corner of the goal without pausing. Positioned centrally, yet slightly to the right, the Stuttgart goalkeeper, who had already been deceived by Gadley's feint to shoot, was caught off guard and reacted sluggishly. Coupled with Fred's nearly impossible angle shot, the distance was simply too great for him to cover. He managed only a single step before resigning to the futility of the save, standing on the goal line, wide-eyed, as the ball grazed the far post and nestled into the net. In the 38th minute, Gadley, within the penalty area, feigned a shot before executing an imaginative backheel pass, facilitating Fred's effortless strike into the far corner. Nuremberg led Stuttgart 2-0. Chapter 23. A flawless performance after delivering the backheel pass. Gadley turned just in time to witness Fred's deft shot finding its way into the corner of Stuttgart's net. Overjoyed, he rushed over to embrace Fred in celebration. This marked his first assist since arriving in Germany, a moment made even sweeter despite his limited experience in scoring. Fred, equally exhilarated, embraced Gadley and exclaimed in his ear, "Gadley, your backheel pass was simply brilliant. I nearly missed it." Gadley chuckled heartily, remarking that he had indeed managed to react in time and score. His teammates rushed forward, encircling the two in a jubilant celebration, extolling Gadley's exquisite backheel pass. Their admiration stemmed not only from the finesse of the play, but also from Gadley's selflessness and his awareness of the team's greater good, a trait that resonated deeply with his companions. Had Gadley chosen to exploit the coach's unrestrained confidence in him, even resorting to reckless attempts that denied his teammates opportunities, unspoken resentment would surely have brewed beneath the surface. However, such concerns were non-existent now. Gadley's exquisite through ball, coupled with Fred's effortless finish, has undeniably illustrated Gadley's character. This is the type of teammate that is cherished by all. On the sidelines, Eriksson joyfully raised his fist in celebration. Gadley's performance exceeded expectations. Although he was granted unlimited firepower in this match, it was merely an opportunity to observe the extent of his shooting prowess with the support of the entire team. Not an indication that he would be afforded such freedom in the future. Today was simply an experiment. Gadley's inaugural goal signified that the experiment had achieved a satisfactory outcome. With the support of the entire team, he demonstrated the ability to transform his teammates' efforts into goals. Should he score another, it would be nothing short of perfection. However, unexpectedly, instead of witnessing Gadley's second goal, one was treated to a remarkable backheel assist from him. The delight this assist brought him surpassed the joy of a second goal. Much like the scouts on the sidelines observed, the significance of this assist lay in its affirmation of Gadley as a mature player, one who prioritizes the greater good, values teamwork, and employs intelligence on the field rather than relying solely on individual prowess. Such a display exceeded all expectations. Moreover, he was acutely aware that among the spectators were scouts from rival clubs, poised to lure away the burgeoning talent of Nuremberg. Had Gadley scored just one goal in this match, he might have been able to maintain a sense of stability. Yet, with such a genius assist, he was confident it would capture the attention of professional scouts. Consequently, Erikhoff resolved to approach the club officials after the match to secure Gadley a professional contract. The match continued on the field. However, by the time Gadley assisted Fred in scoring, it was already quite late in the game. Merely minutes later, the referee signaled the end of the first half, with both teams heading into halftime with a score of 2-0, the home team Nuremberg U19 enjoying a 2-goal lead. During the intermission, Erikoff praised Gadley's performance in the first half, urging the team to continue centering their offensive strategy around him as the focal point and finisher. Yet, he encouraged Gadley to pass to teammates in better positions should he find himself with unfavorable shooting opportunities. After a 15-minute respite, both teams resumed play. Stuttgart, trailing by 2 goals, made 3 substitutions to bolster their offense in the second half. As another Bundesliga youth academy, Stuttgart's U19 team was quite formidable. After introducing fresh legs, they managed to penetrate Nuremberg U19's defense in the 68th minute through a cohesive team effort, scoring a goal and narrowing the deficit to 1-2. Nevertheless, Gadley was truly energizing the team with the support of his comrades. Although Stuttgart had recognized Gadley as the central figure of Nuremberg's offense through the first half and had implemented tight marking against him, the vastness of the football pitch begs the question, which team can truly neutralize a single opponent's player entirely? Even the so-called defensive experts of Italy cannot achieve this, let alone a German U19 youth team. Although Gadley does not score with every shot, his evident superiority in technique makes it relatively easy for him to find the back of the net as the number of attempts accumulates. Shortly after Stuttgart managed to pull one back, in the 76th minute, Nuremberg executed a remarkably high-quality team counterattack following a successful interception. Originally, it was a counter initiated by a defensive lapse during an attack, with Nuremberg boasting as many as 4 players in the counter, leaving Stuttgart's defensive line scrambling to keep up. Ultimately, Gadley surged into the penalty area unmarked, receiving a low pass from his teammate August Michner from approximately 11 meters away. Without taking a touch, he deftly pushed the ball towards the far corner of the net. A Stuttgart defender, desperately pursuing from behind, threw himself into the fray but failed to make contact, helplessly watching the ball roll towards the goal's blind spot. Although the goalkeeper attempted to make a save, Gadley's exceptional shooting prowess, compounded by his extraordinary performance, resulted in a shot with an exceedingly challenging angle, eluding the outstretched palm of the keeper. Under the gaze of everyone present, Gadley's strike evaded the goalkeeper's fingertips and resolutely nestled against the far post, rippling the net from within. Gadley scored another goal, achieving his first brace in the U19 league. Overcome with excitement, he sprinted to the substitutes bench and embraced Coach Eriksson. Soon after, they were surrounded by teammates, all celebrating Gadley's remarkable goal and the commanding 3-1 lead. For Eriksson, Gadley's performance was nothing short of exemplary. In his estimation, a single goal would suffice, while 2 would be nothing less than perfection. Ultimately, Gadley not only secured a brace, but also delivered a brilliant backheel assist. Of Nuremberg's 3 goals, 2 were directly netted by Gadley, and he was instrumental in the creation of the third. Eriksson's decision to designate Gadley as the offensive focal point with unrestricted freedom bore fruitful results. He felt immense satisfaction with Gadley's performance, as well as pride in his astute decision. There was no doubt, Gadley must be offered a professional contract, for it would be unwise to allow other club scouts to exploit any oversight and poach him away. Chapter 24. The pressure from scouts. Gadley had not yet fully harnessed his physicality, and with the weighty responsibility of being the offensive linchpin, he found himself engaged in prolonged confrontations within the opponent's penalty area against formidable adversaries, such as robust center backs and defensive midfielders, which nearly depleted his stamina. Consequently, just minutes after completing his brace, Eriksson decided to substitute him. As Gadley left the pitch, Eriksson embraced him once more and took the opportunity to whisper in his ear, "Gadley, I am preparing to recommend you for a professional contract at the club. I trust there are no issues on your end?" The intent behind this inquiry was to ensure that no scouts had approached Gadley privately, avoiding any potential misunderstandings. However, prior to this day, Gadley's age and performance could only be described as average, lacking the allure that would prompt other clubs to risk a confrontation with Nuremberg to secure his talents. With Gadley residing in the dormitory rather than renting an apartment independently, it is rather inconvenient for anyone wishing to approach him. Therefore, prior to today, no representatives from other clubs had made contact with him. Furthermore, due to the stipulations of the system task, he is bound to sign a professional contract solely with Nuremberg. Any agreement with another club would result in the disappearance of the system, a loss Gadley cannot fathom accepting. Thus, Upon hearing that Erikov intended to recommend him to the club for a professional contract, Gadley felt a surge of joy within. Nevertheless, his psychological maturity belies his youthful exterior. Even though he was internally elated at the prospect of completing Task 2, he maintained a composed demeanor and replied, "Thank you, boss. I do not foresee any significant issues here. As long as the terms are reasonable, I am inclined to remain with Nuremberg." This is not due to any lack of alternatives for Gadley, but rather a strategic effort to negotiate more favorable terms. Despite being constrained by the system to sign exclusively with Nuremberg, he still wishes to advocate for a higher salary, bonuses, and signing fees. After all, outsiders are unaware of his system and the restrictions imposed upon him. Indeed, Gadley's ambiguous response caused Erikov's heart to skip a beat. In the past, when he shared such positive news with other youth team players, they would leap with excitement, eager to share the news with their parents and close friends. In contrast, Gadley's reaction was notably subdued, and his carefully chosen words left room for interpretation. What does it mean to say there are no significant issues? Does that imply there are minor concerns? And when he states he is willing to stay as long as the conditions are acceptable, does that suggest he would depart if the terms were unfavorable? Gadley's reactions and words are utterly unconventional, starkly contrasting with the performances of other young players. If he were endowed with decision-making authority, given Gadley's display today, he would undoubtedly secure a contract with him. Unfortunately, this matter pertains to the contracts of professional athletes, and only the club's upper management holds the power to make such decisions. He can only strive to advocate on Gadley's behalf. Thus, Erik was compelled to say, "I will do my utmost to negotiate a better contract for you, but before the club reaches a decision, I implore you not to agree to any terms proposed by scouts from other clubs, all right?" Gadley nodded and said, "All right, thank you, boss." Subsequently, neither Nuremberg nor Stuttgart managed to score again. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. With Gadley's 2 goals and 1 assist, Nuremberg U19 triumphed over the visiting Stuttgart with a score of 3-1, securing victory in the 8th round of the league. Gadley, having exhibited an exceptional performance in this match, earned a commendable 18,000 experience points, comprised of 4,000 for his starting appearance, 2 goals netting 8,000, 1 assist amounting to 2,000, and a victory bonus of 4,000, elevating his total experience to 49,000, thus advancing him to level 4. Just as the match concluded, while Gadley was making his way off the field, a middle-aged man in his 40s intercepted him at the sidelines. "Greetings, Brent Gadley. I am Eddie Golden, a scout from Werder Bremen. Here is my business card," he stated, handing Gadley a card. As Gadley examined the card, Eddie Golden continued, "I wonder if we might find a CAF to converse privately?" Gadley was on the verge of speaking when 2 individuals approached him, eagerly thrusting their business cards forward. One was a scout from Schalke 04, and the other from Borussia Dortmund. It was evident that Gadley's remarkable performance in this match, scoring 2 goals and providing an assist, had thoroughly captivated the scouts from these 3 formidable Bundesliga teams. They could hardly wait to inquire about Gadley's contact information and past performances. Instead, they rushed over in a flurry, unperturbed by the potential reprimands from the security at the Nuremberg base. Noticing the unfolding situation, Erikov swiftly approached, wrapping an arm protectively around Gadley, and firmly addressed the 3 Bundesliga scouts. "Gadley has already signed a professional contract with Nuremberg. If you wish to acquire him, please contact the club's transfer department through official channels." With that, he disregarded the scouts and guided Gadley towards the locker room. As they departed, the 3 scouts exchanged glances, and Eddie Golden sighed. Naturally, a player of such talent would have already signed a professional contract. Nuremberg is not naive. Although Erikov successfully thwarted the scouts' attempts to entice Gadley, a heightened sense of urgency surged within him. In the locker room, Erikov reiterated his appreciation for Gadley, urging him to refrain from engaging with scouts from other clubs or entertaining any propositions before the club made its decision. As Gadley's nurturing club, Nuremberg held significant regard for him and would undoubtedly provide a platform for his talents to flourish. These were, of course, mere formalities. Had Gadley failed to deliver valuable performances, he would not have garnered such attention, and his removal from the team would have been a mere act of mercy. Nevertheless, Gadley acquiesced, for he had no intention of signing with any club other than Nuremberg and could not afford to offend Erikov. He needed to show him respect and obedience. Ultimately, Whether Erikhoff believed him was his own concern. For Erikhoff, finalizing Gadley's professional contract had transcended mere recognition of a young player's potential. It had become a necessity for the club's own interests. After an intense match that afternoon, the players were granted free time, as no training would take place. Erikhoff promptly made his way to the club's office building to confer with the general manager and the head of youth development regarding the matter of Gadley's professional contract. Chapter 25. The football agent, upon hearing that Bernd Gadley had scored twice and provided a brilliant backheel assist in the U19 match against Stuttgart. Both the general manager and the head of the youth development department turned pale. The general manager was unfamiliar with Gadley, but the head of youth development, who oversaw all levels of the academy, was aware of him. He remarked with surprise, "I know Bernd Gadley. Wasn't he still in U17 at the beginning of the season? His talent didn't seem remarkable. He was likely to be released by the end of this season. How did he ascend to the U19 level and perform so remarkably?" Eriksson chuckled wryly, expressing his uncertainty. "Perhaps we have encountered a late-blooming prodigy, whose potential is just now beginning to unfurl. As far as I know, Gadley scored in every one of the first 4 matches of the U17 league this season, netting a total of 5 goals, averaging over 1 goal per game. Thus, Hollis recommended him to me, leading to his promotion to the U19 squad." Upon joining the U19 team, Gadley's pace of improvement remained strikingly rapid, with noticeable advancements almost every week. Presently, he has participated in 5 matches for the U19, with today's match marking his first start, while the other 4 were as a substitute. Among these 5 matches, he has recorded 4 goals and 1 assist. While such statistics may not denote genius within youth teams, the crucial aspect is that his progress has surged since the beginning of this season, accelerating at an impressive rate. During our conversation, Hollis also speculated that Gadley might be a late-blooming super talent, with improvements visible each week. Moreover, following today's match, 3 scouts from different clubs approached Gadley. I deceived them by claiming that Gadley has already signed a professional contract with our club. However, I am uncertain about Gadley's thoughts on this matter. If we do not swiftly secure a professional contract with him and present suitable conditions, I fear that Gadley may be tempted away by other clubs. Even if we were to receive a modest training compensation, it would be a mere pittance compared to the loss of Gadley. After listening to Erik's introduction, the general manager and the youth training director understood that they must secure Gadley's signature. Otherwise, this homegrown talent could be poached by rival competitors. Consequently, the 3 began to deliberate on the terms of Gadley's contract. Unbeknownst to them, while they were pondering the contract details, Gadley had turned to seek out the primary attacking midfielder, Fred Ming. During his time with the U19s, aside from Mykina, Gadley had forged several friendships, among which Fred Ming, who had signed a professional contract, stood out. Notably, Fred Ming had his own dedicated agent, rather than negotiating himself or involving family members in the process. Thus, Gadley discussed with Fred Ming the prospect of Erik recommending him to the club for a professional contract. He requested Fred to contact his agent, asking for assistance in negotiating the terms, with the promise of a commission based on the contract's value. This arrangement would not only secure a favorable contract for Gadley, but also provide a chance for agent Bart Dorr to earn a little extra on the side. Fred Ming had no reason to decline and promptly called Bart, explaining Gadley's situation. Bart Dorr was a junior employee at a mid-sized German agency. With limited experience and a modest standing, he was not responsible for the high-profile Bundesliga stars signed by the company. Fred Ming was the most promising young player he managed, while the other players in his portfolio were from lower leagues or even amateur youth teams. The contracts, transfers, and signing fees for these players were minimal, rendering any potential endorsement deals laughable, resulting in no earnings at all. Thus, Bart, akin to an ordinary office worker, lacked the glamour associated with prominent agents who navigate elite clubs and command the transfer market. Upon hearing about the opportunity for supplementary income through Fred Ming's introduction and the fact that Gadley did not yet have a dedicated agent, Bart was immediately invigorated, readily agreeing to assist. He quickly made his way from Munich, where the agency was located, to meet Gadley in person to discuss the specifics of the contract. His ambition extended beyond merely facilitating this contract for Gadley. He aspired to become Gadley's exclusive agent to share in future renewals and transfers. That evening, Bart Dorr arrived in Nuremberg and met with Gadley and Fred Ming at a local Western restaurant, aware that he had a systematic advantage to bolster his future capabilities. Gadley expressed that he was willing to accept a lower initial salary, provided there was ample room for raises and bonuses. Since Gadley's intentions were not to demand exorbitant terms, but rather to build a solid foundation, negotiations could proceed smoothly. Akin to a salesperson with a modest base salary reliant on performance incentives. The essence of the Galdi model is similarly rooted in the idea of not demanding a high base salary. However, it is imperative to establish sufficient conditions for salary increments upon the fulfillment of various criteria. This approach of a modest salary coupled with conditional raises and bonuses is, in fact, advantageous for the club as well. Gadurli's capabilities have undoubtedly improved, making salary increases and bonuses a natural expectation. Conversely, there is no necessity for a substantial foundational salary. Thus, based on Bart Door's insights, alongside Fred's esteemed references, the trio has collaboratively devised preliminary contract terms. Now awaiting the club's notification, Bart assured Gadurli that, given the conditions he proposed, the contract negotiations should proceed smoothly, contingent solely upon Gadurli's ability to fulfill the stipulated salary and bonus criteria. These conditions could either represent generous rewards or be mere illusions, visible yet unattainable. Nevertheless, Gadurli expressed unwavering confidence, bolstered by the systematic support he received. Following their discussion regarding the contract, Bart Door broached the subject of signing a representation agreement. Gadurli did not outright refuse. Instead, he suggested postponing that conversation until after the current contract negotiations were concluded. This implied that his judgment of Bart Door's performance in the ongoing discussions would be pivotal. Bart Door, understanding this unspoken sentiment, intensified his efforts to meticulously strategize how to secure better terms for Gadurli's inaugural professional contract, aiming to gain Gadurli's trust and ultimately secure the role of his exclusive agent. Meanwhile, Arikov and the club's upper management remained oblivious to Gadurli's intention to seek a dedicated agent. They concluded their deliberations and planned to approach Gadurli about the contract come Monday morning. Chapter 26. Signing the contract match day was October 29th. On October 30th, Arikov granted the players a day off, with training resuming on October 31st. However, that day was also a Monday. Thus, upon rising early, Gadurli allocated 4 skill points, enhancing his shooting from 82 to 83, ball control from 68 to 69, jumping from 70 to 71, and off-the-ball movement from 66 to 67, leaving him with a balance of 16 skill points. Yet, before Gadurli could showcase his newfound prowess at the training ground, he received a call from Arikov. Gadurli, do not head to the training ground today. Come to the club's office. I'll be waiting downstairs to discuss your contract. To which Gadurli replied, please hold for a moment. I need to call my agent. Arikov was taken aback, pausing for several seconds before responding. All right, call me once you arrive at the office. Understood, Gadurli affirmed. Once the call ended, he promptly contacted Bart Door, who had been residing at a hotel in Nuremberg. Upon receiving Gadurli's call, Bart hurried over. The two met at the club's office and subsequently called Arikov. Arikov emerged to greet them, visibly surprised upon seeing Bart Door. Bart, aren't you Fred's agent? When did you become Gadurli's agent? Bart chuckled. I'm not his exclusive agent. I'm merely assisting him with the negotiation of his first professional contract. Arikov shrugged, saying, all right, follow me. Under the leadership of Arikov, the trio arrived at the competitive department, where they met with the head of the department and the legal counsel, who had long been awaiting them in the reception room. Subsequently, they commenced discussions regarding the contract, each party presenting their conditions. Naturally, to preserve the amicable relations between the club and the players, the negotiations primarily involved Bart Dole and the legal counsel engaging in spirited debate, while Gadley and Arikov, along with the head of the competitive department, engaged in casual conversation nearby. In truth, any conditions and bottom lines had already been privately deliberated. What remained was merely to present them openly and seek common ground amidst their differences. It is worth noting that, even for a youth player like Gadley from the U19 team, the disparity in salary structures within the Bundesliga is considerable. Among the 18 teams in the league, Bayern Munich undoubtedly stands as the wealthiest, boasting a first team comprised almost entirely of star players, with an average annual salary exceeding 3 million euros, and the highest, Ribery, reaching an astonishing 10 million. Following closely is their arch-rival, Borussia Dortmund, with an average salary also surpassing 2 million euros. Bayer Leverkusen, Schalke 04, and Wolfsburg follow suit, with stronger teams naturally offering higher wages to their players. Conversely, players from mid to lower tier teams earn progressively less, with Freiburg ranked second from the bottom. averaging less than €400,000 annually. Lastly, the bottom-ranked team, Nuremberg, where Gadley plays, suffers from a lack of notoriety and limited revenue streams, resulting in an average salary for first-team players of approximately €300,000. This figure represents merely the average salary. It is well known how misleading such averages can be. Rumors abound that a substitute player in the Bundesliga earns even less than the salary of a bus driver for Bayern Munich. However, this player is not from Nuremberg. Even so, the disparity is staggering, with the wealth gap being quite alarming. Not all professional players in the top 5 leagues are stars or wealthy. With Nuremberg's first-team wages being so low, one cannot expect the youth team players to receive significantly higher salaries. Fortunately, Gadley did not insist on a high base salary contract upon arrival. Rather, he sought the potential for future salary increases. Given that Gadley desired a modest base salary, the other conditions became more manageable. Despite the numerous salary increases and bonus clauses, they must be achieved by Gadley. Once these conditions are met, it proves Gadley's strength, resulting in a higher transfer fee when he eventually moves on, thus benefiting the club. Consequently, within 2 hours, Bart Dorr and the club's legal department staff discussed all the details, and after a private confirmation between the parties involved, the contract terms for Gadley were essentially finalized. Subsequently, they could summon the club's general manager to sign. On the morning of October 31st, 2011, shortly after 11 a.m., Gadley signed his first professional contract with Nuremberg. The contract, in duplicate, became effective after the signatures of Bernd Gadley and the club's general manager. According to the contract, Gadley signed a 5-year agreement with Nuremberg, with a basic monthly salary of only €2,000, amounting to an annual salary of €24,000. For a professional footballer, this salary is indeed remarkably low, likely less than half of what a driver for Bayern Munich earns, much to the club's delight. However, Gadley accepted such a modest salary because Bart negotiated numerous salary increases and bonus clauses on his behalf. For instance, upon promotion from U19 to U23, his basic monthly salary would increase by €1,000 and another increase upon moving to the first team. Should he ascend to the first team, his basic monthly salary could rise to €4,000. Additionally, there are salary bonuses for being selected for the German U19 team, the U23 Olympic team, the national team, and for qualifying for European competitions, among others. Bonuses are also available for goals and assists in the U19 and U23 League Cups, championship bonuses, match fees for the first team, goal and assist bonuses, and for securing spots in the Europa League and the Champions League, as well as for scoring in these competitions and even aiding the team in winning titles. Furthermore, the income generated from the club's use of Gadley's image rights and various penalty clauses under different conditions were meticulously outlined. Although the club perceives Gadley's aspirations for Europa League and Champions League qualifications, and even championship bonuses, as mere daydreams, they acknowledge that merely remaining in the Bundesliga without relegation would be a commendable achievement, let alone aspiring to European competitions and championships. However, this contract poses no loss for the club. Should the stipulated conditions be met, rewarding Gadley with a bonus would be exceedingly beneficial. Consequently, after a mere morning of discussion, the contract was swiftly signed, in stark contrast to the protracted negotiations often endured with other players, which can last several days, weeks, or even months. In addition to the monthly salary and bonuses outlined in the contract, Bart successfully secured a signing fee of €20,000 for Gadley, equivalent to 10 months of his base salary, a delightful surprise. Hence, upon finalizing the contract, Gadley generously allocated €10,000 of the signing fee to Bart Dorr as compensation for his assistance in this agreement. This sum represents over 2 months of Bart's income, making it a rather lucrative endeavor. However, Gadley politely declined Bart's proposition to sign an exclusive agent contract, as Bart's status remained too lowly for someone like Gadley. Endowed with a system advantage, Bart's skills and connections were insufficient to warrant such a position. Gadley preferred to wait until he ascended to the first team and made a name for himself, attracting prominent agents capable of navigating the global football landscape for fruitful collaborations. Ultimately, for Gadley, the paramount achievement was successfully signing his first professional contract, completing Task 2, and thereby earning a reward of 10 skill points, elevating his skill point balance to 26. Chapter 27. Consecutive starts, securing his first professional contract, and accomplishing task 2 was indeed a moment of great joy. Not only did he owe gratitude to Fred Ming and Bart Dole for their assistance, but he also felt compelled to celebrate with his friends. His teammates were aware that Gadley hailed from watching in Ditford and recognized him as a Huagua native. However, since arriving in Germany, he had yet to indulge in Chinese cuisine. The pressure of system tasks had compelled Gadley to train tirelessly alongside Elmer and Mikina, and he was reluctant to compromise his physical condition for the sake of culinary indulgence. Thus, despite the unpalatable nature of the nutritional meals at the base's cafeteria, he remained committed to dining there, refraining from seeking out Chinese restaurants to enhance his diet. Now, having signed his first professional contract, he could finally treat himself to a meal of Chinese food and allow his friends to savor it as well. That evening, Gadley, relying on his memory, located a Chinese restaurant in the city and invited Elmer, Mikina, Fred Ming, Bart, and others to enjoy a delectable feast of Chinese cuisine. Elmer, Mikina, and the others were effusive in their praise for the exquisite flavors, while the restaurant owner was left astonished by Gadley's fluent Mandarin and adept use of chopsticks. Gadley explicitly requested a bottle of Lao Gan Ma to accompany his meal, and Elmer and the others unanimously praised its exquisite flavor, devouring the entire bottle with great delight. Following their celebration, the restaurant owner invited Gadley for a photograph together. Eventually, when Gadley rose to fame, this photograph became the restaurant's hallmark, drawing waves of his admirers to savor the delights of Chinese cuisine. Upon returning to the dormitory, his U19 teammates showered him with congratulations. After expressing his gratitude, Gadley contemplated for a moment and decided to make the first phone call to the parents of this body he now inhabited, sharing his joyous news. Regardless of his adaptation, having traversed into another's life and utilized their body to pursue his football aspirations, along with the boon of a system, it was only fitting to honor the parents of this individual. Signing his first professional contract was a monumental occasion, and it would be remiss not to inform his parents, especially considering the emotional and logical implications, even though Gadley was legally an adult. Brent Gadley's father, Marcus, was a physical education teacher at a local primary school in Ditford, as well as a devoted football fan. It was Marcus who nurtured Gadley's passion for the sport from a young age. His mother, Isabella, ran a sporting goods store on the street outside the school, catering to students. In truth, during the past few months since the new season commenced, Marcus and Isabella had been quite anxious. Gadley had never initiated a call home, and even when they reached out, he would only utter a few words before abruptly ending the conversation, which left them deeply concerned. If not for the reports on the German Football Association's official website covering the U17 and U19 leagues, confirming that their son was still playing for the Nuremberg youth training camp and performing admirably, they might have feared that he had fallen into trouble and fled in guilt. That evening, while sharing a meal and watching television, the couple anxiously discussed their son's changes. They were astounded when, for the first time in months, he proactively called to share good news. Due to his outstanding performance in U19, he had signed a professional contract with the Nuremberg club. Overjoyed, the couple momentarily set aside their grievances about not being informed prior to the contract signing. The mere fact that their son had taken the initiative to call with such delightful news brought them immense joy. Although their conversation was brief and mostly consisted of their inquiries and his responses, it was still a notable improvement compared to the previous 2 months. After hanging up, the couple deliberated for a while, considering that perhaps their son had matured and developed his own thoughts, along with the distance from them during his time at the club possibly leading to a dilution of their bond. Consequently, they resolved that they would attend his next home match, hoping to witness him play if he were to start, yearning for a reunion as a family that had been apart for far too long. On the other hand, it is also an opportunity to witness their son's match in person. After all, since Gadley ascended to the U19 level, they have yet to attend one of his games live. After completing the signing, Gadley resumed normal training on November 1st, with his shooting skill having reached 83. He demonstrated further improvement during training, which solidified Eric's resolve to continue making him the focal point of the offense. On November 6th, in the 9th round of the U19 league, Nuremberg faced Mainz away, with Gadley once again starting as the team's attacking core. Given Gadley's shooting prowess, it would be a waste not to utilize him as an offensive finisher, granting him unlimited freedom to fire. Despite the away match, Gadley did not disappoint Eric. In the 14th minute, he successfully contested for a header in the opponent's penalty area, connecting with a cross from a teammate who had made a run down the flank, and he directed the ball into Mainz's net, giving Nuremberg a 1-0 lead. In the 37th minute, Mainz equalized through a well-executed set piece, leveling the score at 1-1. After a 15-minute halftime break, the two sides resumed play in the second half. Although Mainz had tightened their marking on Gadli by the 62nd minute, he seized another golden opportunity to shoot. He found space just outside the penalty area, received a low ground pass from a teammate, and without taking a touch, unleashed a powerful shot that found its way into Mainz's goal. Gadli has astonishingly achieved a brace, propelling Mainz to a 2-1 lead in an away match. Following his remarkable feat, Mainz intensified their marking of Gadli, preventing him from adding to his tally in the subsequent moments. However, in light of the focused defense on Gadli, other players from Nuremberg seized numerous opportunities. In the 77th minute, Gadli's lateral movement within the penalty area drew the attention of Mainz's defenders, allowing his companion, August Michner, to cut in from the flank and, receiving a pass from his teammate Johannes, unleashed a powerful strike that breached Mainz's goal. Michner's recent intensive training alongside Gadli bore fruit, enhancing his shooting skills, and he finally found the net in an official match. Ecstatic after scoring, Michner sprinted jubilantly across the field, only to be caught and brought down by Gadli as they celebrated together on the ground. Facing a 2-goal deficit, Mainz could no longer maintain their composure. Consequently, upon the resumption of play, Mainz launched an aggressive offensive against Nuremberg. Yet, time was not on their side, though Mainz managed to score in the 89th minute. Narrowing the deficit to 2-3, they ultimately fell short of equalizing. Chapter 28. Reporter interview. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee blew the final whistle, concluding the match. Thanks to Gadli's brace and Michner's solitary goal, Nuremberg U19 triumphed over Mainz U19 with a score of 3-2, securing an impressive away victory. Having started in consecutive matches and netted braces both times, Gadli's performance has not merely satisfied Coach Eric, it has genuinely astonished him. It is noteworthy that Gadli is not a prodigious talent from the youth academy. At 18 years of age, he has surpassed the U17 age limit to be promoted to U19. In a mere 6 matches, he has delivered an impressive tally of 6 goals and 1 assist, with his recent 2 outings showcasing consecutive braces. Even though these are youth matches, and the opponent's defensive capabilities and competitive intensity do not compare to those of the first team, the supporting capabilities of his teammates are equally limited. Gadli's performance has indeed proven that Nuremberg has struck gold, and the timing of his signing was exceptionally fortuitous. Aside from Eric, his U19 teammates are equally impressed. After a remarkable previous match where he scored twice and provided an assist, this game saw him once again netting 2 goals, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. The original starting center forward, Samuel Mori, has garnered much sympathy from his friends. Under normal circumstances, had the U23 team sought to promote a center forward from the U19, Mori would have undoubtedly been the first choice. However, in a matter of mere months, the tides have turned dramatically, and the starting center forward position for the U19 has now been claimed by Gadli. Furthermore, Gadli has secured consecutive starts, each time scoring 2 goals, firmly establishing his position without any signs of wavering, leaving Mori with virtually no opportunity for redemption. All that remains is sympathy for Mori, as he appears to be a victim of unfortunate circumstances, overshadowed by the meteoric rise of Gadli. In addition to the astonishment and admiration from his teammates and coach, Gadli was also interviewed by journalist Graf from the DFB's official website following the match. Typically, as a reporter for the DFB U19 League, Graf's role is to supervise and document the player rosters, starting lineups, substitutions, yellow and red cards, scores, and other pertinent details, which keeps him quite occupied. The youth league garners little attention and does not require in-depth reporting. A straightforward record of the match suffices for input on the official website. Unlike the Bundesliga, which often necessitates post-match interviews with coaches and players. However, today, Graf made an exception and chose to interview Gadli. This decision was influenced by Gadli's impressive back-to-back performances, scoring twice in each match, which certainly holds newsworthy value. Additionally, the recent news of Gadli signing a professional contract with Nuremberg further justified Graf's choice to conduct the interview. If the material gathered during the interview proves to be valuable, it will undoubtedly be incorporated into the post-match report. When Gadli was approached by a reporter bearing a press badge from the German Football Association, he was taken aback. He was aware that a journalist from the association was present at every match to document the proceedings, yet he had never witnessed an interview taking place. To his surprise, today he found himself being interviewed. However, Recognizing the opportunity, Gadley was more than willing to oblige. Upon hearing that Gadley was accepting an interview, Graf began to take notes while posing a multitude of questions. He inquired about Gadley's origins, the time he joined the Nuremberg youth training camp, his ascension to the U19 team, his experiences during training and matches, as well as his recent consecutive starts and remarkable 2-goal performances that secured his position as a starter. Graf's inquiries were numerous and detailed. Although he could not include every aspect of the conversation in the news article, the greater the amount of material collected, the broader the selection for potential inclusion. Among the various topics discussed, Graf was particularly intrigued by Gadley's hometown, Ditfurt, which he had never heard of before. Today marked his first encounter with this so-called Bavarian city, and he found it both novel and astonishing. He even prompted Gadley to speak a few words in Chinese. Though he could not comprehend the language, he was captivated by Gadley's fluent and confident delivery. Gadley, a late bloomer who only advanced to the U19 level upon turning 18, had shown remarkable progress, scoring 6 goals in 6 matches, including 2 in consecutive games. Having recently signed as a professional player, he embodied the image of a young athlete from a city in China who could speak the language. Graf felt a sense of satisfaction, confident that today's report would capture considerable attention and engagement. Gadley expressed great satisfaction with his performance today. Not only did he garner attention from reporters, but he also acquired a wealth of experience, elevating his status. In this match, he started and scored 2 goals, contributing to his team's victory. His total experience amassed was 4,000 for starting, 8,000 for the 2 goals, and 2,000 for the win bonus, culminating in a remarkable total of 14,000. With the addition of his existing experience, Gadley's total expertise surged to level 4, achieving 73,000 points, thereby automatically advancing him to level 5 with an accumulation of 10,000 points. Upon reaching this new level, Gadley randomly acquired a new skill. Unfortunately, his fortune was lacking this time, as he received a defensive skill, tackling, initially rated at 32. This ability holds little significance for Gadley, who plays as a forward. Should he max out all offensive skills and still possess surplus skill points, enhancing his tackling for frontline recoveries could be a viable option. However, now is not the opportune moment to invest skill points in such defensive abilities. Hence, Gadley opted not to allocate any points to this tackling skill, allowing it to remain at its initial value of 32. Consequently, upon leveling up, he received a reward of 10 skill points, which he chose not to utilize, thus accumulating a total of 36 skill points in his balance. That evening, the coverage of the U19 league match between Mainz and Nuremberg by the German Football Association not only reported the match's progress, but also featured excerpts from interviews with Gadley, conducted by Graf, garnering Gadley considerable attention. At 18 years of age, he recorded 6 goals and 1 assist in 6 matches within the youth league. While this is commendable, it does not classify him as an extraordinary talent. The defensive rigor in youth matches is often lax, allowing gifted players to amass impressive statistics. Across Europe's elite clubs' youth academies, prodigies abound. A goal per match is commendable, but hardly astonishing. It is worth noting that some young talents in Europe maintain an astounding average of 3 goals per match within their training camps. Gadley's U19 team has played 6 matches, scoring 6 goals, yielding an average of 1 goal per game, which can be deemed acceptable. However, if we narrow our focus to the most recent 2 matches, Gadley's impressive tally of 4 goals and 1 assist emerges, boasting an average of 3 goals per match. While such a statistic is remarkable, it is not characteristic of German players. In the realm of Germany's youth teams, few can achieve an average of 2 goals in training academies, let alone 3. Although Gadley's achievements stem from just 2 matches, they already hint at his prodigious talent. Should he maintain this trajectory, Gadley's prospects are indeed bright. Furthermore, when considering his performance data and progress in both U17 and U19 competitions this season, the allure becomes even more pronounced. This article has captured the attention of numerous Bundesliga clubs, as well as scouts from Premier League and La Liga teams, who have been lurking on the German Football Association's official website, drawn to this report. Unfortunately, the report mentions that Gadley has already signed a professional contract with Nuremberg, leaving them unable to seize this opportunity, and they must continue to observe, waiting until Gadley's contract protection period concludes to assess his performance and decide on a potential acquisition. Chapter 29. Parental presence in addition to the interest from scouts of other clubs. Grove's prominent coverage of Gadley on the Football Association's website has also attracted the attention of fans, the German U19 national team, the German U23 national team, Nuremberg's U23 youth team, and the first team of Nuremberg, among others. However, it is merely attention. As previously mentioned, Gadley has just transitioned to the U19 level, having only played a handful of matches. While an average of 1 goal per game is commendable, it does not evoke overwhelming astonishment. There are numerous instances in professional football where players score 1 or 2 goals per game in youth leagues, yet fade into obscurity upon entering the senior team. Consequently, Gadley requires further competitive experience and must continue to sustain this form to impress higher-tier clubs. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, Gadley has emerged from obscurity due to Grove's report and is now on the radar of many. His performance in every future match will undoubtedly be scrutinized by those who take a keen interest. The player's dormitory at Gadley lacks computers, thus he is unaware of how Groff has reported on himself. However, he understands that as long as he methodically continues to enhance his skills, progressing to the U23 team and being selected for the German U19 national team will come naturally. With the next match scheduled for 2 weeks later, Eric granted the team a 3-day break following their away game against Mainz. As was customary, Gadley did not return home, opting instead to stay at the training base to practice diligently alongside Elmer, Michner, and others. On November 7th, a Monday, Gadley allocated 4 skill points, elevating his shooting from 83 to 84, ball control from 69 to 70, jumping ability from 71 to 72, and off-the-ball movement from 67 to 68, leaving him with a remaining balance of 32 skill points. To Gadley's surprise, his weight increased by 1 kilogram, rising from 80 kilograms to 81 kilograms. It appears that his commitment to consuming nutritious meals at the dining hall and his rigorous training regimen have borne fruit. Even without activating physical skills or utilizing skill points to enhance his attributes, Gadley managed to increase his weight through sheer discipline, thereby improving his physical confrontational capabilities. 3 days later, when the team resumed training, Eriksson noticed that Gadley's prowess had indeed augmented, further solidifying his belief that Gadley was a late-blooming talent. On November 14th, yet another Monday, Gadley once again invested 4 skill points, boosting his shooting, ball control, jumping ability, and off-the-ball movement by 1 point each, leaving him with 28 skill points remaining. Following this allocation, Gadley's attributes transformed into host, Bernd Gadley nationality, German date of birth, September 6th, 1993 height, 186 centimeters weight, 81 kilograms level, 5 experience, 11,000 out of 100, 000 skill points, 28 shooting, 85 ball control, 71 jumping, 73 tackling, 32 off-the-ball movement, 69 GK defensive positioning, 6 perfect skills, none regarding his shooting prowess of 85. It is undeniable that not only would he secure a starting position in the U19 team of Nuremberg, but he could also be a key player in any of the top 5 leagues. Regrettably, Gadley's limitations in other skills such as dribbling, speed, breakthrough, and physicality hinder his ability to fully unleash the potential of his shooting. Otherwise, scoring an average of 1, 2, or even 3 goals per match would be well within reach. However, this is merely Gadley's perspective for the players and coaches of Nuremberg's U19 team. His rapid progress is already astonishing. Notably, in a 60-minute internal training match on November 17th, supported by his first-team teammates, Gadley netted a hat trick, solidifying his position as the principal striker. The former starting center forward, Sanail Mori, sadly found himself relegated to the role of Gadley's substitute. Consequently, after the afternoon training session on November 19th, Eriksson announced the squad for the upcoming Round 10 league match against Mannheim, in which Gadley was once again named in the starting lineup, continuing as the focal point of the attack with unrestricted shooting privileges. Initially, Gadley was indifferent about the forthcoming match, believing that as long as he performed adequately, his shooting skill of 85 would ensure that he would find the back of the net given a few opportunities. However, when his father, Marcus, called that evening to confirm that he would be attending the match with Isabella to watch Gadley play, Gadley was taken aback. What? Are his parents coming to watch him play? Why? After the initial shock, Gadley realized that this was due to his prolonged silence. His lack of phone calls and visits home had left Marcus and Isabella yearning for their son. Since he did not return home, the elderly couple could only venture to Nuremberg to see him. Gadley struggled for a moment, asserting that he was thriving in Nuremberg and did not require visits from his parents, yet his words were in vain. Marcus merely informed Gadley of the decision, not seeking his approval. That night, Gadley experienced a slight bout of insomnia, uncertain of how to face the parents of this body the following day. Regardless of Gadley's thoughts, time continued its relentless march. On November 19th, Nuremberg U19 hosted Mannheim U19 at home. The match was scheduled to commence at 13:30, yet before noon. The anxious Marcus and Isabella arrived at Nuremberg over an hour early, dined at a restaurant, and subsequently made their way to the training facility. Following the guards' directions, they located the U19 training pitch, only to find a few maintenance workers inspecting the goalposts, corner flags, and substitutes bench, with not a single player or spectator in sight. This was not a first-team match. Typically, a multitude of spectators would flock to such events, with devoted fans arriving well ahead of time. For youth matches, even with players' families, fans, scouts, and journalists included, the audience generally comprised only a couple of hundred. Thus, there was no worry about arriving late and missing entry. They had simply arrived too early. Isabella contemplated calling her son, but Marcus restrained her. Brent is likely having lunch or taking a nap. It's best not to disturb him. We will see him soon. Hence, the two wandered about the training facility to pass the time. Naturally, weekends are generally designated for youth matches across various levels, which is why the facility was open to allow fans and family members to meander inside. Access is restricted from Monday to Friday due to the confidentiality of certain training sessions. Soon, at 12:40, the Nuremberg U19 players were changing into their game kits in the locker room. The thought of soon encountering the parents of this body filled Gadley with both anxiety and discomfort. However, there was no choice but to confront it. Evasion was futile. After all, he had inhabited the body of Brent Gadley, occupying another's existence. Chapter 30. Counter offside. Half an hour prior to the match, around 1300 hours, both teams made their way to the training pitch for pre-match warm-ups. Before even reaching the entrance to the pitch, Gadley spotted the parents of this body in his memory, Marcus and Isabella. A group of Nuremberg U19 players approached the field from the direction of the locker room, and naturally, Marcus and Isabella recognized them. Having not seen their son for several months, Isabella, like the other family members present, waved excitedly at Gadley, calling out, "Brent! Brent!" The youth team's playing field differs significantly from the formal stadiums of the first team, with the stands elevated above the pitch and sometimes even separated by barbed wire. The training grounds, devoid of seating, see spectators standing at the sidelines, allowing players to engage in brief conversations with their families before and after the matches. Therefore, upon spotting his parents and hearing his mother's excited shouts, Gadley found himself suppressing his initial awkwardness as he approached them. Strikingly, as he drew near, the words "Mom" and "Dad" flowed effortlessly from his lips, catching him by surprise. It was perhaps a reflexive response from this body. Previously, he had not encountered them. But now, facing them directly, the words came out naturally. Upon hearing Gadley call out to them, Isabella embraced him with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Brent, why have you taken so long to come home? You have no idea how much your mother has missed you." With his parents having called out to him, Gadley's feelings of awkwardness diminished considerably. Perhaps due to the physicality of his new form, he felt little resistance to his mother Isabella's embrace. After comforting her, he shared a brief hug with his father, and the three of them exchanged a few words. However, Marcus then suggested, "You should go warm up and prepare for the match. We can chat in detail afterward." Seeing her son in the warm-up, demonstrating skills far superior to those he exhibited in the U17s, particularly in shooting, left Isabella with a sense of disbelief. She turned to her husband and remarked, "I never imagined that in just a few months, Brent would progress from U17 to U19, securing a starting position and scoring twice in consecutive matches. It's almost unbelievable." Marcus nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. I too was taken aback. I had been contemplating whether, if he were released by Nuremberg, we should seek a lower-tier team for him or encourage him to pursue a different career altogether. To think he has quietly ascended to U19, signed a professional contract, and can now support himself." As their hushed conversation continued, the crowd swelled, and the match was poised to commence. At 13:30 on November 19th, with the referee's whistle piercing the air, the match between Nuremberg and Mannheim in the 10th round of the 2011-2012 season of the German U19 Southern Regional League officially began. This match had been covered by Graf, and with the statistics on the U19 League's official website to corroborate, the already well-known Gadley found himself the focal point of Mannheim's attention from the outset. The presence of his parents added a layer of pressure on Gadley, who had not rested well the night before, resulting in a less than optimal performance during the match. Throughout the first half, despite creating several shooting opportunities, he failed to score. In the 32nd minute, Gadley found himself with a chance to shoot from just outside the small box, only to misfire due to a shove from an opposing defender, sending the ball soaring over the crossbar. On the sidelines, both Marcus and Isabella, who had been poised to celebrate, mirrored Gadley's disbelief, their hands clasped over their heads in shock. In contrast, his teammate Avid approached to offer a word of comfort. "Gadley, don't dwell on it. Every player experiences a misfire on the pitch. Just focus a little more next time." Avid's lack of reproach towards Gadley is rooted in the fact that, although Gadley did not score, he drew the attention of the majority of Mannheim's defense, thereby granting his teammates, including Avid, numerous opportunities. Throughout the first half, the Nuremberg U19 team netted 2 goals, concluding the half with a 2-0 lead, one of which was scored by Avid himself. With the team ahead by 2 goals, and having scored one himself, Avid was in a tranquil state of mind to console Gadley. Otherwise, had the team been trailing, Gadley would have faced blame for his missed opportunity rather than receiving comfort from Avid. Nevertheless, despite the absence of reproach from his teammates, Gadley was still burdened with disappointment. Prior to his parents' arrival, he felt uncertain about how to greet them. However, upon meeting them, his body instinctively conveyed a sense of closeness, allowing him to address them without hesitation. The desire to perform well at home and to score in front of his parents surged within him. Unexpectedly, after a full half of play, he had yet to score and had squandered a near-certain goal opportunity. During the halftime break, Gadley reflected on his mindset from the first half, engaging in deep breathing and introspective thought. Although the brief intermission lasted only a few minutes, Gadley, possessing a psychological maturity beyond his years, managed to adjust his mindset effectively. In the second half, Mannheim, trailing by 2 goals, introduced fresh legs to bolster their offense, which granted Nuremberg several promising counterattack opportunities. After wasting 2 chances, Gadley finally seized his third opportunity in the 70th minute, which arose from Mannheim's aggressive forward play that Nuremberg capitalized on with a counterattack. Although Gadley lacked the speed of a winger, he was positioned as the central striker, closest to the opponent's defensive line. This counterattack in the 70th minute perhaps stemmed from Mannheim's growing frustration over their deficit, pushing their players further up the field. Following a successful interception, Gadley utilized his adept off-the-ball movement to create an excellent opportunity to evade the offside trap. While his movement may not be exceptional at the first-team level, the youth team's opponents lacked the experience of higher-tier defensive play, allowing Gadley to exploit this chance. At the moment Gadley was about to evade the offside, Fred made a precise through ball, perfectly setting up the play. Successfully bypassing the offside trap, Gadley received the pass and found himself with a splendid one-on-one opportunity. Despite an opposing player desperately chasing him down and his own lack of speed, he managed to carry the ball to the edge of the penalty area, facing the goalkeeper who had advanced into the box. And with an opponent's defender bearing down on him, Gadley executed a delicate lob shot from outside the box. In Chapter 31, continued scoring, as Fred delivered the through ball and Gadley completed his run to evade the offside, Marcus and Isabella watched with wide eyes, clenching their fists in silent encouragement for their son. As Gadley received the ball and advanced, an opposing defender pursued him, tugging from behind, which only intensified Marcus and Isabella's anxiety as they internally urged, "Shoot, shoot," fearing that his son's ball might be intercepted by the opposing center back. He was relieved to see that his son's physical prowess held strong. He was neither pulled down nor lost control of the ball. Positioned at the edge of the penalty area, he leaned against the defender and executed a delicate lob shot. Under the anxious gaze of Marcus and Isabella, the ball soared into the air, eluding the desperate leap of the Mannheim goalkeeper, who failed to make contact. It traced a graceful parabolic arc before descending towards the goal. The Mannheim defender, who had been entangled with Gadley, released his hold and rushed past Gadley and the goalkeeper like a gust of wind, evidently aiming to clear the ball. However, he could not match the ball's speed. Before he could reach the 6-yard box, the ball had already nestled into the net. In the 70th minute of the second half, Gadley finally netted his first goal of the match, a moment of great significance. This goal was scored under the watchful eyes of his parents, marking the first occasion they witnessed his U19 league goal in person. Consequently, upon seeing the ball cross the line and confirming the goal, Gadley, having shed his psychological barriers, instinctively rushed to the sidelines to embrace his parents, who were on the verge of tears from joy. Other Nuremberg fans nearby offered their applause and appreciation. This goal turned out to be the final one of the match. Although Gadley aspired to score again, fortune was not on his side, and he did not find the net again before the match concluded. Mannheim, too, failed to score. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee blew the whistle, concluding the match with Nuremberg U19 triumphing over Mannheim with a resounding 3-0 victory. Despite scoring only 1 goal, Gadley gained invaluable experience from the match due to the team's comprehensive win. With a starting appearance, 1 goal, and a victory bonus, Gadley accrued a total of 14,000 experience points. While Gadley and his teammates headed to the locker room to shower and change, Eric conversed with Gadley's parents, extolling Gadley's remarkable progress and expressing confidence in his promising future. Given Gadley's current trajectory of improvement, it would not be long before he could ascend to U23 and potentially be selected for various levels of the German youth national team. The coach's praise brought great joy to Marcus and Isabella. Once Gadley and his teammates finished showering and dressing, the family bid farewell to the team and departed the training facility, heading into the city of Nuremberg for a day of exploration. They traveled in Marcus's old car, enjoying a day filled with activities, and later dined at the Chinese restaurant Gadley had previously visited. After their delightful meal, Marcus and his wife returned to Dithford, while Gadley went back to his dormitory to continue his youth training journey. Marcus inquired in detail about his son's contract, relieved to discover there were no hidden pitfalls. On November 21st, another Monday, Gadley once again allocated 4 skill points, enhancing his shooting from 85 to 86, ball control from 71 to 72, jumping from 73 to 74, and off-the-ball movement from 69 to 70, leaving him with a balance of 24 skill points. Gadley's relentless progress and remarkable prowess, which have been consistently improving week by week, have left the entire Nuremberg team both astonished and elated. Although Gadley managed to score only once in the previous match, he has firmly secured his position as the starting center forward. After all, he maintains an impressive average of 1 goal per game, a feat that his teammate, Sainier Mori, has yet to achieve. Furthermore, Gadley's visible advancements during training have compelled coach Eric to prioritize his development. Thus, it was only natural that in the 11th round of the U19 League on November 27th, during Nuremberg's away match against Munich 1860, Gadley continued to start while Mori remained on the bench. This match, being an away game, saw the opposition's defense tightening around Gadley as time progressed. They had identified him as the primary threat to Nuremberg U19. Who could have predicted such a scenario when Gadley first ascended to the U19 ranks? Nevertheless, despite Munich 1860's intense focus on Gadley, with defenders shadowing him closely at all times, they ultimately could not contain him, and he seized the opportunity to score. Indeed, in the realm of football, no defense is impermeable. In the 37th minute of the first half, Nuremberg initiated a collective offensive maneuver. Through coordinated movement, Gadley found himself positioned inside the penalty area, skillfully maneuvering to keep a defender behind him, thus creating a promising opportunity. Noticing that Gadley was in a favorable position, the left winger, Golden, promptly delivered the ball to his feet. However, at that moment, Gadley faced the left side of the pitch. Should he attempt a direct shot, it would necessitate using his left foot. Moreover, nearby Munich players were already aware of this opening and rushed to block his path. Should Gadley strike the ball without pausing, he risked hitting the approaching defender. At this juncture, Gadley's psychological resilience came into play. With the defender's pressure behind him, he refrained from taking an immediate shot. Instead, he cleverly leaned against the opponent, shifting the ball to his right. This sudden maneuver caught both the defender, who was pinned behind him, and the rushing Munich players off guard, granting Gadley a more advantageous angle for his shot. Before the opposition could react, Gadley quickly spun around while still holding off the defender, positioning himself to face the right side. With a swift strike of his right foot, he shot the ball toward the goal just ahead of the defender's attempts to block it, although the angle was not particularly acute. The goalkeeper of Munich 1860 was unable to make the save, helplessly watching the ball find the back of the net. Gadley once again made a starting appearance and scored a goal. Beyond this solitary strike, in the 62nd minute of the second half, he executed a tactical maneuver as a center forward while facing away from the goal, delivering a precise assist to his teammate. This enabled the right winger, Johannes, who made a lateral run into the penalty area, to successfully finish with a deft shot. Ultimately, Nuremberg U19 triumphed away from home with a score of 3-1 against Munich 1860. Securing 2 goals in an away match is no small feat. Gadley's influence was notably significant. Although he registered only 1 goal, he also provided an assist. Moreover, his presence effectively drew the attention of the opposing defense, allowing his teammates to score 2 additional goals, culminating in a commendable 3-1 victory on the road. This match rewarded Gadley with an impressive tally of 14,000 experience points, comprising 4,000 for starting, 4,000 for the goal, 2,000 for the assist, and an additional 4,000 for the win. Chapter 32. A surge in form following the 3-1 victory against Munich 1860, Coach Eriksson granted the team a day off. On this day of respite, November 28th, which happened to be a Monday, Gadley invested 4 skill points to elevate his shooting ability from 86 to 87, his ball control from 72 to 73, his jumping from 74 to 75, and his off-the-ball movement from 70 to 71, leaving him with a balance of 20 skill points. Aside from his remarkable shooting prowess, Gadley's ball control, jumping ability, and off-the-ball movement all exceeded the 70-point mark, making him a relatively exceptional player within the youth team. While there are peers in his age group with superior statistics, most of those individuals have already advanced to the first team. Gadley, somewhat hindered by his comparatively mediocre skills, remains in the youth team, gradually honing his abilities. When focusing solely on his attributes, Gadley stands out as one of the most exceptional players in the youth squad. This prowess is undoubtedly the reason behind his recent streak of scoring in every match. Not only has Gadley's improvement earned him a starting position, but his consistent performance has also benefited his training partners, Elmer and Michner, who have significantly enhanced their skills as well. Michner has seen an increase in his playing time in the U19 team, occasionally even starting, while Elmer, training alongside Gadley, has sharpened his shooting skills, scoring increasingly often and securing a starting role. It is likely that Elmer will soon be promoted to the U19 level. A week later, on December 4th, during the 12th round of the U19 League, Nuremberg hosted Andahachi, with Gadley continuing to take on the role of the attacking linchpin. The match commenced with both teams employing a 4-3-3 attacking formation, engaging in a vigorous offensive exchange. Naturally, Andahachi kept a close watch on Björn Gadley, who had scored 6 goals and provided 2 assists in his last 4 matches, striving to prevent him from easily finding shooting opportunities. However, playing on home turf, both Gadley and his teammates were in fine form. Crucially, Gadley has been improving week by week, and after starting so many matches as the focal point of the attack, his synergy with his teammates has grown increasingly refined. Consequently, Gadley exploded into a remarkable performance during this match. Nearly 3 minutes into the game, the Andahachi players, still settling into the match, were caught off guard as Nuremberg executed a brilliant team play. Left winger Avid made a run down the flank, delivering a cross that soared through the air in a graceful arc, landing in the Andahachi penalty area. At the edge of the small box, Gadley, with an impressive jumping ability of 75 and notable physical prowess, outmaneuvered a closely marking center back, leaping high to direct Avid's aerial delivery towards the goal. Although the header lacked a sharp angle, its proximity to the goal rendered it unstoppable, even as the goalkeeper instinctively reached out and made contact. The ball merely grazed his hand before resolutely finding its way into the net. Nuremberg led 1-0 against Andahachi a mere 3 minutes into the match. This dreamlike start invigorated Nuremberg's U19 players, leaving the visiting Andahachi side disheartened. For the next several minutes, Nuremberg maintained relentless pressure on Andahachi, yet, regrettably, they lacked the fortune to extend their lead. Meanwhile, Andahachi struggled, nearly pinned down and unable to muster any counterattacks. Finally, in the 25th minute, Andahachi managed to create their first opportunity to shoot on goal, albeit with a wildly inaccurate attempt. Nevertheless, this shot marked the beginning of their attempt to break free from the initial shock of conceding so early, signaling their intent to launch a counteroffensive rather than remaining passive. However, mere minutes after showing signs of resurgence, in the 33rd minute, Gadley struck again. The very fact that Andahachi's formation had pushed forward provided Gadley with the chance to exploit space. During this attack, Gadley found an opening in the Andahachi penalty area, and his teammate Fred timely delivered the ball into the box. The pass was impeccably placed, allowing Gadley to strike without needing to control the ball, catching the approaching Andahachi defenders off guard. With a shooting skill rating of 87, and facing significantly lower defensive pressure and goalkeeper ability in youth matches. Gadley effortlessly executed a shot with a tricky angle. The goalkeeper, unable to react in time, could only watch as the ball nestled into the net. Before the first half concluded, Gadley had already netted a brace. The spectators, as well as Gadley himself, were elated, culminating in an exuberant celebration reminiscent of a diving bomber after scoring in a youth match. Subsequently, his teammates joined him, playfully piling on top of him in celebration. When they finally untangled themselves from the ground, Gadley was covered in grass clippings. Unfazed, he brushed himself off with a few swift motions. Just as he was about to retreat to his half to allow Andahachi to resume play from the center circle, Fred, who had assisted Gadley's goal, embraced his shoulder and remarked, "Gadley, you're in splendid form today." It was merely the 33rd minute of the first half when he scored his second goal. With a full 60 minutes remaining until the conclusion of the match, I felt he should endeavor to net a third goal and achieve a hat-trick. Upon hearing the term hat-trick, a surge of excitement coursed through Gadley. It is worth noting that he has never accomplished a hat-trick at any level, be it U17 or U19. In fact, even if one were to trace back through his youth training history to the U15, U13, or U11 levels, Brunt Gadley has never once achieved such a feat like Elmer. He has merely scraped through the ranks as he aged, remaining a peripheral player, often relegated to the bench. His personal skills and the limited playing time afforded to him have deprived him of the opportunity to showcase a hat-trick. Had it not been for his extraordinary circumstances and the system's intervention, it is highly likely that Brunt Gadley would have been dismissed at the end of this season. As it stands, his shooting prowess has reached an impressive 87 points, sufficient to serve as a leading striker at a prestigious club. In this match, he has already scored 2 goals by the 33rd minute. With 60 minutes still left, why shouldn't he, as Fred suggested, strive to find the net once more and complete the first hat-trick of his footballing career? Chapter 33. The hat-trick. The match continued, but Gadley, who had already scored twice, found himself under the tight scrutiny of Andahachi's defense. The opponents had even designated a central defender specifically to mark Gadley closely during the youth match. As soon as he approached the penalty area, the defender shadowed him, preventing Gadley from finding space, let alone taking a shot on goal. Had Gadley possessed greater speed or a superior off-the-ball movement, he might have evaded his marker. However, his pace was not particularly swift, and his off-the-ball positioning did not overwhelm the opponent, resulting in him being closely followed most of the time. Even when Gadley managed to obtain the ball, he often found himself facing away from the goal or obstructed by defenders. His dribbling skills and ability to break through were insufficient, rendering him incapable of overcoming opponents to shoot. Consequently, as the first half progressed, Gadley failed to add to his tally. Nevertheless, despite Andahachi's relentless defense, other players from Nuremberg seized numerous opportunities. Just before the end of the first half, in the 44th minute, Gadley's movement within the penalty area drew the close attention of 2 defenders, allowing left midfielder Golden, attacking midfielder Fredming, and left winger Avid to execute a series of triangle passes, culminating in Avid scoring with a precise shot into the far corner of the goal. Before the first half concluded, Nuremberg U19 had astonishingly established a commanding lead of 3-0 against the visiting Andahachi. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. While some may have anticipated a home victory, few could have envisioned such a decisive 3-0 advantage by halftime. The lead was so substantial that it nearly warranted a premature conclusion to the match. Soon, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half. With both teams heading into the break with Nuremberg leading 3-0, bolstered by Gadley's brace and Avid's goal. During halftime, Andahachi, trailing by 3 goals, made 4 substitutions, gearing up for a desperate second-half effort. After a 15-minute intermission, the teams returned to the pitch, with Andahachi launching a fervent offensive from the outset of the second half in an attempt to score. Their all-out assault bore fruit in the 52nd minute when they netted a goal, narrowing the deficit to 1-3. This goal invigorated Andahachi's morale, prompting them to press forward with renewed vigor in hopes of leveling the score. However, their aggressive push resulted in significant gaps opening up in their defense. They were acutely aware of the risks inherent in their approach, but with the scoreboard reflecting their disadvantage, they had little choice but to prioritize offense, disregarding the vulnerabilities at the back. In this context, Gadley, who was fervently seeking his 3rd goal and a chance to achieve his first-ever hat-trick, finally encountered a prime opportunity for a counterattack. In the 68th minute of the second half, Andahachi's right winger made a run down the flank and delivered a cross. But the ball was intercepted by Nuremberg's central defender, who cleared it from the penalty area. Both teams surged towards the ball's landing spot, but it was ultimately seized by Nuremberg's Fred Ming. Facing his own goal, Fred Ming skillfully maneuvered around an Andahachi player, executing a deft flick to lift the ball over both the defender and himself. The opposition, anticipating a simple control of the ball, was caught off guard by his unexpected move. By the time they reacted, it was too late. After successfully flicking the ball, Fred Ming pivoted, evaded the defender, and delivered a perfectly timed ground pass into Andahachi's half. The defenders charging towards him all missed their mark. At that moment, only Gadeli and Andahachi's number 4 center back remained near the center circle. Fred Ming's pass was impeccably placed, and as the defender lunged to intercept, he narrowly missed, allowing the ball to roll past his toes and into Andahachi's half. Meanwhile, Gadeli had already surpassed him, receiving Fred Ming's pass behind him. Gadeli executed a successful run to evade the offside trap, resulting in a one-on-one opportunity. However, as he received the ball, he was still a considerable distance from Andaher's penalty area, and his pace was not particularly swift. Consequently, as he approached the edge of the penalty area, he was pursued by another central defender from the opposing team, who attempted to jostle and disrupt Gadeli's control of the ball. Nevertheless, standing at 186 centimeters and weighing 81 kilograms, Gadeli's physical attributes as a center forward afforded him a natural advantage, allowing him to withstand the defender's attempts to pull and push him, thus maintaining his grip on the ball as they both surged towards the penalty area. The goalkeeper of Andaher had already abandoned his line, advancing into the penalty area to confront Gadeli's impending shot. Yet, Gadeli denied the goalkeeper the chance to intercept his one-on-one opportunity. With a shooting skill rated at 87, even in the face of tight defensive pressure from a nearby defender, Gadeli remained composed and opted for a delicate chip shot from just outside the penalty arc, lofting the ball towards the Andaher goal. The ball ascended gracefully into the air. Observing Gadeli's decision to chip from outside the box, the goalkeeper quickly recognized the height of the ball and understood that he would be unable to reach it. He immediately pivoted and sprinted back to the goal line to attempt a save. However, Gadeli's chip shot, characterized by not only its elevation but also its speed and angle, was not a straightforward trajectory over the goalkeeper's head, but rather a diagonal ascent towards the far corner of the net. Despite the goalkeeper's swift reaction to retreat, he ultimately could not match the velocity of the ball. Just as he reached the edge of the 6-yard box, the ball had already nestled snugly beneath the crossbar and into the net. A hat trick. In the 68th minute of the second half, Gadeli successfully executed a counterattack, evading the offside trap, receiving a precise through ball from Fred. He found himself in a one-on-one situation and deftly lobbed the ball into the net from outside the penalty area, marking his 3rd goal of the match. This momentous achievement was his very first hat trick, propelling Nuremberg to a commanding 4-1 lead. Overwhelmed with joy, Gadeli sprinted towards the substitutes bench, eager to embrace his coach, Eric. However, his momentum proved too great, causing both to tumble to the ground, only to be subsequently buried under a pile of teammates celebrating their triumph. A hat trick. This is an accomplishment that many forwards aspire to but never attain throughout their careers. Achieving it even once is often regarded as a hallmark of one's professional journey. Pell himself proudly dedicated a chapter in his autobiography to his iconic hat trick against France in the 1958 World Cup semifinals, aptly titled Hat Trick. This underscores that even for a footballing legend like Pell, scoring a hat trick is a moment worthy of grand celebration, though the significance of this match may differ. As it was merely a U19 team encounter for Gadeli, it represented his first hat trick in a formal competition, making it a momentous occasion indeed. In the realm of football, a victory by 3 goals is noteworthy, let alone a single player netting 3 times. Thus, it is no surprise that Gadeli was overwhelmed with emotion, joined by his teammates and coaches in a jubilant celebration. Such an accomplishment deserves such recognition. Chapter 34. The attention of the first team head coach. The celebrations in Nuremberg lasted nearly a minute before the referee intervened, allowing the match to resume. In the 73rd minute, Gadeli, having completed his hat trick, was substituted by Eric Fermori, as his stamina was insufficient to last the full match. As he departed the field, Gadeli's face radiated with joy, resembling a blooming flower, a reflection of anyone who has just scored their first hat trick. In the remainder of the match, neither side managed to score again. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee blew the final whistle. concluding the game with Nuremberg U19 triumphing 4-1 over the visiting Andorra U19, thanks to Gadley's hat-trick and a goal from Avid. This resounding victory in his inaugural hat-trick earned Gadley a total of 22,000 experience points, comprising 4,000 for starting, 3 goals, and a 6,000 win bonus, boosting his overall experience to 95,000, just 5,000 shy of leveling up once more. Following the match, Gadley requested the game ball as a keepsake, a tangible reminder of this significant day. For Gadley, this match is one he will cherish for a lifetime. However, for many, this comes as a significant surprise. At this juncture, the Bundesliga has concluded its 15th round, and the first team of one, FC Nuremberg, has managed to secure only 4 victories in these matches. Currently languishing in the penultimate position on the points table, merely 1 point above the relegation zone. The situation is perilous. Over the course of 15 matches, Nuremberg's first team has scored a mere 14 goals, averaging less than 1 goal per match, ranking them 3rd from the bottom in terms of goals scored. It cannot be said that the team's dismal performance this season is solely attributable to the inadequacies of their attacking line. However, the notably low goal-scoring rate among the forwards undeniably plays a significant role. Consequently, during this non-transfer period, the only viable route for Nuremberg to bolster their attacking prowess is to promote talent from their youth academy. The forwards from the U23 team do not meet the competitive requirements of the first team, whereas the U19's Björn Gadley has recently caught the attention of head coach Dieter Hecking following an interview with Graf. Although Gadley lacks proficiency in several technical aspects, his exceptional shooting ability has garnered the favor of Hecking. Nevertheless, constrained by his other technical limitations, Gadley currently does not meet the demands of Bundesliga matches. However, with his commendable shooting skills, should his other technical attributes improve, he certainly possesses considerable potential. He had heard from Eric and Hollis that Gadley was progressing at an astonishing pace, and it was uncertain when he would ascend to the U23 youth team. Consequently, he specifically instructed assistant coach Reudis Hahn and U23 head coach Wilsinger to closely monitor Brent Gadley, keeping a vigilant eye on his performances in the U19 squad, particularly his offensive contributions. In the initial 2 matches, Gadley had netted only a single goal, which was not particularly remarkable at the youth level. Thus, neither Reudis Hahn nor Wilsinger felt compelled to report Gadley's recent performances to Dieter Hecking. However, on December 4th, after Gadley achieved a hat-trick, Reudis Hahn and Wilsinger were overwhelmed with joy and promptly sought out Dieter Hecking that evening, armed with the match footage. In recent matches, Gadley has showcased an impressive performance, netting 9 goals and providing 2 assists, complemented by a hat-trick in the latest game. Both Reitersane and Wilsinger believe it is time for Gadley to ascend to the higher echelons of the U23 youth team. As the U19 league no longer suffices to cater to his developmental needs, it is essential to recognize that the U19 league is indeed a genuine youth competition. However, the Nuremberg U23 competes in the Southern German Regional League, which represents the 4th tier of German football. While it does include U23 teams like Nuremberg's, it also features several professional teams from the 4th tier. These professional teams boast first-team players who are often in their mid-20s, at the peak of their physical and technical prowess, alongside some seasoned players in their 30s with extensive professional experience. Although these players may not match the caliber of those in the Bundesliga, the intensity and tactical sophistication of the matches are significantly elevated compared to the U19 league, providing a training experience that far surpasses that of the U19 level. If the first team was not in need of reinforcements, perhaps Dieter Hecking would not concern himself with the youth squad. However, given the current underperformance of the first team and the pressing need for a capable forward, Hecking is reliant on the youth team to supply promising strikers. With this necessity in mind, Reitersane, as the assistant coach, and Wilsinger, the U23 coach, naturally endeavor to fulfill his requirements. Gadley's performance has naturally become the focal point of their attention. After reviewing the match footage of Nuremberg U19 versus Anderlecht U19, Dieter Hecking was visibly astonished. He remarked to Rüthershawn and Wilsinger, Gadley's shooting technique is exceptionally refined. Not only could he compete for a starting striker position at Nuremberg, but even at Bayern Munich he would be a contender. However, his speed and dribbling skills are somewhat lacking, which hampers the full expression of his shooting prowess. Nonetheless, his ball control, jumping ability, and off-the-ball movements are commendable, providing a degree of compensation. Moreover, I've heard that his rate of improvement is remarkably rapid, advancing almost weekly. Therefore, I believe that the U19 level may no longer suffice to showcase his talents. For the next U19 league match, both of you should attend in person. If he continues to perform as he has recently, we should elevate him to the U23 team after the winter break to participate in the regional league. With 5 matches yielding 9 goals and 2 assists from U17 to U19, his rate of progress is indeed extraordinary. We may have unearthed a hidden gem, a late-blooming prodigy. I hope he can swiftly adapt to the regional league and make his way into the first team before the season concludes, thereby providing an additional asset for the team's relegation battle. Ruthershon and Wilsinger nodded in understanding. Gadley was blissfully unaware that his hat trick today had drawn the attention of both the first team and the U23 youth squad, potentially paving his way to the U23 level. However, he understood that as long as he continued to progress methodically and enhance his skills, ascending to the U23 team and eventually to the first team was merely a matter of time. That evening, having showcased his talent with a hat trick, he was spirited away by his teammates to treat them once again at a Chinese restaurant. This time, more teammates joined him than during his previous signing celebration. It was evident to all that Gadley's rate of improvement was extraordinary. The U19 level was hardly his final destination. It would not be long before he advanced to the U23 team and then to the first team, the national squad, the Bundesliga, the Champions League, and the World Cup. The competitive landscape had shifted, and there was no need for envy or resentment. Fostering good relationships was essential. Should Gadley rise to fame and become a star, they, as his former teammates in Nuremberg's U19, would certainly have some intriguing stories to share. Thus, football is a realm where prowess reigns supreme. True strength earns respect. Chapter 35. The season's finale. Following a resounding victory, Coach Erikoff granted his players an additional day of respite. On December 5th, yet another Monday, Gadley again allocated 4 skill points, elevating his shooting from 87 to 88, his ball control from 73 to 74, his jumping from 75 to 76, and his off-the-ball movement from 71 to 72, leaving him with a balance of 16 skill points. As felt by both the coach and his teammates, Gadley's progression was remarkably swift, with an increase of 1 point in skill each week. His shooting prowess had now reached 88, approaching the significant threshold of 90. On December 6th, the team resumed training. After 3 days of rigorous practice, accumulating 2,000 experience points daily, by the afternoon of December 8th, Gadley's total experience had risen to level 5 with 101,000 points, automatically upgrading him to level 6 with 20,000 points. This time, Gadley was exceptionally fortunate. The new skill he randomly acquired with his upgrade was an exceedingly useful dribbling ability. As a forward, lacking dribbling and breakthrough skills would significantly diminish the impact of Gadley's already impressive shooting. While dribbling does not equate to breaking through defenses, it certainly aids in maintaining control of the ball, preventing it from being snatched away easily by opponents. Perhaps due to his enhanced shooting skills, Gadley's touch on the ball had evolved. The initial attribute of his newly acquired dribbling skill reached 66. Although it had not yet surpassed the threshold of 70. It was still commendable. After investing 1 skill point to raise the initial dribbling attribute from 66 to 67, and with the subsequent upgrade granting him 10 additional skill points, he now had a total of 25 skill points at his disposal. The next upgrade would require 200,000 experience points, a considerable amount, leaving him uncertain about how long it might take to reach that milestone. On the day following his upgrade, December 9th, after the afternoon training session, Coach Erikoff announced the roster for the upcoming match on December 10th, where Nuremberg U19 would face Kaiserslautern U19 away. This would mark Nuremberg U19's final match of 2011 and the concluding game of the first half of the 2011 to 2012 season. After this match, they would engage in a few more training sessions before breaking for the Christmas and New Year holidays, with their next match scheduled for the following year. Thus, tomorrow's match would signify the closing chapter for Nuremberg U19 in 2011. Fortunately, Gadley's position as a key player remained secure. Moreover, this time not only did Gadley secure his starting position, but his friend August Michner also earned a place in the lineup. The results of the extra training sessions that Gadley, Elmer, and Michner undertook together are now evident. After the announcement of the squad, everyone anticipated Erik's announcement of disbandment. However, to their surprise, Erik remained silent. After a brief pause, he lifted his head and spoke earnestly. I initially did not wish to disclose this, but tomorrow's match is the last one before the winter break. I fear that you may become distracted and not perform to the best of your abilities. Thus, I have decided to inform you. Tomorrow, the first team's assistant coach, Ruthershon, and the U23 youth team coach, Wilsinger, will be present to observe your performance. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of excitement surged through the players. Michner, brimming with enthusiasm, whispered to Gadley, Ruthershon and Wilsinger are definitely here to see you. Seize this opportunity. Gadley felt a twinge of excitement, yet he adhered to the humble nature typical of his compatriots, remarking, "How can we be certain? After all, everyone has an opportunity. You should perform well. Perhaps you might be the first to be promoted to the U23 team." Michner shook his head, responding, "Given your hat-trick performance in the last match, they are certainly not here solely for you." Others, too, amidst their exhilaration, gradually recognized that Ruthershon and Wilsinger were primarily there to scout Gadley. His recent hat-trick and his impressive tally of 9 goals and 2 assists over the past 5 matches had undoubtedly attracted the attention of both the U23 and first-team scouts, particularly in light of the first team's underwhelming performance and lackluster offense. After the team had discussed this for a moment, Erikov continued, "As you all have surmised, Ruthershon and Wilsinger are indeed here mainly to evaluate Brent Gadley. However, this does not imply that you can afford to underperform. If any of you deliver a performance that captivates Ruthershon and Wilsinger, why should you not also aspire to be promoted to the U23 team? Therefore, in tomorrow's match, I expect each of you to shine, striving to showcase your talents for Ruthershon and Wilsinger to behold. Moreover, I must emphasize the importance of teamwork during the match. Do not play selfishly simply because Ruthershon and Wilsinger are present. The ball should not become stagnant when it reaches you. Remember, football is a team sport. Ruthershon and Wilsinger will not value you for individual flair alone. They will also assess your spirit of collaboration. Should your desire for personal glory hinder the team's offensive efforts? Or worse, lead to a defeat, even if you manage to dribble past 3 opponents, it is unlikely to earn their favor. Conversely, if you can exhibit decisiveness and fluidity in your play, enhancing the team's pace and offensive threat, it will undoubtedly earn their respect. In conclusion, you are no longer children. I hope you grasp the essence of football. Do not let minor ambitions jeopardize greater opportunities. Perform admirably tomorrow, and let us strive to conclude 2011 with a victory. All right. You are dismissed. After taking a shower and changing clothes, everyone returned to the dormitory, excitedly discussing the upcoming match. As Coach Eriksson stated, they are no longer children. If, in the match tomorrow, one focuses solely on showcasing individual skills at the expense of the team's offensive flow, even the most impressive feats of dribbling through 3 opponents would be rendered futile. The scouts, Ruthershon and Wilsinger, would perceive a lack of team spirit, viewing one's presence as a hindrance to the team's progress rather than an asset. Conversely, if the team plays cohesively and secures a significant victory, even if the primary accolades go to the exceptionally skilled Gadurli, other players can also shine through crucial passes and assists, marking an outstanding performance. Thus, in the dormitory, they engaged in discussions and ultimately reached a consensus. The importance of team spirit must be prioritized in tomorrow's match, and individualism must be avoided. Given that they are playing away, neglecting teamwork could lead to a disappointing defeat in Nuremberg, which would significantly tarnish their reputations in the eyes of Ruthershon and Wilsinger. Therefore, everyone committed to fostering seamless team collaboration, with the ultimate goal of delivering the ball to Gadurli, who would finalize the shot. As long as they score enough goals, even if the primary credit goes to Gadurli, others will still accumulate assists and key passes, allowing them to make a favorable impression on Ruthershon and Wilsinger. Even if this selection does not yield success, a positive impression could open doors for future opportunities. Tomorrow's match is of paramount importance, not only for Gadley but for everyone involved. Chapter 36. A brilliant assist on December 10th, the day of the match, during the pre-game warm-up at noon. Gadley and his teammates caught sight of Nuremberg's first-team assistant coach, Ruthershon, alongside the U23 youth team coach, Wilsinger, at the sidelines. The atmosphere was electric, and even Gadley could not contain his excitement. Eric had made it clear the day before that Ruthershon and Wilsinger were there to scout him. A successful performance could pave the way for his promotion to the U23 team, bringing him a step closer to the first team. Consequently, Gadley was filled with determination and eagerness for the match ahead. At 1:00 p.m., as the referee's whistle pierced the air, the 13th round of the 2011-2012 German U19 Southern Regional League commenced, featuring Kaiserslautern against Nuremberg at the training ground of the Kaiserslautern U19 team. Given the storied reputation of Kaiserslautern, their allure to young players far surpassed that of Nuremberg, and their strength was considerable. Despite the high morale among Nuremberg's players, bolstered by the presence of the assistant coach and U23 coach, they initially struggled to find their rhythm. The home team of Kaiserslautern quickly seized the lead. Scoring first due to the pressure of the occasion, the players were hesitant, caught between the fear of underperforming in front of the scouts and the desire to seize their opportunity. In the 22nd minute of the first half, Kaiserslautern broke the deadlock with a corner kick, taking a 1-0 lead over Nuremberg. This setback, however, seemed to calm Nuremberg's team. After over 20 minutes of intense play, their focus shifted entirely to the match, no longer preoccupied with the coach's scrutiny. They understood that, regardless of who was being evaluated, victory was paramount. A loss would diminish any player's chance of impressing Rüdisson and Wilsinger. As the attacking linchpin, Gadli was eager to score. While his supportive teammates like Fred and Michner sought assists or key passes, the defenders, too, were resolute, determined not to concede further. United in purpose, Nuremberg fortified their defense before launching counterattacks. Both teams employed a 4-3-3 formation, creating numerous opportunities for their forwards. However, none exhibited the striking prowess of Gadli, who possessed a rare talent that had seen others of similar caliber promoted to the first team or at least the U23 level. Gadli remained in the U19 squad due to a significant specialization in his skills. In truth, Gadli's shooting ability was a class above, wielding the striking finesse of a marquee team's star forward while competing in the U19 Regional League. As his ball control and off-the-ball movement surpassed the 70 mark, his opportunities to shoot within the opponent's penalty area multiplied. With a remarkable shooting rating of 88, he was adept at capitalizing on chances even amid the fierce competition, far exceeding his U19 counterparts. Even when closely marked, his agility and 72 rating in off-the-ball movement set him apart, allowing him to evade defenders with impressive flair. As the offensive linchpin, Gadli was assured of at least one shooting opportunity throughout the match. When such an opportunity arose, he consistently posed a threat to the opposing goal. Less than 10 minutes after Kaiserslautern's opening goal, in the 30th minute, Gadli found space in the penalty area following a clever off-the-ball run and received a pass from a teammate. Unfortunately, as he prepared to shoot, a defender arrived just in time to impede his motion, causing his shot to lack the necessary angle and be comfortably saved by the opposing goalkeeper. Although this attempt did not result in a goal, it invigorated both Gadli and his teammates, marking Nuremberg's first genuine threat on target in the opening 30 minutes. It appeared that both Gadli and his teammates found their rhythm from that moment onward. Soon, before the first half concluded, in the 39th minute, Nuremberg struck back. Gadli received another pass in the penalty area. This time, however, he faced the goal with defenders closely marking him, making it difficult to turn and shoot. As Kaiserslautern's defenders anticipated his next move, Gadli cleverly opted to pass instead of forcing a shot. Despite not activating his passing skills, his shooting prowess of 88 positively influenced his passing technique. With a deft touch, Gadli executed a brilliant assist, finding the gap on the right side of Kaiserslautern's penalty area. The speed and trajectory of the ball were impeccable, skillfully evading the outstretched legs of two Kaiserslautern defenders and delivering the ball precisely where he intended. Subsequently, right-wing midfielder August Michner, unnoticed by the defenders, made a surging run into the area and, without pausing for control, struck Gadli's pass towards the bottom right corner of the goal. Gadli's pass was not particularly surprising, as he was facing away from the goal, making it entirely reasonable to distribute the ball when a shot was not feasible. However, rather than passing to Fred at the edge of the penalty area, he delivered an exquisite lateral pass into the vacant space on the right side of the box, showcasing an extraordinary display of skill. Despite the presence of Kaiserslautern players in Michner's direction, Gadli executed a pass reminiscent of a master playmaker, deftly evading two opposing defenders and placing the ball perfectly at Michner's feet. After spending time honing his shooting technique alongside Gadli, Michner had made notable progress, and this sudden incursion into the penalty area culminated in a remarkable shot that struck within the goal frame and possessed a challenging angle. Although the Kaiserslautern goalkeeper had already begun to move rightward as Gadli directed the ball toward Michner, he was unable to intercept Michner's swift, unhesitating shot. The diving goalkeeper ultimately failed to make contact, watching helplessly as the ball sailed past his outstretched hands and into the net. In the 39th minute, FC Nuremberg U19 equalized the score at 1-1 thanks to a goal from August Michner, with the assist credited to Bernd Gadli. In the 39th minute of stoppage time, Bernd Gadli, while not the scorer, played a pivotal role as a tactical center forward. He leveraged his position as the offensive linchpin to draw the utmost attention from the Kaiserslautern defense within the penalty area before passing to Michner, who, unmarked, seamlessly cut in from the flank to score. Gadli refrained from exploiting his unlimited firing rights, choosing instead to assist a teammate in scoring rather than attempting a forced shot from an unfavorable position with his back to the goal, thereby wasting a promising offensive opportunity and helping the team equalize the score. This display earned him nods of approval from Reutchen and Worsinger on the sidelines. Gadli's football intelligence is commendable, which is the impression both men held of him. This singular assessment significantly boosted Gadli's standing. Shortly after leveling the score, the first half concluded. Following a 15-minute intermission, the second half commenced, with the home team, Kaiserslautern, unwilling to settle for a draw. They introduced 2 fresh players at the start of the half and launched a vigorous offensive against Nuremberg. Perhaps influenced by the home advantage, Kaiserslautern's players exhibited remarkable form. And in the 63rd minute, they scored again through a well-executed cross from the flanks, bringing the score to 2-1 and regaining the lead. Upon the resumption of play, Kaiserslautern, now in the lead, did not retreat into a defensive shell. Instead, they continued their assault. Given that this was merely a youth match, there was less emphasis on pragmatism, resulting in a relatively open game, devoid of the often seen bus parking tactics. At least in this match, Kaiserslautern did not adopt such a defensive strategy to preserve their 2-1 advantage until the final whistle, thus providing Nuremberg with opportunities to score. Throughout the ongoing back-and-forth exchanges, Gadli found himself in possession several times. However, his dribbling, breakthrough attempts, and reactions hampered his shooting prowess. Under the relentless scrutiny of the opposition, he seldom managed to create scoring opportunities. Nevertheless, Kaiserslautern's strict marking of Gadli inadvertently opened avenues for other Nuremberg players. In the 75th minute, Nuremberg intercepted the ball and launched a rapid counterattack. Gadli's movement in the center drew the attention of the last 2 center-backs, allowing right winger Johannes to sprint down the flank, eventually cutting inside to score and equalize at 2-2. At this juncture, both teams' players were nearing their physical limits, yet neither side was willing to accept a 2-2 stalemate. Consequently, the coaches began to substitute in fresh legs, continuing the offensive battle with the intention of clinching a decisive goal. On Nuremberg's side, despite Gadli appearing fatigued, Eriksson opted to keep him on the pitch. This decision was partly due to the presence of Reutchen and Worsinger, who were there specifically to evaluate Gadli, making an early substitution inappropriate. Furthermore, because of Gadli's shooting ability, there remained a chance for him to score if afforded a clear opportunity, without overly relying on stamina for long runs and breakthroughs. As a center forward with a shooting proficiency of 88, Gadli, as long as he positioned himself at the forefront, remained a formidable threat, capable of scoring even in the final moments of the match, provided he was given the space to shoot. Gadli was acutely aware that today, Eric had refrained from substituting him, granting him an invaluable opportunity that he cherished deeply. Despite having only provided a single assist, the team had yet to secure victory, leaving him uncertain as to whether he could impress the visiting assistant coach of the first team and the U23 head coach. Should he manage to score in the final minutes, leading to a dramatic 3-2 triumph over their opponents while achieving a goal and an assist, Gadli believed he would undoubtedly capture the attention of both coaches. Thus, in the closing moments of the match, Gadli exerted himself immensely. Even as exhaustion took its toll and he labored to catch his breath, he continued to make runs, hoping to find the perfect gap and praying for a teammate to deliver the ball to him. As time progressed, both teams began to exhibit an increasing number of errors. Although Kaiserslautern made substitutions, with only 6 changes available, they predominantly replaced players in the midfield and forward positions, resulting in fewer alterations to their defense. Consequently, as the match approached its final stages, the fitness levels of Kaiserslautern's defenders were also waning, making them susceptible to mistakes. In the 83rd minute, an opposing defender faltered during a backward pass, resulting in a misplayed ball. Unfortunately, the nearest Nuremberg player was unable to react swiftly enough to capitalize on the error, and the opposing team managed to clear the ball just in time, averting the crisis. Though this opportunity slipped away, it nonetheless revealed a telling sign. As the end of the match drew near, fatigue set in, leading to an increase in errors. Of course, both sides experienced similar lapses, with Nuremberg's defense also committing numerous mistakes. It was merely a matter of which team could seize upon their opponent's missteps to convert them into goals. In such circumstances, Gadeli's impressive shooting skill, rated at 88, granted him a notable advantage over his adversaries in terms of hitting the target. What remained was to translate this statistical edge into tangible goals. As time wore on, both teams, unwilling to settle for a draw, played increasingly recklessly, resulting in a plethora of mistakes, yet neither was able to capitalize. Finally, in the 91st minute, during stoppage time, Kaiserslautern faltered in their passing from the right side of the midfield, delivering a weak ball that was intercepted by August Maikina, who executed a well-timed tackle. Although Kaiserslautern's players attempted to regain possession immediately, Maikina wasted no time, sweeping the ball to the center where Fred awaited. Nuremberg swiftly launched a counterattack. Gadli surged forward through the central lane, but due to the vigilant marking of the center backs, Fred opted not to pass the ball to him initially, instead directing it towards the left winger. Subsequently, the left winger, the left midfielder, and Fred engaged in a triangular passing sequence while advancing, swiftly maneuvering the ball to the periphery of the penalty area. This was originally a counterattack following a disruption of Kaiserslautern's offensive play, and the intricate interplay among Fred and his two companions compelled Kaiserslautern's fullbacks and centerbacks to shift their focus towards the left flank, thereby leaving their central defense somewhat vulnerable against Gadli's movements. Consequently, Gadli, leveraging his remarkable off-the-ball run, found a gap near the edge of the penalty area. As a key attacking midfielder for the Nuremberg U19 team and a close friend of Gadli, Fred's synergy with Gadli has been increasingly harmonious during this period. Gadli, upon witnessing Fred's imminent reception of the ball, suddenly sprang into action, evading the tight marking of the center back and creating space for himself. Fred, understanding the unspoken connection, did not halt the ball, but rather delivered a precise pass, which the left winger deftly returned in a triangular fashion, positioning it perfectly for Gadli in front of the right side of the penalty area. In Chapter 38, advancing to the U23 youth team. At the very moment Fred released the ball, the center back, who had just been outmaneuvered by Gadli, reacted promptly, pivoting to cover his position. Unable to intercept the ball, he launched himself into a desperate slide tackle, aiming to block Gadli's shot with his body. However, even in the dying moments of the match, Gadli remained composed and did not rush his shot. Instead, he calmly took a touch, allowing the sliding defender to pass harmlessly in front of him. Without waiting for the other defenders to obstruct his path, Gadli executed a precise push shot towards the far corner of the goal. Due to the nature of his touch, the shot lacked significant power and speed. The goalkeeper, stationed at the near post, first took a step towards the far end before leaping to make a save. Nevertheless, Gadli's exceptional shooting skill rendered his attempt remarkably deceptive. To an untrained eye, it appeared destined to miss the target entirely. The goalkeeper's effort fell just short, as the ball rolled past his fingertips and, in a moment of despair, grazed the far post before gently finding the net. Goal. In the 91st minute of stoppage time, Gadli scored, ultimately leading Nuremberg U19 to a thrilling 3-2 comeback. This goal, scored at such a critical juncture, seemed almost certain to seal the victory, barring any misfortunes. Having delivered both an assist and a goal during this decisive moment, Gadli felt a strong inclination that he would capture the attention of Rüdiger and Wilsinger, advancing to the U23 youth team. Thus, upon witnessing the ball strike the post and nestle into the net, Gadli clenched his fist and raised it triumphantly, letting out a roar that expressed his exhilaration. He was soon enveloped by Fred and his teammates, celebrating their achievement together. On the sidelines, Rüdiger and Wilsinger stood amidst the crowd, applauding while quietly discussing the play. Rüdiger remarked, "That was an exceptionally beautiful goal." Wilsinger replied, "Indeed, especially the touch before the shot, which cleverly evaded the defender's attempt to block. It was remarkably composed and rare." Rüdiger continued, "Moreover, the angle of the shot, striking the post and curling into the net's corner, showcased his shooting prowess splendidly. While one goal alone may not be conclusive, his previous match statistics affirm that his shooting skills are undoubtedly exceptional. While Schinger, such shooting skills remaining in the U19 team is a sheer waste of resources. Although he possesses some technical flaws, as a forward, this advantage suffices. I have resolved not to wait until the winter break. I will promote him to the U23 team immediately, and he will commence training with the squad right away. Rüdiger, indeed, he is a prodigious forward. We have struck gold. By promoting him to the U23 team sooner, he can integrate with his teammates, adapt to the regional league more swiftly, and thus be eligible to contribute to the first team in their relegation battle. Both were quite pleased with Gadley's performance in this match, and in just a few words, they determined his fate. On the field, after Gadley and his teammates concluded their celebrations, the match resumed, and Kaiserslautern launched a desperate offensive, seemingly disregarding their defensive line. The goalkeeper had ventured far beyond the penalty area, eager to join the attack. However, Gadley's goal had already occurred in the 91st minute, and after the celebrations, they found themselves in the 92nd minute, with precious little time remaining. Following 4 minutes of stoppage time, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. The Nuremberg U19 team secured a dramatic 3-2 away victory over Kaiserslautern, thanks to Gadley's goal in the 91st minute, marking the final triumph of 2011. After the match, Gadley received an experience reward of 12,000 for his contributions, 4,000 for starting, 2,000 for assists, 4,000 for goals, and 2,000 for the win, bringing his total experience to level 6 with 15,000 out of 200,000. By the end of the match, Rüdisson and Walschinger had already approached the substitutes bench, standing alongside Eric. As Gadley made his exit from the field, Eric called him over to introduce him to Rüdisson and Wilsinger. Subsequently, Rüdisson addressed Gadley, stating, "Your performance in the U19 has captured the attention of the first-team head coach, Dieter Hecking. He has requested that I, along with Wilsinger, observe your performance today. You have not disappointed us. Thus, we have decided to promote you to the U23 youth team immediately, where you will train with the squad and participate in the Southern German League following the winter break. This league comprises not only youth teams, but also several professional adult teams, providing players with considerable experience. We hope you will swiftly adapt to the rigors of professional competition and contribute your talents to the first team's efforts in securing their place in the league." U23 head coach Wilsinger then added, "Welcome to the Nuremberg U23 youth team." Gadley was filled with joy, expressing his gratitude to Rüdisson and Wilsinger for their trust, as well as to Eric for his guidance. This matter was thus settled. Subsequently, Wilsinger provided some reminders regarding the reporting procedures before departing privately with Rüdisson. The two had arrived by car, while Gadley and the other players returned to the base on the team bus with Eric. After Wilsinger confirmed Gadley's promotion to the U23 youth team, Gadley successfully completed his mission of advancing to the U23, earning a reward of 10 skill points, bringing his total to 35. With the completion of previous tasks and his elevation to the U23, new challenges awaited him. System Task 7. Promotion to the Nuremberg First Team Task Details. The host is required to perform admirably and secure a place in the Nuremberg First Team before June 30th. 2012. Success Reward. 10 skill points failure penalty. None. This promotion offered a greater reward, amounting to 20 skill points. In addition to the first team promotion task, there was another objective to secure the championship in the Southern Regional League. System Task 8. Regional League Champion Task Details. The host must assist the Nuremberg U23 youth team in winning the 2011 to 2012 season Southern Regional League Championship, with a minimum of 5 appearances required for the achievement to be considered valid. Success Reward. 10 skill points failure penalty. None. Upon noticing the task for the Regional League Championship, Gadley, now promoted to the U23, inquired about the status of the U19 League Champion task, which remained valid, since Gadley had already made 5 appearances in the U19. If Nuremberg U19 were to clinch the title in the second half of the season, it would also count as Gadley's achievement, thus completing the task. However, even during Gadley's tenure with the U19, the team could not secure the top position in the league. After Gadley's departure, it seemed nearly impossible for Nuremberg U19 to achieve the championship in the second half of the season. As for the task regarding the Youth League Cup Championship, it was declared a failure. Since Gadley had advanced to the U23, he participated in only one match of the German Youth Cup, failing to meet the prerequisite of participating in at least 2 matches. Regardless of whether Nuremberg U19 won the Youth Cup thereafter, it would no longer concern Gadley. Task 5 related to the Youth Cup Championship was directly deemed a failure by the system, but fortunately, there were no penalties associated with it. Merely a slight disappointment over the loss of 10 skill points as a reward. Chapter 39. Elevated experience content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 40. Rapid progress content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 41. The Bavarian celebration of the Lunar New Year in Ditford. The Bavarian celebration of the Lunar New Year, held on the first day of the lunar calendar, is the most grandiose festival of the year, surpassing even the festive atmosphere of Christmas and New Year's Day. As an authentic Chinese individual, Gadli, unable to return to his homeland for the Spring Festival, naturally chose to celebrate in Ditford. On January 22nd, New Year's Eve, the local German residents followed the Chinese tradition by enjoying a festive dinner, often preparing dumplings. However, previously, Marcus and Isabella were unaware of what traditional Chinese dumplings contained, while Gadli was well informed. Although he hailed from the southern regions and was not accustomed to dumplings, this did not hinder his culinary prowess in Ditford. Thus, upon returning home on January 21st, Gadli commenced preparations for the dumplings and the New Year's feast early on the 22nd. He visited the supermarket to procure minced meat, chives, spring onions, and a few bottles of Lao Gonma chili sauce, returning home to craft the filling for the dumplings, which he wrapped using the dumpling skins prepared in advance by Isabella. For lunch, the Gadli household enjoyed dumplings, which piqued the interest of several neighboring families who eagerly sampled them, unanimously declaring Gadli's dumplings delicious and expressing intentions to learn how to make them the following year. After lunch, preparations for the New Year's dinner continued, as Gadli showcased his culinary skills once more, creating a lavish spread of Chinese delicacies that delighted Marcus and Isabella, along with a few close neighbors, who devoured every morsel of the feast. Although the residents of Ditford proudly identified as Chinese and celebrated New Year's Eve and the Spring Festival annually, many remained oblivious to the traditional customs associated with these celebrations. For instance, they were unaware of the custom of setting off firecrackers on New Year's Eve. However, this year, inspired by Gadli, several friends purchased fireworks to set off after midnight on New Year's Eve, creating quite a commotion throughout the town. Many people leaned out of their windows to watch the fireworks, expressing their intent to buy fireworks for the following year. As for Gadli's extensive knowledge, he merely claimed it was acquired from consulting with the Chinese owner of a restaurant in Nuremberg. Of course, only his family and a few neighbors were aware of Gadli's transformation. Within a town of 6,000 residents, his influence remained limited. Nevertheless, everyone looked forward to the festivities of the following day, the first day of the new year. Winter mornings are inherently late to dawn, and so it was that on the morning of the new year, perhaps before 7 a.m., Gadli was roused by the sounds of drums and gongs echoing outside. He rose and drew back the curtains, peering out to witness a multitude of children clad in traditional Tang suits and Han coats, joyously beating drums and shouting, "It's the festival! Today we are all Chinese. Let the celebrations begin." Gadli arose, prepared breakfast with his parents, and then the family donned traditional Chinese attire to venture out into the streets. In the town, nearly every shop displayed characters such as, and while many shops showcased fans, lanterns, eru, straw hats, and other Chinese artifacts, the origins of which remained a mystery to him. Apart from the complexion of those around him, Gadli felt as though he were immersed in his homeland. Here, he could freely converse in Mandarin, and instead of being regarded as a curiosity, his fluency evoked admiration from the locals. The streets were animated with dragon dances, stilt performances, and traditional Chinese instrumental music organized by the town government. In the afternoon, a locally elected emperor, clad in a yellow robe and seated in a three-tiered palanquin, paraded through the town, carried by over 10 bearers. Accompanied by guards, a queen, and concubines, the crowd exuberantly shouted in broken Mandarin, "Long live Emperor Fugao," creating a significant spectacle. Emperor Fugao, who ascended the throne in the year 2000, was, in truth, an employee of the local hospital, only assuming the regal role during the Spring Festival celebrations. At this moment, he wielded the utmost authority in the town, even commanding the mayor's obedience. Despite possessing related memories, Gadli was exhilarated, following closely behind the procession of Emperor Fugao. The existence of such a Chinese enclave and festival in Germany brought him immense joy. Amidst the throng, Emperor Fugao ascended a high altar to address the thousands of townsfolk, proclaiming a message to the heavens for favorable weather and peaceful prosperity. The ensuing mock ceremony, while somewhat humorous in parts, was performed with genuine effort. Following this, Emperor Fugao led the crowd in a rendition of their self-composed Bavarian Chinese national anthem. However, Gadli could only decipher a few simple words that seemed to convey blessings, as the lyrics were cobbled together from their imagined characters, leaving both the Germans and himself perplexed. After the ceremony, the townsfolk dispersed to continue their celebrations. The dragon dances and stilt performances resumed, while someone played the eru, albeit with an unrecognizable tune that still resembled a performance. There were even individuals portraying characters from Peking opera, entertaining the crowd. Throughout the day, the residents reveled in their interpretations of how Chinese people celebrate the Spring Festival, based on what they had observed, heard, or imagined. In addition to the local residents, the festival attracted Germans from nearby counties and even the state capital, though the turnout was modest, with no Chinese individuals in sight. Perhaps the fame of this event had yet to reach significant heights. As Gadley indulged in leisure, he pondered the possibilities of one day becoming a prominent figure, potentially serving as an ambassador for Dartford. He envisioned promoting Dartford as a hub for Chinese cultural tourism, enticing visitors from China under the guise of generating tourism revenue while facilitating the soft power export of Chinese culture. Due to the skewed portrayal of China in Western media, many Germans harbor a distorted perception of the country, lacking an authentic understanding of its essence. Thus, Gadley felt compelled to contribute to the dissemination of Chinese culture, provided he could do so without delving into political matters. Being a player hailing from Dartford, his intentions would likely remain unchallenged as he sought to bridge the two cultures. The exuberance of the Lunar New Year celebration persisted late into the night, with attendees reluctantly concluding their festivities and returning home. The next opportunity for such merriment would not arrive until the following year's Spring Festival. However, Gadley could not linger until the celebration's end, as he needed to return for training the next day. Consequently, in the evening, Marcus drove Gadley back to the Nuremberg training base. Not only did he return to the base, but he also brought an assortment of snacks and small gifts, all adorned with Chinese cultural motifs, to share with his teammates and coaches, subtly influencing their perceptions of China. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, which coincidentally fell on a Monday, Gadley allocated 6 skill points, enhancing all his abilities by 1, leaving him with a balance of 7 points. As a result, his performance during training improved remarkably. Witnessing Gadley's rapid progress week after week, Wilsinger was genuinely astonished. Initially, he believed that Gadley would require additional training time to assimilate into the team before participating in matches. However, given Gadley's extraordinary advancement, he anticipated that by the time the first official match commenced in March, Gadley might be ready to take the field. Indeed, due to the scheduling of the youth national team, the first match in the Southern German League after the winter break would not occur until March 4th. With such a lengthy interval, if Gadley maintained this pace of improvement, Wilsinger could scarcely fathom the extent to which his shooting skills would develop. Gadley remained oblivious to the coach's psyche. For the time being, he had only unlocked a few skills. Aside from utilizing skill points for enhancement, other abilities required rigorous training for improvement. In addition to the team's training sessions, he continued to practice diligently with Elmer and Michner. On January 30th, another Monday arrived, signaling the time for skill point allocation. However, he found his balance of skill points dwindling to a mere 7, while his experience level stood at 7, with 75,000 out of 300,000 points required for the next upgrade. After careful consideration, Gadley decided to allocate his points, increasing his shooting skill from 95 to 96, his dribbling from 74 to 75, and his off-the-ball movement from 79 to 80, expending 3 skill points and leaving him with a mere 4. With the remaining 4 skill points, Gadley resolved to invest them entirely into his shooting ability. He was curious to witness the transformation that would occur upon reaching a perfect score of 100. Over the subsequent 3 weeks, every Monday, he diligently added 1 point to his shooting skill, bringing it to an impressive 99. Then, on February 27, 2012, another Monday dawned. Upon awakening, a rush of excitement coursed through Gadley. Before even rising from his bed, he swiftly accessed the system interface, gazing at his shooting skill, which stood at 99, alongside his final skill point. With a focused thought, he clicked to allocate the last point to shooting. In an instant, the system interface erupted with a dazzling fireworks display, and an electronic chime resonated in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, the host's shooting skill attribute has reached the perfect value of 100, becoming a flawless skill. Gudray has once again examined his shooting skills, which now proudly adorn the perfect skill category, devoid of any attribute data. This clearly indicates that it has reached its maximum value, rendering further statistics unnecessary. Upon utilizing his final skill point and achieving his first perfect skill, Gudray's system attributes transformed as follows. Host, Bernd Gudray, nationality, Germany, date of birth, September 6, 1993, height, 186 centimeters, weight, 82 kilograms. Level 7. Experience 185. 000 out of 300. 000. Skill points 0. Ball control 81. Jumping 83. Dribbling 75. Tackling 32. Off the ball movement 80. Fried meatball 73. GK defensive positioning 6. Perfect skill shooting. Not only has he acquired his inaugural perfect skill, but Gudray's weight has also increased by 1 kilogram during the winter training period, reaching a total of 82 kilograms, enhancing his competitive prowess within the opponent's penalty area. As for the criteria that define perfect shooting, the system elucidates that during penalty kicks, as long as the host does not fall, the spot is devoid of any imperfections, and he is not swayed by the goalkeeper's psychological tactics or burdened by mental pressure. He can shoot with pinpoint accuracy, hitting the target every time. Even intentionally striking the post is permissible. Executing 10 penalty kicks that all strike the inner side of the post and subsequently nestly into the net is entirely feasible. Such a level of shooting prowess is astonishingly formidable. Throughout the annals of football history, not only has no one achieved this, but even approaching such a feat seems unattainable. Even legends like Pelé, Maradona, Ronaldo, Messi, and Cristiano Ronaldo have missed penalty kicks. Who dares to claim they can shoot with such precision during a penalty? In other words, throughout Gadley's professional career, as long as there is a penalty kick, by meticulously inspecting the vicinity of the penalty spot for any deceptive irregularities, ensuring he does not stumble during his run-up, and remaining psychologically undisturbed by the goalkeeper's flamboyant antics, Gadley can confidently guarantee that he will score with absolute certainty into one of the two upper corners of the goal. Similarly, taking a penalty kick is a matter of striking precisely where aimed, even amidst the distractions posed by opponents during open play and despite varying distances and angles. Gadley's accuracy in hitting the goal frame surpasses that of all other forwards by a significant margin. This remarkable skill has evolved to the point of being almost unreal. On March 1st, the youth team of Nuremberg held a 60-minute internal training match. During this match, Gadley, as a substitute, delivered a stunning performance, netting 4 goals. It is noteworthy that Gadley did not play the entire 60 minutes, as he was substituted out at the 45-minute mark. Thus, his extraordinary feat of scoring 4 goals was accomplished within just 45 minutes of play. During this interval, Gadley took 5 shots, all of which were on target. Only 1 shot was deflected by the goalkeeper due to a slight interference from a defender. The remaining 4 efforts resulted in goals. Even his teammates, and notably his coach Wilsinger, who had been closely observing Gadley and aware of his rapid development, were left astounded. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of a flawless shooting technique that has never before been achieved in the world of football. Given such a shooting prowess and scoring rate, even in more competitive and fast-paced official matches, Gadley is unlikely to diminish his goal tally. After all, a formal match lasts 90 minutes rather than 60, thereby affording Gadley even more time to play. If he could score 4 goals in a 45-minute training match, it stands to reason that he could easily net 1 or 2 goals in each official match, if not more. This notion emerged from Wierzinger's extensive observations. Initially, he intended for Gadley to start as a substitute in the U23 youth team, gradually transitioning to his starting position. However, the idea of allowing Gadley to take the field as a starter began to take root in his mind. On March 2nd, Wierzinger organized a specialized shooting training session to further evaluate Gadley's shooting prowess. As anticipated, during the 20 unimpeded shots, Gadley struck the goal frame with remarkable precision, achieving an impressive array of angles. With the exception of 1 shot, which the goalkeeper valiantly managed to deflect, Gadley scored a staggering 19 out of 20 attempts. This flawless accuracy, coupled with a remarkable 95% conversion rate, left even the original starting striker of the Nuremberg U23 team speechless and duly impressed. Subsequently, after the training session on March 3rd, when Wierzinger announced the squad list for the first match following the winter break on March 4th, where the Nuremberg youth team would challenge Freiburg's youth team in the 22nd round of the 2011-2012 Southern German Regional League, Gadley seamlessly secured a place in the starting lineup. After his ascent to the U23 youth team, Gadley bypassed the phase of being a substitute, directly displacing the former starting striker to claim a primary position in the Southern Regional League. Such rapid advancement is an unprecedented occurrence in the history of Nuremberg's Youth Training Academy. Chapter 43. U23 debut as one of the top 5 leagues in Europe. The Bundesliga boasts a highly developed football industry. Although the regional league in Germany is merely the fourth tier beneath the Bundesliga, 2, Bundesliga, and 3, Liga, the matches are not held in training facilities akin to those used for U19 or U17 teams. Rather, they take place in genuine professional football stadiums. The schedules for the Youth League and the First Team League are meticulously planned to diverge, allowing youth matches to be conducted in Bundesliga venues. Otherwise, when facing professional teams from the Southern League, it would be absurd for the away team to play in the first team stadium while the home team competes in a youth training ground. Thus, when the Nuremberg youth team plays at home, the match will take place in the expansive Grundig Stadium, which accommodates over 40,000 spectators. This exemplifies the fundamental distinction between the Southern German League and the U19 League. Of course, the match on March 4th is an away game, and it is not yet time for Gadley to grace the grounds of the Grundig Stadium. Besides the stark contrast in venue size, the Southern German League also enjoys television broadcasts. However, it is not the major national broadcasters like German public television that cover the games. Rather, the matches are typically aired on lesser-known local channels and online streams. Consequently, the viewership is limited primarily to die-hard fans. Nevertheless, it is certainly an improvement over the Youth League, which garners almost no audience apart from a few hundred family and friends. Regardless of whether the viewership numbers reach 3,000 or 5,000, there will still be some loyal fans of the home team watching the broadcast. Particularly for families like Gadley's, who are from out of town, opportunities for parents to attend matches in person are scarce, making it possible to inform relatives to watch the game on television. Once he confirmed his place in the starting lineup that evening, Gadley called home to share the exhilarating news with his parents that he would be starting in the match the following day, encouraging them to prepare to watch the live broadcast. Upon hearing this delightful news, Marcus and Isabella were overjoyed and promptly informed their relatives, friends, and neighbors, spreading the word so that everyone could tune in the next day to cheer Gadley on. Gadley is not the only professional player from Ditford, yet he stands as the sole active professional in the current roster. The last professional player from Ditford retired several years ago. Consequently, there is considerable interest surrounding Gadley's signing of a professional contract with Nuremberg, as well as his starting position in the Southern German League, prompting many to express their intention to watch the live broadcast tomorrow. In truth, the viewership of the Southern League is significantly bolstered by the families, neighbors, and friends of these players. Gadley is filled with anticipation for his U23 youth team's debut in the Dina League and their first televised match. With a perfect shooting technique rated at 100 points, he wonders how effectively it will manifest in an official game. The following noon, as Gadley and his teammates entered the Black Forest Stadium in Freiburg for pre-match warm-ups, he was captivated by the unique roof of the stands, which differed from other stadiums. Through the introductions of his teammates, Gadley learned that Freiburg is renowned as a solar city, characterized by its development and utilization of solar energy. The Black Forest Stadium employs solar photovoltaic panels to generate electricity, making it the first professional football stadium in Germany powered by solar energy. Given that this is merely a fourth-tier regional league and both teams comprise youth squads, the attendance was modest. While the Black Forest Stadium can accommodate 24,000 spectators, only a few hundred were present during Gadley's warm-up session, rendering the venue rather spacious. However, as the teams continued to warm up, more fans trickled in. Predominantly supporters of Freiburg, with only a handful of Nuremberg fans, likely friends and family of the players, making the long journey to cheer for the visiting team. The youth match, in truth, did not warrant a significant turnout from casual fans. By the time the match commenced, an estimated 4,000 to 5,000 fans had gathered in the stands. In the context of a fourth-tier league featuring U23 teams, this attendance is quite commendable, reflecting the Germans' genuine passion for football, which far surpasses that found domestically. After the warm-up concluded and the team returned to the locker room, Wilsinger began his final exhortations. This is the first match after the winter break. The weather is splendid today, and he hopes everyone will perform admirably. As a newcomer to the U23 squad, Gadley is relatively unknown to the opponents, who would have done little research on him, even if they were aware of his scoring statistics from the U17 and U19 levels. They would not be privy to the remarkable progress he has made over the past 2 months of winter training. Even we were astonished by Gadley's rapid improvement, let alone the opponents. The Freiburg youth team, both coaches and players, would certainly not anticipate the caliber of Gadley's shooting skills. Therefore, in the first half of the match, we will center our attacks around Gadley, striving to create opportunities for him to shoot. entrusting him with the final strike. Gadley will have the liberty to shoot at will in the first half. As for the tactics for the second half, we will assess the first half's outcome and determine our approach during the halftime break. After concluding his remarks, Wilsinger turned to Bernd Gadley and specifically advised him, Gadley, in the first half, refrain from excessively handling the ball. Utilize the opponent's unfamiliarity with you to make off-the-ball runs. When you seize a shooting opportunity, unleash a sudden strike. It is sure to catch the opponents off guard. I hope you can bring the performance from your training into the competition, assisting us in securing victory in the first match of 2012, thus heralding a promising start to the new year. Gadley nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. The anticipation for the U-23's inaugural match, his debut in the regional league, broadcasted live on television, filled him with eagerness. Following the customary rituals of entering the field, taking photographs, exchanging team flags, and the coin toss, the match commenced at 1400 hours on March 4, 2012, with the referee's whistle. The game between Freiburg's youth team and Nuremberg's youth team, part of the 22nd round of the 2011 to 2012 season of the Southern German Regional League, officially began at Freiburg's home ground, the Black Forest Stadium. The commentator Lancelot, broadcasting on Bavaria's Channel 7, expressed a hint of excitement in the studio. Dear viewers, the referee has blown the whistle to signal the start of the match. This is Bavaria's Channel 7. I am your commentator Lancelot. And beside me is our guest commentator Hans. Hans waved to the audience watching at home, saying, Hello everyone, I am Hans. Lancelot continued. What you are witnessing is the match between Freiburg's youth team and Nuremberg's youth team in the 22nd round of the 2011 to 2012 season. Here are the starting lineups and substitute lists. Chapter 44, The Lightning Goal. After introducing the starting lineups, Lancelot specifically highlighted Nuremberg's starting center forward, Bernd Gadley. Bernd Gadley was promoted from the Nuremberg U19 team to the U23 team only last December. His time in the U19 was brief, having been promoted to that squad in September of last year, where he spent just 3 months before moving up to the U23 team. During his 3 months in the U19 league and cup matches, Gadley made 10 appearances, scoring 12 goals and providing 3 assists, proving his efficiency, which explains his swift ascent to the U23 team. However, as the regional league represents the 4th tier of German football, it comprises not only youth players but also several professional teams. It remains uncertain whether the 18-year-old Gadley can adapt to the pace and intensity of the Southern German League. Without even the experience of coming off the bench, Nuremberg's head coach Wilsinger took the risk of starting Gadley, a decision I personally view as somewhat audacious. What do you think, Hans? Lancelot inquired of his guest. Hans nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, I too believe Wilsinger's approach is rather bold. Even though the Nuremberg first team is struggling and the forwards are underperforming, there is no need for the youth team to engage in such premature advancements. The two commentators hold no grievances against Brenton Gadley. Their insights are drawn solely from player statistics compiled from the official roster. However, they are somewhat skeptical about Gadley, who has just ascended to the U23 team and is starting his first match. After all, Nuremberg is located in Bavaria, while Freiburg belongs to Baden-Württemberg. It is only natural for them, as commentators from a Bavarian television station, to exhibit a bias towards Nuremberg. Deep down, they hope for Nuremberg's success and wish for young talents like Gadley to flourish in a nurturing environment. Yet, they did not anticipate that as Lancelot finished reading the starting lineup, and they were still commenting on Gadley. Nuremberg's youth team had already thwarted Freiburg's attack and launched a swift counterattack. On the field, it was Freiburg's youth team that had the kickoff. But their offensive efforts failed to penetrate Nuremberg's penalty area, as they were intercepted by Nuremberg's number 5 center back, Billy March. Immediately, Nuremberg initiated a rapid counterattack. 2 midfielders and 3 forwards surged towards Freiburg's half like arrows, executing quick passes and clever movements as they advanced towards Freiburg's penalty area. As Wilsinger had remarked in the pre-match locker room, Gadley, who had only recently been promoted to Nuremberg's U23 team during the winter break, was entirely unfamiliar to Freiburg. Despite Gadley's commendable performance in the U19 team, the Freiburg players remained unconcerned, skeptical that a player who had just played U17 last season could make a significant impact in U23 so swiftly. Consequently, Freiburg's defense focused primarily on Nuremberg's attacking midfielder and 2 wingers, leaving Gadley accompanied by just 1 distracted center back, whose attention was primarily fixated on the ball. Additionally, the nature of the attack, which sprang from a counter initiated by intercepting the opponent's pass, meant that Freiburg's defense was somewhat undermanned. Unable to cover all angles and forced to concentrate on the few Nuremberg players actively involved in the passing play, adhering to Wilsinger's pre-game advice. Nuremberg's attacking players refrained from passing the ball to Gadli until he had carved out a shooting opportunity, thereby avoiding drawing the opponent's defensive focus onto him. As a result, without being marked, Gadli found himself in an excellent position on the left side of the penalty area just 3 minutes into the counterattack. In the heat of the moment, Gadli had already achieved an impressive off-the-ball run, with Freiburg's goalkeeper and defenders oblivious to his presence. Subsequently, the number 7 right winger, Brull, cut in from the right flank and received a pass from the attacking midfielder, feigning a shot that drew 2 defenders and the goalkeeper into blocking his attempt. However, Brull cleverly opted for a deceptive pass instead of a shot, laying the ball into the vacant space on the left side of the penalty area. It was only when the Freiburg players and fans followed the ball's trajectory that they were startled to discover Nuremberg's number 50 center forward, Brennan Gadli, standing in an unmarked position, poised to take a shot without letting the ball touch the ground. Thousands of Freiburg fans in the stands immediately began to boo, hoping to disrupt Gadli's concentration. The nearest defender, positioned on the edge of the 6-yard box, rushed towards the left side, attempting to block the impending shot. If Gadli had paused for a moment before taking his shot, he might have been able to block the ball. The goalkeeper, in a state of panic, lunged from the right towards the left, attempting to save Gadli's strike. However, it was all too late. Amidst the jeers of Freiburg supporters, and under the astonished gaze of commentator Lancelot and guest Hans, Gadli, positioned approximately 11 meters from the goal, did not stop to adjust, but instead met Brull's low pass with a swift, uninterrupted push that directed the ball towards the lower left corner. With a mere 11 meters separating him from the goal, and with the ball rolling along the ground and no interference. Even in an away match filled with raucous opposition fans, Gadli's impeccable shooting technique allowed him to execute the shot he envisioned. The ball rolled past the Freiburg defender attempting to block, just before the Freiburg goalkeeper, skimming against the left post. It found its way into the net of the Freiburg youth team. In the 3rd minute of the match, during his first official appearance after being promoted to the Nuremberg U23 team, Bernd Gadli received Brull's deceptive pass and, with his flawless shooting prowess, netted a goal to give Nuremberg an early 1-0 lead. Previously, Lancelot had debated whether it was wise for Wilsinger to start him so early, suggesting he should gain experience gradually as a substitute, but now he exclaimed excitedly, "Tour! Oh my, the ball has gone in." Bernd Gadli has scored a dreamlike, lightning-fast goal. Just 3 minutes into the match, the Nuremberg youth team had taken a 1-0 lead on the road. What a fantastical start. Hans and I had just been discussing how Gadli, having recently moved up from U19 to U23, might have been prematurely thrust into the starting position in the regional league. And yet the very next moment, Gadli found the back of the net. I must confess, I misjudged him. Gadli executed a remarkably beautiful angled shot that left the opposing goalkeeper utterly helpless. Hans chimed in, "Indeed, we both underestimated him." Gadli remained remarkably composed, displaying exceptional skill. Though this was his debut in the U23 league and away from home, he showed no signs of nervousness, calmly delivering an uninterrupted shot that nestled into the corner of the Freiburg youth team's goal. I must say, Gadli truly has an illustrious future ahead of him. Chapter 46. Insufficient stamina. Apart from the opening goal within the first 3 minutes, Gadli only had 2 additional shooting opportunities during the remainder of the first half. Despite his impeccable shooting technique, which ensured both attempts were on target, the opposing team intensified their defense after his initial goal. Consequently, both shots faced close scrutiny from the defenders, skewing his angles and ultimately being thwarted by the goalkeeper. Nevertheless, as the halftime whistle blew, Wilsinger embraced Gadli and patted his back in approval. One cannot help but be satisfied, even though the subsequent 2 shots were saved by the opposing goalkeeper. The mere fact that they were on target and posed a threat attests to Gadli's shooting prowess and mental fortitude. Furthermore, he had secured a tangible goal, propelling Nuremberg to a 1-0 lead away from home. As an 18-year-old who had just ascended to the U23 level and was participating in the Denan League for the first time, Wilsinger could not reasonably demand more from Gadli. Thus, during the halftime break in the locker room, Wilsinger addressed the players. Everyone has witnessed Gadli's shooting ability. All 3 of his attempts in the first half were on target, culminating in a goal. Therefore, in the second half, let us continue to use Gadli as our offensive focal point and finisher. Whenever the opportunity arises, pass the ball to him for a shot. I am confident that if we provide Gadley with sufficient shooting chances, Freiburg's goalkeeper will not be able to save every one of his attempts. The players nodded in understanding, particularly BRHL, who had assisted Gadley, feeling quite pleased with his contribution. The others shared this sentiment, knowing that with Gadley's shooting skills, they would likely accumulate numerous assists in the future. After a brief 15-minute intermission, both teams resumed play. As the second half commenced, the two sides continued to engage in a fierce exchange, with intense battles in the midfield, maintaining the brisk pace established in the first half. In the 57th minute, left winger Joseph Green executed a 1-2 combination with a teammate before delivering a cross from the flank, sending the ball soaring into the air. Gadley surged forward through the center, penetrating the penalty area. Leveraging his remarkable jumping ability, rated at 83, he leapt high at the edge of the small box, outmaneuvering the opposing center-back number 2 to claim the ball's trajectory and directed a header towards the goal. Unfortunately, his heading technique left much to be desired. The effort failed to meet the desired outcome, as his close-range header soared just above the crossbar. Had he managed to direct it within the frame of the goal, the proximity would have rendered the goalkeeper nearly incapable of reacting in time to make a save, barring a direct shot into his grasp. What a pity, nonetheless, for Freiburg. This near miss, although not resulting in a goal, caused a collective gasp of anxiety among both players and fans alike. The Freiburg youth team intensified their marking of Gadley. As time wore on, Gadley felt his stamina waning rapidly. The pace and intensity of the Southern League differ significantly from that of the U19 League, leading to a much swifter depletion of physical energy. Despite Gadley's commendable physical attributes, he had predominantly competed in the U19 League, and thus his body had yet to fully acclimate to the rigors of the Southern League. As a central forward, he constantly engages in physical confrontations with the opposing team's robust center-backs, and the formidable strength of his adversaries significantly accelerates Gadley's physical exhaustion. Consequently, by merely the 60th minute, Gadley felt as though his legs were burdened with lead, rendering him somewhat immobile. However, as long as the coach refrains from substituting him, Gadley will not squander the opportunity presented to him on the field. Unlike a winger or an attacking midfielder, he does not overly rely on speed, long sprints, or dribbling. Rather, he positions himself at the forefront, utilizing his off-the-ball movements to create space. Provided his teammates can deliver the ball to him, he stands a chance of scoring. Gadley continued to jog with his leaden legs, searching for an opportunity to strike. Wilsinger discerned Gadley's physical fatigue and glanced at his watch, subsequently instructing Felix, the former main striker of the Nuremberg youth team, wearing the number 9 jersey, to warm up in preparation for Gadley's substitution. Unlike the Bundesliga, where 6 substitutions are permitted, the Danan League allows only 3. However, the player's exhaustion is an unavoidable circumstance, necessitating a change in personnel. Gadley's performance in the inaugural match has already left Wilsinger feeling content. On the field, Gadley noticed Wilsinger signaling for Felix to warm up, realizing that his substitution was imminent. Thus, he cherished the final moments, utilizing his impressive off-the-ball movement, rated at 80, to seek out opportunities for a shot in the attacking third. Gadley's efforts were not in vain. In the 69th minute, after a fierce midfield battle, Nuremberg seized possession and executed a series of coordinated team plays, advancing their attack to within 30 meters of the Freiburg youth team's goal. Although this was not a swift counterattack following a turnover, Freiburg's defenders had largely retreated to reinforce their defensive line. Nonetheless, Nuremberg's offensive lineup remained formidable, necessitating Freiburg to diversify their defensive efforts, with only one central defender closely marking Gadley. At that moment, as the attacking midfielder Claude received the ball near the right corner of the penalty area and initiated his breakthrough, Gadley positioned himself at the penalty spot, using his body to shield the opposing central defender, effectively pinning him behind. At a towering height of 186 centimeters and weighing 82 kilograms, Gadley finds himself in a formidable position, making it quite challenging for opponents to maneuver around him when he occupies his space. However, it is imperative for his teammates to deliver the ball swiftly. Otherwise, if the adversaries take a wider arc, they may still manage to circumvent him. As the pivotal number 10 for the Nuremberg U23 team, Claude possesses commendable vision and an adeptness for orchestrating attacks, particularly given Gadley's proximity to him. Observing Gadley's positioning within the penalty area, Claude, who initially intended to break past the defender ahead of him to strike at goal, swiftly altered his approach. With a deft feint reminiscent of a bicycle kick, he created a gap by deceiving the defender, subsequently delivering a precise pass that sent the ball directly to Gadeli's feet within the penalty area. Upon receiving the ball, Gadeli noticed Freiburg's number 4 center back intensifying his efforts, pushing and pulling him while attempting to poke the ball away from the side. Additionally, another player rushed in from the flank, intent on obstructing Gadeli's shot. Nevertheless, Gadeli, utilizing his robust physique, held his ground against the number 4 defender, neither yielding to the push nor allowing him the opportunity to intercept the ball. Without pausing to control the ball and waste precious time, Gadeli executed a swift side-footed shot in alignment with Claude's pass, directing the ball towards the lower left corner of the goal, leaving the Freiburg defender who had surged in to block the shot grasping at air. Chapter 47. A brace of goals. Gadeli's impeccable shooting skills are undeniably remarkable. At the moment when Claude delivered the ball into the penalty area, the Freiburg goalkeeper had already fixated on Gadeli's foot, poised to make a save. Moreover, before Gadeli's right foot made contact with the ball, the goalkeeper anticipated, based on the angle of Gadeli's shot, that he was highly likely to aim for the bottom left corner, prompting him to shift to the left in advance. As Gadeli struck the ball and it began rolling toward the bottom left corner, the goalkeeper leaped into action, stretching his arms in a desperate attempt to intercept Gadeli's shot. His timely anticipation and swift movement led him to believe he could reach the ball. However, even amidst the lightning-fast, uninterrupted shot and the interference from Freiburg's number 4 defender tugging at him from behind, Gadeli's flawless technique resulted in a shot that soared directly into the corner of the net. The execution was so exquisite and the angle so acute that even the quick-reacting goalkeeper, who had preemptively repositioned himself, found himself grasping at emptiness. The ball nearly grazed his fingertips as it rolled past and nestled into the net, striking the inner side of the goalpost. In the 69th minute of the second half, Gadeli received a pass from attacking midfielder Claude and scored again, completing a brace and helping the Nuremberg youth team secure a 2-0 lead away from home. In his first official match after advancing to the U23 youth team, during the opening game of the Southern German Regional League, Gadeli showcased his talent by netting 2 goals, a feat recognized by all as exceptionally rare. Thus, upon witnessing the ball evade the goalkeeper's grasp and enter the net, Lancelot, the commentator for Bavarian State Television, leaped from his chair in the broadcast room, raising his arms in exultation, exclaiming, "Tor! The goal has been scored. Oh my, the ball is in. Gadeli has scored again. He has completed a brace." Bernd Gadeli, remember this name. In his first official match for the Nuremberg U23 team, he started and scored twice, netting both of the team's current goals. Absolutely spectacular, utterly incredible. We have witnessed the birth of a genius. Guest commentator Hans echoed the sentiment, declaring, "Indeed, a genius." At just 18 years old, in his first match in the Southern League, he has scored twice, continuing his impressive form from the U17 and U19 levels. His rate of improvement is astonishing. I have a feeling that it won't be long before he advances to the first team or is selected for the youth national team. Lancelot nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, I am certain that with his shooting prowess, a bright future awaits him, whether in the first team or the national team. It is surely not far off." In the household of Ditford, Marcus and Isabella embraced each other with exuberance, reveling in their jubilant celebration. Meanwhile, Gadeli sprinted towards the substitutes bench, where he joyfully enveloped head coach Welsinger in a heartfelt embrace, expressing his gratitude for the trust bestowed upon him. Although he possessed a systematic advantage that would inevitably lead to his emergence, Welsinger's decision to start him in his debut match as the offensive linchpin with unbridled freedom undoubtedly accelerated Gadeli's ascent. Thus, his gratitude was genuine. Welsinger could not be more pleased with Gadeli's remarkable performance, scoring twice in his inaugural match. Such a display of talent would be deemed extraordinary even in illustrious clubs like Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund. Welsinger contemplated that Nuremberg might have unearthed the most significant gem in the club's history. With improvements to Gadeli's physique, stamina, dribbling, and breakthrough skills, combined with his shooting prowess, Welsinger could scarcely fathom the monumental waves Gadeli might create in the Bundesliga and even on the European stage. He had resolved that as long as Gadeli remained injury-free, he would undoubtedly be an indispensable starter in every match. Rigorously honing his skills to expedite his elevation to the first team, assisting the club in its relegation battle, and striving for better outcomes in the forthcoming season. Subsequently, the two were encircled by their teammates, engaging in a collective celebration. In the realm of football, securing a 2-goal lead often signifies a stronghold on the match. A team capable of overturning a two-goal deficit to achieve victory is exceedingly rare. Otherwise, such comebacks would not evoke such exhilarating emotions. Just a few minutes after Gadley scored, he was substituted by Wilsinger in favor of Felix. After all, his stamina had been completely depleted, and he could no longer move effectively on the pitch. After Gederli's departure, the Freiburg youth team exhaled in relief, buoyed by the cheers of thousands of home fans. They launched an all-out offensive, determined to turn the tide. However, their forwards lacked the finesse of Gederli. Their shooting skills were far from perfect, perhaps not even reaching a satisfactory 75%. Thus, despite numerous attacking opportunities in the last 20 minutes, Freiburg failed to find the back of the net. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee blew the final whistle. With Gederli scoring 2 goals, 1 in each half, the Nuremberg youth team triumphed over Freiburg with a resounding 2-0 victory, marking their first win of 2012 and a promising start to the new year. In the Southern German League, the experience for a starting appearance is 10,000, with each goal adding another 20,000 and a victory bonus of 5,000 multiplied by the goal difference. Consequently, following the match, Gederli accumulated a total of 40,000 experience points from his starting appearance, 2 goals, and the victory bonus, bringing his total experience to 255,000, edging him closer to promotion. After the game, Gederli spoke with his parents, Marcus and Isabella, who were both elated and proud of his performance. Unfortunately, the next league match for the Nuremberg youth team was not on the weekend, but on Tuesday, and Marcus had to work, preventing him from attending the game. Many friends from U17 and U19 teams, as well as acquaintances from his time in Dithford, called to congratulate him, confirming they had watched the live broadcast of his performance. Elmer, on the phone, shared delightful news with Gederli. Through diligent training and exceptional performance in matches, he had gained the recognition of U19 coach Eric, and would be reporting to the U19 team the following day. This was indeed splendid news, and Gederli congratulated his friend, expressing hope that they would continue to train hard together, aiming for Elmer's swift promotion to the first team so they could fight side by side once more. Gadley has now perfected his shooting skills, serving as a remarkable mentor for Elmer and Michner, both of whom have shown rapid improvement in their technique. In the future, it is not entirely hopeless for the three of them to play together in the first team. Chapter 48. The stunning debut. Content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 49. The first home game. Beyond the attention of the first team coaching staff, media, and fans, Gadley's performance has also attracted the interest of the coaching staff of the German U19 national team. In fact, Gadley had already entered the public eye during his U19 days. However, as a national team, their selection criteria encompass all of Germany and even Europe. Any eligible German U19 player falls within their scope of recruitment. Gadley is participating in the U19 league, despite the impressive statistics. The significance of such achievements is relatively low when compared to those young talents competing in professional leagues like the Bundesliga or Bundesliga. In the collective mindset, young players engaged in these higher-tier leagues, even if their goal-scoring records do not match Gadley's, possess invaluable game experience and exposure that Gadley cannot rival. Consequently, Gadley previously existed merely as a name in the U19 national team's database, lacking specialized attention. However, this time, he is competing in the Southern German Regional League, which bears a semi-professional nature. The majority of players in this competition are over 18, and the caliber of the matches far surpasses that of the U19 level. To debut in such a league and score 2 goals in a single match is a performance that warrants significant attention, even at the national team level. Upon further examination of Gadley's overall performance, it was noted that all 4 of his shots were on target, an astonishing display of shooting prowess. Although it is not currently the training period for the U19 national team, the head coach has instructed the coaching staff to closely monitor Bernd Gadley. Should Gadley maintain this level of performance and scoring rate in the upcoming matches, he may very well be summoned to join the U19 national team for the European U19 Championship. Gadley was unaware of the number of individuals who paid him heed. Yet he comprehended that everything hinged upon his own prowess. Having exhausted his allocation of skill points, he found himself unable to augment them even with the arrival of Monday. Thus, Gadley resorted to rigorous self-training, striving to enhance the strength of the skills that remained dormant. On March 9th, during a 60-minute intra-squad training match, Gadley once again showcased his remarkable talent by scoring twice, thereby affirming that his form was exceptionally well maintained. Gadley's consistent excellence during training has earned him the continued trust of Welsinger. Following the training session on the afternoon of March 12th, Welsinger announced the starting lineup for the match the next day, with Gadley once again positioned as the starting center forward, leaving the original starting center forward, Felix, to sit in frustration on the bench. On match day, as evening approached and the kickoff time drew near, citizens and fans from all corners of Nuremberg began to filter into the Grundig Stadium. Typically, youth matches do not attract much attention. However, this was the first home game for the Nuremberg youth team since 2012, following their recent victory and the emergence of the media-favored prodigy, Bernd Gadley. Consequently, many were eager to witness firsthand whether a true star could indeed rise from the relatively uncelebrated football scene of Nuremberg. The youth match drew over 10,000 enthusiastic fans. A remarkable turnout. Gadley, stepping onto the pitch of the Grundig Stadium for the first time as a player, was filled with excitement. Seeing such a large crowd only heightened his anticipation for the match to commence. He had yet to play a game at Grundig Stadium or experience the exhilaration of the home crowd's cheers following a goal, and he expressed his eagerness for the occasion. Soon, after completing their warm-up, the players returned to the locker room to change into their match kits while listening to Welsinger deliver his final motivational address. As in the previous match, Welsinger designated Gadley as the focal point of the attack, instructing the team to create shooting opportunities for him whenever possible. He emphasized that any chance for Gadley to shoot should be prioritized. Additionally, Welsinger took a moment to personally advise Gadley to focus on making runs and creating space, in order to avoid being tightly marked by the opposing defense. The upcoming match was against a semi-professional team, Alzenau, comprised of several seasoned players in their mid-20s, robust in physique and rich in experience, presenting a stark contrast to the youth team dynamics. It is not an easy task for Gadley to find openings for a shot among these seasoned veterans, and scoring a goal proves to be an even greater challenge. Soon, as the time draws near, Gadley and his teammates emerge from the locker room and make their way to the player tunnel. The two teams stand on either side, awaiting the signal to enter the field alongside the officiating crew. Familiar faces among the players exchange brief greetings, yet, being opponents, they must maintain a certain distance to avoid unsettling their teammates. Gadley cast a glance at the opposing players and noted that many were considerably older. Unlike the youthful squad of Nuremberg, which comprised players aged under 23, it was estimated that at least 4 or 5 members of the Alzenau team were over the age of 23. This not only provided them with an advantage in terms of age and experience, but physically, footballers typically reach their peak between the ages of 23 and 28. The sole facet in which the players of the Nuremberg youth team excelled compared to their adversaries was their technical prowess. Welsinger had previously emphasized the necessity for the team to enhance their dribbling and positional play during the match, advising them against clashing directly with their opponents and instead leveraging their technical advantages. Subsequently, under the guidance of the officiating crew, both teams entered the pitch, engaged in a brief photo session, exchanged team flags, and conducted the coin toss ceremony, signaling that the match was about to commence. On the evening of March 13, 2012, at 1900 hours local German time, with the sound of the referee's whistle, amidst the cheers of over 10,000 Nuremberg supporters, the match of the 23rd round of the 2011 to 2012 season, featuring the Nuremberg youth team against Alzenau, officially kicked off at the Grundig Stadium in Nuremberg. As previously mentioned, players' performances tend to differ between home and away games. The presence of a larger home crowd often elevates the players' performances and excitement levels. This match was no exception. Buoyed by the cheers of over 10,000 fans, the Nuremberg youth team quickly found their rhythm, launching vibrant attacks that advanced into the 30-meter zone of Alzenau's goal. However, once they reached this area, their offensive momentum faltered. Although the Alzenau players were technically less adept, their age afforded them a wealth of experience, enabling them to utilize their physical advantages and teamwork to thwart Nuremberg's advances. They also resorted to subtle tactics, often unnoticed by the referees, to bolster their defense. Chapter 50. Breakthrough players in youth teams under the age of 23 are relatively straightforward, focusing their attention on the match, striving for advancement, and seeking recognition. Conversely, those surpassing the age of 23 have often demonstrated that their talents and capabilities have reached a plateau, rendering them inadequate for higher tiers such as the Regional Liga, 2, Bundesliga, or Bundesliga. In such cases, age transforms from an advantage into a liability. To remain within the squad, secure their livelihood, and avoid relegation to lower state leagues or amateur competitions. These over 23 semi-professional players, who have yet to achieve prominence, may resort to desperate measures during matches. The officiating in lower leagues tends to be more lenient, offering less protection to players compared to the stringent regulations of the Bundesliga. The spotlight of top-tier leagues is immensely intense, attracting significant scrutiny. Excessive misjudgments and controversies place substantial pressure on referees. But in regional leagues, who really pays attention? Moreover, the technical and tactical prowess is inherently inferior to that of top-tier leagues. If officiating is excessively stringent, frequently interrupting the flow of the match and diminishing the intensity of competition, what then is there for the spectators to behold? The fervor exhibited in lower leagues can indeed be captivating. To put it more candidly, the players in lower divisions do not boast the same fanfare or significance as the stars of elite leagues. Hence, referees tend to exercise leniency in their adjudications. Minor infractions perceived as less harmful often escape their scrutiny altogether. For instance, in the 6th minute, Gadali identified a gap at the right corner of the penalty area while Alzenau's number 4 center-back, in close proximity, extended his hand and forcefully tugged at Gadali's jersey just as he was poised to sprint forward. This abrupt interruption halted Gadali's momentum. By the time he extricated himself from the opponent's grasp and attempted to pursue the ball, Kelvin's pass into the open space had already been cleared by an Alzenau player. A prime opportunity for a shot was thwarted by the opponent's interference, leaving Gadali visibly dissatisfied as he pointed at the opposing defender, exclaiming to the referee, "Hey, he pulled my shirt. Isn't that a foul?" This was no trivial matter. Gadali's shirt was nearly lifted, and he was almost thrown off balance. The referee, having witnessed the incident, merely cast a glance in Gadali's direction, offering no response as he turned his attention back to the game. Clearly, in the referee's estimation, the pull that compromised Gadali's shooting opportunity was hardly worth a caution. Gadli, increasingly infuriated, sought to pursue the referee for an explanation. At that moment, the attacking midfielder Claude intervened, embracing him and saying, "Gadli, let it go." The standards of officiating in lower leagues are simply like this. Typically, the referee would not call such a foul, especially in the penalty area. Awarding a penalty is a significant decision that is not taken lightly. We must avoid provoking the referee, or we may end up suffering the consequences. Gadri, in a fit of indignation, muttered a curse, yet found himself powerless to alter the situation. As Claude aptly noted, such infractions are all too common in lower leagues, and the referee is unlikely to issue a penalty. Moreover, the incident occurred within the penalty area. A call here would result in a penalty kick. Unless the referee had been swayed by Nuremberg, a foul was even less probable. The match continued. Although Alzenau boasted a few seasoned players, half of their squad comprised young talents under the U23 category, much like Nuremberg. Furthermore, it was not always the case that experienced senior players were available to mark Gadri. Coupled with Gadri's commendable off-the-ball movement, ball control, and impressive dribbling skills, he possessed a significant technical advantage over Alzenau, a team that only competes in regional leagues. If we were to quantify the average defensive capability in the Bundesliga at 80, then the two Bundesliga would sit at 75, the 3 Liga at 70, and regional leagues would hover around 65. Gadri has achieved a remarkable dribbling skill rating of 75 and a finesse shot rating of 73, proving to be effective, albeit occasionally, against the defense of Alzenau. In the 17th minute, Gadri received a pass from a teammate just outside the left side of the penalty area. Yet he found himself confronted by Alzenau's number 3 center-back stationed on the edge of the box. Typically, Gadri would have opted to pass the ball to a teammate in such a situation. However, upon noticing the evidently youthful visage of the opposing center-back, who appeared scarcely past the age of 20, Gadri decisively chose to take on the challenge. He deftly nudged the ball to the right, causing his adversary to shift his weight in that direction. In an instant, Gadri swiftly pulled the ball back, and with remarkable speed, it ricocheted off the inside of his left foot and rolled forward. Gadli executed his signature move, the 73-style fried ball. The central defender, realizing he had been tricked, immediately extended his left foot in an attempt to dislodge the ball as Gadli performed his feint. However, Gadli's maneuver proved effective. The ball, deflected by his left foot, narrowly evaded the opponent's outstretched toes. With his left foot firmly planted, Gadli surged forward. Although the adversary reached out in an effort to grasp Gadli, he was prepared this time, swiftly swinging his right hand to dislodge the opponent's grip on his garment. Gadli successfully maneuvered past his opponent penetrating the penalty area. On the sidelines, Wilsinger's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming in appreciation. The Nuremberg fans in the stands gasped in unison, with many rising to their feet, for Gadley had breached the defenses of the opposing number 3 center back and found himself with an exceptional opportunity to shoot. Despite the imminent approach of a defender from Alzenau on his flank and another obstructing part of the shooting path within the small box, Gadley, having surged into the penalty area, had indeed secured a remarkable chance to score. Numerous Nuremberg supporters clenched their fists, gritted their teeth, and softly urged, "Shoot! Shoot!" Gadley did not disappoint. With a remarkable shooting ability rated at 100, he never hesitates. Whenever an opportunity arises, he decisively takes the shot, unburdened by doubt or fear of failure. For him, simply shooting ensures a high probability of hitting the target and scoring. Thus, upon successfully bypassing the opposing number 3 center back and entering the penalty area, he adjusted his stride and, without waiting for the oncoming defender to position himself, unleashed a powerful shot. Chapter 51. The first goal at Gent Stadium. As Gadley struck the ball, it soared like an arrow released from its bow, skimming along the grass towards Alzenau's goal. Despite the slight haste of his shot after breaching the opponent's defense, Gadley's impeccable technique ensured that the ball remained within the goal frame, eluding the defender stationed in the small box and curling towards the far corner. Given that Gadley received the ball on the left and penetrated the penalty area from that side, the goalkeeper, Lodgel, instinctively positioned himself on the left side of the goal to thwart Gadley's near-post attempt. However, Gadley aimed for the far corner. Although the angle was not particularly acute, Lodgel, despite his effort to save, found himself out of reach, helplessly watching the ball slip past his grasp and into the net. In the 17th minute, Gadley scored his first goal in an official match after successfully breaking through the opposing defender, putting Nuremberg youth team ahead 1-0 against Alzenau. The stands erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. In the commentary booth, Lancelot, the state television commentator present at the scene, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "To the goal is in. Barent Gadley has scored. Gadley has netted again." In only his second match after advancing to the U23 level, Gadley has already secured his third goal. What a splendid achievement! Gadley indeed has a bright future ahead. For those who could hear the commentary, it was the viewers at home. The audience present at the stadium listened to the voice of Ken Halley, the stadium announcer. As an employee of the Nuremberg club, he passionately reported his team's goals, rallying the home fans to apply pressure on the visiting team. This time was no different. Although it was merely a goal from the U23 youth team, he exuberantly announced, "In the 17th minute, the Nuremberg youth team has scored. The goal was netted by our number 50, Barent Gadley. Let us all chant the name of the goal scorer." The goal was scored by Brunt. Those fortunate enough to witness the match in person are predominantly devoted fans, who have long since experienced countless moments of fervently chanting the names of their team's heroes upon scoring. Previously, Ken Harry had already mentioned Gadley's name, so there was no doubt about what to shout. Thus, upon hearing Ken Harry call out Gadley's name, over 10,000 fans echoed his surname, Gadley. Ken Harry continued to reiterate, "The goal scorer is Berland." The crowd responded, "Gadley, Ken Hart, Berland." Fans, "Gadley, Berland, Gadley." This exchange repeated 3 or 4 times, with the volume escalating, resonating through the arena. Amidst the fervent celebration, Gadley, witnessing the spectacle of more than 10,000 supporters chanting his name under the guidance of the stadium announcer, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. A surge of passion coursed through him, propelling him to the sidelines without pause. In a moment of exhilaration, he leaped over the advertising boards and plunged into the first row of fans. Those fortunate enough to touch Gadley were equally ecstatic, enthusiastically patting him and exclaiming, "Well done. What a shot. Gadley, you're amazing." Even a close female friend shouted, "Gadley, I love you." Nearby, fans in the second and third rows rushed over, eager to touch the hero who had scored, expressing their admiration for Gadley. Ultimately, Gadley found it impossible to break free and return to the field due to the throng of supporters. Fortunately, he had teammates. Claude, Kelvin, and others joined in the celebration, helping to pull him away from the stands and back onto the pitch. As he departed, fans waved and applauded in appreciation. Simultaneously, supporters in other sections began to sing Nuremberg's team anthem. No matter how the winds blow or the waves crash, the rock remains steadfast. The rock in the storm is our Nuremberg team, shining like stars eternally suspended in the football sky. This marked Gadley's first official match where he broke through the opponent's defense to score his first goal at the Grundig Stadium, and the first experience of over 10,000 fans chanting his name. It was his first plunge into the crowd, where supporters eagerly patted his shoulders and heads in admiration, and the first time he heard the team anthem following his goal. Initially, Gadley had not considered himself a Nuremberg fan, viewing the club merely as a stepping stone. However, for the first time, he developed a profound affection for this team, which has struggled in Germany. He was moved by the devotion of Nuremberg supporters. Although upon signing a professional contract with Nuremberg, the system no longer imposed any obligations on him to achieve certain milestones before leaving, he resolved in his heart to help Nuremberg secure at least one Bundesliga championship before contemplating a transfer. In the club's 112-year history, they had only claimed the Bundesliga title once in 1968. That championship is a distant memory, having occurred a staggering 44 years ago. Most of the fans who bore witness to Nuremberg's last triumph in the Bundesliga have since passed away. Those who remain have grown into the twilight of their lives. The Bundesliga titles are now predominantly the accolades of formidable teams such as Bayern Munich, Borussia Dortmund, and Werder Bremen. The vast majority of contemporary Nuremberg supporters have yet to experience the sweet taste of their team's victory in the Bundesliga. Gadley resolved that before transferring from Nuremberg, he must allow these devoted fans to savor the moment, ensuring that he did not take for granted their fervent chants of his name, resonating from over 10,000 voices in unison. Upon the resumption of the match, Gadley found himself subjected to intense scrutiny by Alzenau, as a seasoned defender shadowed him closely, preventing him from easily receiving the ball or taking a shot. However, for Alzenau, who already boasted a first-team presence, the individual technical prowess of Nuremberg's U23 players was glaringly evident. Despite their physical strength and seasoned experience, the disparity in technical skills proved formidable to bridge. In the 31st minute, Nuremberg's left winger, Mark Billy, maneuvered down the flank, skillfully navigating past three defenders before penetrating the box to shoot, completely dismantling Alzenau's defense. Regrettably, his final strike lacked the finesse of Gadley's shooting ability, ultimately veering away from the post, rendering this impressive solo effort devoid of a truly spectacular goal. Chapter 52. A guaranteed penalty. Although Mark Billy's audacious run did not culminate in a goal, it appeared to galvanize his teammates, who suddenly found their rhythm. With Gadley tightly marked and unable to secure a clear shot, Nuremberg's other attacking players relentlessly assaulted Alzenau's defense through individual breakthroughs, quick passes, and dynamic positioning. Despite their maturity and wealth of experience, Alzenau's defense faltered under the technical superiority displayed by Nuremberg. Shortly after Billy's impressive run, in the 37th minute, right midfielder Charlie Kelvin executed a wall pass with Claude to bypass an Alzenau midfielder, then received a return ball from Claude just outside the penalty area. With a dazzling skill move, he deftly evaded his defender, surged into the box, and prepared to shoot, presenting a significant threat. In a desperate attempt to thwart Kelvin, Alzenau's number 17 left-back recklessly lunged in, taking both the player and the ball down within the penalty area. The referee's sharp whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul on the defender, who received a yellow card for his indiscretion, awarding Nuremberg a penalty kick. Although he had only recently joined the U23 team, and this was just Gadley's second official match, his commendable performance in training and a brace in the previous game had earned him the trust of Coach Wilsinger, designating him as the primary penalty taker. To waste Gadley's shooting prowess on anything other than a penalty would indeed be a travesty. With Kelvin unscathed, Gadley helped him up and embraced him before taking the ball to the penalty spot. Meanwhile, Marcus and Isabella, watching nervously from home, could hardly bear the thought of their son squandering this crucial opportunity, potentially becoming a scapegoat for the team. Yet, standing at the penalty spot, Gadley felt no psychological burden. Thanks to a thorough understanding of his shooting capabilities, he was confident that he could aim precisely where he desired, with an unwavering accuracy that ensured a successful strike. Before taking the penalty, Gadley meticulously examined the vicinity of the spot to avoid any pitfalls in the grass that could lead to a misstep. Finding nothing amiss, he stepped back, awaiting the referee's signal. As both Gadley and Alzenau's goalkeeper, Reiger, prepared themselves, the referee blew the whistle, granting permission for the kick. Under the watchful gaze of over 10,000 fans, Gadley glanced at Reiger's position before commencing his run-up. After a few strides, Gadley planted his supporting left foot firmly, striking the ball with his right. Anticipating the shot, Reiger dove towards the right side of the goal. The proximity of the penalty distance meant that the goalkeeper had to preemptively predict the shot's direction. Otherwise, he would be too late to react effectively. The goalkeepers who remained stationary in the center were not devoid of anticipation. They simply sensed that their opponent might aim for the middle. This time, Ryger's prediction was spot on, as he guessed the trajectory of Gadley's penalty. As Ryger lunged, Gadley's shot mirrored his movement. For a fleeting moment, Ryger allowed himself a glimmer of hope, believing he might successfully deflect the ball. However, the next instant, he realized his error. Even with the correct anticipation and an early dive, it was futile against Gadley's penalty, struck with precision into the upper right corner. No matter how tall a goalkeeper might be, reaching the upper corners during a penalty is virtually impossible. While other players may hesitate to target the upper corners out of fear of missing, this was not a concern for Gadley. For him, taking a penalty was an exercise in mastery. Even if he were to attempt it 1,000 times, he could consistently find the same corner. As Ryger's momentary delight morphed into despair, the ball soared past his fingertips, effortlessly finding its home in the upper right corner. Tour. Lancelot's ecstatic shout echoed from the commentary booth. The goal is scored. A remarkable achievement. Bernd Gadley has scored again, expertly converting a penalty into the corner of the net. Following his impressive brace in the previous match, which secured a 2-0 victory for the Nuremberg youth team, he has once more showcased his prowess. And the first half is not yet over. A true prodigy with a promising future ahead. I hold great expectations for Gadley. The fans in the stands erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, celebrating both Gadley's goals and his remarkable brace. Naturally, they were also rejoicing over the score of 2-0 displayed on the large screen. A 2-goal lead at home is always a source of delight. Gadley was equally exhilarated. Although he had unwavering confidence in his ability to score even before the penalty kick, it did not count until it was actually realized. Now, having successfully converted the penalty into a goal, he celebrated his second brace in succession, once again on home turf. All under the watchful eyes of over 10,000 fans in Nuremberg, Gadley undoubtedly has ample reason to celebrate exuberantly. Among the jubilant fans in the stands, there is also a scout from the Nuremberg club, Malcolm, dispatched by the first-team head coach, Dieter Hecking, to observe Gadley's performance. During recent training sessions, Malcolm has been diligently noting observations from the sidelines. Today's official match between the Nuremberg youth team and Alzenau is an event he cannot afford to miss. In the first half, Gadley showcased his remarkable talent by scoring twice, earning him commendations in Malcolm's notebook. Described as possessing high football intelligence, poise, maturity, and commendable technique, his shooting abilities are deemed nothing short of flawless. However, Gadley is not without his shortcomings. Aspects such as heading, passing, and stamina reveal certain deficiencies. Yet, these flaws do not overshadow his brilliance. Malcolm firmly believes that Gadley is already ready to be promoted to the first team based solely on his shooting prowess. Keeping Gadley in the U23 youth team is merely a means of providing him with more match experience and opportunities to hone his skills. Otherwise, once he joins the first team, he will face competition from Bundesliga-level players, alongside the pressures of team performance, player reputation, and media scrutiny, which may limit his playing time compared to what he currently enjoys in the youth squad. Therefore, both Malcolm and his colleagues, Wilsinger and Rutherschon, concur that Gadley should participate in a few more official matches in the German South League before making the leap to the first team. Nevertheless, given Gadley's performances in the initial 2 matches of the league, it is evident that there will be a place for him in Nuremberg's first team. Chapter 53. The first hat trick at the Grundig Stadium. After celebrating, Gadley and his teammates resumed the match, with Alzenau trailing by 2 goals, pushing forward in a fervent offensive attempt. Their desire to score was palpable. However, the individual skills of their players were severely lacking, leading to a loss of possession after just a few passes. The contest intensified near the midfield as both sides vied for control. Perhaps spurred by Gadley's remarkable double, or perhaps invigorated by the presence of over 10,000 home fans, the players' performance surged. In the 45th minute, as the first half approached its conclusion and Alzenau persisted in their quest for a goal, they were once again dispossessed, allowing the Nuremberg youth team to launch a swift counterattack. Gadley, unfortunately, was a step too slow to join the offensive play. From the moment they regained possession to the time they scored, Nuremberg required merely 4 passes, culminating in a beautifully executed curling shot from left midfielder Joseph Green, who found the far corner of the net from outside the left edge of the penalty area. Nuremberg thus established a commanding 3-0 lead. This significant advantage effectively signaled the premature conclusion of the match, prompting an eruption of thunderous applause and cheers from the Nuremberg supporters in the stands. Once the players concluded their celebrations, Alzenau took a kick from the center circle, and the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, with both teams heading into the break with a score of 3-0 in favor of the home side. After a 15-minute intermission, the teams resumed play. Although overcoming a 3-goal deficit is a formidable challenge, and the threat of Nuremberg counterattacking loomed large, conceding 3 goals was undeniably humiliating. Consequently, Alzenau made 2 substitutions during halftime and launched a vigorous offensive at the onset of the second half, aiming to score at least 1 goal to salvage some pride. However, as a senior team still competing in regional leagues, the overall capability of the Alzenau players was already evident. Their coordination in passing, movement, and positioning exhibited considerable flaws. And even when they managed to advance the ball near Nuremberg's penalty area and earned a shooting opportunity, their finishing ability fell woefully short. In comparison to the impeccable shooting of Gadley, they were unable to hold their own against players like Claude and Kelvin. In the 58th minute, Alzenau finally managed to deliver the ball into the penalty area, yet their forward, from merely 13 meters out, blasted a shot high over the bar, eliciting a wave of laughter and derisive applause from the Nuremberg fans. This applause was not one of encouragement, but rather a mocking gesture. Undeterred, Alzenau continued to press forward, tirelessly seeking to score 1 or 2 goals, not to equalize the match, but merely to restore a semblance of dignity. However, even this modest aspiration remained unfulfilled. In the 65th minute, Alzenau's pass in midfield was intercepted, allowing Nuremberg to initiate a counterattack. Although Alzenau's players retreated swiftly this time, preventing Nuremberg from executing a rapid counter, they still struggled to maintain their defensive integrity during a positional attack. Joseph Green, who had already scored in the first half, made a breakthrough on the left flank, drawing the attention of 2 Alzenau defenders. He then delivered the ball to Claude at the center. As a key playmaker for Nuremberg's youth team, Claude possessed exceptional dribbling skills and feigned a drive into the penalty area, inciting chaos among Alzenau's defenders. Ultimately, he opted for a clever pass, laying the ball off to right winger Brull, who found himself in a favorable position within the penalty area. Although the location was somewhat obscure, he still initiated a shot, prompting the goalkeeper and 2 nearby defenders to rush forward in an attempt to block the strike. From Joseph Green to Claude, and then to Brewer, Nuremberg's passing was entirely unrelated to Gadley. Amidst the intense defense, Alzenau's vigilance over Gadley faltered. After all, even Italy's reinforced concrete defense cannot achieve absolute impermeability, let alone a team from the German Regional League. The consecutive breakthroughs and passes by Claude and his teammates tore a gap in Alzenau's defensive line within the penalty area. Gadley found himself on the left side of the penalty spot, approximately 8 meters from the goal and unmarked, although a fullback had withdrawn from the left flank. Given Gadley's positioning, even if the opposition noticed him, they would be unable to maneuver around him. With a goalkeeper in front and defenders leaping to block the shot, Brewer assessed that the probability of scoring was low. Consequently, he refrained from shooting and instead flicked the ball laterally back to the left side of the penalty area. The Alzenau players turned to follow the ball's trajectory, shocked to see that Brewer's pass was directed to Gadley, who had already netted twice in the first half. Nearby defenders rushed to intercept, the goalkeeper attempted to dive left, and the full-back behind Gadley aimed to seize the ball. Yet it was all too late. The closest defender to Gadley was effectively blocked by him. Then, leaning against his opponent, Gadley met Brewer's grounded pass with a deft push from 8 meters out, effortlessly sending the ball into the Alzenau goal. The goalkeeper, having just reached the center of the goal, could only watch as the ball rolled in, completely devoid of any opportunity for a save. In the 65th minute of the second half, Gadley scored the 4th goal for the Nuremberg youth team, marking his 3rd goal of the match. In his 2nd official match after joining the Nuremberg youth team, Gudray delivered a stunning hat-trick during his first home game at the GNDA Stadium, as Brull chose to pass the ball to Gudray instead of taking a shot himself. Many spectators in the stands, including scout Malcolm and the television commentator Lancelot, had already risen in anticipation. A palpable sense of excitement filled the air, as everyone felt that a goal was imminent. Indeed, Gudray's formidable shooting prowess proved flawless, as he deftly slotted the ball into the net. Although the shot appeared effortless, this goal was anything but trivial. It marked Gudray's 3rd goal, completing his hat-trick. Consequently, when the ball rolled into the net, Lancelot erupted with an unprecedented roar. Or hat-trick! Hat-trick! Bernd Gudray has scored his third goal of the match, achieving a hat-trick. Absolutely astonishing. Following his brace in the previous match, Gudray progressed even further, netting his hat-trick by the 65th minute. With 5 goals across 2 matches, Gudray's shooting skills and form were nothing short of exceptional, truly a goal-scoring machine. Nuremberg had indeed struck gold. Gudray is undoubtedly a late-blooming prodigy. Bernd Gudray possesses the potential to become a top-tier forward. Chapter 54. FSV Frankfurt. A hat-trick is undeniably a remarkable achievement in football. Thus, under the guidance of stadium announcer Ken Halley, over 10,000 Nuremberg fans applauded and chanted Bernd Gudray's name, expressing their fervent admiration. Even the seasoned scout Malcolm joined in the applause, demonstrating his appreciation. Naturally, Gudray, having accomplished the hat-trick, was overwhelmed with excitement as his jubilant teammates piled on top of him in celebration. Given the rarity of such an achievement, both Gudray and his teammates were elated, celebrating for nearly a minute before the referee intervened due to protests from the Alzenau players. Upon returning to their half, Alzenau took the kickoff to resume the match, launching a fervent offensive effort in a desperate bid to score, trailing 0-4. While a comeback seemed out of reach, they hoped to salvage some pride by scoring at least once, avoiding a complete humiliation. Unfortunately, their attacks proved feeble, and they failed to find the net. In the 75th minute, coach Wilsinger substituted Gudray with Felix. As he left the pitch, Wilsinger embraced Gudray warmly, patting his back and exclaiming, "Well done, Gudray." Evidently, the head coach was profoundly pleased with Gadley's remarkable hat-trick. In the subsequent matches, neither side managed to score again. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee signaled the conclusion of the match. The Nuremberg youth team, bolstered by Gadley's hat-trick and a goal from Joseph Green, triumphed over Alzenau with a resounding 4-0 victory in the 23rd round of the league. In this match, Gadley amassed a total of 60,000 experience points from a starting bonus of 10,000, 3 goals worth 30,000, and a victory reward of 20,000, elevating his overall experience to level 7 with 350,000 points. He subsequently advanced to level 8 with 50,000 points. Finally, he achieved another level up. However, in terms of new skills acquired through this upgrade, Gadley was not particularly fortunate, as he randomly received the crossing ability typical of a winger, with an initial rating of 57. While this skill is not entirely devoid of utility, it is not particularly urgent for Gadley, who plays as a center forward. Thus, he refrained from allocating skill points to enhance it. With the 10 skill points gained from the upgrade, and after previously being unable to allocate points on Monday, Gadley could now invest them wisely. However, with only 10 skill points available, it was evident that he could not enhance all skills, lest he find himself lacking in the future. After some contemplation, Gadley opted to spend 2 skill points to elevate his dribbling from 75 to 76 and his fried ball skill from 73 to 74, leaving him with a balance of 8 skill points. As a forward, having higher dribbling and breakthrough capabilities posed a greater threat to the goal. For instance, in today's first goal, Gadley successfully penetrated the opponent's defense to score from within the penalty area. After completing the upgrade and skill point allocation, Gadley, alongside his teammates, descended to the stands to engage with and express gratitude towards the fans. The youth match attracted over 10,000 spectators, which was quite impressive. The Nuremberg youth team delivered a resounding 4-0 victory, greatly pleasing the fans in attendance, making the experience worthwhile. Consequently, both players and supporters were in high spirits. It being their home ground, the team anthem was sung multiple times, with fans chanting the players' names in a show of respect, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Post-match, not only did local media in Nuremberg cover the event, but even publications from Munich featured the story on their third page, highlighting the Nuremberg youth team's 4-0 triumph over Alzenau, with Gadley achieving a hat-trick and mentioning his previous match where he scored twice. This exposure brought Gadley's name into the spotlight for a broader audience. In the following days of training, Gadley intensified his efforts in dribbling and breakthroughs. It became evident that his dribbling attribute of 76 and fried ball skill of 74 were commendable within the Nuremberg youth team. Even though the success rate for breakthroughs was not particularly high, achieving success once in 4 or 5 attempts was considered satisfactory. Once a breakthrough was accomplished, It could create significant opportunities in the match, akin to the goal Gadley scored after penetrating the opponent's defense in a prior game. Gadley's performance during training undoubtedly delighted Wierzinger and Malcolm. Consequently, in the announcement of the league roster for the following day on the afternoon of March 17th, Gadley was once again seamlessly included in the starting lineup. Gadley has firmly secured his position as a starting player. On March 18th at 1400 hours, the 24th round of the league commenced with the match between the FSV Frankfurt youth team and the Nuremberg youth team at the Volksbank Stadion, the home ground of FSV Frankfurt. It is essential to note that FSV Frankfurt and Frankfurt are not the same club. Currently, both teams compete in the Bundesliga, yet the historical significance of Frankfurt far surpasses that of FSV Frankfurt, which struggles to survive in the shadow of its city rival. Based solely on this season's performance, Frankfurt ranks prominently in the Bundesliga standings, with a high probability of promotion to the Bundesliga by season's end. In contrast, FSV Frankfurt finds itself in the relegation zone, facing the likely prospect of dropping to the regional Liga. With the first team underperforming, the youth team garners even less attention. In this match, the attendance of FSV Frankfurt's home fans was fewer than 2,000. A stark contrast to the substantial support Gadley witnessed from Nuremberg fans in their previous game at the Grundig Stadion, which hardly created any pressure for the visiting team from the stands. Consequently, although this was an away match, Nuremberg played with an assertive approach, engaging in an open battle against FSV Frankfurt on their home turf. The Nuremberg youth team struck first, scoring in the 27th minute of the first half, courtesy of left-winger Mark Billy. Despite Gadley's impressive 5 goals across the previous 2 matches, he faced stringent marking at the Volksbank Stadion, resulting in a lack of significant shooting opportunities during the opening phase. This goal was neither a result of his shot nor his assist. Nevertheless, his contribution was pivotal. The penultimate pass leading to Mark Billy's goal was delivered by Gadley, who, with his back to the goal, shielded the opposing defender before returning the ball, effectively acting as a tactical center forward. This maneuver captured the approving nods of both Coach Wilsinger on the sidelines and assistant coach Ryder Sean, who was watching the live broadcast at home. The Nuremberg youth team, taking control at the away ground, seized the initiative with a 1-0 lead. Chapter 55. Cruyff turns whether considering the first team or the youth squad. FSV Frankfurt's performance this season has been dismal, leaving them entrenched in the relegation zone. However, this does not imply that the players on the field lack tenacity or dignity. On one hand, no player desires to accompany their team into relegation, as it would not only signify a failure to showcase their abilities in aiding the team's survival, but would also diminish the tactical quality of the following season's matches, unless they transfer. On the other hand, the poor performance of the first team increases the potential for promoting players from the youth ranks, thus compelling the youth players to strive for excellence in their performances to capture the attention of the first team's head coach. Moreover, it is still their home ground. Even with fewer than 2,000 fans, the presence of supporters is undeniable. In their home ground, under the watchful eyes of their loyal followers, FSV Frankfurt found themselves trailing after the opposition scored first. To remain passive in such a situation would be unbearable. Thus, as the match commenced, FSV Frankfurt intensified their offensive and pressed in midfield, eager to equalize swiftly. However, following their goal, Nuremberg's morale surged, and they refused to back down, resulting in a fiercely contested midfield battle. The ball rarely completed a few passes before chaos erupted on the pitch. Even Gadley collided with an opponent while contesting an aerial ball in the 36th minute, unpleasantly struck in the stomach by an adversary's knee. Of course, the opponent did not escape unscathed either, as Gadley's elbow caught him on the forehead, leaving him momentarily dazed. Despite the match's intensity, it lacked true brilliance, with neither side managing to find the net until the 44th minute. As the first half neared its conclusion, FSV Frankfurt's number 10 advanced down the right flank, skillfully maneuvering past 2 defenders and poised to enter the penalty area. At that moment, Nuremberg's center-back McDowell, perhaps frustrated by his failure to stop the advance, lunged in with a reckless tackle from behind. However, he failed to make contact with the ball and instead brought down the opposing number 10 within the penalty area. The sharp sound of the referee's whistle followed, as McDowell received a red card for the foul and FSV Frankfurt was awarded a penalty. This decision was contentious, as it occurred at the edge of the penalty area, leaving many uncertain whether it was indeed a foul within the box. Nuremberg's players fervently argued, seeking to persuade the referee to overturn the penalty, and award a free kick instead. Nevertheless, the referee remained resolute, asserting that McDowell had fouled the number 10 inside the area, confirming the penalty without doubt. On the football pitch, the referee is akin to a deity. Their word is law, with little room for reconsideration, even in the face of potential error. Moreover, the ambiguity surrounding the penalty only fueled the players' instinctive desire to advocate for a favorable ruling. Ultimately, Nuremberg's protests proved futile. The referee's discretionary authority, coupled with the home advantage enjoyed by FSV Frankfurt, led to a decision that favored them. The number 10, who had drawn the penalty, took the spot kick himself and effortlessly converted it, leveling the score at 1-1. The nearly 2,000 FSV Frankfurt supporters erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating both their goal and the numerical advantage they now possessed. After all, Nuremberg's center-back McDowell was sent off with a direct red card. Following the restart, FSV Frankfurt, eager to capitalize on their momentum and equalize, sought to score again, while Nuremberg was equally determined to regain the lead. However, time was not on either side's side. After 1 minute of stoppage time, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half, with both teams entering halftime at a 1-1 stalemate. During the break, Wilsinger replaced the right winger Brull with a center-back to address the defensive void left by McDowell's expulsion. Up front, only Gadley and left winger Mark Billy remained. After a 15-minute intermission, the teams resumed play. The impact of playing with one fewer player on the field is profound. It is not merely a matter of numerical disadvantage. The formation becomes riddled with vulnerabilities. Offensively, the absence of a player diminishes passing options and support points, enabling the opponent to more effectively defend against the remaining attackers. Defensively, lacking one player translates to a reduction in strength. Even in one-on-one situations, there will inevitably be one less person to mark. Consequently, the remaining players must exert themselves more, covering greater distances to compensate for the missing player, leading to increased fatigue, which becomes increasingly advantageous for the opponent as time progresses. Thus, in a bid to stave off a decline in collective stamina that could leave them vulnerable to pressure from their rivals, Nuremberg's youth team, under Wilsinger's directive, did not retreat defensively after the break. Instead, they launched a vigorous offensive against FSV Frankfurt in their half, aiming to score before fatigue set in, after which they could then consolidate their defense. FSV Frankfurt, undeterred by stamina concerns and bolstered by their home advantage, found it improbable to retreat defensively themselves. Consequently, the early stages of the second half were marked by intense play, with rapid transitions between attack and defense. In this context, in the 58th minute, Gadley received a pass from a teammate just outside the opponent's penalty area, only to find himself obstructed by an opposing center-back, blocking his path to the box. Perhaps due to the away match, Gadley and his teammates were not at their best. He had previously squandered several goal-scoring opportunities and failed to break through. Yet, in this instance, Gadley feigned a return pass to a teammate, only to execute a sudden Cruyff turn, pulling the ball back from behind him as the defender shifted his weight. Although Gadley had not explicitly trained this skill, he had practiced it occasionally during training, possessing the ability, albeit with limited finesse. However, the manifestation of any skill during a match hinges upon the moment's execution. On this occasion, Gadley's luck favored him, and with a dribbling skill rated at 76, he managed to successfully execute the maneuver without error. The FSV Frankfurt defender was taken by surprise, unable to react in time as Gadley propelled the ball back toward the attack, driving into the penalty area. Chapter 56. Long-range shot. In the preceding 2 matches, Gadley had scored a total of 5 goals. Even though he had just been promoted to the U23 team, he had evidently become the leading scorer and defensive linchpin for Nuremberg's youth squad, naturally making him a focal point for the opposition's defensive efforts. Although only one defender had initially blocked his path, as soon as he received the ball, the number 17 right-back surged in from the side to provide cover, anticipating Gadley's attempt to break through and shoot. Indeed, with a sudden Cruyff turn, Gadley bypassed the defender, charging into the penalty area, only to be intercepted by the approaching number 17 right-back, halting his advance and preventing a shot. Breaking through even one defender was a stroke of luck. Gadley did not possess the prowess of Messi or Ronaldinho, capable of weaving through multiple opponents in confined spaces. However, he was not alone. He had teammates. Despite the numerical disadvantage, there were still players rushing into the box during their offensive maneuvers. Thus, upon encountering the number 17 defender's obstruction, Gadley swiftly adjusted his approach. deftly passing the ball to the penalty spot and maneuvering around the right side of the defender. Although he had not activated any passing skill, Gadley's impeccable shooting technique ensured that his passing abilities were commendable. This particular short pass within the box was exceptionally precise, delivering the ball to his intended target. Naturally, the tension within the penalty area was palpable. Once Gadley released the ball, both the number 17 defender and the goalkeeper instinctively followed its trajectory, momentarily neglecting Gadley's off-the-ball movement. Meanwhile, the attacking midfielder Claude, who had surged into the box from outside, prepared to shoot without stopping the ball, causing the goalkeeper and defenders to panic and attempt a hasty block. However, Claude's foot did not strike the ball to shoot. Rather, he pushed it through the narrow gap between the flying defender and the number 17 right back, sending the ball into the small box behind the number 17 defender. This was a remarkably tight wall pass executed within the penalty area, with the distance between Gadley and Claude being less than 5 meters. The brevity of the distance left the opponents with little time to react, and with both Gadley and Claude performing exceptionally, this wall pass within the box yielded unexpectedly optimal results. By the time Claude's foot descended without a shot, and he redirected the ball into the small box, the number 17 defender and goalkeeper could no longer disrupt Gadley's impending shot. Gadley skillfully circumvented the number 17 defender, receiving Claude's pass behind him. Without pausing, he executed a precise shot, effortlessly directing the ball into the lower right corner of the net with his impeccable shooting technique. The goalkeeper, who had just attempted to intercept Claude's shot, was caught off balance and failed to make any saving movement, merely watching as Gadley seamlessly slotted the ball into the net. However, just as Gadley prepared to sprint in celebration of his goal, players from FSV Frankfurt raised their hands, signaling to the referee that Gadley was offside, asserting that the goal should be disallowed. The referee did not immediately blow the whistle to confirm the goal. Instead, he glanced at the assistant referee. The number 17 defender was nearly the last line of defense for FSV Frankfurt, and since Gadley had received the ball and shot from behind him, there was indeed a possibility of offside. The crucial moment was whether Gadley had surpassed the position of the number 17 defender as Claude made the pass. Clearly, the assistant referee deemed that Gadley had not surpassed the position of the defender at the moment of Claude's pass, thus ruling out offside. Consequently, he did not raise his flag, and when the referee looked toward him, he remained resolute, affirming the goal's validity with a nod. Then, amidst Gadley's anxious anticipation, the referee pointed to the center circle and blew the whistle, confirming the goal. The players of FSV Frankfurt continued to protest to the referee and assistant referee, insisting that the goal should not count and that Gadley was undoubtedly offside. Yet, the referee, having made his decision, paid no heed to their appeals. Finally, Gadley could celebrate his goal with high fives and embraces from his teammates. In the 58th minute, the Nuremberg youth team scored again, taking a 2-1 lead over the FSV Frankfurt youth team on their home turf. Following this lead, Wilsinger promptly substituted another winger for a defensive midfielder to bolster their defense. With one player already sidelined, and now in the lead, Nuremberg opted for a more conservative approach, aiming to maintain their 2-1 advantage until the final whistle. Keeping Gadley on the pitch served as a psychological deterrent, given his lethal shooting ability and an astonishing record of 6 goals in 3 matches. Merely having him linger near the center circle compelled the opposition to retain 2 or 3 defenders in the back line to counter his potential counterattacks and shots. Consequently, the match evolved into FSV Frankfurt exerting pressure on Nuremberg, leveraging their home advantage and numerical superiority. However, apart from Gadley, the other Nuremberg players withdrew into their own half, forming a compact defensive setup. The skill level of the FSV Frankfurt youth players proved insufficient to penetrate such a staunch defense. Long-range shots are a potent weapon against dense defenses. Yet the FSV Frankfurt squad lacked proficient long-range shooters. Even when opportunities arose for shots from outside the penalty area, they either lacked power or precision, often veering wide of the goal. As the relentless attacks failed to yield results, FSV Frankfurt's formation increasingly advanced, with even the goalkeeper positioning himself at the edge of the penalty arc, seemingly eager to join the offensive fray. In this context, in the 72nd minute, FSV Frankfurt's attack was intercepted when Nuremberg's fullback, Normanchow, delivered the ball to Gadley at the halfway line. The opposing goalkeeper merely took 2 slow steps back to the edge of the penalty area, evidently underestimating Gadley's ability to strike from midfield. However, upon noticing the goalkeeper's forward positioning, Gadley deftly nudged the ball to his left, then swiftly maneuvered it back, creating a sliver of space to evade the defending center back. Although he did not completely shake off his marker, Gadley had opened a window for a shot. That was all he needed. Gadley did not aim to outpace his opponents with a long sprint. He merely needed to evade the opening for a shot. Under the watchful eyes of all present at the Volksbank Arena, he skillfully created an opening with a feint and unexpectedly unleashed a long-range shot from nearly 50 meters away. Near the halfway line. Chapter 57. The extraordinary long-distance goal. Due to the considerable distance, Gadley expended nearly all of his remaining strength with that shot. Uncertain whether it would soar over the goalkeeper's head. Should his power falter, the ball might descend prematurely, leaving it vulnerable to the goalkeeper's intervention. As Gadley struck the ball from the center line, it ascended into the air, soaring past the outstretched legs of a defender attempting to block the shot, heading toward the goal of FSV Frankfurt. Initially, the goalkeeper of FSV Frankfurt seemed caught off guard, merely retreating slowly, perhaps subconsciously believing that from such a distance, Gadley could not possibly place the ball within the frame of the goal. However, as the ball climbed higher, it became evident that its trajectory was indeed aimed at the goal, prompting the goalkeeper to turn in alarm and hasten his retreat. Yet, it was too late. His positioning had been overly advanced, which had encouraged Gadley to take the shot from midfield. Furthermore, his delayed reaction in retreating meant he missed the opportunity for an immediate save. Then, before the eyes of everyone present and those watching on television, Gadley's shot arced through the air, eluding the goalkeeper and finding the back of the FSV Frankfurt net. In the 72nd minute, facing a one-man disadvantage and under pressure from FSV Frankfurt, Gadley executed a breathtaking long-range shot exceeding 50 meters, delivering the ball precisely into the FSV Frankfurt goal. This time, the commentator for the Bayerische Rundfunk covering the match was not Lancelot, who had other commitments. Instead, it was another commentator, Berisha. Although he had not narrated Gadley's previous 2 matches, he was well aware of Gadley's scoring record, having netted 5 goals in the prior 2 matches. He added another in the 58th minute of this game. With goals in 3 consecutive matches, bringing his total to 6, Berisha initially believed Gadley's performance to be commendable. As the match progressed, Nuremberg adopted a more defensive stance, pressed by FSV Frankfurt, and it seemed the game would conclude with Nuremberg managing to hold the score at 2-1 despite their one-man disadvantage. Unexpectedly, in the 72nd minute, Gadley unleashed a superlative long-range shot from over 50 meters, successfully placing it within the frame of the goal, sailing over the goalkeeper's head and into the net. As Gadley prepared to shoot, he had already risen, raising his voice. A shot. Gadley has taken a shot from the halfway line. As the ball successfully soared over the goalkeeper's head and nestled into the net, Barakit could hardly contain his excitement, bellowing at the top of his lungs. 2-0. The goal is in. A long-range shot. From midfield. Bernd Gadley. He has scored an astonishing long-range effort from over 50 meters out. Absolutely remarkable. Unbelievable. In the Danan League, Gadley has executed such a breathtaking strike. Were this goal to occur in the Bundesliga, it would undoubtedly be a contender for the season's top 10 goals. Moreover, Gadley has also completed a brace. This marks his 7th goal in 3 official matches since his promotion to the U23 team, averaging over 2 goals per game. A prodigy. A divine striker. An unparalleled performance. The Danan League is certainly not the pinnacle for Gadley. I believe that Nuremberg's coach, Dieter Hecking, ought to contemplate promoting Gadley to the first team. His dominance in the youth league is utterly trivial. Indeed, witnessing Gadley accurately send the ball into the net from over 50 meters away, coupled with his impressive tally of 7 goals in 3 matches, has led both scout Malcolm and first-team assistant coach Richon to concurrently decide to report to Dieter Hecking that Gadley should be elevated to the first team. Gadley's performance has undeniably transcended the level of the Southern German Regional League. On the pitch, he celebrated exuberantly with his teammates after scoring a stunning long-range goal and netting a brace. The jubilation from Nuremberg lasted for over half a minute before they returned to their own half, allowing the players of FSV Frankfurt to resume play with a kickoff from the center circle. Once the match recommenced, FSV Frankfurt launched an even more ferocious offensive. A mere lack of aggression would not suffice. They found themselves trailing by 2 goals. However, despite FSV Frankfurt having one more player than Nuremberg, they lacked a forward with the finesse of Gadley. Even when opportunities to shoot arose, they struggled to threaten the goal. In the 77th minute, Gadley was substituted by Wilsinger for the striker Felix. In the final minutes, neither side managed to score again. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, The referee blew the final whistle, and the Nuremberg youth team triumphed over FSV Frankfurt's youth team with a score of 3-1. Thanks to Gadley's brace and a goal from Mark Billy, securing victory in the 24th round of the league. This remarkable performance earned Gadley a total of 40,000 experience points, 10,000 for starting, 20,000 for his 2 goals, and 10,000 for the victory bonus. Post-match, Gadley garnered some attention in the media of Nuremberg and Bavaria, piquing the interest of more Nuremberg fans, scoring 7 goals in the first 3 matches of the U23. Such astonishing efficiency had never been witnessed in the memory of the Nuremberg U23 youth team. Perhaps Nuremberg was on the verge of discovering a true prodigy. Many, upon seeing the media coverage, resolved to attend the next match to witness Gadley's performance firsthand. Given the first team's lackluster results, the anticipation for a potential superstar emerging from the youth team grew. Alongside the many fans determined to witness the newly minted sensation, Nuremberg's first-team coach, Dieter Hecking, also decided to attend the match. Following 2 consecutive defeats and a failure to score, the team's struggles in the attacking line remained unresolved, with assistant coach Ruthershon, scout Malcolm, and U23 head coach Wilsinger reporting Gadley's 7 goals in 3 league matches, and noting that since October 29th of the previous year, Gadley had scored in every one of the 9 matches from U19 to U23 without exception. A total of 17 goals and 3 assists across 9 matches in both the U19 and Southern League. It was clear that his consistency and exceptional efficiency were precisely what the first team required. Though it was understood that both the U19 League and the Southern League were significantly less intense in terms of tactical level and competition compared to the Bundesliga, it was essential to take the risk. Given Gadley's demonstrated capabilities, it seemed that the Southern League offered him minimal further enhancement. Dieter Hecking prepared to personally observe Gadley's performance in the upcoming match, contemplating a potential promotion to the first team for Bundesliga play should Gadley's performance align with his impressive statistics. Chapter 58. Star treatment following the match against FSV Frankfurt. On March 19th, Wilsinger granted the team a day off. As it was a Monday, Gadley awoke that morning and allocated 2 skill points, enhancing his dribbling from 76 to 77 and his frying skill from 74 to 75, leaving him with 6 skill points remaining. In the subsequent days of training, Gadley continued to demonstrate rapid improvement in his dribbling and breakthrough abilities, further satisfying Wilsinger and Malcolm and instilling confidence in his potential to catch Dieter Hecking's eye. March 24th marked game day, a Saturday with no work obligations. Hence, Marcus and Isabella drove to Nuremberg, eager to support their son Gadley in person. They were not residents of Nuremberg and, as such, were not fans of the club. The most renowned team in Bavaria is Bayern Munich, and even as football enthusiasts, Marcus and Isabella undoubtedly favored Bayern. Gadley, however, had not caught the attention of scouts from either Bayern or Munich 1860 during his youth, leading to his fortunate enrollment in Nuremberg's youth academy. Aside from their interest in their son's youth team match, Marcus and Isabella had little awareness of Nuremberg's football scene and rarely attended matches. Aside from fleeting glimpses on broadcast, they were unaware of how captivating Nuremberg's youth matches had become, or how Gadley's performances had ignited anticipation among the city's residents. After Gadley was promoted to the Nuremberg U23 youth team, his first match was an away game, the second match was not on a weekend, and the third match was again away. Consequently, it was not until today, with the 4th match coinciding with the weekend, that Marcus and his wife were able to attend a game together, as Marcus had a day off from work. In their minds, considering it was a regional league match in southern Germany featuring both teams' U23 squads, they anticipated a modest turnout of perhaps 2,000 to 3,000 spectators. To their surprise, upon entering the parking lot and securing their vehicle, they observed a steady influx of new fans arriving by car or on foot. As they walked towards the stadium, snippets of conversation among fellow supporters reached their ears, frequently mentioning their son Gadley. "Ah, Anthony, long time no see. What brings you to a youth match today? Aren't you usually glued to the Bundesliga matches?" "Haha, I was drawn in by the media's praise of burnt Gadley. I hear he scored 7 goals in 3 matches. Quite the prodigy. You've come at the right time. In the last home game, Gadley performed a hat trick. That was the last match. This one may be different. I hope he doesn't let us down. I believe you won't regret attending." A newspaper noted that since Gadley secured a starting position in the U19 League's 8th round, he has scored in every match leading up to this one. I expect today will be no exception. I'm really looking forward to it. How wonderful it would be if our team could produce a star like Messi or Ronaldo. Even if he eventually transfers away, he would still be a product of our development. Indeed, I share that sentiment. At this rate, Gadley may soon be elevated to the first team. Opportunities to see him play in the regional league are limited. Although it may seem like an easy match, witnessing goals brings joy. What is your seat number? Let us sit together. No need to worry about seat numbers. Matches at this level rarely sell out. We can just sit together. Marcus and Isabella overheard numerous similar dialogues. As many attendees were there specifically to watch Burnt Gadley play. Otherwise, a youth team regional league match would hardly attract such an audience. Gadley has undeniably emerged as a star player, and his remarkable achievement of scoring 7 goals in 3 matches warrants the attention and expectations of the fans. The couple, Marcus and Isabella, feels both pride and trepidation. They take pride in their son being Gadley, yet they are anxious that the fans' expectations may be excessively high. Everyone anticipates that Gadley will score and lead the team to victory in this match. Should their son fail to score and the team suffer a loss, they fear that the fans might unleash their frustration upon him. Nonetheless, their pride outweighs their anxiety. For their son's performances in the preceding matches have already demonstrated that he not only adapts well to the youth team SD League but thrives in it, scoring with remarkable ease. If all goes as expected in this match, it is likely that their son will find the back of the net once again. Upon arriving at the ticket counter to purchase their tickets and entering the stadium, they were taken aback by the number of spectators present, despite having prepared themselves mentally. They arrived approximately 40 minutes early, yet the stadium was already filled with nearly 4,000 to 5,000 attendees, surpassing the attendance of most Dina League matches. Given that there was still over half an hour before the game commenced, the crowd was expected to grow even larger. Once seated, Isabella exclaimed in astonishment, "I never imagined that a youth Dina League match would attract such a multitude. Surely there will be over 10,000 spectators once the game begins." Marcus stood up to survey the area, nodding in agreement. It will definitely exceed 10,000. This is quite unexpected. At that moment, a male fan in his 30s nearby chuckled and said, "You must not have attended the last home game, right?" Marcus replied, "No, we didn't." The fan continued with a grin, "What a pity. In the last match, Gadley scored a hat trick, leading the youth team to a resounding 4-0 victory over their opponents. The atmosphere was exhilarating. The attendance exceeded 10,000 then, and I estimate that today's match will surpass 20,000. Marcus gasped in disbelief, "Surely not? No matter how remarkable he is, it's merely a regional league. How could it attract over 20,000 fans?" The fan chuckled, "Ah, you do not quite grasp the situation, do you? The last home game was on a Tuesday, not even on a weekend, and still drew over 10,000 spectators. Now, with Gadley scoring 7 goals in 3 matches, I believe he is an unprecedented prodigy in Nuremberg's history, with the potential to become a superstar. Moreover, today is Saturday, so we can certainly expect to see more than 20,000 attendees, with the majority of the stadium filled to capacity." At this point, the fan suddenly recalled something and inquired, "By the way, where are you from? Are you relatives of the player?" Isabella proudly responded, "We hail from Ditford. Brenton Gadley is my son." The fan was instantly stunned and exclaimed, "Wow, so Brenton Gadley is your son? My goodness, I am sitting beside the parents of Gadley. How fortunate I am." He swiftly extended his arms, embracing Marcus in a display of joy and admiration. The surrounding fans, who had been listening to their conversation, expressed their delight for Gadley and showed immense respect for Marcus and Isabella, allowing the couple to relish the treatment of celebrity parents, a moment of pride and exhilaration. Chapter 59. Facing Frankfurt. As Marcus and his companions engaged in lively conversation, the two teams preparing for the match entered the field to commence their warm-ups. Upon Gadley's appearance, numerous fans erupted in cheers, chanting his name. Gadley acknowledged the crowd with a wave and a bow, eliciting an even greater roar of approval, a phenomenon absent during the last game. Previously, it was only after Gadley scored that the fans began to chant his name. This time, it was evident that Gadley had become the focal point, the star player. However, not all attendees were Gadley's admirers. The Nuremberg team possessed a unique standing. Nestled within Bavaria and overshadowed by Bayern Munich, Nuremberg struggled for recognition, with many promising young talents opting to join Bayern, who could resist the allure of the Southern Star. Historically, Nuremberg had failed to nurture any footballing legends and had oscillated between the Bundesliga and the second division, lacking stability. Consequently, when Gadley's potential as a prodigious talent began to surface, many local fans and citizens attended out of mere curiosity. Despite this, Gadley felt both surprised and touched by the support. Marcus and Isabella waved enthusiastically from the stands, though the crowd's density made it difficult for Gadley to locate them. Although he was aware of his parents' attendance, he was uncertain of their exact seating. After scanning the crowd without spotting them, he dedicated himself to the warm-up. After all, a match awaited, and he could not afford to squander time searching for them amidst the throng. During the warm-up, beyond passing, juggling, and dribbling, Gadley took several shots on goal, successfully converting every cross delivered by his teammates from the flanks into the net. While not every shot found the corner, and the goalkeeper lacked earnest attempts to save, the fact that all his warm-up shots resulted in goals exhilarated the fans in the stands, instilling a sense of anticipation that they would witness Gadley score in the official match. Although Marcus and Isabella regretted not being able to catch their son's attention, they felt immense joy at his performance during the warm-ups, which drew praise from the surrounding fans, amplifying their pride. Just as the players concluded their warm-up and prepared to return to the locker room, the fan who had greeted them earlier suddenly exclaimed, "Marcus, you can send a quick text to Gadley, informing him of your location here. Upon returning to the changing room, he might glance at his phone, thereby discovering your whereabouts. Should a goal be scored, he could descend to our stands to celebrate and engage with us." Isabella, filled with joy, quickly urged Marcus to send a text to Gadley, informing him of their location in the stands. The timing of Marcus's message was impeccable. Initially, Gadley had no intention of checking his phone upon entering the changing room, as he was meant to listen to the coach's address and tactical arrangements for the match. However, upon entering the changing room with his teammates, he heard the notification chime of his phone. Knowing that his parents were attending his game that day, Gadley surmised it might be a message from them, so he decided to check it. Indeed, it was a message from his father, Marcus, specifically relaying the location of Gadley and Isabella in the stands. Gadley acknowledged a message and then set it aside, turning his attention to the pre-match motivation and final tactical arrangements articulated by head coach Wilsinger. Meanwhile, Marcus received his son's reply, sharing the news with his wife and the surrounding fans, who instantly grew more eager for the match. After all, Gadley was now aware of his parents' location, and should he score, it was certain he would celebrate by descending to the stands where they were seated. In addition to Gadley's parents, a significant figure was also present at the venue. Dieter Hecking, the head coach of the Nuremberg first team, accompanied by the club's youth training director, was seated in the VIP box, poised to assess Gadley's capabilities firsthand, determining if he was truly ready for elevation to the first team. Despite Gadley's impressive goal statistics, it is essential to remember that just 6 months ago, he was part of the U17 youth team. In a mere half year, he had ascended from U17 to U19, U23, and even to the brink of the first team. Yet, even with such remarkable statistics, Hecking had not personally witnessed Gadley's performance. The limitations of video footage obscure the nuances of Gadley's off-the-ball movement when the ball is not at his feet. Thus, it was imperative for Hecking to attend the match in person to ascertain whether Gadley genuinely deserved such a swift promotion to compete in the German Bundesliga, one of the top 5 leagues in football. Not to mention, the disparity between the regional leagues and the Bundesliga is vast, necessitating careful consideration to avoid stunting the growth of a promising talent. As the match approached, an increasing throng of fans flocked to the stadium. True to the earlier fan speculation, the total attendance surpassed 20,000. At times, even after consecutive losses, the first team's matches did not draw such crowds, underscoring the high level of interest in this game and evidencing Gadley's magnetic appeal to the local fans and citizens of Nuremberg. The emergence of a super talent undoubtedly piqued the curiosity and interest of many. Soon, after a series of introductions, photographs, and the coin toss, the match commenced at 1400 hours on March 24, 2012. With the referee's whistle marking the beginning of the 25th round of the 2011 to 2012 Southern German Regional League clash between the Nuremberg youth team and the Frankfurt youth team at the Grundig Stadium in Nuremberg. Having just faced FSV Frankfurt in the previous match, it seemed that the team had encountered Frankfurt once more, almost as if fate had drawn them into a rivalry with the city itself. Although the Frankfurt first team was competing in the Bundesliga this season, appearing weaker than Nuremberg in the Bundesliga, it was crucial to remember their illustrious history. Beyond their domestic titles, including the Bundesliga and DFB Pokal, Frankfurt's crowning achievement was the UEFA Cup victory in 1980, a title that carried far greater prestige than the current UEFA Europa League. In addition to the league champions advancing to the Champions League, teams ranked second and below must compete in the Europa League, thus bestowing a significant prestige upon this tournament. Currently, the top 4 teams in the 5 major leagues qualify for the Champions League, relegating those in 5th and 6th place to the Europa League, which has consequently diminished in stature. The triumph of Frankfurt in securing the UEFA Cup in 1980 is a testament to their formidable prowess at that time. Furthermore, during the 1959-1960 season, Frankfurt reached the Champions League final, only to be vanquished by the illustrious Real Madrid, who were basking in the glory of 5 consecutive Champions League titles. This historical achievement undoubtedly eclipses that of Nuremberg. The current plight of Frankfurt, now competing in the 2nd division, is merely an anomaly. Given Frankfurt's standings in the 2nd division this season, their promotion to the Bundesliga appears inevitable, and next season will see all teams competing in the top tier. Additionally, for Gadli, the significance of Frankfurt extends beyond that of FSV Frankfurt. The remarkable performance of Chinese player Yang Chen during his tenure at Frankfurt stands as one of the pinnacle representations of Chinese players excelling abroad. Perhaps only Sun Jihai of Manchester City could be mentioned in the same breath regarding comparable performances in the Bundesliga. Other expatriate players fall short. Thus, Gadli, embodying the spirit of his heritage, feels a profound affinity for this club. However, this fondness does not imply that he will show leniency in competition. Although unaware of the first-team coach's presence at the match, he understands that maintaining his scoring efficiency will expedite his ascent to the first team. As he accumulates the experience necessary for promotion, the process has become increasingly sluggish. Only by breaking into the first team, making a significant leap from the Southern League to the Bundesliga, can he hope to regain the momentum of rapid advancement. Otherwise, merely performing hat tricks in the Southern League will not hasten his promotion. Based on the experience gained from U17 to U19, one could anticipate that experience in the 3rd division would be double that of the Southern League. The 2nd division would offer twice the experience of the 3rd, and the Bundesliga would provide double that of the 2nd. If he could compete in the Bundesliga, both training and match experience would likely increase by at least 8-fold. This acceleration in advancement would be significantly swifter. To expedite his promotion, he must consistently deliver impressive performances and statistics, and as a forward, his value is naturally manifested through goals. Thus, despite Gadli's fondness for Frankfurt due to his relationship with Yang Chen, he would not show any mercy during the match. This was both his intention and his action. From the very first minute of the game, Gadli employed his remarkable off-the-ball movement, rated at 80, to incessantly seek out vulnerabilities in the opponent's defense. While an 80 rating in off-the-ball movement may not be deemed exceptional in top-tier leagues, it certainly represented a significant advantage in the German lower leagues. Consequently, even though the Frankfurt youth team was acutely aware of Gadli's threat and implemented tight defensive measures against him, they were ultimately unable to withstand his onslaught. Of course, a more crucial factor was the presence of over 20,000 spectators, which propelled Gadli to an extraordinary performance and intensified the pressure on the Frankfurt players. Merely 4 minutes into the match, Gadli maneuvered into an open space outside the penalty area on the left flank, receiving a cross from his teammate, Brull, and unleashed a rather threatening long-range shot. Unfortunately, the power behind Gadli's strike was insufficient, and the ball lacked pace, granting the goalkeeper ample time to react. The Frankfurt youth team's goalkeeper, Mendelssohn, took 2 steps in the direction of the ball's trajectory before executing a graceful, sprawling dive to narrowly deflect Gadli's shot out of bounds. Thus, Frankfurt narrowly escaped a dire situation. Chapter 60. The details valued more by the first-team head coach in this match. Gadli's initial attempt was thwarted by Mendelssohn, allowing Frankfurt to narrowly escape disaster. However, as the saying goes, one can evade the first strike, but not the 15th. Despite the first-team coach's absence from the stands, the presence of his parents and the exuberant cheers from over 20,000 home fans significantly uplifted both Gadli and his teammates. This illustrates the advantages of playing at home. Thus, in the 9th minute, while Frankfurt was diligently marking Gadli, the other players from the Nuremberg youth team executed a flawless sequence of passes, penetrating the penalty area. Right midfielder Charlie Kelvin made a decisive cut into the box to deliver the final shot. At this stage of the attack, all eyes were drawn to Kelvin as he prepared to shoot. Everyone followed the trajectory of Kelvin's strike, wondering if goalkeeper Mendelssohn could make the save. Unbeknownst to Frankfurt's defenders, while their attention was fixated on Kelvin's shot, Gadli stealthily infiltrated the small box from the opposite side. It was not a matter of Gadli possessing foresight. but rather his instinctive off-the-ball movement that guided him toward potential rebound opportunities. While he could not cover every possibility, he actively sought out openings. This time, his chosen path was one where, should the goalkeeper fail to secure the ball, it might roll in that direction. Alone, he could not occupy every potential spot, but opted for the most concealed position with the greatest likelihood for a rebound. Ultimately, Gadley's positioning proved fortuitous. Kelvin had approached from the right side to shoot, but aimed for the far corner, the left side of the goal. Lacking Gadley's finesse, he hesitated to pursue a sharper angle, fearing the ball might veer out of play, resulting in a less challenging shot that Mendelssohn successfully parried. As Gadley had anticipated, Mendelssohn's save did not secure the ball, it merely prevented Kelvin's attempt from finding the net. The ball neither exited the penalty area nor rolled out of bounds. Instead, it landed precisely within the small box, aligning perfectly with Gadley's run. Before nearby Frankfurt players could react to clear the ball, Gadley executed a diving shot, converting the loose ball into the net. In the 9th minute, Bernd Gadley scored from the rebound, giving Frankfurt a 1-0 lead. Though it appeared to be a rather straightforward goal, the dreamlike start of scoring within the first 9 minutes exhilarated Gadley, prompting him to spring up and rush toward the stands where Marcus and Isabella were seated. With arms outstretched in a gesture of embrace, he celebrated in their direction. The fans in the stands erupted into applause, congratulating a tearful Marcus and Isabella, exclaiming how impressive Gadley was for scoring so quickly. "Your son is truly remarkable. Gadley is an extraordinary talent seldom seen in Nuremberg. You have given birth to an exceptional child." Then, over 20,000 fans, led by the stadium announcer Ken Halley, repeatedly chanted Gadley's name in reverence, instilling even greater pride in Marcus and Isabella. In the VIP box, head coach Dieter Hecking nodded in approval. Many ordinary fans, especially those watching from home, could only see Kelvin's shot and Mendelssohn's save, followed by the fortunate rebound landing at Gadley's feet, allowing him to execute a stunning follow-up shot into the net. However, they missed the intricate details. Hecking, on the other hand, could discern that even before Kelvin attempted his shot, Gadley had already evaded his marker, making a run into the vacant space within the penalty area. The follow-up was not merely a stroke of luck. It was a result of Gadley's proactive off-the-ball movement, seeking an opportunity to capitalize. Such nuances can often elude viewers watching live or on replay. After all, a match lasts 90 minutes. And even a hat trick amounts to mere seconds of glory with each goal. The majority of the time is spent assessing a player's performance off the ball. Gadley's actions leading up to his follow-up goal made it evident to Dieter Hecking that his scoring was no mere coincidence. Of course, this particular goal was a close-range follow-up, which did not showcase his advanced shooting technique. The true measure of his skill must be observed over time. Soon after, Gadley concluded his interactions with his parents and celebrated with his teammates as the Frankfurt youth team kicked off from the center circle, resuming the match. Trailing in score, Frankfurt sought to equalize swiftly, yet their capabilities paled in comparison to those of the Nuremberg youth team, particularly with over 20,000 fans rallying behind the home team. More critically, none of their players possessed Gadley's level of shooting prowess. No one even came close. Among the youth players in the Southern Regional League, aside from Gadley, the most skilled forward would barely reach a shooting attribute of 70, which is considered high. If they were any better, they would have been promoted to the first team in the Bundesliga or transferred to other clubs in the second or third divisions, rather than languishing in the Southern League. Thus, Frankfurt's attacks were tepid, rarely managing to penetrate Nuremberg's penalty area or create threats on goal. In contrast, each offensive or counterattack from Nuremberg instilled anxiety and disarray within Frankfurt's defense, primarily due to the presence of the prodigious Gadley. Having scored 7 goals in the last 3 matches and netting a dream opener just 9 minutes into this game, how could Frankfurt dare afford Gadley any shooting opportunities? However, following the deployment of a formidable defense against Gadley, it inevitably necessitates a relaxation of vigilance towards other Nuremberg players, thereby granting them opportunities to shoot. Consequently, whenever Nuremberg is afforded a chance to counterattack, it can throw Frankfurt's defensive line into disarray, even if each offensive attempt does not pose a direct threat. The psychological pressure on Frankfurt's players is considerable. In the 17th minute, Gadley received the ball on the edge of the penalty area and feigned a shot, successfully drawing the attention of 3 defenders who leaped to block his attempt, while goalkeeper Mendelssohn anxiously prepared to make a save. Ultimately, Gadley executed a deceptive maneuver, opting not to shoot but instead deftly passed the ball to his teammate, Mark Billy, positioned on the left wing of the penalty area. Unfortunately, Mark Billy misfired, sending the ball wide of the post and failing to convert the opportunity into a goal. Although this shot did not result in a score, it clearly illustrated the level of anxiety Frankfurt's defense experienced in response to Gadley's presence. Once Gadley acquires possession of the ball, he effortlessly attracts the attention of 2 or 3 opponents, thereby creating ample openings elsewhere for his teammates on the Nuremberg side to seize shooting opportunities. Indeed, Gadley's deft feints and genuine passes, which strategically redirect the focus of defenders, garner the approval of the first-team head coach Dieter Hecking in the VIP box. This illustrates that Gadley is not a self-serving player. Rather, he embodies the spirit of teamwork and possesses a broader perspective, attributes highly valued by Hecking. German football has always emphasized collective effort, in contrast to the individual heroism often celebrated in South American football. Naturally, players like Gadley, who exhibit both a commitment to teamwork and remarkable individual prowess, become coveted assets for any team and coach. Even after merely a dozen minutes of gameplay, Hecking finds himself quite satisfied with Gadley's performance. However, with much of the match still ahead, he intends to continue observing, eager to discover what further surprises Gadley may unveil. As the match progresses, in the 17th minute, Gadley's magnetic presence once again facilitates a shooting opportunity for his teammate, compelling Frankfurt to intensify their marking of other players. Consequently, their defensive line becomes increasingly stretched, forcing them to retreat from the front line, which gradually results in Frankfurt's formation being pushed back. By the 30-minute mark, they find themselves in a position of total defensive retreat, overwhelmed by the home team, Nuremberg's youth squad, who dominate their half. Amid the resounding cheers from over 20,000 home fans, Nuremberg's offensive waves grow ever more potent, placing Frankfurt's defense in a precarious position. While they focus intently on marking Gadley, the shrewd and psychologically mature player adeptly creates shooting opportunities for his teammates. Conversely, when Nuremberg players seek to cover other vulnerabilities, they often return the ball to Gadley, allowing him to take aim. Remarkably, Gadley's shooting accuracy is nearly flawless. Whenever he strikes, he consistently poses a significant threat. Thus far in the first half, he has attempted 3 shots, all of which have struck the frame of the goal, resulting in one being converted into a score. Although 2 other attempts, hindered by close defensive pressure, failed to find the corners. The fact that he still managed to threaten the goal under such circumstances attests to his shooting skill. Apart from Gadley, other Nuremberg players have also registered several attempts, each causing disruption within Frankfurt's defensive ranks. Under relentless pressure, Frankfurt's defense finally succumbed in the 38th minute of the first half. This time, it was a collective effort from Nuremberg. Gadley refrained from engaging in the preceding exchanges, instead utilizing his off-ball movement to assist his teammates in creating space. The absence of Gadley's touch, coupled with the effective interplay of his fellow players, exerted immense pressure on Frankfurt's defense, causing the defender assigned to him to momentarily lose focus and fail to maintain close proximity. This fleeting lapse was deftly capitalized upon by Gadley and his teammates. Chapter 61. A hat-trick reprised in this match. Buoyed by the support of over 20,000 enthusiastic fans, both Gadley and his teammates exhibited exceptional form and remarkable synergy, demonstrating a rhythm that allowed them to play with fluidity and finesse. The 38th-minute collaboration between Claude and Gadley epitomized this connection. Seizing on a momentary lapse from the defender closely marking him, Gadley slipped free, darting toward the right side of the penalty area. Noticing Gadley's run, Claude, positioned just outside the penalty arc, instinctively delivered a pass into the penalty area, targeting the space Gadley was racing into. As everyone followed the direction of Claude's pass, it became evident that Gadley had successfully evaded his marker, surging into the vacant space on the right flank of the penalty area. A nearby Frankfurt defender, startled, rushed forward in a desperate attempt to intercept the impending shot. The goalkeeper Mendelssohn swiftly lunged from the center of the goal towards the lower right corner, attempting to thwart Gadley's shot aimed at the near post. Yet, it was all in vain. Gadley and Claude exhibited a remarkable synergy, their collaboration swift and precise. The goalkeeper and the defender, who sought to thwart the impending shot, were yet to position themselves adequately when Gadley surged into the open space. Without pausing to control the ball, he executed a deft strike, sending Claude's pass into the lower right corner of the Frankfurt youth team's goal. Mendelssohn was a moment too late, left to watch helplessly as the ball sailed through the gap between him and the post. In the 38th minute, Gadley netted again, achieving a brace and propelling the Nuremberg youth team to a 2-0 lead on home turf. The crowd of over 20,000 erupted in a thunderous ovation, celebrating Gadeli's triumph with exuberance. Marcus and Isabella, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced tightly, basking in the cheers and accolades from the surrounding fans. Even Dieter Hecking, seated in the VIP box, stood alongside the youth development director, applauding Gadeli's stellar performance and his 2 goals. With the first half not yet concluded and already embraced his name, Hecking resolved to promote Gadeli to the first-team post-match, aiming to bolster Nuremberg's attacking strength. Although Gadeli's double sparked frustration among the Frankfurt players, they sought to mount an offensive upon the resumption of play, eager to score. Yet, the stark disparity in skill and match condition rendered their efforts futile. In the 43rd minute, they managed a feeble long-range shot from outside the Nuremberg penalty area, which soared over the bar, eliciting laughter from the home supporters in the stands. After 1 minute of stoppage time, the referee signaled the end of the first half, with the teams heading into the break at 2-0, thanks to Gadeli's goals in the 9th and 38th minutes. During halftime, the Frankfurt youth team introduced a fresh player, aiming to launch a counteroffensive in the second half, determined to reduce the deficit. With only a 2-goal gap, they were intent on taking their chances. Following a 15-minute intermission, the teams resumed play. Frankfurt indeed initiated a vigorous assault right from the onset of the second half, hoping to capitalize on the moment when Nuremberg players had yet to regain their rhythm. However, their expectations were misplaced. Instead of faltering, the Nuremberg players mirrored Frankfurt's intentions, seizing the early opportunity of the second half to secure another goal. Should the score rise to 3-0, the match would likely lose all suspense. With both sides sharing this mindset, the second half commenced with heightened intensity and rapid transitions between attack and defense. Ultimately, it was the home side, the Nuremberg youth team, that demonstrated superior skill and capitalized on their chances more effectively. Crucially, they had Gadeli on their side. In the 54th minute, a Frankfurt attack was intercepted in midfield, prompting a swift counter from Nuremberg. This counterattack primarily advanced along the flanks, with Gadeli opting not to touch the ball, instead positioning himself centrally to support. His patience was rewarded. Claude, Charlie Kelvin, and Broll executed a series of rapid passes and movements on the right flank, advancing the attack to the edge of the penalty area. Ultimately, Broll, stationed about 7 or 8 meters from the goal line, successfully delivered a cross. The ball arced gracefully through the air, landing in the penalty box. Gadeli, anticipating the drop, leaped high, utilizing his impressive 83-inch vertical leap to outmaneuver the opposing center back, connecting with the ball to direct a powerful header towards the goal. Broll's cross had indeed been delivered with considerable force. After Gadeli surged into the penalty area, he leapt high to deliver a powerful header, enhancing both the force and speed of his strike. Although Gadeli has not yet mastered the art of heading, and his header technique leaves much to be desired, he possesses an impressive height of 186 centimeters and a weight of 82 kilograms, coupled with a remarkable jumping ability rated at 83. Thus, it is not surprising that he occasionally finds the back of the net. This time, fortune favored him as he not only directed the cross within the frame of the goal, but also managed to angle it slightly from such a close distance. Coupled with immense power and speed, the goalkeeper Mendelssohn had no time to react, merely instinctively waving a hand as the ball zoomed past him, leaving a fleeting trace, and sailed into the net, more than 2 meters to his right. In the 54th minute of the second half, Gadeli connected with a cross from his teammate BRHL, scoring his 3rd goal of the match and completing a hat-trick. Remarkably, Gadeli has achieved a hat-trick in both of his home matches at the Gen Stadium. This particular feat, both in significance and execution, surpassed the brilliance of his previous 2 goals. Thus, at the very moment the ball crossed the goal line, the commentator Lancelot, unable to contain his excitement, leapt from his commentary seat, seizing the microphone to exclaim passionately, "Toujours! A hat-trick! Once again, a hat-trick!" Bernd Gadeli has performed yet another hat-trick at the Gen Stadium. A genius, a superstar. Not only is Gadeli's shooting prowess exceptional, but he also possesses a robust physique and outstanding jumping ability, which allowed him to seize this opportunity and head his teammates' cross into the Frankfurt net. I strongly advocate that the Nuremberg first team should enlist Gadeli to compete in the Bundesliga. His offensive capabilities undoubtedly surpass those of the current forwards in the Nuremberg squad. The Dina League is not Gadeli's arena. The Bundesliga is where he truly belongs, where he can challenge formidable teams such as Bayern Munich, Borussia Dortmund, and Werder Bremen. The stage of the Dina League is far too modest for his talents. Indeed, upon witnessing Gadali soar within the penalty area, overpowering the opposing center back to head BRHL's cross into the goal. Dieter Hecking in the VIP box leapt to his feet, applauding and exclaiming a hearty well played. He then turned to the youth training director beside him, declaring, "I've made my decision. After this match, I will promote Gadali to the first team. Look at his performance today. His shooting finesse is remarkable, his football intelligence is commendable, and he exhibits a spirit of teamwork, all while boasting exceptional physical attributes and jumping ability that enable him to score headers. This undoubtedly showcases the potential of a world-class center forward. With proper nurturing, Nuremberg may very well cultivate a striker renowned across the globe. In such a scenario, whether we retain him for our league or facilitate his transfer, Nuremberg stands to gain immensely." The youth training director is visibly elated, akin to the joy of winning a lottery jackpot. As the director of youth training, Gederli recognized the talent during the U15 and U17 phases, initially considering him merely an average player, one who might be eliminated at the U17 or U19 levels. However, he was taken aback by Gederli's sudden emergence this season, whose remarkable pace of improvement and ascension has etched an unprecedented chapter in Nuremberg's history. Presently, he has delivered an astounding record of 10 goals in 4 matches for the U23 youth team. Such a scoring rate is rare, not only within Nuremberg, but throughout the annals of German football history. Few players have achieved such feats in youth teams. The emergence of a prodigy like Gederli undoubtedly reflects the accomplishments of the youth training director. The greater Gederli's future successes, the more significant his contributions will be acknowledged. The prospect of nurturing a world-class striker from his training camp is exhilarating. Regarding Dieter Hecking's musings, he fervently agrees, wishing for Gederli to dominate the Bundesliga in his next match, showcasing the brilliance of the talent emerging from his training program. On the field, Gederli's hat trick was met with enthusiastic celebrations from his teammates. The fans in the stands, under the guidance of announcer Ken Halley, repeatedly chanted Gederli's name, expressing heartfelt admiration. Many curious Nuremberg fans and citizens who attended the match felt their visit was well worth it, having witnessed Gederli's remarkable hat trick, an experience truly exceptional. In the section of the stands occupied by Marcus and Isabella, fellow fans applauded and cheered for Gederli's hat trick while congratulating the couple. After celebrating with his teammates, the match resumed, while the Nuremberg fans in the stands continued to chant their team anthem repeatedly, expressing their uncontainable joy. Chapter 62. Advancement to the first team. Upon the resumption of the game, the previously vigorous Frankfurt players, who had engaged in a fierce offensive battle with Nuremberg, appeared somewhat dejected and demoralized, unable to mount another assault as they had before. Clearly, trailing 0-3, coupled with Gadli's formidable hat trick, had nearly extinguished the morale of the visiting Frankfurt squad. Even though a few players attempted to rally and push forward in search of a goal, they found themselves lacking the unified support of their teammates. They could only retreat into a compact formation in their own half, allowing the Nuremberg youth team to unleash a barrage of attacks. However, considering their substantial lead of 3-0, the Nuremberg youth players, while still on the offensive, did not attack with the same ferocity as before. After all, no one could predict whether a relentless assault might provoke the opponent to retaliate with aggressive tactics, potentially resulting in injuries. In a situation where they held a commanding lead and the opposition had nearly surrendered any hope of a counterattack, it would be unwise to press too hard and provoke the opponent's aggression. Thus, following Gadli's third goal, completing his hat trick, Nuremberg's offensive efforts became considerably more subdued, and the intensity of the tussles on the field diminished. In the 67th minute, Wilsinger substituted Gadli, who had just achieved his hat trick. As he exited the field, Gadli received a heartfelt standing ovation from over 20,000 fans. Gadli merely waved to the stands, eliciting a fervent chorus of cheers and screams from the crowd, embodying the essence of a true star athlete. In the remaining moments, although Nuremberg tempered their offensive efforts, Frankfurt's morale plummeted even further. With the substitute center forward Felix eager to showcase his prowess, he tirelessly sought opportunities to score. At long last, in the 88th minute, as the match was nearing its conclusion, Felix seized a golden chance. He maneuvered into a pocket of space within the penalty area just as a teammate delivered the ball to him. With a powerful strike, Felix netted a goal, solidifying the final score at 4-0. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match. The Nuremberg youth team, buoyed by Gadli's hat trick and Felix's splendid contribution, triumphed over Frankfurt with a resounding home victory of 4-0 in the 25th round of the Danan League. Gadley's remarkable performance, featuring a hat trick alongside the team's commanding win, earned him a remarkable experience tally of over 60,000, bringing his total experience to level 8 with 166,000 out of 500,000. Following the match, Gadley and his teammates joined hands and approached the stands to interact with and pay homage to the fans. Marcus and Isabella finally made their way to the front row, embracing Gadley across the barrier, eliciting cheers and applause from the surrounding supporters. Just after Gadley shared a warm embrace with Marcus and Isabella, an excited teenage fan, approximately 17 or 18 years old, eagerly inquired, "Gadley, could I please have your autograph?" Gadley felt a jolt of surprise. It was the first time someone had asked him for an autograph. He was not a star player on the first team, merely a youth team player, regardless of how many goals he scored. To his astonishment, he was already beginning to receive the treatment befitting a celebrity athlete. Gadley readily agreed, not only signing his German name in his first fan's notebook, but also his Chinese name, Chu Zhang. Upon seeing Gadley's Chinese signature, the surrounding fans were filled with curiosity, and some who were unfamiliar began to inquire about the meaning of the characters. Gadley informed everyone that his hometown, known as Deptford, is a city rich in Chinese culture, and he warmly invites all to visit. He also mentioned that he had just signed his own chosen Chinese name. It is not surprising that upon learning of Gadley's origins from the Bavarian city, coupled with his decision to adopt a Chinese name, many were intrigued. Indeed, numerous individuals expressed keen interest in both the Chinese city and Gadley's chosen name. Some older fans, who might have felt hesitant to approach the young star, seized the opportunity to request his autograph and take photos, using the occasion of him signing his Chinese name as an excuse. Gadley signed over 30 autographs and posed for photographs before finally being escorted away by Coach Wilsinger. Otherwise, more fans would gather in the stands, eager for Gadley's autograph and photographs. He feared that even signing until his hand ached would not satisfy everyone's requests. Experiencing fame for the first time, Gadley felt exhilarated. Even more thrilling was when Wilsinger escorted him back to the dressing room, where he met Dieter Hecking, the head coach of the Nuremberg first team. Hecking informed Gadley that he had personally watched the match from the stands and was exceedingly pleased with his performance. Furthermore, U23 coach Wilsinger, scout Malcolm, and first team assistant coach Ruthershon unanimously agreed that Gadley no longer needed to compete in the Southern League. He should join the first team for training and participate in the Bundesliga. Hecking officially announced his decision to promote Gadley to the first team. Since the first team had a match tomorrow and a day off the following day, he asked Gadley to report to the first team on Tuesday to join the training. Whether he would actually get to play in the Bundesliga depended on his performance in training. After all, the Bundesliga is 4 levels above the Southern League, making the difference substantial. While he had scored 10 goals in 4 matches in the Southern League, his ability to even sit on the bench in the Bundesliga remained uncertain. The world of football is replete with examples of players who excelled in youth teams yet found themselves unable to secure a spot in the first team. The disparity in competition levels is vast. Excelling in youth leagues does not guarantee success at the senior level. Only a select few players manage to maintain their youth team performance in the first team. Moreover, as one of the top 5 leagues, the Bundesliga attracts talent from across the globe, resulting in fierce competition. Establishing oneself in the first team is no small feat, however. This was merely the perspective of Hecking, Wilsinger, and others. For Gadley, his football career was undoubtedly on the ascent. Setting aside the experience gained from training with the first team, which would surely help him enhance his skills, the chance to play in the Bundesliga would provide invaluable experience that would accelerate his development. There was no doubt he would not be discarded by the first team. His abilities would only grow stronger, ultimately leading him to become Nuremberg's star player. Naturally, this would be a gradual journey. For now, he wanted to share the joyous news with his parents, who had not yet departed, and invite his coach and teammates to a celebratory meal of Chinese cuisine. After calling his parents, he discovered that Marcus and Isabella were still there, surrounded by fans who requested stories about Gadley's childhood and past experiences. They were immensely proud of their son's achievements and began to cultivate a charming persona for him. Through their recounting, surrounding fans learned of Gadley's lifelong passion for football and his unwavering dedication. Although he had struggled in the U17 category, he persevered and ultimately experienced a breakthrough this season, a testament to his late-blooming talent. The fans were deeply impressed. It was not merely talent that distinguished Gadley. Rather, It was his tenacity in overcoming challenges that resonated profoundly with the audience, endearing him further to them. Many fans expressed to Marcus and Isabella that they had become Gadley's supporters and would cheer for him at every home game. At that moment, Marcus received a call from Gadley, sharing the news of his promotion to the first team. This meant that Gadley had only played 4 matches for the U23 team before being called up to the senior squad. Both Marcus and Isabella, along with the nearby fans, erupted in jubilant cheers. In truth, after witnessing Gadley score 10 goals in 4 matches, including a hat trick in the latest game, many had anticipated his swift transition to the first team. However, Marcus and Isabella had not expected their son to be summoned after just 4 matches. The surprise was overwhelming. Other Nuremberg fans became increasingly convinced that Gadley was the most extraordinary talent in the club's history, as such rapid advancement was unprecedented. As a professional coach, Dieter Hecking's judgment undoubtedly surpassed theirs, promoting Gadley to the first team after only 4 matches in the Southern League attested to his readiness. Otherwise, Hecking would not have made such a decision. Everyone felt fortunate to have witnessed Bernd Gadley's final match with the youth team. Seeing him play in the Southern League again would soon be impossible. These 2 recent hat tricks at home would remain a legendary legacy for the Nuremberg U23 team. Those fans who had obtained Gadley's autograph and photographs cherished them as treasures. Years later, these mementos would become priceless relics, as Gadley would have ascended to the status of a global superstar, and the signatures and photos from his early career would be of immense collectible value and sentimental significance. Chapter 63. Celebration after bidding farewell to Dieter Hecking and freshening up. Gadley called all U23 coaches and teammates to join his parents for a celebratory meal at a designated Chinese restaurant in the city. Not only did he invite U23 staff and teammates, but he also called upon coaches and players from U17 and U19 teams. After receiving Hecking's call, Gadley had essentially said goodbye to the youth academy. Although they had previously trained in different tiers, the training facilities were not far apart, and they often shared dormitories and dining halls. However, entering the first team meant stepping into an entirely different realm. The training ground, dining area, gym, medical facilities, and locker rooms were all separate from the youth academy. The first team competed in the Bundesliga, establishing a status akin to stardom, which differed greatly from the Southern League experience. In the future, it would be significantly more challenging to meet Gadley again. Therefore, he wanted to seize this opportunity to gather everyone for a meal. This gathering was a hallmark of Chinese culture, as foreigners typically celebrated with family rather than a wider circle. Thus, many were eager to join Gadley's celebration of his promotion to the first team, intrigued by the novelty of the occasion and curious about Chinese cuisine. Additionally, with Gadley's evident rise, they recognized the importance of fostering relationships with him for future opportunities. The gathering included around 30 to 40 attendees, necessitating the use of space from a nearby Western restaurant to accommodate Gadley, his parents, coaches, and teammates. As the guest of honor, Gadley enjoyed a modest toast to celebrate the occasion, mindful of the impact of alcohol on athletic performance, ensuring no one pressured him to drink excessively. The celebration was met with satisfaction from all attendees. Numerous players who have never indulged in Chinese cuisine have developed a profound interest in it. This aligns with Gadley's objective to subtly influence his teammates, coaches, and fans through Chinese cuisine and folk culture, without delving into sensitive matters. He does not seek their endorsement of China. Rather, he hopes that when European media maligns the nation, those who have interacted with Gadley will discern the truth and not fall prey to anti-China propaganda. While he does not aspire to engage in high-level affairs, contributing positively to his homeland in small ways is commendable. After bidding farewell to his teammates, Gadley and his parents found accommodation in a hotel. Originally, the Marcus couple intended to return to Ditford after the match, but they could not leave just yet, as Gadley had been promoted to the first team, which does not provide dormitory arrangements. As stars of the Bundesliga, they are financially secure, opting either to rent or purchase homes, as residing in the youth team dormitory is no longer suitable. Gadley, too, cannot escape the norm. Previously, Wilsingo had advised Gadley to take advantage of these days before the first team commences training to finalize his housing arrangements. The residence may be rented or purchased. Situated nearby or further afield, there are no stringent requirements in this regard, as long as he avoids being late for training. The Germans are notably more rigorous in their management of discipline compared to other nations. Should Gadley be unable to drive, Wilsinger suggested that he seek accommodation in closer proximity, to prevent excessive delays during travel or the additional cost of taking a taxi. Gadley, having just reached adulthood, has yet to acquire a driving license and lacks the ability to drive. However, as a citizen of Hugu, he possesses the knowledge to operate a vehicle. The driving configuration in Germany mirrors that of his homeland, with the steering wheel positioned on the left and traffic adhering to the right side of the road. Consequently, Gadley resolves to take the opportunity to obtain a German driving license. Once he has acquired a vehicle and familiarized himself with its performance and the local traffic regulations, he will be able to drive home instead of relying on Marcus for transportation. Even with a mere day's holiday, he could return to visit. For Nuremberg is less than 200 kilometers from Ditford, and with Germany's unrestricted highways, he could reach home in just over an hour. A morning departure would allow for an evening return. That evening, lying on the hotel bed, Gadley began to review his system attributes and tasks. With the clear notification from the first team coach, Dieter Hecking, promoting him to the first team, Gadley's task of advancing to the Nuremberg first team was deemed complete. This accomplishment granted him a reward of 20 skill points, raising his skill point balance to 26. However, despite having participated in 4 matches of the German Regional League and scoring an impressive 10 goals, he did not meet the minimum requirement of 5 appearances stipulated in the task. As a result, even though he had progressed to the first team, he would not fulfill Task 8 regarding the championship of the Regional League, regardless of whether the Nuremberg youth team secured the title. Thus, the moment Dieter Hecking announced his elevation to the first team, this task was rendered a failure and subsequently vanished. Fortunately, the failure of the task bore no penalties and was of little consequence, besides completing Task 7 or declaring Task 8 a failure. Gadley naturally received a new task upon his promotion, one related to appearances and his first goal in the Bundesliga. This was a task absent from the youth team. Evidently, the Bundesliga, as one of the top 5 leagues, is indeed distinct from the youth league in the eyes of the system. Gadley has received new tasks as follows. Task 9. Bundesliga debut task content. The host is requested to perform admirably and secure an opportunity to participate in the Bundesliga before the season concludes. Success reward. 10 skill points. Failure penalty. None. Task 10. First Bundesliga goal task content. The host is encouraged to excel and score their inaugural goal in the Bundesliga before the season wraps up. Success reward. 10 skill points. Failure penalty. None. It is quite commendable that both the debut and the first goal in the Bundesliga come with skill point rewards. As for the absence of a task regarding the Bundesliga championship, it seems that even if Nuremberg were to win all remaining matches, claiming the title would be unattainable. Thus, no related tasks or rewards for this season's Bundesliga championship have been established. After resting overnight at the hotel the following day, as the Nuremberg first team departed for an away match against Stuttgart, Gadley and his parents sought accommodation near the first team's training base. Although Gadley has yet to make his debut with the first team, he has already garnered a modest reputation among the fan community in Nuremberg. After all, just yesterday, he performed a remarkable hat trick at the Grundig Stadium, aiding the Nuremberg youth team in triumphing over the visiting Frankfurt youth team with a resounding 4-0 victory, witnessed by over 20,000 fans. Numerous supporters also tuned in from their homes to watch the match. Consequently, during his search for accommodation, Gadley naturally encountered fans who recognized him. Upon hearing that Gadley intended to rent a place near the first team's training facility for ease of attending practices and matches, these fans eagerly volunteered to assist him in making inquiries. With the help of these local fans, Gadley found a suitable residence in merely half a day. And it turned out that the landlord was also a supporter of Nuremberg. Observing that this prodigious talent from Nuremberg's own youth academy was seeking a place to stay, the fan landlord symbolically charged a minimal rent and cheerfully leased a 2-bedroom apartment to Gadley. Not only did they facilitate the rental process, but several enthusiastic fans also drove Gadley and his family back to the training base, assisting them in moving his belongings into the new home. They then guided the family around the vicinity, pointing out the locations of supermarkets, banks, and restaurants to ease Gadley's transition into independent living. While Gadley was settling in with the aid of the fans, Nuremberg suffered a 1-0 defeat against Stuttgart in an away match, enduring yet another scoreless game. Dieter Hecking's disappointment with the first team's forwards had reached a boiling point, further solidifying his decision to promote Gadley to the first team, as he eagerly anticipated Gadley's swift adaptation to the rigorous training environment. After helping their son settle in, Marcus and Isabella returned to Dietfurt that evening. As they had worked the following day, on March 26th, a Monday, the first team had a day off, allowing Gadley to spend 5 skill points in his rented accommodation, enhancing his ball control from 81 to 82, jumping from 83 to 84, dribbling from 77 to 78, off-the-ball movement from 80 to 81, and frying meatballs from 75 to 76, leaving him with a balance of 21 skill points. With an abundance of skill points, Gadley naturally sought to improve several useful abilities. Knowing well that the competition in the first team would be substantially more intense than in the youth ranks. While some skills remained unactivated, Gadley endeavored to elevate his existing ones as much as possible. On March 27th, Gadley awoke early, unable to sleep. After having traversed to Germany for over 6 months, he had finally ascended to the Nuremberg first team and was set to participate in training that day, with the prospect of soon engaging in Bundesliga matches. The excitement was palpable for Gadley. Despite his mature mindset, he remained, after all, a young Chinese talent. For the national football team of Hugu, the Bundesliga is one of the prestigious top 5 leagues. Any player who manages to step into the Bundesliga and compete in its matches becomes a figure of great interest to both the national media and fans. Although Gadley, now embodying a German identity, may not attract attention from domestic media and supporters, this does not diminish his exhilaration. After preparing breakfast at home according to the nutritional meal plan provided by the club's dietitian, Gadley greeted his new neighbors as he made his way downstairs, jogging towards the first team training base. The first team of Nuremberg. Here comes Barent Gadley. Chapter 64. The stark contrast between the first team and the youth academy. Though the first team training facility is adjacent to the youth academy, it boasts a separate entrance and is enclosed by walls, preventing any view of the first team's training sessions and barring entry to the youth academy. This arrangement is, of course, to safeguard the tranquility of the first team players and maintain the secrecy of their tactical training. Only during occasional open training sessions can media and fans gain access to observe the first team, as entry is otherwise restricted. Yesterday, during a break, assistant coach Ryder Sahan had summoned Gadley over, guiding him to register with the gatekeeper and take a brief tour of the first team training base, familiarizing him with the locker room, gym, dining area, restroom, recreation room, medical room, and other facilities. Thus, upon arriving at the entrance today, Gadley was not stopped by the gatekeeper, who even encouraged him with a cheerful shout of "Go, Gadley!" Overwhelmed with excitement, Gadley was the first to reach the locker room. Even before the equipment manager had arrived to unlock the door, Gadley stood at the entrance for a while, awaiting the equipment manager, who eventually arrived with the keys to unlock the door. Once inside the changing room, he located the locker bearing his name and, after donning his training attire, proceeded to jog around the training field to warm up. Approximately half an hour later, teammates and coaches began to arrive, and upon seeing Gadley already jogging, they exchanged knowing smiles. As a young player newly promoted to the first team, his excitement was palpable, arriving early with nothing to do. He resorted to the familiar routine of running laps around the field, a sight that had become quite commonplace. The Germans are quite particular about probabilities, and in Nuremberg, there are no star players who can disregard the coach or team regulations. Soon enough, as the designated training time approached, all players had changed into their training gear and lined up on the field. Naturally, Gadley positioned himself at the edge of the second row. Head coach Dieter Hecking introduced Gadley to the team, while the rest of the players he would gradually get to know on his own. The coach then provided a brief assessment of the previous game against Stuttgart, praising the defense for conceding only 1 goal in an away match, yet expressing dissatisfaction with the attack, noting their failure to score in 3 consecutive games. He emphasized the need to intensify offensive and shooting drills in the coming days, as another loss in the next match would result in a 4th consecutive defeat. This was precisely the training focus that Gadley eagerly anticipated. For only through shooting practice could he swiftly earn the trust of both the coach and his teammates. Indeed, on the first day of first team training, although many of Gadley's technical metrics were not particularly remarkable, his proficiency in shooting already captured the attention of the coaching staff and fellow players. Despite prior knowledge of a goal-scoring prodigy emerging from the youth team, many players had been skeptical, attributing his success to the lower caliber of regional leagues. However, witnessing Gadley's performance in shooting drills made it clear just how skilled he truly was. Dieter Hecking was pleasantly surprised. He had expected Gadley to require some time to acclimate to the first team, yet he exhibited exceptional prowess from day one, displaying shooting skills as steady and refined as those he had shown in the youth squad. Additionally, Gadley's ball control, jumping ability, dribbling, and off-the-ball movement were commendable. While not as distinguished as his shooting, these skills surpassed those of the first team's original forwards, such as Egler and Peckhardt. However, Gadley's physical conditioning, build, resilience, speed, passing, vision, and experience still left much to be desired. Having spent his time in the youth academy, the intensity of competition paled in comparison to the Bundesliga, resulting in Gadley's reaction speed in shooting and dribbling not matching that of his first-team counterparts. This posed a significant drawback in the context of formal Bundesliga matches. The adversaries in the Bundesliga will not afford you the luxury of leisurely maneuvering. It becomes evident that in the southern regional leagues of Germany, players average a mere 6 kilometers of running distance per match, while in the regional Liga it is around 8 kilometers, in the Bundesliga approximately 10 kilometers, and in the Bundesliga, it escalates to about 12 kilometers. The average running distance of Bundesliga players is indeed twice that of their counterparts in the southern leagues. This disparity not only highlights the superior physical conditioning of Bundesliga players compared to those in the southern leagues, but also signifies that Bundesliga players exhibit far swifter response times in both offensive and defensive maneuvers. After all, with players of similar ages, what justifies the disparity in salaries? Thousands of euros for regional league players versus hundreds of thousands, or even millions for Bundesliga athletes. Players in top-tier leagues are not merely skilled. Their reaction times on the field are also of world-class caliber. Given Gadley's accustomed pace in the southern leagues, he might struggle to achieve even a single shot on goal during a Bundesliga match, as the speed of the opposing defense would likely surpass his shooting speed, potentially resulting in the ball being intercepted before he can execute his attempt. Therefore, for Gadley, who previously competed in the fourth-tier Southern Regional League, the journey to play in one of the 5 major leagues, namely the Bundesliga, remains a long and arduous path. After the training session concluded that day, the system's allocation of training experience astonished Gadley, amounting to a remarkable 50,000, elevating his level experience to 8 and 215,000. It is noteworthy that his prior training experience in the U23 youth team was merely 5,000, marking a tenfold increase in a single day's training, which was truly staggering. Naturally, Gadley relished such surprises, reveling in the abundance of opportunities. Based on the previously observed correlation between daily training experience and match experience, the experience garnered from a Bundesliga starting match is a substantial 100,000, with each goal also contributing an additional 100,000. This is indeed exhilarating. Gadley yearned for the opportunity to start in the next match. However, the intra-team training match conducted the following day left him utterly astonished. In this 60-minute practice game, Gadley was substituted into the second half, joining the reserve team for a mere 30 minutes. Throughout this duration, he managed only a single shot on goal, which, at the moment of execution, was deflected by a defender, causing the ball to veer off target. It was not that his teammates failed to pass to him. Rather, his reaction time was regrettably sluggish. Sometimes, in the blink of an eye, perhaps in less than half a second, the ball could be intercepted by an opponent. Some may not grasp the significance of this reaction speed. To elucidate, consider elite sprinters who complete 100 meters in around 10 seconds. They can cover 10 meters in a single second. While footballers may not be as swift, let us estimate their speed at 8 meters per second, equating to 4 meters in half a second. In top-tier leagues, would a defender permit you to position yourself 4 meters away to receive a pass? Occasionally. But such instances are rare. Thus, if Gadley hesitates for even half a second while handling the ball, he risks losing possession or facing interference that disrupts his shot. His technical prowess is undeniably exceptional, yet the opponents do not grant him the luxury of an unchallenged opportunity to strike, leaving Gadley in a state of helplessness. The disparity between the U23 and the first team extends beyond mere levels. It is a chasm of monumental proportions. Gadley finally comprehended why numerous prodigies, who perform like successors to football royalty in youth training camps, often fade into obscurity upon reaching the first team, unable to secure their position and consequently compelled to transfer or be loaned to lower-tier leagues for development. The Olympic football competition at the U23 level is not classified as an international A-level event, primarily due to the significant disparity between the first team and youth training camps. In order for Gadley to secure an opportunity to participate in the Bundesliga, he requires additional time. On March 30th, the day after Dieter Hecking unveiled the Bundesliga squad, Gadley, unsurprisingly, did not make the list. Gadley harbored no illusions. After several days of training, he recognized that he had yet to meet the coach's criteria for match selection. Although the team's existing center forwards lacked his shooting prowess, they at least managed to get the ball out onto the field. Should Gadley take the pitch, he might struggle to even make contact with the ball, rendering any skill in shooting irrelevant. Thus, his absence from the match roster was hardly surprising. However, the following day, Gadley, alongside several other players not selected for the squad, entered the stadium to watch the game. This was both a privilege afforded by the club to first-team players and a requirement from the coaching staff. Even if they could not sit on the bench, they were expected to observe from the stands, gaining insights and reflections on the match. At 14:30 on March 31, 2012, the 28th round of the Bundesliga saw Nuremberg face Bayern Munich at the Nuremberg home ground, the Grundig Stadium. This clash marked one of the most storied rivalries in Bavaria, with Bayern Munich's match against 1860 Munich being the Munich Derby, while the Bavarian Derby consisted of Bayern Munich versus Nuremberg. Thus, despite Nuremberg's current position near the bottom of the standings, hosting the dominant Bayern Munich was a challenge they embraced wholeheartedly, prepared to fight to the last breath. They aimed to demonstrate that they too were a premier team in Bavaria, worthy of the Derby's esteemed reputation. Conversely, while Bayern Munich may not have placed much emphasis on Nuremberg, they were intent on defending their status as the kings of Bavaria, ensuring that their supremacy remained unchallenged. Moreover, with Bayern currently trailing their bitter rivals Dortmund in points, standing in second place, their resolve was particularly fierce, leading to an intense battle on the pitch. Nuremberg's defense, as solid as ever, committed few errors and largely withstood the relentless onslaught from world-class stars such as Robben, Ribery, Müller, Gomez, and Kroos. Ultimately, they conceded only a single goal, a strike from the elusive Robben, against Bayern Munich and a forward line featuring Robben, Ribery, and Müller. Conceding only one goal was commendable, even remarkable in terms of defensive performance. The challenge lay in the fact that while Nuremberg's defense held firm against Bayern's attacks, their own forwards failed to breach Bayern's backline, resulting in a disappointing 0-1 defeat on home soil. This outcome marked Nuremberg's fourth consecutive loss, with not a single goal scored in any of those matches. Not only the media and fans, but Dieter Hecking himself felt the urge to vent his frustrations. A transformation of Nuremberg's forward line had become imperative. Otherwise, the club, which had not yet fallen into the relegation zone, risked facing demotion by season's end. It is worth noting that following their loss to Bayern Munich, Nuremberg's points were a mere 3 away from the relegation zone, with only one match separating them from danger. A moment's lapse in focus could see Nuremberg relegated to the second division next season, destined to endure years of fluctuations between tiers. A revamp of the forward line was essential. There was no room for inaction. After the match concluded, Dieter Hecking found himself in quiet reflection. Chapter 65, Encountering Freiburg. For this premier derby in Bavaria, Gadley, who watched from the stands, gleaned valuable insights. Previously, he had experienced matches solely as an observer, much like many other fans, often questioning how players could commit such elementary errors or take so long to respond to opportunities, pondering how different outcomes might have unfolded had they acted more swiftly. However, now that he was a member of the Nuremberg first team, he instinctively began to view the game from the player's perspective. Coupled with his previous playing habits, he realized that if he did not alter his approach, he would likely find himself bereft of significant scoring chances against the formidable Bayern Munich defense. The Bayern backline comprised world-class talents such as Neuer, Boateng, Contento, Lahm, and Gustavo, each commanding multi-million-dollar salaries. Their individual prowess, psychological resilience, competitive experience, and team cohesion were unparalleled, and their speed and decisiveness in ball handling were remarkable. In their presence, Gadley could not afford hesitation. He had to process the ball with utmost rapidity, for any delay would result in a loss of possession. Yet, hastening his decision-making could also heighten the risk of errors. The difference in accuracy between a well-prepared shot and a hurried attempt was indeed vast. Moreover, the opportunity to even take a shot against such a defense was not guaranteed. Thus, it became imperative for him to enhance his speed of play. Following a day of rest on April 1st, training resumed on April 2nd, which was a Monday. On this day, Gadley invested 5 skill points, elevating his ball control from 82 to 83, his jumping from 84 to 85, his dribbling from 78 to 79, his off-the-ball movement from 81 to 82, and his fried meatball skill from 76 to 77, leaving him with a balance of 16 skill points. Despite many skills still dormant and relatively weak, the improvements in these few activated skills allowed the18-year-old to perceive Gadley's potential and rapid progress, raising his expectations significantly. After training on April 4th, Gadley's total experience surged to level 8 with 510,000 points, automatically advancing him to level 9 with 170,000 points. This time, fortune smiled upon Gadley, as the random skill he acquired upon leveling up was physicality, one of the most essential skills for a forward. With this enhancement, even when closely marked within the opponent's penalty area, he could leverage his physical advantage to shield the ball and execute a shot. Gadley's inherent height and weight bestow him with commendable physical attributes, with his initial stats reaching a noteworthy 74. Should he elevate his attributes beyond 90, he could potentially embody the prowess of a powerhouse akin to Drogba, dominating the penalty area. Coupled with his exquisite shooting skills, this would be nothing short of perfection. After investing a skill point to enhance his physicality from 74 to 75, he found himself with 9 skill points remaining from the 10 acquired upon leveling up, in addition to his previous balance, bringing his total to 25 skill points. On April 5th, the18-year-old orchestrated another intra-squad training match. Following a period of acclimatization to first-team training, Gadley finally seized several shooting opportunities during this match, culminating in a goal. This performance piqued the18-year-old's interest in including Gadley in the squad for the upcoming match. Ultimately, it was the injury of substitute striker number 8, Egler, on April 6th, that solidified the18-year-old's decision, as Egler sustained a muscle strain during training and would be sidelined for the next round of matches. Currently, the Nuremberg first team boasted only 3 conventional strikers, although others could fill in the height, weight, and playing habits of these 3 were inherently suited for the central forward role. Thus, with Egler's injury necessitating his absence from the next match squad, the18-year-old faced little hesitation in incorporating Gadley into the lineup. Of course, each team may only field 18 players per match, with 11 starters and 7 substitutes. Among the substitutes, one must be a goalkeeper, leaving the remaining 6 positions without a strict requirement for a central forward. Therefore, until the18-year-old announced the squad, Gadley could not be certain of his inclusion. Consequently, on the afternoon of Egler's injury, with the squad announcement for the following day's match impending, Gadley experienced a degree of anxiety. Fortunately, the outcome did not defy expectations. Following the announcement of the starting lineup, Gadley's name appeared on the final substitute list. While Egler's injury contributed to this opportunity, Gadley's remarkable improvements in shooting, off-the-ball movement, jumping, and ball control during training ultimately secured his place in the Bundesliga's 18-man roster for Nuremberg's first team. That evening, Gadley phoned home to share the joyous news with his parents. Though uncertain of whether he would see playing time, at least they could watch the live broadcast on television. There lingered a glimmer of hope that Gadley might be called upon as a substitute. Thus, Marcus and Isabella were filled with excitement, preparing to vigilantly watch the television the following day, determined not to miss any potential moments of their son's debut. On April 7th, 2012, at 14:30, with the referee's whistle, the match between Freiburg and Nuremberg for the 29th round of the 2011 to 2012 Bundesliga season commenced at Freiburg's home ground, the Black Forest Stadium. Gadley feels a peculiar affinity with Freiburg. His inaugural U17 match after arriving in Germany was against the Freiburg U17 team at the home ground of Nuremberg. In that encounter, Nuremberg U17 triumphed with a score of 3-1, and Gadley managed to score a goal. Subsequently, in his first match upon advancing to the U23 level, he once again faced Freiburg, this time the U23 squad, and the match took place at the Black Forest Stadium. It marked Gadley's debut in the Southern Regional League of Germany, where he notably netted 2 goals, contributing to Nuremberg's 2-0 victory over Freiburg and securing his first official win after stepping up to the U23 team. Now, having ascended to the first team of Nuremberg, he finds himself on the bench for the first time in the 18-man roster, facing Freiburg once more, again at the Black Forest Stadium. As he sat on the substitutes bench, Gadley couldn't help but ponder, having scored in both of my previous encounters against Freiburg and aided my team to victory. Might the head coach perceive this as an omen, granting me the opportunity to substitute in and strive for another goal? As the anticipation filled the air, in the 8th minute, Nuremberg's number 20, Didavi, executed a 1-2 pass with a teammate, creating an opportunity to shoot. He seized the moment and unleashed a powerful long-range strike from approximately 20 meters outside the box. The ball soared like an arrow through the penalty area, eluding the goalkeeper's grasp and finding the back of the net. Remarkably, Enrenberg had scored just 8 minutes into the match while playing away from home. Both Didavi, the goal scorer, and coach Dieter Hecking, along with the substitute players, erupted into jubilant celebration. After enduring a 4-match goal drought, the team finally broke their scoring silence, justifying the exuberance of the entire squad. The players celebrated for over 30 seconds before the referee intervened, prompted by the protest of the Freiburg players, and instructed them to return to their half. Once the match resumed, Freiburg, trailing at home, launched a fervent offensive in an attempt to level the score. However, the nature of football is such that goals are not easily come by, unlike in basketball. Freiburg struggled to find the net until the closing moments of the first half, when the referee signaled for 2 minutes of stoppage time. As the clock ticked past the 46th minute and into injury time, Enrenberg initiated an attack down the flank. Number 14, left winger Robert Mack, combined with Didavi for a wall pass before delivering a cross. Following up was Enrenberg's towering center forward, number 9, Peckhardt, who outjumped Freiburg's number 28, Matthias, to connect with a powerful header, once again breaching Freiburg's goal. After a 4-match scoring drought, Enrenberg astonishingly netted 2 goals in the first half of this encounter, with Peckhardt, a player who had faced scrutiny from coach Hecking this season, scoring the second. Whether it was the pressure from Hecking's decision to promote Dlie to the first team that inspired him remains unknown. Nevertheless, after suffering 4 consecutive defeats and failing to score in 4 matches, Enrenberg found themselves ahead with 2 goals at halftime against Freiburg. Peckhardt, aware of his coach's dissatisfaction, celebrated exuberantly after scoring, expressing his relief at breaking the goal drought. Shortly after Peckhardt's goal, the referee blew the whistle for halftime, and the teams headed into the break with Enrenberg leading 2-0. During the intermission, Freiburg made a substitution and intensified their offensive efforts as the second half commenced. Expectations were high that Enrenberg, having scored twice in the first half, would secure a victory. However, the tide turned dramatically in the second half. In the 53rd minute, Enrenberg's defender, Nielsen, committed a foul in the box, conceding a penalty, which Freiburg converted, narrowing the score to 2-1. Then, in the 79th minute, Freiburg executed a well-crafted attack down the wing, culminating in a cutback pass. Their midfielder, Macchiati, surged forward to strike from the edge of the penalty area, finding the far corner and leveling the score at 2-2. Incredibly, Freiburg had overturned a 2-goal deficit in the second half, igniting a wave of ecstatic cheers from their supporters in the Black Forest Stadium. The shift from a 2-goal lead to a tie left the Enrenberg team feeling quite despondent. After 4 consecutive losses, they had fought hard to establish a 2-0 lead away from home, only to see it slip away. Both players and coaching staff, including the medical team and kit manager, displayed visible frustration and disappointment. Dieter Hecking, equally dissatisfied, was not only upset about the equalizer, but also about the players' finishing. Despite Enrenberg's commendable performance, with numerous scoring opportunities in the first half, many chances went begging. Had they converted even one more chance, they could have secured a victory rather than allowing Freiburg to equalize. As Freiburg's players and fans reveled in their comeback, Hecking called out to Dlie, who had been warming up at the sidelines. Dlie, come here. He was not dissatisfied with the striker Peckhardt, who had indeed scored, but rather with the team's overall lack of shooting prowess. Thus, he decided to substitute in Gadli, a player renowned for his exquisite technique, to seize opportunities for shots on goal and potentially deliver a decisive blow to the opponent. While a scoreless draw would have been acceptable, conceding a lead of 2 goals only to be equalized was utterly disheartening. Hence, he was poised to introduce Gadli in the final 10 minutes, hoping for a last-minute victory. For the players of Freiburg, Gadli was undoubtedly a complete newcomer. Even if they had heard of his performances in the youth team, they would not regard him with much significance. However, once Gadli was afforded a chance to shoot, his impeccable skills could very well lead to a goal. Initially, he had been sent by assistant coach Reithsen to the warm-up area after the 70th minute, alongside his fellow substitutes, and had not anticipated that his first inclusion in the matchday squad would grant him an opportunity to play. To his surprise, the moment he had awaited arrived. Upon hearing the coach's call, Gadli dashed to the side of Dieter Hecking, under the envious gaze of his substitute teammates. Hecking first notified the 4th official of the impending substitution, then placed his arm around Gadli's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Gadley, you will replace Peckhart and play as a striker. Do not dwell excessively on the ball. Avoid drawing the opponent's defensive focus onto yourself. Instead, engage in off-the-ball movements to create space, and when you receive a pass from your teammates, strike directly at goal. Do you understand?" Gadre nodded, brimming with anticipation as he prepared to take the field. Then, in the 81st minute, Ehrenberg made a substitution. Number 9, Peckhart, was replaced by number 50, Bernd Gadre. As Peckhart exited, he wore a cheerful demeanor, having scored a goal, and the team's equalizer was not his fault. Thus, despite Gadre being his competitor, he graciously embraced and high-fived Gadre before leaving the pitch. Dieter Hecking also shared a congratulatory high-five, acknowledging Peckhart's goal in this match. Meanwhile, Marcus and Isabella, watching from home, rejoiced as they witnessed their son's substitution, embracing each other in excitement, their eyes wide as they fixated on the television, fearful of missing a moment of their son's potential goal. In the commentary booth, the lead commentator from Bavarian State Television, Frederick, slightly animated, remarked, "Dieter Hecking has made a substitution, bringing on the 18-year-old prodigy Bernd Gadre, who has just been promoted to the first team." Many fans may not have heard of Gadre, but he is the most prolific and rapidly progressing talent in Ehrenberg's youth academy history. At the beginning of the season, Gadre was still with the U17 squad, moving to U19 in September, U23 in December, and finally ascending to the first team last week. In his last 10 matches with the U19 and U23 teams, Gadre scored an impressive 17 goals and provided 3 assists, directly contributing to 20 goals, averaging 2 goals per match, a remarkable efficiency. Media and fans alike have high hopes for Gadre, aspiring for him to evolve into a superstar nurtured by Ehrenberg. Now, with Gadre stepping onto the pitch, he is about to make his debut in the Bundesliga. What kind of performance will he deliver? We shall eagerly await the answer. This match, while not a marquee showdown of the round, did not receive live coverage from German national television and was thus broadcasted by Bavarian State Television, which, as a Bundesliga entity, held it in considerable regard. The primary channel aired the match, with the commentary provided by the station's leading football commentator, Frederick. Although Frederick had not previously commented on matches in the Southern League, he had thoroughly prepared for this one, being well acquainted with each player on Ehrenberg's 18-man roster. His professionalism and dedication secured his position as the lead commentator. Therefore, even though he had not personally commented on Gadre's previous matches, he was able to clearly convey Gadre's basic information and youth team achievements to viewers, piquing the interest of Ehrenberg fans watching at home. However, it is important to note that no matter how talented Gadre may be, he cannot capture everyone's attention. Many fans tend to focus on Bundesliga matches, the Champions League, and the Europa League, often neglecting the second and third divisions, let alone youth team games. Even though Gadley scored prolifically in the youth team, he was still only known to a modest fan base of a few thousand. This, however, was sufficient to deem him the star of the youth squad. Yet, in the grand scheme of Ehrenberg's supporters, this number represented a mere fraction. Upon hearing Frederick's introduction, many fans encountering Gadley for the first time discovered that Ehrenberg's youth academy had produced such a prodigy, instantly igniting their anticipation for the team's performance. Everyone felt the same frustration. Having been 2 goals ahead only to see the score equalized was a bitter pill to swallow. If Gadley were to come off the bench and score a decisive goal to clinch victory, he would undoubtedly achieve instant fame and win the adoration of all Ehrenberg fans. Amidst this collective anticipation, Gadley stepped onto the pitch of the Bundesliga, one of Europe's top 5 leagues. Once on the field, he relayed the instructions from head coach Dieter Hecking to his teammates, Didavi, Robert Mack, and others in the attacking line, advising them against passing the ball to him too readily. Instead, he urged them to wait until he found a clear opportunity to strike. During other moments, he focused on making off-the-ball runs to confound the opposition. As an 18-year-old debutant in the Bundesliga, Gadley's entrance did not capture the attention of the Freiburg players, who were more preoccupied with their offensive efforts, having already scored 2 goals to level the match. Their morale was soaring. Should they manage to score again, overcoming a 0-2 deficit to achieve a remarkable turnaround would be a tale worth recounting for years to come. Gadley, a newcomer, found himself in a rather lenient competitive environment during his debut match in the Bundesliga, as his teammates were reluctant to pass the ball to him and Freiburg's attacking prowess overshadowed their defensive capabilities. The overall inadequacy of Freiburg's defense compounded this situation. In the previous match against Bayern Munich, had Gadli participated, he might have rendered world-class players like Neuer, Boateng, Kontinte, and Lahm utterly ineffective. However, with several days of training under his belt and facing a comparatively weaker opponent in Freiburg, the circumstances of the match were decidedly favorable for him, allowing Gadli the space to acclimatize to the game. In the initial minutes of the match, Gadli appeared somewhat invisible, scarcely touching the ball and seldom gracing the television screens, which left Marcus and his spouse, along with many eager fans who were anticipating his performance, somewhat disappointed. Yet, Gadli himself was far from disheartened. Instead, he grew increasingly elated. As he made his Bundesliga debut, he initially exhibited signs of overexcitement, potentially losing possession even when teammates passed him the ball. However, after a few minutes of warm-up movements and adjusting to the positioning and pace of the opposing defense, Gadli began to sense that opportunities for shots on goal might soon arise. Due to Freiburg's lack of attention towards him, coupled with his teammates' hesitance to pass, Gadli found himself creating more and more openings, although sometimes this was hindered by the distance from the goal. At times, it is due to the inconvenient positioning of his teammates that Gadli has yet to seize an opportunity to shoot. He continues to hold the front line, employing his impressive off-the-ball movement, which has reached an admirable rating of 82, in search of potential chances to strike. As time progresses, Freiburg, playing on home turf, increasingly compresses their formation, eager to secure a third goal and decisively triumph over Innerberg. A fierce contest ensues in midfield, with both teams vying for possession to launch their attacks and strive for a goal. Soon, the clock strikes the 90th minute, and the fourth official raises the electronic board indicating 3 minutes of stoppage time, alerting all to the additional duration of play. At this moment, Gadli, who has been on the field for 9 minutes, has barely touched the ball, having only returned it to a teammate without even stopping it. This marks his sole touch during his brief time on the pitch. Such a performance has left many Nuremberg fans watching from their screens feeling disheartened, while Freiburg's defenders increasingly disregard Gadli, perceiving him merely as a youth player brought on by Dieter Hecking to experience the atmosphere of Bundesliga matches. Chapter 67. Last-minute heroics in the ongoing tussle for possession. During the 91st minute of stoppage time, Freiburg's attack is intercepted in midfield, allowing Nuremberg to initiate a counterattack. Nuremberg adopts a 4-2-3-1 formation, with the right winger, Feulner, rapidly advancing along the sideline while the central attacking midfielder, Didavi, and striker Gadli surge forward, following the retreating Freiburg defense towards the penalty area. However, Freiburg's two center-backs are engaged, one closely tracking Didavi, while the other, though appearing to follow Gadli, is actually not focused on him at all. His attention is solely on Nuremberg's key playmaker, Didavi. The moment Didavi gains possession, he will charge forward with his teammates to apply pressure. As for Gadli, having been on the field for quite some time with merely a single touch of the ball, he had nearly become invisible, subconsciously disregarding Gadli, believing he posed no threat. On the flank, number 7, right midfielder Feulner, while advancing with the ball approximately 30 meters from the byline, encountered Freiburg's number 24, fullback Musa, who attempted to intercept. Feulner paused momentarily, feigning a pass to the central running Didavi, momentarily deceiving Musa. In the next instant, Feulner deftly nudged the ball to the outside and surged forward, using his speed to bypass Musa. Musa immediately turned to chase him down. Although he trailed Feulner by half a body length, he managed to position himself on the inside, preventing Feulner from cutting in. Yet, Feulner did not attempt to veer inward. He continued his advance along the flank, sprinting at high speed, leaving Musa with no opportunity to intercept. Even as Feulner approached within 10 meters of the byline, Musa was unable to dispossess him. It was at this moment that Feulner decisively delivered a cross. The ball soared through the air, gliding past Mouse's outstretched foot, and headed towards Freiburg's penalty area. Didavi, charging towards the near post, appeared poised to make contact, thus capturing the attention of both Freiburg's central defenders. One engaged in a duel for the header, while the other prepared to anticipate the second ball for clearance. Meanwhile, Gadli at the far post had been overlooked by them. Under the close interference of the opposing defenders, Didavi managed to reach the first ball, but lacked the power to direct it toward the goal. Consequently, rather than attempting a header on target, Didavi redirected the ball with a flick to the back post, executing a header that came to life above his head, soaring over the central defender Ginter, descending towards the area where Gadli awaited. upon witnessing Didavi's header not aimed at the goal but rather a setup for the trailing number 50, Gadali. Freiburg's goalkeeper Baumann was taken aback and immediately lunged towards the back post. Ginter, too, was startled, pivoting to follow the ball's trajectory, racing towards Gadali in an attempt to cover the gap and thwart his shot. In truth, the distance between Ginter and Gadali was not extensive. Gadali stood a mere 5 or 6 meters behind Ginter, approximately 11 meters from the goal. As long as Gadali refrained from executing a direct header and took a moment to adjust, Ginter could potentially close in to block his shot. However, Gadali offered him no opportunity to approach. The ball, descending past Ginter's head, fell at an unsuitable height for a header, necessitating a shot with his foot. Yet, time was not on his side. Gadli had already perceived Ginter pivoting towards him. Any attempt to control the ball could result in a missed opportunity. Both his regular training sessions and the previous match observing the home game against Bayern Munich had profoundly illuminated the swift responsiveness of Bundesliga players in handling the ball. Consequently, Gadli dismissed the notion of settling the ball before shooting, opting instead to unleash his right leg and execute a volley. Although he had not activated the full potential of his volleying skill, it did not imply that Gadli was incapable of performing a volley. A perfectly honed skill deployed in a volley remains formidable. Thus, despite Freiburg's central defender Ginter displaying commendable speed, immediately pivoting to charge at Gadli as Didavi set the ball up, goalkeeper Baumann also exhibited impressive reflexes, racing towards the far post of the goal. Yet, they were unable to match the velocity of Gadli's shot. Positioned approximately 11 meters from the goal at the back of the penalty area, Gadli anchored himself with his left foot, swung his right foot, and precisely targeted the ball that Didavi had laid off. With a powerful volley, he struck the ball, which instantaneously departed from his foot like an arrow, soaring towards Freiburg's left side goal. Gadeli had not yet mastered the skill of volleying, and thus his ability to gauge the position of the ball in midair was not as precise as with ground balls. Consequently, his volley did not strike an exceptionally acute angle. Merely managing to keep the ball within the goalpost was already a stroke of luck. However, this fortuity also meant that his shot went unchallenged by the defenders. Ginter, rushing in from the midfield to block the shot, was unable to intercept the ball, and the goalkeeper, Baumann, who lunged from the right side, also failed to reach it. The ball swiftly traversed the distance of 11 meters, sailing past Baumann's fingertips and into the net. In the 91st minute of stoppage time, Gadeli received a headed pass from his teammate Didavi, approximately 11 meters from the goal, and executed a decisive volley that found its way into the Freiburg net, altering the score to 3-2 and allowing Nuremberg to regain the lead. With only a couple of minutes remaining in the match, it was clear that Gadeli's strike was indeed a dramatic last-minute winner. Unless Freiburg could equalize within those 2 minutes, Nuremberg would secure victory with a score of 3-2. From the timing of the goal, the significance of reclaiming the lead, and the manner of the volley, this moment held all the elements of becoming a classic goal. Moreover, this was Gadeli's debut match in the Bundesliga and his first goal in the league. Therefore, as Gadeli struck the ball into the Freiburg net, commentator Frederick erupted with exuberance, exclaiming, "2-0! The ball is in! What a goal! A last-minute winner!" The 18-year-old prodigy from Nuremberg, Bernd Gadeli. In the 91st minute of stoppage time, he scored a breathtaking volley, restoring Nuremberg's lead to 3-2. Remarkably, this was Gadeli's second touch after coming on as a substitute, and it resulted in a goal. What an extraordinary moment! Furthermore, achieving such a striking volley in his Bundesliga debut is a remarkable feat. A star is born. Indeed, Gadeli has truly made a name for himself with this goal. First, the timing of the goal is crucial, occurring in the 91st minute of stoppage time. Gadeli's strike altered the score to 3-2, leaving Freiburg with almost no chance to equalize, thus solidifying the goal as a definitive winner. Second, the execution of the goal was splendid, a powerful volley that was visually captivating. Third, this was Gadeli's first match in the Bundesliga and his inaugural goal, marking a significant milestone. Prior to this moment, he had only touched the ball once in the few minutes since his introduction, remaining largely out of the spotlight. The sudden and spectacular volley that resulted in a goal was undoubtedly impressive, leaving an indelible mark on the minds of all who witnessed it. Thus, many Nuremberg fans in front of their televisions, amidst their celebrations, could not help but remember the name of the commentator's mention, Bernd Gadli, along with his jersey number, 50. Meanwhile, at home, Marcus and Isabella were moved to tears of joy. They never anticipated that their son would not only make it onto the matchday squad for the first time, but also seize the opportunity to come on as a substitute and score such a crucial and breathtaking goal. Their excitement, pride, and elation were simply overwhelming. The Nuremberg fans present at the stadium shared in this genuine exhilaration. Unlike the youth team, which lacks spectators for away games, the first team enjoys a modest following, even on the road. Despite this being an away match and Nuremberg enduring a 4-match losing streak, around 1,000 devoted fans journeyed to Freiburg to support their team. Initially, expectations for this match were low, but as loyal supporters, they felt a sense of duty to cheer for the players. To their surprise, the team took a 2-0 lead in the first half, bringing them immense joy. However, they were equally disheartened when the team conceded 2 goals in the second half, squandering their advantageous position. The roller coaster of emotions culminated in the 91st minute of stoppage time, when Gadley's last gasp volley sent the fans into euphoria. Witnessing Gadley, a substitute, transform the score to 3-2. The more than 1,000 Nuremberg supporters in a corner erupted in fervent applause, cheers, and screams that drowned out the boos from the 20,000 Freiburg fans present. The timing and nature of that goal were simply exhilarating. Gadley himself, after watching the ball find the net, sprinted along the byline toward the corner flag, leaped, and kicked the flag in celebration, triumphantly raising his fists. Soon, teammates such as Didavi, Robert Mack, and Vielkner joined him in celebration, congratulating him on scoring his first Bundesliga goal in his debut match. On the sidelines, coach Dieter Hecking was equally pleased, applauding while making a substitution, not for Gadley, but merely to waste time and preserve the lead, denying Freiburg any chance of equalizing. Chapter 69. Cycling upon returning to Nuremberg. Dieter Hecking granted the team a day of respite, with training resuming on April 9th. Coincidentally, April 9th fell on a Monday. Upon awakening, Gadley first allocated 6 skill points, elevating his ball control from 83 to 84, his jumping from 85 to 86, his physique from 75 to 76, his dribbling from 79 to 80, his off-ball movement from 82 to 83, and his fried meatball skill from 77 to 78, leaving him with a balance of 39 skill points. His dribbling prowess had now reached the commendable threshold of 80, significantly enhancing his ball control during matches and diminishing the likelihood of losing possession. Furthermore, whether due to the enhancement of his physical attributes or not, following this skill allocation, he experienced a growth spurt for the first time since his arrival, increasing his height by 1 centimeter from 186 centimeters to 187 centimeters, and his weight also increased by 1 kilogram to 83 kilograms. At this moment, Gadley's system interface transformed to the following. Host: Barent Gadley. Nationality: Germany. Date of birth: September 6, 1993. Height: 187 centimeters. Weight: 83 kilograms. Level: 9. Experience: 310, 000, 700. 000 skill points: 39 ball control, 84 jumping, 86 physique, 76 dribbling, 80 tackling, 32 crossing, 57 off-ball movement, 83 fried meatball, 78 GK defensive positioning, 6 perfect skill shooting during the subsequent 2 days of trainings. Dieter Hecking witnessed Gadley's remarkable progress, which was almost tangible. Previously, he had heard from several coaches at the youth academy that Gadley had been making rapid strides over the past 6 months, showing improvement almost weekly. Yet he remained somewhat skeptical. Now, he was finally able to witness it firsthand. Amidst his astonishment, joy followed, for Gadley's demonstrated pace of improvement during training, coupled with the continued absence of the substitute forward Egler due to injury, resulted in Gadley being included in the substitute lineup for the match announced on April 10th. On the evening of April 11th at 1900 hours, Nuremberg faced Schalke 04 in the 30th round of the 2011-2012 Bundesliga season at their home ground. The stadium was filled to capacity, and the team sought to halt a 4-game losing streak, having secured a victory in the previous match. Simultaneously, many were eager to witness the much-lauded prodigy, Brent Gadley, in person. Regrettably, those hoping to see Gadley were met with disappointment, as he was not afforded a chance to take the field throughout the match. Nevertheless, the game did not fail to impress, perhaps buoyed by their recent away victory. The entire Nuremberg squad exuded newfound confidence, culminating in a remarkable 4-1 triumph over the traditional Bundesliga powerhouse, Schalke 04, before an enthusiastic home crowd of 50,000 fans. It is perhaps due to the match's overwhelming success that the extraordinary rookie Gadley, renowned for his exceptional scoring prowess, did not receive the opportunity to emerge as a savior, remaining on the bench until the final whistle. Despite the resounding victory, coach Dieter Hecking opted not to grant the team a respite, for the next match loomed perilously close. Merely 2 days later, on April 14th, Nuremberg would embark on their 31st Bundesliga round, facing Kaiserslautern away. With substitute striker Egler still sidelined, Gadley found himself once again included in the 18-man squad. From April 7th to April 14th, Nuremberg faced the daunting challenge of 3 matches within a week. A grueling schedule indeed. Surprisingly, Nuremberg managed to secure back-to-back victories. In the away encounter against Kaiserslautern, despite a fiercely contested battle, it was Nuremberg who struck first. In the 43rd minute, attacking midfielder Didavi unleashed a sudden shot within the penalty area, putting Nuremberg ahead 1-0. As the second half commenced, Kaiserslautern, intent on leveling the score, made 2 substitutions within 10 minutes to launch a vigorous offensive. However, not only did they fail to equalize, but in the 73rd minute, Nuremberg netted another goal. This marked the 9th goal for Nuremberg in their last 3 matches, a stark contrast to their previous 4-game scoreless streak. Such is the unpredictable nature of football, a hallmark of the sport's allure. It was, fittingly, Gadley's rival, the starting striker Peckhart, who scored Nuremberg's second goal in the 73rd minute. Utilizing his towering height of 194 centimeters, he soared above 2 opposing center backs during a corner kick, executing a splendid header into the net. Following this goal, in the 78th minute, Peckhart was substituted by Dieter Hecking for Gadley, who also made 2 additional substitutions, exhausting all available changes. After all, with 3 matches in a week, even the most resilient players require rest, and with a comfortable 2-0 lead, it was prudent to allow the starters some time to recuperate. After Gadley took to the pitch, he exerted himself in an attempt to break free from his markers and receive passes from his teammates for a shot on goal. However, following his previous match-winning goal that secured a dramatic victory for Nuremberg against Freiburg, he found himself under intense scrutiny from the media, which, while having catapulted him to fame with that solitary strike, also meant that he faced staunch defensive attention in this encounter. In the 86th minute, Gadley was afforded his only opportunity to shoot after coming on as a substitute. Yet he skewed his effort wide of the post due to the close interference from an opposing defender. Of course, Kaiserslautern also failed to find the back of the net. Ultimately, Nuremberg triumphed with a 2-0 victory away from home, marking their 3rd consecutive win. Although Gadley did not score or assist during his brief appearance, he still reaped the rewards, accumulating experience worth 150,000, comprising a substitute bonus of over 50,000 and a victory bonus of 100,000. In the aftermath, media coverage predominantly focused on Nuremberg's remarkable 3-match winning streak, scarcely mentioning Gadley's lackluster performance upon his substitution. Following this triumphant run, Nuremberg ascended to the 10th position in the league standings, successfully distancing themselves from the relegation zone, thus alleviating much of the pressure on the entire squad. With the next match scheduled a week later, following a triumphant 2-0 victory against Kaiserslautern, coach Dieter Hecking generously granted the entire squad a 3-day respite after their impressive 3 consecutive wins, allowing the players to fully recharge. During this break, on April 16th, a Monday, Gadley invested 6 skill points, enhancing his ball control from 84 to 85, his jumping ability from 86 to 87, his physicality from 76 to 77, his dribbling from 80 to 81, his off-the-ball movement from 83 to 84, and his flying ball skill from 78 to 79, leaving him with a balance of 33 skill points. On April 18th, the team resumed training. That afternoon, following the conclusion of practice, Gadley's total experience surged to level 9, amounting to 710,000, automatically upgrading him to level 10 with 100,000 experience points. In this upgrade, Gadley was fortunate to receive a random skill reward, specifically a bicycle kick breakthrough skill. Given that Gadley's comprehensive dribbling skill had reached 81 points, this new ability also possessed substantial potency, with an initial attribute surpassing the 70-point threshold, reaching 71 points. This skill proves to be highly practical for a forward when perfected. It becomes both stylish and effective for bypassing defenders, creating a significant deceptive advantage in the already intense battles of offense and defense. After spending one skill point to elevate the bicycle kick from 71 to 72, Gadley's remaining skill points dwindled to 9, while his total skill point balance rose to 42. Gadley's continued rapid progress in training, coupled with the ongoing absence of striker Egler due to injury, led Dieter Hecking to include Gadley as a substitute center forward in the 18-man squad announced for the match on April 20th. Chapter 70. The Battle in the Rain. Content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 71. The Shot on Goal. In regard to Gadley's appearance, Hamburg did not exhibit significant concern. On one hand, Gadley is a newcomer to the Bundesliga, although his debut goal catapulted him into the spotlight and garnered considerable attention. That was, after all, 2 weeks prior. Furthermore, he had come off the bench in the previous match without making any noteworthy impact. On the other hand, Hamburg faces a far greater pressure regarding relegation. While Nuremberg aspires to secure a top 7 finish to qualify for the next season's UEFA Europa League, their pursuit is merely a quest for higher-tier competition. Failing to achieve it would bear little consequence. In stark contrast, Hamburg's situation is dire. Relegation to the second division at season's end would trigger a seismic shift involving player transfers, contract renegotiations, alterations in sponsorship deals, reductions in next season's funding, changes in broadcasting revenue, advertising income, and stadium attendance, among others. In summary, Nuremberg's fight for 7th place is a matter of honor, while Hamburg's struggle for survival is a matter of life and death. Consequently, after Nuremberg made their substitutions and the match resumed, Hamburg did not prioritize Gadley's entrance, but instead focused their efforts on offense. The Hamburg defenders remained vigilant in their efforts to neutralize the most dangerous player in their minds, the attacking midfielder Didavi, who had already netted 4 goals in the previous 3 matches and scored again in this one. Gadley found himself remarkably unmarked, with defenders merely casting occasional glances at his movements, believing that merely being present was sufficient to thwart his offensive prowess, rather than feeling overlooked. Gadley welcomed this lack of attention, hoping for even greater disregard from his adversaries. His teammates were equally astute, recalling that in his debut match in the Bundesliga, a similar strategy had led to his last-minute goal. Given Hamburg's indifference towards Gadley, they readily adopted the tactics from that inaugural match, eager to facilitate another decisive strike from him. Thus, in the 7 minutes following Gadley's entry onto the pitch, he remained untouched by the ball, having not contested possession with any Hamburg players. The rain-soaked conditions rendered visibility poor, and the match was fraught with intensity. The deliberate refusal of Nuremberg to allow Gadley to receive the ball further diminished the defender's subconscious focus on him. However, in the 82nd minute, Hamburg would pay dearly for their neglect of Gadley. Following a successful interception by Nuremberg in their own half, a collective counterattack ensued, orchestrated by attacking midfielder Didavi, right winger Viholner, and left winger Robert Mack, alongside the deep-lying midfielder Bunjaku, all converging in a multi-pronged offensive. This vigorous assault caught Hamburg off guard, further distracting them from Gadley's unmarked runs. Fortune favored Nuremberg on this occasion, as their passes were precise, avoiding any errors or mishaps, allowing their attack to smoothly advance into the critical area just outside Hamburg's penalty box. As Viholner carried the ball forward, Gadley, Didavi, and Robert Mack had already penetrated the penalty area, while Bunjaku advanced to the edge of the box, poised to receive a pass for a potential long-range shot. In this instance, following a swift counterattack after Nuremberg's ball interception, numerous players from Hamburg advanced. The midfielders failed to retreat in time, leaving the defense understaffed and vulnerable. Consequently, they could only focus on tightly marking and intercepting Didavi and the ball carrier, Viholner. Amidst this chaos, Gadley, who had been on the bench for just a few minutes and had yet to touch the ball, akin to an invisible man, stealthily maneuvered into the penalty area. Approximately 13 meters from the goal, on the left side of the penalty spot, thanks to his remarkable off-the-ball movement rated at 84. Subsequently, Viholner executed a wall pass with Bunagaku, bypassing the defender attempting to impede him. He then deftly delivered the ball to Didavi, positioned centrally within the penalty area. At this moment, both Hamburg's defenders and goalkeeper were understandably anxious. Didavi, the pivotal attacking midfielder for Nuremberg, had scored 5 goals across the last 4 matches, including this one, establishing himself as a prolific scorer not only in Nuremberg but throughout European football. Such a player undoubtedly warranted vigilant defense against his shooting prowess. Upon receiving Viholner's pass, Didavi, after a deft touch to adjust, assumed a shooting posture. However, he was met with jostling from nearby players, and a defender rushed in from the side, aiming to block his shot, while the goalkeeper was fully focused on preparing for a save. Even the commentator anticipated Didavi would unleash a shot. Unexpectedly, Didavi's foot, instead of striking the ball, executed a subtle flick, redirecting it to Gadeli's position on the left side of the penalty area. The defenders, who were desperately trying to reclaim the ball, along with the goalkeeper, already committed to a save, found themselves outmaneuvered. The two defenders could no longer intervene, and the goalkeeper, startled, pivoted swiftly towards the left side of the goal in an attempt to thwart Gadeli's shot. However, it was too late. Gadli received an unexpected pass from Didavi. Almost unmarked, and without pausing, decisively executed a precise shot that deftly nestled into the bottom left corner of the goal, leaving Hamburg's substitute goalkeeper helpless. Merely a spectator as the ball found the net. In the 82nd minute of the second half, Gadli, in his first touch after coming on as a substitute, connected with a horizontal pass from the attacking midfielder Didavi within the penalty area, scoring his second goal in the Bundesliga. Furthermore, it was a crucial goal, reminiscent of a last-minute strike, which extended Nuremberg's lead to 2-1. Consequently, as Gadli's shot rolled into Hamburg's net, over 20,000 Nuremberg fans braving the rain erupted in jubilant cheers and chants of support for their team. Subsequently, led by the stadium announcer Ken Halley, they repeatedly chanted Gadli's name. Ken Halley, in the 82nd minute, Nuremberg scores. Nuremberg 2-1 Hamburg. The scorer is Berendt. Fans, Gadli. Ken Halley, Berendt. Fans, Gadli. Berendt. Gadli. In a euphoric frenzy, Gadli rushed towards Didavi, who provided the assist, embracing him in celebration, soon joined by his other Nuremberg teammates. Securing a goal at such a pivotal moment, giving them a lead, instilled hope in Nuremberg for a victorious outcome. After celebrating for over 20 seconds in the rain, Hamburg resumed play with a kick from the center circle. Chapter 72. Gadli. The blessing upon the resumption of the match, Hamburg, trailing on the scoreboard, naturally intensified their offensive efforts, seeking to score. Even a draw could be pivotal in their battle against relegation, as every point could prove life-saving. However, the inclement weather severely hampered Hamburg's attack, resulting in frequent errors and preventing them from penetrating Nuremberg's penalty area. In the last 10 minutes, their solitary attempt on goal was a long-range shot from outside the box, which ultimately veered far from the target. Naturally, Nuremberg did not manage to score again either. In the 89th minute, Gadli had yet another opportunity to score, but the rain-soaked ball, heavy and cumbersome, prevented him from delivering the necessary force, resulting in a save by the goalkeeper. 3 minutes into stoppage time, the referee signaled the end of the match. Thanks to Gadli's goal in the 82nd minute after coming off the bench, Nuremberg triumphed over Hamburg with a score of 2-1 in the rain-soaked home fixture of the 32nd league round, marking their fourth consecutive victory in recent matches, and elevating their position on the standings to 8th place. The 7th spot, which offers qualification for the UEFA Europa League, is now tantalizingly close, giving Nuremberg a genuine opportunity to secure a place in next season's European competition. Consequently, despite the persistent downpour, the players and fans of Nuremberg engaged in several minutes of jubilant celebration before departing. This match also granted Gadli an impressive accumulation of experience points: 50,000 for coming off the bench, 100,000 for his goal, and 50,000 for the victory, totaling 200,000 experience points. Post-match, media coverage of Gadli was not as grandiose as during his debut. After all, this was neither his first appearance nor his inaugural goal, nor was it a last-minute winner. The manner of his scoring was far less spectacular than his previous stunning volley, just a straightforward goal. After a day of rest, training resumed on April 23rd. Coincidentally, it was a Monday, and Gadli invested 7 skill points, increasing his ball control from 85 to 86, his jumping from 87 to 88, his physique from 77 to 78, his dribbling from 81 to 82, his bicycle kick from 72 to 73, his off-the-ball movement from 84 to 85, and his flying ball skill from 79 to 80, leaving him with a remaining balance of 35 skill points. The flying ball skill had also surpassed the 80 mark. While not yet among the elite in the Bundesliga, it was considered quite exceptional for a mid-tier team like Nuremberg, with improvements across various skills and a significant amount of time spent in the first team. Gadli had adapted well to the pace of professional play, having come off the bench in several matches and scored 2 goals. As his reaction speed heightened, the impact of his fully developed shooting ability and skills exceeding 80 points became increasingly formidable. Consequently, during the following days of training, Gadley's performance exhibited notable progress compared to the previous week. In particular, during an internal training match, Gadley, representing the substitute team, scored 2 goals within 60 minutes, achieving a brace and becoming the highest scorer in that session, capturing the attention of both teammates and coaches alike. However, there was some unfortunate news. The team's original first-choice substitute striker, the number 8, Egler, who had been sidelined for several matches, had finally recovered from injury and showcased good form in training. This led some teammates to speculate that Gadley might not earn a place in the matchday squad for the upcoming game, as Egler was deemed more reliable. Yet, when the afternoon training concluded on April 27th, and Dieter Hecking announced the squad for the following day's match, it was Gadley's name that appeared on the list, rather than Egler's. This left Egler feeling somewhat disheartened, and several teammates who had a close rapport with him expressed confusion over the decision. Even the coaching staff harbors doubts in their hearts. No one truly knows that in Dieter Hecking's mind, the significance of Bernd Gadurli far surpasses that of Ejurl. It is not merely a matter of Ejurl's prolonged absence and uncertain form. Even if he were fit, Dieter Hecking would undoubtedly opt to include Gadurli rather than Ejurl. This is not due to Gadurli's overwhelming superiority in skill over Ejurl, but rather stems from a tinge of superstition. Prior to Gadurli's elevation to the first team, the established pairing of Peckhardt as the starter and Ejurl as the substitute resulted in a dismal 4 consecutive defeats for Nuremberg, with the team failing to score a single goal, nearly plunging them into the relegation zone. And what transpired after Ejurl's injury? Gadley has taken over the substitute position and made it into the 18-man roster. He has come off the bench in 3 matches, scoring 2 goals, while 1 match saw him remain on the sidelines. Regardless of his appearances, the undeniable fact remains, since Eger's injury and Gadley's inclusion in the squad, Nuremberg has achieved an impressive 4 consecutive victories. They have not only escaped the relegation zone, but have also ascended to 8th place, with a potential chance of competing for European qualification next season. The stark contrast between 4 defeats and 4 victories is striking. Moreover, in these 4 matches, Nuremberg has netted a total of 11 goals, averaging nearly 3 goals per game, which is a remarkable difference compared to their previous 4 matches where they failed to score a single goal. Although some matters are not openly discussed, Dieter Hecking is already firmly convinced that Brent Gadley is his lucky charm. As long as Gadley is part of the team, even if he remains on the bench, he seems to contribute to the team's success. This is a rationale that none in the team had previously considered, known solely to Dieter Hecking himself. It is worth noting that Gadley's 3 appearances off the bench have yielded 2 goals, and his training performance has shown remarkable improvement. Even if he had not scored or performed poorly in training, Dieter Hecking would still include him. However, Gadley's commendable performances in both training and matches have rendered Hecking's decision entirely natural, free from any scrutiny. Even Eger, feeling frustrated that his injury provided Gadley with opportunities to play and score, could not question Dieter Hecking's decision. Gadley embarked on another expedition with the team. On April 28, 2012, with the sound of the referee's whistle, the match between Hoffenheim and Nuremberg officially commenced at Hoffenheim's home ground, the Rhein-Neckar Arena, marking the 33rd round of the 2011 to 2012 Bundesliga season. This clash represented the penultimate round of the league. Currently, Hannover 96 occupies the 7th position on the leaderboard with 45 points, while Nuremberg holds the 8th position with 43 points. Werder Bremen trails closely in 9th with 42 points. And Hoffenheim rounds out the top 10 with 41 points. Both Nuremberg and Hoffenheim still harbor hopes of surpassing Hannover 96 to qualify for the next season's UEFA Europa League. However, the challenge is considerably steeper for Hoffenheim, as they must secure victories in their final 2 matches while hoping for Hannover 96 to suffer 2 defeats, alongside a loss for Werder Bremen. Nevertheless, the possibility remains. Thus, from the onset of the match, both teams unleashed their offensive strategies, eager to score and seize the ultimate victory, aiming to claim all 3 points. Chapter 73. A dominant aerial advantage content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 74. Mastering one's destiny. This chapter reflects the months since Gadley joined the first team and learned the intricacies of team offensive strategies. In the youth squad, due to his exceptional shooting skills, he was the focal point of the attack, the consummate finisher with unrestricted firing privileges. Consequently, He collaborated with teammates less frequently. Often, they would position themselves to accommodate his runs and provide passes for him to score. However, in the first team, the pace of the game and the opponent's reaction times are significantly swifter than in the youth league, resulting in fewer shooting opportunities and a notable decline in his scoring efficiency. Therefore, in order to demonstrate his value and secure more playing time, Gadley must learn to collaborate effectively and assist his teammates. After all, he possesses experience in assisting, and winning a match carries the allure of a victory bonus. Thus, for the greater good, Gadley does not hesitate to play a supporting role, engaging in runs and positioning to assist his teammates, particularly as he seeks to connect with the18-year-old at this juncture. In recent matches, the pivotal playmaker of the first team, who has been consistently finding the net, has garnered admiration for his contributions. Indeed, Gadley's well-timed runs have proven invaluable. When faced with a Hoffenheim defender charging out from the penalty area, the18-year-old opted against a risky solo attempt, instead deftly passing the ball to Gadley, who then maneuvered past the defender and positioned himself at the edge of the penalty area. Upon receiving the ball, Gadley executed a seamless one-touch pass back to the18-year-old, exemplifying a compact wall pass. However, due to Ehrenberg's recent emphasis on wing play and Peckhart's aerial challenges in the box, Hoffenheim's defensive focus shifted towards the flanks, inadvertently allowing the18-year-old some leeway. Thus, despite the close quarters of this wall pass exchange, one would expect numerous defenders to be present. Yet Hoffenheim failed to disrupt Gadley and the18-year-old's connection. Of course, the rapid execution of their interplay, coupled with the18-year-old's remarkable scoring prowess in recent games, left the Hoffenheim defenders scrambling. As Gadley delivered a precise lateral pass from within the penalty area, the18-year-old unleashed a powerful shot from the edge of the box, directing the ball towards the lower left corner of the goal. Hoffenheim's defender, Camper, was the closest to intercept, launching a desperate sliding tackle from the side. Unfortunately for him, the18-year-old's shot was executed with such speed that Camper's attempt to block it was narrowly unsuccessful. The ball rolled past Camper's outstretched foot, and, just before the goalkeeper Tom Stark could intervene, nestled into the back of Hoffenheim's net. In the 90th minute, Gadley assisted the18-year-old in scoring Ehrenberg's third goal of the match, altering the score displayed on the stadium's electronic screen to 2-3, giving the visiting Ehrenberg a renewed advantage. By this time, the match had entered stoppage time. As long as Hoffenheim refrained from scoring in the final minutes, the18-year-old's goal would be the decisive one. The critical assist for this winning goal was delivered by Jidzu. Thus, when the18-year-old executed a seamless wall pass with Jidzu and sent the ball into Hoffenheim's net, a wave of jubilant cheers and ecstatic screams erupted from the Ehrenberg fans, both in the stadium and in front of their screens. Celebrating Ehrenberg's lead once more during stoppage time, the players on the field, including the18-year-old and Jidzu, were engulfed in a frenzy of celebration. Even the substitutes, filled with excitement, rushed onto the pitch, overwhelming the18-year-old in a joyous pile-up to commemorate the goal. In stark contrast, Hoffenheim's players exhibited a range of emotions. Some were dejected, others gazed skyward in disbelief, while a few seethed with anger or remained silent. The Hoffenheim coach, in a fit of rage, kicked a water bottle that had been left on the sidelines after he took a sip. The Hoffenheim supporters, who had earlier booed the18-year-old and Jidzu mercilessly, fell into a somber silence, with only a few expressing their frustration through expletives, while the rest stared in despair at the jubilant Ehrenberg players and fans. Meanwhile, the small contingent of traveling Ehrenberg supporters erupted in a roar of celebration that surpassed even that of the home crowd, releasing their pent-up excitement. After a minute and a half of exuberant celebration, the referee put an end to the festivities due to Hoffenheim's protests. By the time the match resumed, it was already the 91st minute, leaving Hoffenheim with precious little time to equalize. Furthermore, coach Dieter Hecking had tactically delayed the game by substituting players. And when the referee blew the final whistle in the 94th minute, Hoffenheim had failed to register even a single goal to level the score. Their desperate offensive attempts culminated in two lackluster long-range shots that failed to threaten the goal. Ultimately, Ehrenberg secured a thrilling 3-2 victory against Hoffenheim, claiming their fifth consecutive win in the league, thanks to the18-year-old's third goal assisted by Jidzu in the 90th minute. After the match, Jidzu reflected on his experience. A substitute appearance netted him 50,000 points. An assist earned him another 50,000, and the victory brought in an additional 50,000, totaling 150,000 points. Although this was 50,000 points less than a goal would have garnered, it was still a commendable outcome, far preferable to a loss. Moreover, in another Bundesliga match that concluded simultaneously, Hannover 96 suffered a 1-0 defeat to Bayer Leverkusen, remaining stagnant at 45 points. In contrast, with their hard-fought win over Hoffenheim, Nürnberg's points increased from 43 to 46, surpassing Hannover 96 by a single point and climbing to 7th place, while Hannover fell to 8th. With both Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund confirmed to participate in next season's Champions League, the Europa League slot that would have been awarded to the German Cup champion was instead passed down to the 7th place in the league. This meant that if the Bundesliga season were to conclude at its current standings, Nürnberg would secure a spot in the next season's Europa League, allowing them to compete on the European stage against top teams from various leagues. Thus, following the match, the players and fans of Nürnberg engaged in extended celebrations at Hoffenheim's home ground until the stadium's staff and security, growing impatient, intervened to disperse the crowd. Chapter 75. Preparing for the final round of matches. Content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 76. The first Bundesliga starting appearance. Content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 77. The season finale in the pouring rain. Content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 78. The impeccable penalty technique. Content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 79. Scoring twice in the first team for the first time. Content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 80. Attention from the U19 national team. Content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 81. Overcoming the score deficit. Content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 82. Pressing in the forefront and counterattacking instantly. Content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 83. The first hat trick in the Bundesliga. Though the offside trap was successfully breached, Didavi delivered the ball to himself, yet Gadelli, rushing into the penalty area, hesitated to take the volley. The distance was slightly off, and attempting a forced volley could lead to a miscalculation and lack of power. Therefore, Gadelli chose to gently cushion the ball with his foot first. His exceptional ball control skill, rated at an impressive 87, proved to be pivotal at that moment. Gadley's deft touch was flawless, as the ball was gently brought down to the ground. However, at that moment, goalkeeper Leno had already lunged towards the near post, crouching low in anticipation of Gadley's shot. From a lateral position, a rapidly retreating Bayer defender executed a desperate sliding tackle, attempting to block the impending strike. Should Gadley hesitate for even a moment, this fleeting opportunity would slip away. Having transitioned to the first team and begun competing in the Bundesliga, Gadley was acutely aware of the swift reactions of his opponents. Thus, he merely brought the ball down, adjusted his stance, and, without any unnecessary movements, unleashed a powerful strike before the defender could obstruct his path. He directed the ball towards the goalkeeper's legs. Indeed, upon receiving the pass from Didavi, Gadley had already advanced into the small box. At this juncture, the angle for shooting was exceedingly narrow, whether aiming for the near or far post. There was a significant risk of the goalkeeper blocking the shot. This was not a penalty kick, where he could simply aim at will. In the dynamic nature of play, Gadley could not guarantee that he would strike the ball as he intended, nor could he rely on the goalkeeper being caught off guard. Leno, however, had his legs spread apart, presenting a substantial opening beneath him. Consequently, Gadley opted for a shot through the goalkeeper's legs. Despite Leno's exposed gap and Gadley's impeccable shooting technique, the ball did not glide directly through to the net, but rather struck Leno's right leg. Upon witnessing Gadley's low shot, Leno instinctively closed his legs, and his subsequent crouch allowed the ball to graze his right foot. Fortunately, Gadley's exquisite shooting prowess ultimately enabled the ball to find its way between Leno's legs, striking the inner side of his right foot before ricocheting into the net. In the 75th minute, Nürnberg successfully reclaimed possession in the attacking third, with Didavi providing a deft pass into the box. Gadley, having timed his run perfectly to avoid an offside, faced the goalkeeper within the small area and executed a shot through the legs, securing the fourth goal for Nürnberg and completing a hat trick. This was not merely a hat trick in the U23 league, but rather a remarkable feat in the Bundesliga, significantly contributing to the team's lead and possibly influencing Nürnberg's prospects for European competition next season. Hence, as Gadley's shot deflected off Leno's right foot and into the net, the commentator Frederick erupted with exhilaration, bellowing, "Tor! The goal is scored. A hat trick." Oh my, a hat trick. Bernd Gadli. Gadli has achieved a hat trick in his first Bundesliga start. A divine performance. Unbelievable. Gadli orchestrated a remarkable hat trick, propelling Nuremberg to reclaim a 4-3 lead, thus potentially securing their qualification for the upcoming UEFA Europa League. With such a stellar performance, one might argue that Gadli deserves a call-up to the national team for the European Championship. However, the prospect of joining the national squad remains elusive, as does the possibility of competing in the tournament itself. Nonetheless, Charlie Milo, the coach of the German U19 national team, leapt from his seat in his solitary abode, applauding fervently in exuberance. Gadli's hat trick truly took him by surprise. After the applause subsided, Milo promptly retrieved his phone and dialed U19 national team coach Lonson Marx. "Boss, are you aware of Bernd Gadli's performance in this match?" Marx replied from the other end, "I am currently watching another live game." "What happened with Gadli?" Charlie Milo chuckled heartily. "We've struck gold. Bernd Gadli made his first start today and astonishingly netted a hat trick. 2 goals from open play and 1 from the penalty spot. Now, Nuremberg leads Bayer Leverkusen 4-3. Without Gadli's hat trick, I fear Nuremberg would have faced a significant defeat." Marx, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? A hat trick?" Milo nodded emphatically. "Indeed. Gadli has just scored his 3rd goal, completing the hat trick." Marx immediately responded, "Then there's no time to deliberate. Call Gadli as soon as the match concludes and summon him to the squad. Other selections can be reconsidered, but with such a remarkable goal ratio, Bernd Gadli's inclusion is certain. You must inform him of the preparations and requirements to ensure he is ready for the U19 national team training." Charlie Milo agreed. At the scene, Gadli was unaware that he had already secured a call-up to the U19 national team. However, he understood the significance of an 18-year-old scoring a hat trick in his first starting appearance in the Bundesliga. For any nation, an 18-year-old who can achieve a hat trick in one of the top 5 leagues, such as the Bundesliga, is an invaluable asset, even for a talent-rich team like Germany. While a spot in the national team for the European Championship might be out of reach, gaining recognition from the U19 national team was certainly within his grasp. If an 18-year-old capable of scoring a hat trick in the Bundesliga were to be overlooked by the U19 team, the coach and officials of the German Football Association would face severe criticism from the media and fans alike. Thus, after completing his hat trick and helping his team regain the lead, Gadli was filled with exhilaration, completely oblivious to the fatigue that threatened to overwhelm him. He sprinted along the touchline, executing a celebratory dive that sent splashes of water flying. Shortly thereafter, his teammates, including Didavi and Peckhart, tackled him to the ground in a jubilant pile, releasing the pent-up excitement they all shared. The fans in the stands and those watching at home cheered and screamed with delight, while the stadium announcer, Ken Halley, led the crowd in chanting Gadli's name to express their admiration for him. Young fans, some as young as 15 or 16, had already begun to idolize Gadli. Dressed in raincoats, the couple Marcus and Isabella, who were cheering and clapping with a group of fans in the stands, were moved to tears that mingled with the rain. Their son had performed a hat trick amidst the roars of over 40,000 fans at the Grundig Stadium, and it was impossible for them not to feel proud. A hat trick, a coveted achievement, was something they had only dreamed of, yet their son had accomplished it in his very first Bundesliga start. It was clear that he was on the path to becoming a great football star. Chapter 84. U19 National Team Call-Up Content Still Processing. Please try again later. Chapter 85. Prominent Agents Content Still Processing. Please try again later. Chapter 86. U19 National Team Report Content Still Processing. Please try again later. Chapter 87. The first goal of the national youth team, even though many skills remain untapped and unallocated. The skills that Gadli possesses already set him apart in the U19 national youth team. During the first day of training, the team did not engage in tactical or competitive drills. Nonetheless, Gadli's exquisite shooting ability, paired with his impressive ball control at 89, dribbling at 85, and skillful flicks at 83, displayed a level of finesse that far surpassed his teammates, who were still grappling with their performances in the Bundesliga. Despite minor flaws in other areas, Gadli's excellence shone through. At the conclusion of the first training day, Gadli earned a remarkable 100,000 training experience points, double that of the club's first team, which was quite commendable. In the following days, his performance continued to impress coaches such as Lansing Marx. Particularly notable was the internal training match on May 19th, where Gadli executed a hat trick with both his head and feet. instilling confidence in the entire team and significantly elevating their expectations for the upcoming European U19 Championship. On the evening of the same day, the UEFA Champions League final for the 2011-2012 season commenced at Bayern Munich's Allianz Arena, featuring the Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich against the Premier League upstarts Chelsea. The players of the German U19 national team gathered at their training center to watch the live broadcast. This marked the first time a team reached the Champions League final held at its home ground, with Bayern Munich achieving this historic feat. This thrilling prospect excited everyone associated with Bayern, as they all aspired to lift the trophy on home soil. However, the match concluded in a 1-1 draw after 120 minutes, leading to a penalty shootout where Chelsea triumphed, claiming their first Champions League title and transforming from upstarts into a powerhouse. The final stirred Gadley's emotions, as he envisioned himself gracing the Champions League stage and leading his team to victory. The feeling of being in the global spotlight was truly exhilarating. Nevertheless, he recognized that he still had a considerable journey ahead before reaching the Champions League final and must continue to enhance his skills step by step. On May 21st, another Monday, Gadley allocated 7 skill points, raising his ball control from 89 to 90, his jumping ability from 91 to 92, his physique from 81 to 82, his dribbling from 85 to 86, his bicycle kick from 76 to 77, his off-the-ball movement from 88 to 89, and his flicks from 83 to 84, leaving him with a balance of 37 skill points. With his ball control now surpassing the 90 threshold, he achieved world-class ball control skills. The day after completing his skill enhancements, on May 22nd, the entire German U19 team boarded a flight to Estonia, the host nation for the 2012 European U19 Championship. The 28 teams that advanced from the first round of qualification would be divided into 7 groups for the second round, competing for 7 spots in the final tournament. Only the top team from each group could progress to the finals, joining the host nation Estonia, as 8 teams vied for the championship of the 2012 U19 European Championship. In this second round of qualification, Germany U19 was grouped with Serbia U19, Romania U19, and Hungary U19, which was relatively fortunate. In the world of football, there are no weak teams in Europe. Groups such as A, comprising France, England, and the Czech Republic, and G, featuring Spain, Italy, and Belgium, represented true groups of death. Germany's grouping was considered advantageous. However, the challenge lay in the fact that only the group winner would advance to the main event. With 4 teams vying for a single spot, there could be no room for error. A moment's lapse could result in an early exit from the qualification stage, leaving them unable to compete in the finals. The slots for the 2013 World Youth Championship would be determined by the top finishers of the 2012 European Championship. Failing to reach the main event of the European Championship would inevitably extinguish their hopes for next year's World Youth Championship, marking the end of this cohort's journey with the U19 national team. Thus, upon arriving in Tallinn, the capital of Estonia, although the head coach granted the team a day off, a few exuberant players ventured into the city for a quick tour. However, Gadley and the majority of his teammates chose to remain in the hotel, adhering to a more disciplined approach. Gadley even ventured to the hotel gym to maintain his physical condition. His experience in the European Championship surpasses that of the Bundesliga, compelling him to score as many goals as possible and garner valuable experience. Following several days of acclimatization training in Estonia, the first group match of the Germany U19 team was officially set to commence. In an earlier match within the same group, the Romania U19 team decisively defeated the Hungary U19 team with a score of 4-0, leaving many astonished. Subsequently, on the evening of May 25th at 1800 hours, the inaugural match of Group C in the second stage of the 2012 U19 European Championship qualifying round, featuring Serbia U19 versus Germany U19, kicked off at the home ground of an amateur club in Estonia's capital. Despite the grand title of the event, dubbed the European Youth Championship, the tournament format necessitated that some matches be held at amateur venues due to the multitude of participating teams. Fortunately, in preparation for the European Championship, the local Estonian government undertook some renovations, ensuring that the pitch quality was comparable to that of professional clubs, although the spectator experience was somewhat lacking. Being merely a youth qualification match between 2 foreign teams, the attendance was sparse, comprised mainly of expatriates from Germany and Serbia, totaling perhaps fewer than 1,000, along with a small contingent of local Estonian citizens. Serbia, located on the Balkan Peninsula and a former member of Yugoslavia, boasts a wealth of young talent that is among the finest in Europe, yet many gifted players remain undiscovered due to economic constraints. Nonetheless, at the U19 level, the individual prowess of Serbian players is not inferior to that of their German counterparts. Moreover, unlike their German counterparts who prioritize league play, the Champions League, and the World Cup, Serbian leagues lack prominence, with few opportunities to participate in the Champions League and rare chances to qualify for the World Cup. Thus, the U19 European Championship serves as a significant platform for Serbian youth to showcase their abilities. Excelling in such an international youth competition could pave the way for transfers to major leagues and an opportunity to compete at the highest level. Therefore, the determination of Serbian players is notably high, ensuring a fierce contest against the German team. Consequently, the German U19 lineup adopted a 4-2-3-1 formation, with two defensive midfielders anchoring the center to fortify the defense before seeking opportunities to counterattack. They must not allow Serbia to breach their goal easily. The offensive duties were primarily entrusted to Gadli and his counterparts in the midfield and forward positions. Gadli's remarkable shooting skills, off-the-ball movement, and impressive jumping ability displayed during training have garnered significant expectations from head coach Lansing Marks. In this match, he was appointed as the starting center forward, with a clear mandate for the team to revolve its attacking strategy around him, positioning Gadli as both the focal point and the finisher of their offense, granting him the liberty to take shots at will. This privilege was earned through his exquisite shooting prowess demonstrated in practice, a level of skill so breathtaking that Marks would find it unforgivable to overlook any opportunity to pass the ball to Gadli. As the match commenced, Serbia boldly disregarded Germany's prestigious reputation and initiated a vigorous offensive, eager to seize the first goal. The innate talent of the Serbian players was undeniably impressive, rivaling that of the footballing powerhouse, Germany. In the 8th minute, Serbia's number 10, Nurkic, skillfully maneuvered through the midfield, executing a series of intricate wall passes with his teammates, nearly penetrating the penalty area and posing a significant threat. Fortunately, German midfielder Johannes Geis reacted swiftly, intercepting Nurkic's ball from the side. The Germans, known for their emphasis on teamwork and discipline, effectively countered Serbia's aggression, resulting in a balanced exchange on the field. Nonetheless, it was Germany that struck first, with the goal credited to none other than Gadli. Although Gadli showcased an impressive hat-trick in the Bundesliga and garnered attention from the Serbian coaching staff, it is ultimately the players who participate in the match, not the coaches. Consequently, during the initial phase of the game, the Serbian players did not regard Gadli with considerable importance, which allowed him to seize the opportunity. In the 15th minute, during a German offensive, Gadli utilized his remarkable off-the-ball movement, rated at an impressive 89, to create an unmarked space just outside the penalty area. His teammate, the right midfielder Julian Draxler, promptly delivered the ball to Gadli's feet. At that moment, the Serbian defenders became aware of their oversight. The last line of defense, the number 5 center-back, rushed to position himself and obstruct Gadli's path for either a breakthrough or a shot on goal. With only one opponent in his way, Gadli recognized that by evading him, he could penetrate the penalty area for a direct shot. Thus, Gadli refrained from passing the ball and instead opted to confront the challenge head-on, engaging directly with the number 5 center-back at the edge of the penalty area. As the distance between them diminished, the center-back seized his chance to lunge forward, aiming to poke the ball away from Gadli's feet. However, Gadli's dribbling skills had evolved significantly, now boasting a rating of 86, showcasing his superior ball control. Sensing the defender's advance, Gadli deftly paused the ball momentarily, then deftly flicked it to the left, executing a delightful nutmeg. In a moment of fierce competition, Gadli unleashed his remarkable skill, the deep-fried meatball, boasting an impressive rating of 84, gracefully maneuvering past his opponent. As the number 5 center-back contemplated intervening, he hesitated, recalling that Gadli had already breached the penalty area. A forceful pull could result in the severe repercussions of a yellow card and a penalty kick. Ultimately, in that fleeting moment of indecision, Gadli surged past him, evading his grasp effortlessly. Without allowing the defender a chance to recover, Gadli, now within striking distance of the goal, unleashed a powerful shot from approximately 10 meters outside the small box, directing the ball towards the far corner of the net. The Serbian goalkeeper, Lazinkovic, made an earnest attempt to save it from the near post, but his efforts were in vain, as he could only watch in despair as the ball nestled into the net, grazing the far post. With his exceptional off-the-ball movement, dribbling skills, and exquisite finishing. Gadeli opened the scoring for the German team in the 15th minute, securing a 1-0 lead for the Germany U19 squad. The commentator from German television Channel 4, responsible for the live broadcast of the match, exclaimed in admiration, "The goal is in. Truly a superstar capable of scoring a hat-trick in the Bundesliga." Gadeli's off-the-ball runs, dribbling, breakthroughs, and shooting prowess in this attack were evidently superior to those of his fellow players on the field. The future looks exceedingly bright for Gadeli. Chapter 88. Securing victory as Gadeli and his teammates celebrated their first goal, the head coach, Lonson Max, observed from the sidelines, clapping and nodding in satisfaction. Given that the German team was primarily on the defensive while Serbia mounted their attacks, this was, in fact, Gadeli's first shot of the match, and he unexpectedly found the back of the net. Although it seemed somewhat an overqualification for Gadeli to partake in the UEFA European Under-19 Championship when he is capable of achieving a hat-trick in the Bundesliga, the rapidity with which he scored in the opening match certainly took Max by surprise. The exquisite marksmanship of Gadeli, coupled with the remarkable speed of his improvement, is truly astonishing. The match continues. Serbia, as a constituent member of the former Yugoslavia, undoubtedly boasts players of exceptional talent. Shortly after Gadeli's goal, in the 21st minute, Serbian forward Aksandajevic, having received a pass from a teammate, skillfully turned and fired a shot from inside the penalty area, skillfully equalizing the score to 1-1. The Serbian players gathered in jubilant celebration, and the Serbian fans in the stands responded with enthusiastic applause. Following the equalizer, both teams engaged in a back-and-forth contest, suggesting a remarkable balance in their play. In the 32nd minute, Gadeli had an opportunity to shoot from outside the penalty area. However, his effort lacked sufficient power and speed, and the angle was slightly too direct, allowing the goalkeeper to parry the ball away. By the 39th minute, Serbia nearly scored from a free kick taken in the attacking third, but the shot struck the post and bounced out of play as the first half approached its conclusion. In the 44th minute, Gadeli received a pass from midfielder Emre Can while facing away from the goal in the penalty area. As he turned to shoot, a Serbian defender swiftly attempted to block him. In a surprising turn of events, Gadeli's foot inadvertently flicked the ball backward with his heel. Emre Can, who had just delivered the pass, dashed into the penalty area and, positioned 3 meters behind Gadeli, connected with the ball with a powerful strike, sending it into the lower left corner of the Serbian goal. Just before the end of the first half, Gadeli's ingenious backheel assist set up Emre Can's goal, allowing the German team to take a 2-1 lead. Rather than rushing to celebrate at the sidelines, Emre Can turned to Gadeli, embracing him with excitement and exclaiming, "That was brilliant, Gadeli. Your backheel flick was nothing short of genius. I almost didn't react in time." Gadeli, embodying the humble demeanor characteristic of the Chinese people, remarked, "I am merely fortunate. Your positioning and shooting are far more pivotal." Indeed, regardless of who deserves the credit, it is undoubtedly beneficial for the German team to regain their lead over their opponents. Consequently, the other teammates rushed forward to encircle the two, indulging in exuberant celebration. Naturally, Serbia was incensed, eager to equalize immediately. However, the time remaining before the end of the first half was insufficient. After a brief celebration, the match resumed. And not long after, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, with the teams heading into the interval with a score of 1-2. The German U19 team enjoying a temporary lead. Following a 15-minute intermission, the teams returned to the pitch for the second half. As the second half commenced, Serbia launched a fierce assault on the German half, seeking to capitalize on the early moments of the half when the German team was still settling into their rhythm. Yet, the overall cautious demeanor and discipline of the Germans thwarted Serbia's sudden offensive. Not only did their efforts fail, but Serbia also found themselves on the receiving end of a counterattack from Germany. In the 48th minute, Serbia's advance was intercepted, leading to a swift counter initiated by forward Kudry, with midfielder Emre Can and left winger Kevin Franla executing a triangular passing move. Having already contributed a goal and an assist, Kudry was closely marked by the Serbian defense, denying him the opportunity to shoot. However, the excessive focus on Kudry, coupled with the nature of the counterattack, left Serbia's defense undermanned. Consequently, after Kudry and Emre Can drew the primary defensive attention, Kevin Franla made a decisive cut in from the wing, maneuvering past the lone defender before penetrating the box to score. With that, Germany extended their lead to 3-1, now ahead by 2 goals. The 3 goals scored by the German side came from Kudry, Emre Can, and Kevin Franla, showcasing a diverse distribution of scoring. In the subsequent play, Emre Can and Kevin Franla enjoyed more possession than Kudry, strategically designed to lull the opposition into complacency, allowing Kudry to focus solely on finishing. As the match progressed, Serbia, trailing by 2 goals, was compelled to concentrate its efforts on attack. In defense, with Emre Can and Franla commanding more possession, the primary defensive focus shifted towards them, resulting in a lapse in the marking of Kudry. In the 67th minute, Germany again intercepted the ball in midfield, launching a counterattack. Serbia, caught in the momentum, concentrated its defensive efforts on Emre Can and Franla, allowing defensive midfielder Johannes Geis to deliver a long pass directly to Kudry. Well prepared, Kudry utilized his remarkable off-the-ball movement, completing a well-timed run to evade the offside trap as he received Geis's through ball behind the last Serbian defender. With the assistant referee's flag remaining down, Kudry disregarded the defender's offside claims and advanced confidently, making subtle adjustments before facing the onrushing Serbian goalkeeper. With a deft touch, he executed a delicate chip shot, which soared over the goalkeeper's head, tracing a graceful parabola before nestling into the net just beneath the crossbar. In the 67th minute, Kudry's exquisite lob completed his brace, elevating the score to 4-1 and securing a decisive 3-goal advantage for Germany. The commentator from German television erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Tor! Another goal! Brent Gadley." He accomplished a remarkable brace, propelling the German team to a commanding 4-1 lead. The match has lost its suspense. We have triumphed. In his debut for the U19 national team, Gadley delivered an impressive performance with 2 goals and an assist, proving himself to be a burgeoning superstar capable of netting a hat-trick in the Bundesliga. Following in the footsteps of Mario Götze, Germany is poised to unveil yet another prodigious talent. Chapter 89. The astonishing U19 national team debut to score twice and provide an assist in one's inaugural appearance for the U19 national team, while also securing a likely victory, is a feat that left Gadley exhilarated. He celebrated with his teammates for nearly a minute before returning to his half, allowing Serbia to resume play after their protests. Once the match recommenced, Serbia, trailing by 3 goals, intensified their offensive efforts in hopes of finding the net. Although football has witnessed miraculous comebacks from 3-goal deficits, they were eager to test their luck. However, it was evident that such miracles were not destined for Serbia today. Until the 72nd minute, Serbia failed to score. At that juncture, Lansing Max substituted the fatigued Gadley in preparation for the next match. In the inaugural match, Gadley showcased an impressive performance with 1 assist and 2 goals, earning him recognition from Max as a crucial asset for the German team. It was prudent for him to conserve his energy in a match that was largely secured, reserving his strength for the forthcoming challenge. As he exited the field, he was met with applause from hundreds of German expatriates in the stands. Following Gadley's departure, Serbia's defensive pressure eased slightly, allowing them to adopt a more audacious approach in their offensive endeavors. Consequently, in the 80th minute, Serbian forward Aleksandar Mitrović scored, narrowing the deficit to 2-4. However, this marked Serbia's final goal of the match. Subsequently, the German team shifted their focus to defense, preventing any further scoring. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee blew the final whistle, concluding the match with the German U19 national youth team triumphing 4-2 over the Serbian U19 in their first game of the second round of the 2012 UEFA European Under-19 Championship qualifiers, marking a promising start. Thus, the first round concluded with Romania leading the group with 3 points and a goal difference of 4, while Germany followed in second with 3 points and a goal difference of 2, placing Serbia third and Hungary fourth. With only 1 qualification spot available from each group, the situation remained precarious for both Germany and Romania, necessitating continued effort from all teams. For Gadley, this match proved to be quite rewarding. Firstly, he gained invaluable experience, as starting and scoring in the U19 European Championship qualifiers yielded a total of 900,000 experience points, 200,000 for the start, 400,000 for the 2 goals, 100,000 for the assist, and 200,000 for the victory bonus. This propelled Gadley's total experience to 562,000, allowing him to ascend to level 12 with 563,000 experience points. With this upgrade came a new skill, and fortune smiled upon him as he acquired an acceleration skill, initially rated at 63. As a forward already gracing the Bundesliga, an acceleration attribute of 63 hindered Gadley's performance, making him feel sluggish on the field. Opportunities that he perceived often slipped away as opponents seized the advantage. Enhancing this acceleration skill would significantly improve his initial speed, aiding him in reclaiming the ball and evading defenders. After allocating one skill point to elevate his acceleration from 63 to 64, Gadley was left with 19 skill points from the 20-point reward he received for leveling up. With the addition of his original skill points, Gadley's skill point balance surged to 56. This was merely the result of accrued match experience, in addition to the tasks at hand. This match enabled Gadley to accomplish two objectives: the debut task 14 for the German U19 national team and task 15 for scoring his first goal for the U19 team, culminating in a reward of 20 skill points, thus elevating his total skill point balance to 76. The staggering total of 76 skill points instilled in Gadley an overwhelming sense of wealth and satisfaction. Having completed the preliminary tasks, there naturally remained subsequent challenges. Task 16. Qualifying for the final tournament of the 2012 U19 European Championship. Task details: assist the German U19 national team in securing first place in the second round of qualifications to qualify for the finals of the 2012 U19 European Championship. Success reward: 10 skill points. Failure penalty: none. A single match yields an impressive 700,000 experience points, and even without system-issued tasks, Gadley is driven to assist the German U19 team in qualifying for the European Championship finals. The task rewards are merely serendipitous windfalls, further motivating Gadley. In addition to the rewards from the system, he received considerable praise from the media post-match. Although the spotlight of all media and fans is currently on the newly crowned League champions Chelsea and the upcoming 2012 European Championship, the German U19 team's successful start in the second round of qualifications, along with Gadley's remarkable performance, 1 assist and 2 goals in his debut match, has garnered accolades from numerous German media outlets and fans alike. The German U19 team achieved a triumphant start, with Brent Gadley dazzling in his debut, contributing 1 assist and 2 goals, leading the team to a 4-2 victory over the Serbian U19 team in the second round of qualifications for the European Championship. The U19 European Championship saw the German team triumph 4-2 against Serbia, marking a resounding beginning, with Gadley's outstanding performance of 1 assist and 2 goals. In 2011, the previous year, Mario Götze of Borussia Dortmund was awarded the prestigious Golden Boy Award by Tuttosport, which is conferred to the best player under the age of 21 in Europe, thereby establishing himself as a beacon of hope for the new generation of German football prodigies. While discussions were rife about the potential achievements of Mario Götze, the emergence of another formidable talent from the German U19 team caught everyone by surprise. This young striker demonstrated his prowess by scoring a hat-trick in the Bundesliga and delivering a remarkable performance in his debut at the U19 European Championship, where he contributed 2 goals and an assist. This revelation invigorated both the media and fans alike. It is worth noting that Germany's last World Cup victory dates back to the distant year of 1990, more than 2 decades ago. In the past 3 World Cups, Germany has consistently reached the semifinals, and in 2002, they even advanced to the finals, only to be defeated by the illustrious Brazilian team led by the extraordinary Ronaldo. The absence of a championship title has left many yearning for redemption. The German media and fans have longed for the emergence of even more gifted players who could lead the national team to reclaim the World Cup trophy. Reminiscent of Ronaldo's triumph with Brazil, Mario Götze's rise offered a glimmer of hope, yet his talent had been evident from a young age, making his success less surprising. In contrast, the sudden emergence of Burkhard Götze has brought joy and excitement to both the media and supporters. Should these two superstars fulfill their potential, Germany's prospects in the 2014 and 2018 World Cups would appear exceedingly promising. Following a single match with the U19 national team, Gadley has already emerged as a promising figure, one upon whom many German fans have placed their hopes for the future. In Chapter 90, during the subsequent clash with Romania, the tightly scheduled tournament left little time for rest. Just a day later, on May 27th, the German U19 team faced the Romanian U19 team in their second group match. Both teams had secured victories in their opening matches, each earning 3 points, with the standings determined solely by goal difference, placing Germany and Romania in first and second, respectively. Thus, This second group match effectively became a battle for supremacy between the two teams. The victor would greatly enhance their chances of advancing as group leaders with 2 consecutive wins. However, Romania possessed a superior goal difference. A draw would still see them maintain their lead due to this advantage. Consequently, Romania approached the match with a steadier mindset compared to Germany, who felt a more pressing need to secure victory. As the match commenced, Romania did not launch an aggressive offensive as they had in their first game. Instead, they focused on solidifying their defense. Notably, Gederli, who had showcased exceptional performance with 2 goals and an assist in the previous match, became a principal target for Romanian defenders. They were keen to avoid a repeat of Serbia's experience, where Gederli had overwhelmed their defense. In the 6th minute, Gederli found a gap at the left corner of the penalty area, but unfortunately, his teammates' delayed pass, hindered by an opposing player's pressure, caused the opportunity to vanish, resulting in a timely interception by a Romanian defender. By the 14th minute, winger Julian Draxler made a breakthrough along the flank and delivered a cross. Gederli's remarkable jumping ability, reaching a height of 92, allowed him to outmaneuver the opposing center-back, rising high to attempt a header. Regrettably, his technique was lacking, and he failed to connect properly, sending the ball soaring over the crossbar. Although Germany maintained a higher frequency of attacks, Romania's defense proved resolute, denying Gederli and his teammates any significant opportunities. By the end of the first half, Germany had yet to score. Despite Gederli having several shooting chances, he was consistently thwarted by the vigilant Romanian defense, with shots either veering wide of the goal or being parried away by the goalkeeper. It is evident that luck plays a role in football. Each goal carries an element of fortune. Clearly, Gederli's failure to score in the first half stemmed from a lack of favorable fortune. Fortunately for Germany, their offensive pressure kept Romania firmly on the back foot, and Romania's rare counterattacks failed to yield any goals. For both sides, a draw was a result that could be reluctantly accepted. Due to the goal difference, the situation was slightly unfavorable for the German team. After a 15-minute intermission, both sides resumed play. At the start of the second half, Germany made a substitution, with coach Max replacing a defensive midfielder with the towering substitute striker Philipp Hoffmann, who stands at an impressive 195 centimeters, thus adopting a 4-1-3-2 formation with dual forwards. Although both players are essentially strikers, Gadli's dribbling and off-the-ball movement capabilities far surpass those of Hoffmann. Therefore, Max instructed Hoffmann to position himself at the forefront, while Gadli played as a shadow striker, leveraging his ability to exploit space and create scoring opportunities. Max's tactical adjustment proved to be a stroke of genius. Shortly after the substitution, in the 51st minute, the German team executed a brilliant 1-2 play on the flank between winger Kevin Frand and attacking midfielder Emre Can. Frand skillfully maneuvered past the Romanian fullback before delivering a low cross. Hoffmann, with his remarkable height, contested the ball in the penalty area, leaping high to make a precise header that directed the ball into the path of Gadli, positioned at the edge of the penalty box. Without allowing the ball to touch the ground or waiting for the approaching Romanian defender to intervene, Gadli unleashed a powerful volley, sending the ball hurtling towards the goal. On this occasion, fortune favored Gadli. The successful header from Hoffmann, combined with Gadli's astute movement and the subsequent volley, culminated perfectly. As Gadli's ferocious strike soared, the ball veered dramatically, bypassing the Romanian defender who attempted to block it and gliding over Hoffmann's back, ultimately finding the net just before the goalkeeper could react. Much to the despair of the Romanian players and fans, Gadli has once again found the back of the net, propelling the German U19 team to a 1-goal lead over their Romanian counterparts. Witnessing Gadli's acrobatic strike find its way into the Romanian goal, Lancing Max exuberantly embraced his assistant coaches on the sidelines. This celebration was not only for Gadli's magnificent goal, but also for the team's breakthrough against Romania's sturdy defense. Once the scoreline shifted, Romania found themselves unable to maintain their defensive posture. With only one qualification spot available in each group, Romania had no choice but to adopt an offensive strategy. This shift inevitably exposed their defensive line to greater vulnerabilities, thereby increasing Germany's chances of scoring. Indeed, after Gadli's spectacular volley opened the scoring for Germany, Romania had no option but to advance their formation and mount a counteroffensive. However, in football, mere aggression does not guarantee goals, particularly when the German team was well prepared for Romania's advances. They not only thwarted Romania's attacks, but also posed a constant threat to the Romanian goal through counterattacks. Although Gadli and Hoffman were not the swiftest in their counteroffensive maneuvers, the flanks remained a viable option. Both being strikers, their aerial prowess within the box was formidable. With wing players breaching through the flanks to deliver crosses, Gadli and Hoffman positioned themselves centrally to challenge for headers, a tactic that aligned well with the current configuration of the German squad. Even if Romania anticipated Germany's strategy, they struggled to counter it effectively. The central goal presents inherent weaknesses in any team's flank defense. Facing the formidable Gadli, with a jumping ability rated at 92, and Hoffman, towering at 195 centimeters, Romania found themselves at a significant disadvantage. In the 64th minute, Germany indeed capitalized on a cross from the flanks, with Hoffman rising to challenge in the center, nearly extending Germany's lead. Unfortunately for Hoffman, his header was directed too centrally and, through a stroke of ill fortune, was deflected by the goalkeeper's instinctive save. Gadli was unable to make a follow-up shot, as the goalkeeper swiftly subdued the ball beneath him. Nevertheless, the German team consistently maintained their lead. As time progressed, Romania grew increasingly anxious, pushing their formation higher and intensifying their offensive efforts. Despite there being over 20 minutes remaining in the match, scoring a goal in football is notoriously challenging and often reliant on fortune. Consequently, the Romanian players' desperation to equalize heightened, resulting in a more exposed formation that left increasing gaps in their half. They were acutely aware of the risks associated with such a strategy. Yet in the face of a deficit, they had no alternative but to hope that Germany's counterattacks would falter. Chapter 91. A perfect record to advance to the European Under-21 Championship finals. The Romanian prayers went unanswered. Not only did they fail to find the net, but they also conceded another goal in the 70th minute. This setback originated from their own offensive efforts, as Germany seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Hoffman, Emre Can, and Draxler executed a triangular passing sequence down the right flank, drawing the attention of nearly all of Romania's defensive players. Gadli, with his exceptional off-the-ball movement, stealthily positioned himself at the outer edge of the left corner of the penalty area. The attacking midfielder, Emre Can, who ultimately received the ball, chose not to pass it to Draxler on the flank, but instead pivoted and delivered a precise ball into the vacant space at the left corner of the penalty area. Caught off guard by a counterattack stemming from a lost ball, the Romanian defenders, lacking in numbers, turned to witness Gadli, unmarked, surging into the box in preparation for a shot. By the time they attempted to rush over to cover the gap, it was already too late. In this swift counterattack, Gadli crossed the penalty area line and, utilizing every ounce of his strength, unleashed a powerful shot from the left corner of the box, directing the ball towards the lower right corner of the goal. Gadli's impeccable shooting technique led him to consciously select the lower right corner of the goal, as it was opposite to the direction in which the goalkeeper would attempt to save. Previously, having observed Gadli's movement to the left, the Romanian goalkeeper, after receiving a pass from Emre Can, instinctively lunged toward the left side of the goal. Consequently, Gadli opted to strike toward the lower right corner, contrary to the goalkeeper's focus of attention. Indeed, upon realizing Gadli's shooting trajectory, the Romanian goalkeeper, already diving to the left, was taken aback and attempted to pivot back to the right. However, the shift in his center of gravity rendered his body momentarily rigid on the goal line. By the time he regained his balance and lunged to the right, it was already too late. Gadli's impeccable shooting technique was on full display, as this time he faced no interference, allowing him to execute a shot of exceptional quality. The ball rolled past the goalkeeper's outstretched hands from a considerable distance, nestling into the bottom right corner of the net, brushing against the far post. Gadli showcased his prowess by scoring twice, propelling the German team to a commanding 2-0 lead. With merely 23 minutes remaining in the match, including stoppage time, and a 2-goal advantage, the outcome appeared nearly assured. Consequently, shortly after Gadli's second goal, coach Lansing Max substituted him with a defender, opting to conserve energy for the upcoming match. Facing a 2-goal deficit, Romania launched a desperate offensive in the remaining minutes, managing to score in the 89th minute, narrowing the score to 1-2. However, it was too late for them to equalize, as time was not on their side. After 3 minutes of additional time, the referee signaled the conclusion of the match, resulting in Germany's U19 team triumphing over Romania with a score of 2-1 in their second group stage match of the UEFA European Championship qualifiers. securing their second consecutive victory and accumulating 6 points to lead the group. In a subsequent match, Serbia edged out Hungary with a score of 1-0, leading to Hungary's unfortunate exit with 2 consecutive losses, 0 points, and no goals. Romania and Serbia stood second and third in the group, each with 3 points. In the final group match, Romania and Serbia would face off against each other, while Germany, facing the weakest team in the group that had already been eliminated, only needed to avoid a loss to advance, placing them in an exceedingly favorable position. Thus, after the match concluded, Gadelli and his teammates approached the stands, engaging with the hundreds of German fans who had come to support the team. With 4 goals and an assist across 2 matches, Gadelli undoubtedly emerged as the team star, receiving an outpouring of admiration from the fans, many of whom sought his autograph and photographs. Gadelli himself accrued an impressive experience of 70 points from his debut, which included a starting bonus of 200,000, 2 goals amounting to 400,000, and a victory bonus of 100,000. That evening and the following day, the German media significantly amplified their coverage of Gadelli. After all, while 1 assist and 2 goals in the first match might be attributed to mere luck or an extraordinary performance, the remarkable feat of scoring twice in consecutive matches, which nearly secured Germany's advancement, is a testament to genuine skill. Much like the earlier fascination with Mario Götze across Germany, both the media and fans exhibited an escalating interest in Bernd Gadelli, surpassing the attention he received during his hat-trick in the Bundesliga. The following day, in addition to the adulation from domestic media and fans, it was another Monday, and Gadelli invested 8 skill points to enhance his control from 90 to 91. His jumping from 92 to 93, his physicality from 82 to 83, his dribbling from 86 to 87, his acceleration from 64 to 65, his bicycle kick from 77 to 78, and his off-the-ball movement from 89 to 90, while his frying meatball skill improved from 84 to 85, leaving him with a balance of 68 skill points. His off-the-ball movement crossed the 90 threshold, elevating it to a world-class level. Moreover, with the increase in physicality, Gadelli's weight rose by 1 kilogram to 84 kilograms, enhancing his ability to contend against opposing defenders. After a brief 2-day respite on May 30th, the final group match between Germany and Hungary commenced. For Hungary, already eliminated from the tournament, this match was entirely superfluous, regardless of their performance. They could not regain hope of advancing. Furthermore, this was not the World Cup, the European Championship, or even the main event of the European Under-21 Championship. It was merely the second round of qualification, devoid of any stakes for honor. Consequently, Hungary exhibited a significant lack of motivation, opting for a defensive 5-4-1 formation, intent solely on avoiding conceding goals. The solitary forward they fielded seemed to be more of a token presence, frequently retreating to participate in defense, and their counterattacks rarely reached the German penalty area before being intercepted. Throughout the match, Germany dominated the field, playing comfortably in the Hungarian half. With the knowledge that a draw would suffice to secure advancement, the German team maintained a relaxed demeanor. Nevertheless, they quickly found the net. The primary reason lay in the towering stature of Germany's striker, Philipp Hofmann, who stood at an impressive 195 centimeters, surpassing even Hungary's tallest goalkeeper. This presented a formidable challenge for the opposition's defense. In the 25th minute, during a corner kick, Hofmann leapt high within the penalty area to head the ball into the net, giving Germany a 1-0 lead. Even after conceding a goal, Hungary remained unfazed, not resorting to a frantic counterattack. For them, victory or defeat held no value, as they were already out of contention. As long as the goal remains secure and fewer goals are conceded, the task is deemed accomplished. Yet for Gadelli, each goal signifies a wealth of experience and potentially enhances the probability of victory. Consequently, Gadelli persistently endeavors to position himself effectively, seeking opportunities to shoot and score. Despite Hungary employing an exceedingly defensive formation, Gadelli's remarkable off-the-ball movement, reaching a commendable 90 in U19 matches, has proven to be of extraordinary significance. In the 39th minute, Gadelli discovered a fleeting gap within the densely packed Hungarian penalty area and surged forward, while the wing midfielder Julian Draxler adeptly delivered the ball into Gadelli's path. What followed was a straightforward affair. Gadelli utilized his impressive height and weight to shield the approaching defender, expertly controlling the ball with his 91-rated technique, taking a measured step, and then unleashing a powerful shot that found the back of the net. Gadley's exquisite shooting technique produced an angle so cunning that, despite the goalkeeper's valiant attempt to save, he ultimately could not avert Gadley's goal. He could only watch in disbelief as the ball glided past his fingertips and into the net. Gadley once again found the net, propelling the German team to a 2-0 lead. However, Hungary's resolute defensive strategy proved effective, and Gadley could not add to his tally for the remainder of the match. In the 68th minute, he was substituted by the coach. Nevertheless, Hungary did not attempt to counterattack. Instead, they steadfastly defended their goal, striving to prevent Germany from extending their lead. Yet, even this modest aspiration eluded them. In the 84th minute, the left-back Nico Schulz, facing minimal defensive pressure, boldly surged forward. After executing 2 wall passes with teammates, he cut into the penalty area and unleashed a left-footed shot that curled into the far corner, sealing the score at 3-0. The final result stood at 3-0, as the German U19 national team triumphed over Hungary in their last group match of the 2012 UEFA European Under-19 Championship qualifying round, achieving a perfect record of 3 victories and accumulating 9 points, thus advancing proudly to the finals of the 2012 UEFA European Under-19 Championship. This match enriched Gadley with an impressive experience tally of 700,000, comprising a starting bonus of 200,000, 1 goal worth 200,000, and a winning bonus of 300,000. Furthermore, with the German U19 team qualifying for the European Championship, Gadley successfully completed the objective of aiding the team in their advancement, earning a reward of 10 skill points, bringing his total to 78. This time, Gadley did not receive any new tasks, leaving him puzzled as to why. Perhaps new assignments regarding the European Championship would be issued after his next selection for the U19 national team once the tournament officially commenced. Nonetheless, this did not dampen Gadley's delightful spirits. In 3 matches with the U19 national team, he achieved an impressive record of 5 goals and 1 assist, contributing to Germany's remarkable 3 consecutive victories in their advancement to the main tournament of the European Championship, a feat unmatched among the 28 teams in the second qualifying round. Consequently, following the conclusion of the second qualifying round, not only German media but even outlets from other European nations reported on Gadley, heralding the emergence of another prodigious talent in Germany following Mario Götze. His goal-scoring rate appeared even more daunting than that of Götze. His agent, Archie Beck, informed Gadley that several prestigious clubs had already initiated contact, preparing for his potential acquisition. According to FIFA regulations, Gadley's current contract includes a protection period. During the protection period, as long as the club is disinterested in purchasing, Nuremberg can disregard any exorbitant transfer fees offered by other prestigious teams. Even the payment of a buyout clause is futile, as such penalties only become effective post the protection period. However, the predicament lies in the fact that prior to this, Gadley had not exhibited such formidable potential, resulting in Nuremberg's signing of a rather modest buyout clause. Once the contractual protection period elapses, those elite clubs can effortlessly acquire Gadley at a remarkably low buyout price, which would be a significant disadvantage for Nuremberg. Consequently, Nuremberg is urging Becker to expedite negotiations regarding Gadley's contract renewal with the club. Otherwise, the higher-ups at Nuremberg will be quite restless. Chapter 92. The surge of power after completing the qualifiers. The main event of the UEFA European Under-21 Championship will not commence for another month. Following a celebratory banquet, the participants returned home for a well-deserved break. The forthcoming month is a time of festivity for the Euro 2012 in Poland and Ukraine. This celebration extends beyond the European media and fans, reaching audiences worldwide. Europe is universally acknowledged as the epicenter of advanced football, and the phrase "there are no weak teams in Europe" aptly encapsulates the formidable nature of European clubs. In fact, despite the broader participation and greater influence of the World Cup, in terms of team strength and the quality of competition, the UEFA European Championship surpasses it. Gadley is indeed eager to participate in the European Championship. However, his brief tenure in the Bundesliga has regrettably precluded him from receiving a call-up to the national team. On June 3rd, the final round of the German U19 Southern Regional League concluded, with Nuremberg U19 finishing in 9th place on the leaderboard. Despite Gadley having made over 5 appearances for Nuremberg U19, the ambition of aiding the youth team in securing the U19 League Championship was ultimately unfulfilled. He now looks forward to enjoying the live broadcasts of the European Championship, contemplating how the elite players of Europe perform from the perspective of a professional athlete, particularly how forwards score goals. The 2012 European Championship officially commenced on June 8th, with the inaugural match pitting host nation Poland against Greece, resulting in a 1-1 draw. Germany was placed in Group B, beginning their first round of group matches on June 9th. Dubbed a Group of Death, Group B featured Germany, the Netherlands, and Denmark, all former European champions. Both Germany and the Netherlands had reached the semi-finals of the 2010 World Cup, showcasing formidable form. While Denmark has only claimed the European Championship title once, they had previously triumphed over Portugal in the qualifiers, thus should not be underestimated. Portugal, boasting the world-class talent of Cristiano Ronaldo, posed a significant threat that no team could afford to dismiss lightly. The moniker Group of Death was no exaggeration. The first match of Group B heightened the tension as the Netherlands, laden with stars such as Sneijder, Robben, Van Persie, Van Bommel, De Jong, Heitinga, Van der Vaart, and Huntelaar, suffered a shocking 0-1 defeat to Denmark. This startling upset sent shivers through the media and fans of all teams in Group B. In the second match, it was Germany's turn to take the field. Navigating through such a challenging group proved arduous. Throughout the first half, the attacking line comprising Thomas Müller, Zil, Podolski, and Gomez was unable to breach Portugal's defenses. It wasn't until the 72nd minute of the second half that defensive midfielder Khedira assisted Gomez in scoring the solitary goal of the match, allowing Germany to narrowly defeat Portugal 1-0. Subsequent matches confirmed Germany's stability as they advanced to the quarterfinals with 3 victories in the group stage. In the quarterfinals, Germany triumphed over Greece with a resounding 4-2 victory, securing a place in the semi-finals. However, they encountered Italy's formidable defense and the explosive Balotelli, who netted 2 goals in the 20th and 36th minutes, effectively sealing Germany's fate. Despite scoring a late penalty in the 90th minute, the outcome was already determined, and Germany was eliminated by Italy. Yet Italy itself could not claim the European Championship, falling to Spain in the final with a staggering 0-4 defeat, marking the largest margin in the history of the tournament. Spain emerged as the first team in football history to win the European Championship in 2008, the World Cup in 2010, and the European Championship again in 2012, establishing an unprecedented Spanish dynasty. During the European Championship, the German U19 national team was convened for training and preparation for the upcoming European U19 Championship. In the weeks leading up to the tournament, Gadli dedicated 5 Mondays to training, accumulating a total of 40 skill points. He enhanced his first touch from 91 to 96, his jumping ability from 93 to 98, his physique from 83 to 88, his dribbling from 87 to 92, his acceleration from 65 to 70, his bicycle kick from 78 to 83, his off-the-ball movement from 90 to 95, and his skill moves from 85 to 90, leaving him with a balance of 38 skill points. Attributes exceeding 95 categorize him among the most exceptional talents in football history. His 98 jumping ability undoubtedly places him at the pinnacle of the sport. Furthermore, an increase in his physique has led to a weight gain of 1 kilogram, bringing him to 85 kilograms, while his height has risen by 1 centimeter to 188 centimeters. The enhancements in jumping, height, weight, and physique significantly bolster Gadli's advantage in aerial duels. As previously mentioned, higher attributes exponentially increase comparative advantages. For instance, Gadli's current combination of dribbling and skill moves, while perhaps not rivaling Messi, qualifies him as a master-level player. The majority of defenders find it nearly impossible to contain him. During a recent training match following his recovery, Gadli showcased his prowess by dribbling past 3 defenders from outside the penalty area before entering the box to take a shot. Over the course of the 60-minute training match, he impressively scored 5 goals, demonstrating an extraordinary performance. Compared to the previous U19 European Championship qualifiers, it is evident that Gadli's abilities have undergone remarkable enhancement. The rapidity of his development has astonished both the coaches and teammates of the U19 national team. Naturally, this has also sparked elation among them, as they believe that the German U19 team possesses the potential to overcome formidable opponents and claim the championship, thus advancing to the World U20 Championship. While media and fans may not place significant emphasis on the European U19 Championship or the World U20 Championship, the players, having been selected, are driven by the desire to pursue victory and gain invaluable experience and credentials. on the eve of the UEFA European Under-19 Championship. Following the training session on July 2nd, Gadley's overall experience surged to level 12, with a total of 3,063,000 points, prompting an automatic upgrade to level 13, with 650,000 points. This time, Gadley was fortunate in acquiring a useful skill, shot power, with an initial attribute of 72. This skill would determine both the power and speed of Gadley's shots. Greater power naturally translates to increased speed, making it more challenging for goalkeepers to make saves. Consequently, Gadley promptly invested a skill point to elevate his shot power from 72 to 73. After this upgrade, he had 19 skill points remaining from the 20 acquired, and combined with his previous points, his skill point balance rose to a total of 57. With his newfound prowess, Gadley eagerly awaited the commencement of the tournament to showcase his abilities. Chapter 93: The Franco-German Clash in the European Championship on July 3, 2012. The Under-19 European Championship officially commenced in Tallinn, the capital of the host nation, Estonia. The 7 group winners from the second round of qualification, along with the host nation Estonia, comprised a total of 8 teams divided into 2 groups for the group stage. The top 2 teams from each group would advance to the semifinals. Additionally, the 2013 FIFA U20 World Cup granted 6 spots to Europe, meaning that the top 3 teams from each group in the final stage would secure direct qualification for the tournament the following year. In this edition of the European Championship, Spain U19, Greece U19, Portugal U19, and host Estonia U19 were placed in Group A, while Germany U19, England U19, France U19, and Croatia U19 formed Group B. Germany once again found itself in a formidable group. In the opening matches of Group A, as expected, Greece succumbed to Spain, while Estonia fell to Portugal. In the first match of Group B, England drew 1-1 with Croatia, which proved advantageous for the upcoming clash between Germany and France. Whichever team emerged victorious in the second match would gain a significant advantage in the quest for qualification. At 17:45 local time on July 3rd, the first match of Group B featuring the Germany U19 team against the France U19 team commenced. This contest could be deemed the most intense showdown of the group stage, as the French squad boasted the exceptional talent of Pogba, while Germany showcased the 18-year-old sensation Gadley. Although Pogba was already a household name, Gadley's recent emergence, highlighted by a hat-trick in the Bundesliga and 5 goals in 3 matches during the second round of qualification for the European Championship, had garnered him considerable attention, making him a focal point of this Franco-German duel. However, as the match began, the French team did not adopt a defensive strategy due to Gadley's burgeoning reputation. Instead, under Pogba's orchestration, they swiftly launched an offensive towards the German half. Their impression of Gadley was still rooted in the second round of qualification over a month prior. Yet, at this moment, Gadley had significantly enhanced his primary skills, with a substantial increase of 5 in overall power, far exceeding the expectations of the French players. Merely 4 minutes into the match, Gadley was presented with an excellent opportunity to shoot. Utilizing his impressive off-the-ball movement, rated at 95, he effortlessly found space just outside the French penalty area while the team had yet to recognize his threat. Midfielder Emre Can, positioned centrally, delivered a precise through ball to Gadley. Although Gadley did not find himself in a one-on-one situation, facing a French center-back, Dirac, positioned just outside the penalty area. His dribbling skill had reached 92, complemented by a rating of 90 for his finesse. Thus, upon receiving Can's pass and executing a turn, Gadley, while not directly in a one-on-one, boldly surged toward Dirac. Dirac, standing firm at the edge of the penalty area, obstructed Gadley's path into the box, showing no signs of retreat. Given the penalty rules, any foul within the box would result in a penalty kick. Thus, he refrained from retreating, awaiting Gadley's advance, intent on intercepting the ball directly. As the two approached, Dirac had already prepared himself to snatch the ball. However, at the moment they reached an appropriate distance. As Dirac lunged to intercept, Gadley deftly pulled the ball away, executing a move akin to a flowing dance, effortlessly bypassing Dirac's attempt. Although Dirac immediately reached out, trying to drag Gadley down just outside the penalty area, the latter, standing at 188 centimeters and weighing 85 kilograms, evaded Dirac's grasp like a young bull, swiftly penetrating the penalty area. At this juncture, neither the defenders rushing back nor the French player advancing from the side could intervene in time. Having shed Dirac, Gadley charged into the penalty box, seizing the moment to strike without allowing them a chance to reposition. The French goalkeeper, stationed near the near post, was caught off guard as Gadley aimed for the far corner. With impeccable precision and an unobstructed shot following his breakthrough, he produced a remarkably acute angle, deftly bypassing the goalkeeper's outstretched fingers and nestling the ball against the far post, finding the back of the net for Germany. Just 4 minutes into the match, Gadley had opened the scoring, granting Germany a 1-0 lead. This was the UEFA European Under-19 Championship, held in a professional stadium with a capacity exceeding 10,000. While the crowd was not at full capacity, this highly anticipated clash between Germany and France drew nearly 8,000 spectators. Among them were about 3,000 fans for each team, not merely local expatriates, but dedicated supporters who had traveled from Germany and France specifically to witness this Euro U19 match. Initially, the French held high hopes for Pogba, but to their dismay, just 4 minutes into the game, Gadley, seen as Pogba's principal rival, had already scored, putting Germany ahead. The 3,000 German fans in the stands erupted into jubilant applause, celebrating Gadley's goal with great enthusiasm. On the sidelines, German U19 coach Lonson Max and Charlie Milo joined in the celebration, exchanging high fives in excitement. Although Gadley had exhibited a remarkable improvement in training over the past few days, they had not anticipated that he would achieve such a dream start for Germany so early in this fierce encounter with France. His performance was truly exceptional. Even Gadley himself felt a surge of excitement and surprise, not foreseeing that the first goal of the UEFA Euro U19 Championship would come so swiftly and effortlessly. While he had scored 5 goals in a training match previously, that was against weaker opposition, and scoring in a competitive match undoubtedly posed a greater challenge. He was grateful for the French's complacency. After his goal, Gadley celebrated exuberantly with his teammates for nearly half a minute before returning to his half, allowing France to resume play from the center circle. Once the match restarted, the French, having learned their lesson, naturally intensified their focus on marking Gadley. However, being behind on the scoreboard, they had to prioritize their offensive efforts, albeit with a heightened vigilance regarding Germany's counterattacks and Gadley's positioning. In the 94th chapter of this unfolding narrative, the first match showcased a hat trick. Pogba, once the most anticipated prodigy before Gadley emerged, orchestrated the French offense. By the 17th minute, French forward Samnik received a pass in the penalty area and unleashed a powerful shot, successfully leveling the score at 1-1. The French fans, having been severely impacted by conceding a goal so early, could finally revel in unrestrained celebration. Although this goal was not assisted by Pogba, his 2 crucial passes leading to the goal underscored his undeniable ability to organize play. The match continued. Despite the French tightening their defenses against Gadley, they occasionally found themselves helpless in the face of his exceptional individual prowess. In the 24th minute, Germany earned a corner kick, where Gadley, utilizing his impressive jumping ability and physicality, soared above 2 defenders to meet the ball with a header. Unfortunately, his attempt was slightly too central, allowing the goalkeeper to instinctively deflect it, only for a swift French defender to clear the danger. In the 29th minute, Pogba attempted a powerful long-range shot, but his aim was lacking, sending the ball wide of the far post. The highly anticipated clash between Germany and France proved to be a thrilling contest, with both teams exchanging vigorous attacks, and the performances of Gadley and Pogba living up to the expectations of the spectators. However, Gadley had already demonstrated his ability to score a hat-trick in the Bundesliga, while Pogba struggled to establish himself at Manchester United, likely seeking a new path this summer. The Euro U19 Championship also served as a platform for Pogba to showcase his talents, with numerous scouts from top leagues observing from the stands. However, Manchester United's decision not to renew his contract after last season spoke volumes. In this match, with Gadley's prowess having surged significantly during the summer, he was clearly beyond Pogba's reach. Even though the French had intensified their focus on Gadley, the U19-level players still exhibited considerable gaps in defensive experience and coordination against someone with Gadley's unmatched off-the-ball movement, rated at 95. In the 38th minute, as the French attack was intercepted by the Germans, Germany launched a swift counterattack. With the French defense outnumbered, they could only attempt to stop the player in possession, leaving Gadley unmarked in the process. Consequently, he found a vast space in the penalty area, where the wing midfielder Kevin Fland delivered the ball to him perfectly. By the time the French defenders and goalkeeper realized the situation and sought to react, it was already too late. Gadley, with remarkable composure, utilized his exceptional ball control skills, rated at an impressive 96, to momentarily halt the ball, thus achieving a more advantageous shooting stance. After all, the pass from Fland was rather swift, and a shot on goal from a rapidly moving ball carries the inherent risk of a mishit. The subsequent events unfolded without any suspense. Having adjusted his position with a single touch, Gadley executed the shot flawlessly, sending the ball into the lower left corner of the net with his exquisite technique. Despite the goalkeeper's utmost efforts to intervene, he was utterly powerless against Gadley's strike, which was destined for the unreachable corner. Gadley staged a remarkable double, propelling the German team to a 2-1 lead over France. The stadium reverberated with the exuberant cheers of German fans, many of whom chanted Gadley's name in reverence. Upon resuming play, the trailing French team launched a counterattack orchestrated by Pogba. While Pogba's individual prowess is indisputable, establishing him as one of Europe's premier midfield orchestrators at the U19 level, he has never been an effective finisher akin to a forward like Gadley. In the 43rd minute, Pogba delivered a brilliantly penetrating pass into the German penalty area during an offensive play. Unfortunately, the French forwards lacked Gadley's finishing finesse, squandering Pogba's hard-earned opportunity by sending the ball wide of the post. A minute into stoppage time, the referee signaled the end of the first half, leaving both teams to head into the interval with Germany U19 momentarily ahead by 1 goal. After a 15-minute intermission, the teams re-emerged for the second half. The German squad continued to embody the steadfast spirit characteristic of their football, neither retreating into a defensive shell nor launching reckless assaults, but rather engaging in a measured battle with the French team. In addition to the midfield genius of Pogba, the French defense boasts considerable talent. In the 51st minute, Gadley received the ball outside the penalty area and attempted to replicate his first goal by maneuvering past the French defender Varane and driving into the box to score. However, Varane's defense was astute. He neither recklessly rushed in to give Gadley a breakthrough opportunity nor retreated too far to allow him a clear shot, ultimately forcing Gadley to pass the ball back to a teammate. A potential scoring opportunity was thus nullified by Varane's deft intervention. Nevertheless, in the dynamic realm of football, Varane could not maintain constant proximity to Gadley, and defenders are inherently at a disadvantage. They might successfully thwart Gadley's advances 9 times. Yet a single lapse could result in a goal. Moreover, with Gadley's exceptional off-the-ball movement skills rated at an impressive 95, the youthful players of the French U19 team struggle to match even a 90 success rate in defending against him. In the 64th minute, during a German attack along the flank, right midfielder Draxler delivered a cross from the baseline. Gadley, seizing the moment with his exceptional off-the-ball movement, leaped into the air within the penalty area, utilizing his remarkable jumping ability rated at 98 to outmaneuver a French center-back who was a few centimeters taller. Though Gadley did not employ his heading technique, he had deliberately honed this skill during training. This time, he managed to direct the ball towards the goal without sending it soaring into the stands or being thwarted by the goalkeeper. Gadley's header eluded the goalkeeper's outstretched fingers, soaring into the net of the French team. In the 64th minute, Gadley completed his hat-trick, propelling the German U19 team to a 3-1 lead in this fierce encounter against France. The German fans, both in the stadium and in front of their televisions, erupted into applause and cheers. Andrew Neville, the commentator for this match on German television Channel 1, exclaimed passionately from the commentary box, "Tour, a hat-trick. Bernd Gadley has achieved a hat-trick. Incredible. Absolutely astonishing." Gadley's remarkable feat occurred in the 64th minute of the opening match of the European U19 Championship against France. The much-lauded midfield prodigy Pogba of the French team was entirely overshadowed by Gadley's brilliance. Indeed, Gadley has emerged as the most significant revelation of this U19 European Championship. Chapter 95. An abundance of experience. Gadley's hat-trick propelled the German team to a commanding 3-1 lead over France, instilling a palpable sense of panic among the French players. In response, the French team made a double substitution, introducing 2 attacking players to bolster their offensive efforts. However, in the 69th minute, Germany launched another counterattack, with Gadley nearly breaking through a defender and penetrating the penalty area for a shot, leaving the French team in a state of shock. Consequently, despite not being a defensive player, Gadley's presence on the field commanded significant attention from the French defense, deterring them from committing too many players forward to assist in the attack. It wasn't until the 75th minute that the French team managed to find the back of the net. By that point, Gadley's stamina was waning, prompting head coach Lansing Marks to substitute him with backup forward Philipp Hoffmann. After the substitution of Gadley, the French side finally summoned enough strength to launch a formidable offensive, leaving only a solitary center back to trail behind and defend against Philipp Hoffmann. However, in the realm of football, merely deploying adequate manpower does not guarantee a goal. It was not until the 89th minute, as the match neared its conclusion, that the French team finally orchestrated a collective attack, culminating in a splendid strike from Pogba, who scored with a precise shot just outside the penalty area, narrowing the score to 2-3. This goal by Pogba was truly remarkable, showcasing his extraordinary talent. Yet, he refrained from celebrating, instead sprinting to retrieve the ball from the net and returning it to the midfield, signaling to the German team to expedite the restart. Time was of the essence, despite the French side's relentless offensive in the closing moments. With even the last center-back crossing the halfway line, the clock was not in their favor. As the 3 minutes of stoppage time elapsed and the referee blew the final whistle, the French team was unable to secure a second goal. The German team triumphed over France with a score of 3-2 in this inaugural group match, marking a victorious beginning to their rivalry. Gadley, with his astonishing hat-trick in his first match, eclipsed Pogba and emerged as the most anticipated rising star of this European Under-21 championship. The experience gained from the main tournament surpassed that of the qualifiers, with each starting appearance and goal yielding 400,000 points. Thus, Gadley's hat-trick earned him a total of 400,000 for starting, 200,000 for his 3 goals, and a bonus of 200,000 for the victory, culminating in an impressive 800,000 points of experience. This accumulation of experience is simply prodigious. If every match could witness a hat-trick, then 2 matches would suffice for promotion. Beyond the experience gained, after the first match, Gadley received a new task. Task 17, U19 European Championship champion. Task details. Please assist the German U19 national team in securing the championship title at the 2012 UEFA European Under-19 Championship. Successful completion will yield a reward of 20 skill points, while failure incurs no penalties. This revelation intensified Gadley's anticipation and determination for the forthcoming matches. Following the initial round of the group stage, Gadley, with 3 goals, firmly secured the top position on the scoring chart of this UEFA European Championship, garnering substantial coverage from major media outlets across Europe. Although the U19 European Championship may not be deemed a significant tournament, it is now 2012, a year marked by Spain's dominance in securing 3 consecutive world titles, alongside the globally anticipated London Olympics, leading to scant media attention on the U19 events. Nevertheless, Gadley's hat-trick achievement attracted notable interest, with many outlets heralding him as one of European football's most delightful surprises of the year. However, this attention also resulted in his opponents meticulously studying and intensifying their defensive strategies against him. It is nearly impossible for any player who has performed a hat-trick in their first group match to remain inconspicuous in subsequent games. They are invariably subjected to rigorous marking. 2 days later, the second round of group matches commenced. In the first match of their group, Pogba appeared unfazed by Gadley's performance. Rather, he seemed invigorated, delivering 2 assists and leading the French team to a 2-0 victory over Croatia. Subsequently, on July 6 at 17:30, the second match of Group B in the 2012 U19 European Championship commenced, featuring Germany U19 against England U19. Each nation's youth team often boasts players hailed by their media and fans as future stars, and England U19 is no exception. Given the prominence of the Premier League and the extensive coverage by English media, the recognition of English prodigies often eclipses that of their international counterparts. While Gadley has previously achieved a hat-trick in the Bundesliga and scored 5 goals in 3 qualification matches, his notoriety does not rival that of Harry Kane, the Tottenham forward representing England U19. Despite Kane struggling to establish himself at Tottenham and spending recent seasons on loan, the proud English still regard him as a potential world-class talent. In contrast, Gadley is often seen as a big fish in a small pond, thriving in the comforts of the Bundesliga, but perhaps lacking the prowess to shine in the Premier League, where he might struggle to outshine Kane. The English media and fans view this match as Kane's opportunity to decisively outperform Gadley and assert himself as the most promising superstar of this tournament. Kane, brimming with confidence, does not necessarily believe he surpasses Gadley, yet he yearns to showcase his own caliber as a top-tier prospect. Gadley's ability to score a hat-trick in both the Bundesliga and the European U19 Championship fuels his desire to prove himself, particularly in face-to-face encounters. This ambition invigorates him, leading to an energetic start as he makes notable runs. Seizing the opportunity presented by England's possession from the kickoff, he attempts a shot on goal within the second minute. Unfortunately, lacking Gadley's finesse, his powerful strike, despite its intensity, is directed too straight and is easily gathered by Germany's goalkeeper, Timo Horn. Although the ball did not find the net, the England supporters in the stands perceived Harry Kane's attempt as a significant threat, showering him with resounding applause. The English television commentator also lavished praise on Kane's shot. One might mistakenly believe it had scored without having witnessed the match. This tendency of the English media to excessively laud players with an English passport is well known. Under the media's influence, the market value of English players of the same age and caliber often surpasses that of their counterparts. Chapter 96. Early qualification with consecutive victories due to the repercussions of World War II. The animosity between England and Germany is perhaps comparable to that between China and Japan. Thus, every clash on the football field between England and Germany teems with tension and confrontation. This is one of the reasons the English media hopes for Harry Kane to outshine Gadley in performance. Besides Kane's own relentless pursuit of goal-scoring opportunities, England's defense closely monitors Gadley. While the media may boast, the coaching staff of the England U19 team recognizes the extent of Gadley's threat. If the French were caught off guard by Gadley's remarkable improvement over the summer, England could not afford to replicate such an oversight in their second match. Therefore, from the very first minute, England assigned centre-back Eric Dier to closely mark Gadley, while other players adapted to his movements to provide additional support. In essence, whenever Gadley approached the England penalty area, it was imperative that he was always shadowed, with provisions in place for others to assist should the primary marker be breached. Such treatment is reserved for world-class stars. Although Gadley has yet to reach that echelon, in this U19 European Championship, having scored a hat-trick in his opening match and currently leading the scoring charts, he undoubtedly qualifies as a superstar at this level, justifying the close attention he receives. Gadley's acceleration, speed, reactions, and agility remain unactivated, in light of the relentless close marking from his opponents. Securing a shooting opportunity to exhibit his impeccable skills has proven to be quite a challenge. However, as the English defenders expend considerable effort to closely guard Gadley, it is inevitable that other German players will capitalize on numerous attacking chances. In the 18th minute, left-back Nico Schulz surged forward to join the offensive play. After executing two wall passes with Kevin Friend and Emre Can, he unleashed a long-range shot from the left corner of the penalty area, curling towards the far corner. Regrettably, the angle was not particularly elusive. It was parried by English goalkeeper Sam Johnstone, ricocheted off the far post, and was subsequently cleared from the box by the English defenders. Although the attempt did not result in a goal, German head coach Lonson Max seemed to have discovered a new frontier. He observed that as Schulz prepared to shoot, the attention of the closely marking English centre-back Eric Dier was inevitably drawn to the ball, his gaze following its trajectory until he finally exhaled in relief upon witnessing the goalkeeper's intervention. This phenomenon is a common flaw among many, the tendency to let one's eyes follow the ball, particularly when someone takes a shot. Everyone is eager to witness the outcome, whether it results in a goal or not. However, during this particular offensive play, as Schulz struck the ball and Dier's gaze followed its trajectory, Max observed that Gadley did not mirror Dier's focus on the ball. Instead, taking advantage of Dier's distraction, he made an off-the-ball run into the penalty area. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side, as the direction of his run did not coincide with the ball's rebound off the post, rendering his movement futile. Yet, through Schulz's attempt, Dier's lapse in concentration, and Gadley's intelligent off-the-ball movement, Max seemed to glean a new insight. After watching intently for about 10 minutes, he seized the opportunity presented by a ball going out of play to call over the wide midfielder Julian Draxler, who was running along the sideline, and quietly impart a few tactical instructions to him. Upon receiving the instructions, Draxler returned to the field to relay Max's latest tactical directives to the players. Consequently, it became apparent that the German team began to intensify their long-range shooting outside the penalty area, as Gadley occupied England's defense with his imposing presence within the box. Midfielders Fland, Draxler, and Emre can found themselves with ample space to attempt shots. Although the success rate of long-range shots is relatively low, Max's strategy was not solely reliant on scoring through distant attempts. Another objective was to divert the attention of Eric Dier, who was closely marking Gadley, thereby creating opportunities for Gadley's off-the-ball runs and potential follow-up shots. It must be said that Max's tactical instruction proved to be a stroke of genius. Upon implementing the new strategy, the German team managed to attempt just 3 long-range shots before Gadley seized the opportunity for a follow-up. In the 33rd minute, when Emre Can played a horizontal pass just outside the penalty area, the supporting defensive midfielder Andre Hoffmann surged forward and unleashed a powerful strike from approximately 26 meters away. Dier, who was tightly marking Gadley, could not help but be drawn to Hoffmann's shot and the trajectory of the ball, allowing Gadley to slip away from him and rush into the 6-yard box. The opportunity was indeed ripe. The German fans in the stands rose to their feet, eagerly anticipating Gadley's next move, while the English supporters responded with a cacophony of boos, hoping to disrupt his follow-up. However, Gadley's composure was unwavering. Despite the ball rebounding quickly from the post and still airborne, he deftly extended his foot to execute a volley, sending the ball back into the net. An approaching English defender failed to intercept and inadvertently knocked Gadley down on the edge of the 6-yard box, but it was too late. The ball had already found its way into the English goal. In the 33rd minute, Gadley scored, putting Germany ahead 1-0 against England. The German fans in the stadium and those watching on television erupted in jubilant cheers, while head coach Max celebrated with a triumphant fist pump and an exuberant shout of approval. Gadley's goal was the fruit of his tactical adjustments made during the match. Witnessing the efficacy of his on-the-fly strategy is undoubtedly one of the greatest joys for a coach. After rising from the ground, Gadley celebrated with his teammates. Despite the relentless marking by the English defenders, who exhibited a far greater intensity than their French counterparts, the satisfaction of scoring in consecutive matches was not lost on Gadley. Naturally, to feel content at this stage would be utterly unrealistic. The experience gained from a UEFA European Championship, which is immensely more significant than that of the Bundesliga, is invaluable. To not seize the opportunity to accumulate such experience would be a disservice to oneself. Thus, as the match resumed, Gadley continued to make vigorous runs, endeavoring to shake off the tightly knit defense of Eric Dier in hopes of seizing a shooting opportunity. However, having previously allowed Gadley a moment to break free for a follow-up shot, Dier was acutely aware of his mistake and, thus, remained glued to Gadley, refusing to let his guard down. Consequently, in the ensuing moments, Dier remained steadfastly close to Gadley, coupled with Gadley's inability to accelerate and shake off Dier's close marking. Securing a chance to shoot became increasingly challenging. In addition to their stringent defense against Gadley, the English, trailing in the scoreline, naturally sought to attack in pursuit of a goal. Their efforts bore fruit. In the 42nd minute of the first half, England earned a corner from a long-range shot. Jamal Lascelles, the center-back who surged forward to contest in the penalty area, managed to seize the first touch and head the ball into the net, leveling the score at 1-1. After a minute of stoppage time, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half, with both teams entering the break at a 1-1 stalemate. Following a 15-minute interval, the teams resumed play for the second half. As the second half commenced, the English continued their stringent marking of Gadley, with Eric Dier shadowing him closely. Do not even mention attempts at scoring. The opportunities to possess the ball are exceedingly scarce. In the 49th minute, Gadley, with his back to the goal, received the ball in the penalty area, attempting to turn and shoot. However, under Dier's close marking, his shot struck Dier's calf and deflected out of play. By the 56th minute, Gadley received the ball outside the box and attempted to break past Dier with a deft maneuver, aiming to penetrate the area for a shot. Yet Dier, who had been outmaneuvered, pushed Gadley from behind, causing him to lose his balance and control of the ball. This allowed another defender, Lascelles, to seize the moment and execute a tackle, successfully dispossessing Gadley. While Gadley struggled to find a decent shooting opportunity amidst tight marking, other German players were afforded numerous chances. Although their shooting prowess did not quite match Gadley's, the sheer volume of opportunities eventually led to goals. In the 63rd minute, Gadley made a lateral run inside the penalty area, drawing both central defenders towards the right flank. This created an opening for the attacking midfielder, Emre Can, who delivered a diagonal pass into the left side of the penalty area. Left winger Sven Flander made a penetrating run into the box, skillfully controlling the ball and evading the approaching fullback. With a deft touch to create space, he executed a low shot, sending the ball into the English net. Flander's goal restored Germany's lead at 2-1. With the scoreline reversed and time progressing into the second half, England was compelled to intensify their offensive efforts. The situation for England was considerably dire, as they had drawn their opening match against Croatia 1-1. A loss in this match would likely spell elimination, even if they managed to win their final game. Consequently, following the restart, England ramped up their attacking endeavors. Particularly, Harry Kane, who bore the hopes of the nation, tirelessly maneuvered in the attacking third, seeking shooting opportunities to score. However, his shooting skills paled in comparison to Guedelli's. Despite his evident talent, at just 18 years old, Kane was still struggling to establish himself at Tottenham, frequently being loaned out. Even though he had several chances to shoot in the second half, he could not find the net. Conversely, it was Guedelli who, amidst England's fervent offensive push, found another opportunity to shoot in the 72nd minute. This arose from a swift counterattack following an intercepted English offensive, with Germany executing a rapid series of passes that brought the ball to the outskirts of England's penalty area. The sudden and fast-paced German counterattack left England's defense severely undermanned, with only 3 defenders, including the closely marking Dyer, present to confront Guedelli. This led to a 3-on-3 scenario involving Guedelli, Emre Can, and Draxler. Given Guedelli's remarkable off-the-ball movement, rated at an impressive 95, Dyer found it nearly impossible to maintain close marking on him without resorting to fouling. Consequently, Emre Can delivered a precise through ball into the penalty area, where Draxler, successfully avoiding an offside position, received the ball and executed a quick lateral pass toward Guedelli's direction. The ball rolled past Dyer in the center, allowing Guedelli to adeptly adjust his run and evade Dyer. Inside the left side of the penalty area, he received Draxler's pass just before Dyer could make a desperate tackle. With a swift push, he directed the ball into the lower right corner of the English goal. The goalkeeper, John Stone, lunged towards the left, but could only watch helplessly as the ball found the net. A remarkable brace. Gadley astonishingly completed a brace, extending the score for the German team to 3-1, bringing his total goals to 5. With 5 goals in 2 matches, Gadley's performance thoroughly captivated all German fans, who erupted in fervent applause and cheers, both in the stadium and in front of their televisions. Commentator Andrew Neville showered Gadley with accolades, heralding him as the brightest star of the current UEFA European Under-21 Championship. Once Gadley and his teammates finished their celebration, the match resumed, and the trailing England team, down by 2 goals, had no choice but to press forward aggressively, striving to equalize and even overturn the score. However, in the realm of football, every goal is indeed a hard-fought endeavor. Despite the English players exerting every effort, scoring proved elusive, and under the formidable defense of the German team, they found themselves with scant opportunities to shoot. Those few chances that did arise were squandered due to the poor shooting skills of the England players. In the 77th minute, witnessing his team struggle to find the back of the net, manager Max substituted Gadley with reserve striker Philip Hoffmann, conserving energy for the next match. After Gadley's departure, the English defenders breathed a sigh of relief, emboldened to venture forward for attacks. Yet, despite their newfound confidence, the England team struggled to find the back of the net. In the 84th minute, they nearly fell victim to a counterattack from Germany, as Philip Hoffmann's lackluster shooting resulted in a poorly angled attempt, thwarted by goalkeeper John Stone, who valiantly deflected the ball off the goal line, preventing the score from escalating to 4-1. Had the scoreline reached such a margin, it would have signified a resounding triumph for Germany, a veritable rout of England. Unfortunately, this was not to be. By the match's conclusion, England had failed to register even a single goal, while Germany too could not extend their lead. After an additional 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee signaled the end of the match, with Germany's U19 team triumphing over England's U19 squad with a score of 3-1, thereby securing victory in their second group stage match of the UEFA European Under-19 Championship, as England and Croatia each secured only 1 point from their encounters. Germany's 2 consecutive victories, accumulating 6 points, ensured their advance to the semifinals. The final match would merely determine whether Germany would emerge as the group leader or runner-up. A perfect record of 3 victories would undoubtedly secure the top position, allowing them to face a second-place team from Group A, thus presenting a more favorable opponent. Consequently, in the aftermath of the match, the already qualified German team engaged in an extended celebration with their supporters in the stands. In this match, Gadley achieved a remarkable milestone, earning a total of 1.6 million experience points from a starting position, scoring 2 goals, and receiving a victory bonus. His overall experience surged to 3.66 million, propelling him to level 13. Should he replicate such a performance against England, an upgrade is imminent. Following the match, German and various European media outlets reported on the national team's consecutive victories that secured their advancement, alongside Gadley's impressive brace. The U19 European Championship saw Germany triumph with 2 consecutive wins, enabling them to advance from a challenging group, with Gadley shining brightly, having scored 5 goals across 2 matches. He currently leads the scoring charts of the U19 European Championship, establishing himself as the most dazzling star of the tournament. In the second round of the U19 Championship group stage held yesterday afternoon, the German U19 team defeated the England U19 team with a score of 3-1, ensuring their progression to the semi-finals. After showcasing a hat-trick in the first match, Gadley continued his stellar form by scoring twice in this encounter, solidifying Germany's victory. With 5 goals in the group stage, Gadley holds a 2-goal lead over the second-place scorer, positioning himself as the likely recipient of the Golden Boot in this tournament. Notably, his 5 goals were not scored against lesser opponents, but rather against formidable teams like France and England. In contrast, the talents of players such as Pogba from France and Kane from England seem diminished when juxtaposed with Gadley's brilliance. Undoubtedly, Gadley stands as the most prodigious talent of this European Championship. If his current trajectory continues, one can only anticipate his performance in the upcoming Bundesliga season and the UEFA Europa League. Perhaps we are witnessing the emergence of a new superstar in the wake of Messi and Ronaldo. Though Gadley is merely 18 years old, still youthful and somewhat naive, his journey from Nuremberg's U17 to U19, U23, and the first team, culminating in his selection for the German U19 national team for the European Championship qualifiers in the tournament itself, reveals a rapid progression over the past 6 months that shows no signs of abating. The limits of Gadley's potential remain unknown, and we express profound concern for his future. As the European Championship unfolds, we will continue to deploy reporters to cover each of Gadley's matches, bringing you the latest updates on his performances. Chapter 97. Domination of Strength. On July 9th, the final day of the group stage of the European U19 Championship, which coincidentally fell on a Monday, Gadley invested 9 skill points. He elevated his ball control from 96 to 97, his jumping ability from 98 to 99, his physicality from 88 to 89, his dribbling from 92 to 93, his acceleration from 70 to 71, his bicycle kick from 83 to 84, his off-the-ball movement from 95 to 96, his frying ball technique from 90 to 91, and his shooting power from 73 to 74, leaving him with a balance of 48 skill points. To prevent match fixing or collusion, the last 2 matches in the group were played simultaneously. In Group A, the final matches featured Portugal against Greece and Estonia against Spain. After 90 minutes, the host nation Estonia unsurprisingly succumbed to Spain with a score of 0-2. However, Portugal's unexpected defeat to Greece, ending in a 2-3 loss, evoked memories of the 2004 final when Greece triumphed over Portugal to claim the European Championship, marking a legendary moment in Greek football. With this surprising victory, Greece surpassed Portugal to claim the second spot in Group A, securing advancement to the semi-finals, with Spain naturally leading the group. For the teams in Group B, facing Greece became the preferred scenario over meeting Spain. This sentiment extended to the German team as well. According to the schedule, to face Group A's second-placed Greece, Germany needed to secure the top position in Group B, currently with 2 victories and a total of 6 points. Germany topped Group B and could clinch first place with merely a draw in their final match. Had it been the Chinese team, they might have chanted slogans advocating for a draw while hoping for a win. However, such a strategy often led to defeat. The Germans, on the other hand, embraced a different ethos. Before the last round of the group stage commenced, Coach Lonson Max issued a stern directive. No losses would be tolerated, not even a draw. The German team demanded nothing less than victory. Rejecting any notion of merely securing a draw, they aimed to unleash an overwhelming offensive on Croatia, seeking a decisive 3rd consecutive win to emerge as group leaders, thus preparing to confront the dark horse Greece in the semifinals. Croatia, a member of the former Yugoslavia, also boasted considerable talent. Their performance in this year's U19 championship was commendable, having drawn 1-1 against England in their opening match and suffering only a 2-goal defeat to France in their second match, demonstrating their resilience. Yet, being in the so-called group of death was Croatia's greatest misfortune. Comparatively, They stood as the weakest team within this fiercely competitive group. At the very least, France boasts Pogba. England has Harry Kane, and Germany is represented by Bjorn Gadli, whereas Croatia lacks a universally anticipated prodigy or a leading figure. With only 1 point accrued in the first 2 matches, Croatia aimed to fiercely contest their final group match against Germany, hoping to secure a sufficient goal difference. This desperate strategy inevitably rendered Croatia vulnerable to Germany's counterattacks. Had Germany been devoid of the impeccably skilled forward Gadli, the situation might have been different. However, with Gadli on the pitch, Croatia, compelled to launch an all-out offensive, found themselves incapable of safeguarding their net. It was predictable how Croatia would approach the last group match, a sentiment shared by German coaches like Lansing Marx, who accordingly adjusted their tactical formations. As anticipated, when the match between Germany and Croatia commenced, Croatia adopted a 4-1-3-2 formation, with a midfielder not focused on defense, but rather on orchestrating attacks. In contrast, Germany deployed a 4-2-3-1 defensive counterattacking setup, deliberately tightening their defensive line to lure Croatia into a trap. The Croatians were well aware of Germany's intentions, yet, having secured merely 1 point from the previous 2 matches, their only hope of advancing to the semifinals lay in achieving a resounding victory over Germany, while simultaneously wishing for England to triumph over France in another match, thus offering a glimmer of theoretical possibility for advancement. This predicament forced them to push their entire team forward in a vigorous offensive effort. The Croatian players exhibited commendable technical prowess, and their initial offensive forays were relatively spirited. Defensively, they were particularly attentive to marking Gadli, the tournament's leading scorer, ensuring he could not easily gain possession for counterattacks or shots on goal. Within the first 20 minutes, both teams had created several shooting opportunities, yet none were on target, leaving the scoreline at a stalemate of 0-0. Even Gadli's attempt in the 12th minute was skewed due to interference from a Croatian defender. However, this equilibrium was merely temporary. By the 26th minute, during a rapid counterattack initiated by Germany, Croatia's defense finally faltered. This time, it was not Gadli's shot that broke the deadlock, but rather his positioning during the counter, which diverted the attention of several Croatian defenders, necessitating their focus on preventing him from receiving the ball. Consequently, the defensive concentration was disrupted, allowing winger Sven Flandre to exploit the flanks. After breaking past the left back, Flandre advanced toward the goal line, and, as both the center back and the goalkeeper shifted their attention to guarding Flandre's acute angle shot, he executed a back pass, delivering the ball to the penalty spot. This location was not aligned with Gadli's run, but rather with the advancing position of attacking midfielder Emre Can. Gadli's movement drew defenders away, creating an opportunity for Emre Can, who surged into the box from outside the penalty area. He received a sharp, back-angled pass from Vlander and, without pausing for control, unleashed a powerful shot towards the lower right corner of the goal. Although Croatian goalkeeper Simon Sluga, who had initially positioned himself to thwart Vlander's attempt from the left side, had returned to the center, he was utterly helpless against Emre Can's direct strike aimed at the corner. He made a desperate attempt to save, but it was in vain, and he could only watch hopelessly as the ball skidded along the grass and nestled into the net. Emre Can had given Germany the lead, 1-0 against Croatia. In the wake of this setback, Croatia found themselves at a loss, compelled to push forward relentlessly in attack. Defensive strategies were cast aside, leaving them to rely solely on the whims of fortune to prevent Germany's counterattacks from resulting in further goals. Luck seemed to favor Croatia, as in the 31st minute. During a German counter, Julian Draxler, making an incisive run into the penalty area, inexplicably shot over the bar from less than 5 meters out after receiving a perfect pass from Gadli. This was a chance that many jested was easier to convert than to miss. Even my grandmother could have scored from that position. Draxler fell to the ground, his face a portrait of shame, while his teammates, coaches, and fans stood in disbelief. Only the Croatian players and supporters felt a sense of reprieve, reveling in what they perceived as an extraordinary stroke of luck. However, this was merely a momentary aberration. Subsequent events in the match would reveal that the German team, having already bested France and England and possessing a strategic upper hand, were not a force that Croatia could withstand. Relying on luck alone would not suffice. In the 37th minute, Gadli finally exploited a chink in Croatia's defense. Following a disrupted Croatian attack, Germany launched a swift counter, and amidst the disarray of the Croatian backline, Gadli found himself in a vast expanse of space. Draxler, seeking redemption for his earlier blunder, delivered a perfectly weighted pass to Gadley, who, without breaking stride, effortlessly placed a long-range shot into the net. By the time Gadley completed his strike, the previously out-of-position Croatian defender rushed in to block, but it was too late. Goalkeeper Sluga was once again powerless against Gadley's shot aimed at the far corner. Gadley finally found his scoring touch in the match against Croatia, netting a goal and propelling the German team to a 2-0 lead. His total tally in this UEFA European Under-21 Championship has now risen to 6 goals. In many tournaments, 6 goals would be sufficient to secure the Golden Boot. However, this match is far from over, and Germany still has at least one semi-final to play. Given Gadley's current form, it is widely believed that his goal count will not remain at 6. Of course, whether he will clinch the Golden Boot will be determined only after the tournament concludes. Presently, Croatia, trailing by 2 goals, finds itself in a dire situation. Their chances of advancing from the group stage to the semifinals are exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, this does not imply that they will relent. For beyond the group stage of this European Championship, they still have the opportunity to vie for a place in the World Youth Championship. In that tournament, the top 3 teams from each group advance, meaning that even a draw or a narrow loss could still provide them with a chance. Consequently, when the match resumed, Croatia continued its relentless assault. As a member of the former Yugoslavia, Croatia's football prowess is undeniably substantial. Just before halftime, in the 43rd minute, Croatia finally breached the German defense through a well-executed series of passes and movement, culminating in a shot from their forward, Pongraci, who successfully found the back of the net. Croatia had scored, narrowing the deficit to 1-2 and igniting a flicker of hope among their supporters. However, time was running short in the first half. Shortly after Croatia's goal, the referees signaled the end of the first half, with both teams heading into the break with Germany, U19 leading by a single goal. After a 15-minute intermission, the teams returned to the pitch. The tactics in the second half mirrored those of the first, with Croatia, now with no option for retreat, continuing their offensive onslaught, while the German team remained poised, focusing on defensive counterattacks. Although Croatia managed to score once in the first half, their display was largely due to their innate talent. In terms of discipline, the Germans demonstrated superior control. Their impenetrable defense operated with the precision of a finely tuned machine, neutralizing most of Croatia's attacking efforts. Even when occasionally pierced by the brilliance of Croatian players, their shots lacked the potency to convert opportunities into goals. In contrast, the German side consistently posed threats to Croatia's backline through their counterattacks. Particularly, Gadley's shooting prowess instills a sense of trepidation among all. In the 57th minute of the second half, the German team once again initiated a counterattack, presenting the ball at Gadley's feet. This time, Gadley received the ball just outside the penalty area, confronted by a Croatian defender, Jozo Simunovic, rendering any attempt at a shot impossible. However, Gadley refrained from passing the ball back to a teammate, as Simunovic was his only obstacle. Instead, he opted to attempt a breakthrough. With an impressive dribbling skill rated at 93 and a remarkable agility rated at 91, Gadley executed the maneuver flawlessly, successfully outpacing Simunovic and leaving him behind. Gadley surged into the penalty area with the ball at his feet, just as he prepared to take a shot. Perhaps driven by despair over the current score or an eagerness to clear the situation, the recently outmaneuvered Josko Gvardiol brutally pulled Gadley down from the side within the penalty box. Undoubtedly, Gvardiol was justly penalized by the referee with a yellow card and a penalty kick. This blatant foul left no room for protest from Gvardiol or any other Croatian players. They could only passively accept the decision. It was clear to all that if the German team converted this penalty, leading 3-1, Croatia's hopes of equalizing would be drastically diminished. The penalty would, of course, be taken by Gadley himself. Not only had he been the one to earn the penalty, but his shooting prowess had already been recognized by Lansing Marks as the team's primary penalty taker. Even penalties earned by other teammates were entrusted to him. Without any doubt, Gadley's exquisite technique allowed him to successfully slot the ball into the top right corner of the net. Although goalkeeper Sluga dived in the right direction, he was far from reaching the ball, rendered helpless as he watched it find the back of the net. As the ball soared into the goal, the German commentator Andrew Neville erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "Tor! It's in. The dead corner. A brace." Gadley has converted the penalty he earned into the far corner of the Croatian net, achieving his second goal of the match. This marked Gadley's 7th goal in 3 matches. while the second highest scorer in the tournament had only managed 3. Gadley had nearly secured his position as the top scorer of the current UEFA European Under-21 Championship.